After knocking on the door, the doctor and nurse opened it, and the doctor apologized for disturbing them but said he needed to examine the patient. The young man, who was washing his face at that moment, looked at the specialist in surprise but did not respond. A few minutes later, the doctor was not only examining his new patient but also removing his bandages. The surprised doctor told the nurse that he simply could not believe what was happening, as nothing like this had ever happened in his extensive practice. The man said that the boy had lost consciousness and was in critical condition as a result of a traffic accident, but had almost completely recovered. It looked as if the boy had been healed by holy magic. The patient thought to himself that this was because his body had actually been healed by holy magic, and that this process was triggered automatically, but our hero did not remember any accident. The frightened young man immediately asked the doctor if his magical power had really been depleted, hearing that the specialist did not understand what he was talking about. After that, the young man began to talk about how he clearly remembered fighting dangerous monsters during the disaster. Realizing that the patient might not be himself, the doctor decided to ask the boy his name and what year it was now. With confidence in his voice, the hero stated that his name was Ichikami Minato and that it was now 1970, asking if he was right, but realizing that there could be no mistake. The doctor immediately declared that this was post-traumatic stress disorder, or more precisely, memory damage. After that, the specialist calmly explained that the boy's name was Kusanagi Minato and that it was now 2022. Now the young man understood nothing, so he looked closely at the people in the ward. For a moment, a strange doubt crept into our hero's mind, but then he decided that these people had no reason to deceive him. A moment later, the patient turned his gaze to the TV, and the guy noted to himself that now the object had become so thin and the image so clear that it was as if the person was sitting right next to him. A moment later, Minato Kusagi looked at the calendar, which also said that it was the end of 2022. However, what surprised the young man most was not this, but the device held by the nurse, which was an ordinary tablet used everywhere in the hospital. Finally, it dawned on the young man that this was no joke and that he had somehow ended up in the future. Minato Kusanagi saw that the doctor was gesturing with his hand for some reason and immediately began to say that the disaster mentioned by the patient had happened 50 years ago, but it had not been repeated since then. Responding to the young man's question about why nothing had happened again, since there were monsters, the doctor explained that there were monsters, but there were few of them, and now it was a time of peace. Our hero thought to himself that if this was really true, then they had managed to achieve lasting peace. And with relief, he thought that this was truly a great blessing, and therefore there was no need to worry about many things anymore. However, Ichami Minato is dead. It happened during the great disaster 50 years ago. This man sacrificed himself to save the world, and therefore the boy cannot be this man. The doctor said that many people know this story, and people never stop telling it to others. The patient was silent, but he thought to himself that he had died at that time and then reincarnated as Minato Kusanagi, but it was unclear what the point of this was. A few weeks later, our hero walked confidently into a house. Looking around carefully, the young man realized that one of the rooms belonged to Kusagi, or rather, to him, because they were now one person. Looking at the photo, the young man noted that this boy's parents had died when he was still a child. After that, Minato Kusagani was sent to a children's home where he lived for some time. But he did not stay there long because he was adopted, although his adoptive parents kicked him out and sent him to a boarding school. The documents also stated that after graduation, the young man moved into an apartment which he pays for with money and inheritance left by his biological parents. Falling onto the bed, our hero told himself that the magic of reincarnation did not exist. This meant that his reincarnation was the work of some higher power, although it was quite possible that it was just a coincidence. Picking up his student ID, the guy realized that he was studying at a magic academy, which was strange because in his time, such institutions were not needed. Smiling, the young man anticipated something truly interesting, realizing that he would be able to learn a lot for himself. But a moment later, our hero was distracted by a phone call to the device in his pocket. Kusanagi Minato saw that Tadao-kun was calling him, but he had no idea who this person was. But the main problem was not that, but the fact that the guy had no idea how to use this strange thing, which he hadn't even had time to learn more about. So he decided that the best solution would be to just take the phone and throw it as far away as possible so it wouldn't get in the way. A few minutes later, the call was actually over, but now another signal followed, notifying him that a message had arrived. It said that since the guy had been discharged from the hospital anyway, he should come to school. Realizing that a new life was beginning, Minato Kusanagi knew that he had to live up to his image, because there would be no other life anyway. Walking slowly across the schoolyard, the teenager thought that this was the very Academy of Magic, Kamui. The young man happily told himself that going to school as an adult was so interesting and entertaining. But a moment later, the young man became pensive, as if something was troubling him greatly. This concern arose when our hero was watching the students practicing something in the courtyard. Watching the kids train on mannequins, Minato Kusanagi thought, puzzled, that something was wrong with magic at this time. The teenager was convinced that magic was something internal, something mysterious, but now it seemed to him that it was definitely not about power. At the same time, the students, paying no attention to anyone, did what they always did at this institution. It didn't matter to them what magic used to be like, they knew what was happening now and therefore had to practice. Having seen various techniques, our hero clutched his head in horror and thought to himself why it was all such a disappointing and dreary story that literally drove him into depression. The young man convinced himself that it was all untrue, that it simply couldn't be true, that the power of all these people was barely a tenth of that of the beginners of his time. And so it seemed to the teenager that all these students would never succeed in magic at all, and he became even more upset because it was like being intoxicated by reality. Upon entering the classroom, our hero realized that magic had greatly weakened over the past 50 years, although he still decided not to jump to conclusions. Sitting down at his desk, the young man wanted to know if he had any friends in this class, or at least those who treated him well. Suddenly, everyone in the classroom gasped, although the reason for this was unclear. At that moment, three guys entered the room, one of whom, clearly referring to our hero, began to insult him, saying that he had not even bothered to reply to his message. Slowly turning around, the guy tried to figure out who was in front of him. Surprised, Tadao-kun looked closely at the student, who seemed to be saying something incredible. Lifting his leg and wanting to kick the teenager, the young man shouted at him, asking how he dared to forget Tadao, which was a great disrespect. After that, the ill-wisher began to call our hero a worthless piece of trash. Unexpectedly, Kusanagi Minato began to smile naively, saying that he remembered the person standing in front of him and adding that he had met his friend. Reaching out his hand, the student also noted that he was glad to be recognized and hinted that the guy definitely knew how real friends should behave. Shaking hands with his detractor with the same naivety, our hero continued to say that being friends means getting along in the best possible way. Irritably pulling his hand away, Tadao-kun shouted that this was not what he meant at all. And, starting to shake the student, he declared that he had run out of money, so the guy had to hurry up and give him his money, adding that he had a lot left from his parents. The teenager was silent, but he understood to himself that the young man whose body he was in had been bullied in his past life. Swinging his arm, Tadao-kun shouted irritably at the student not to be stupid. But at that moment, a girl entered the classroom and politely greeted everyone present. The stranger's face beamed with a smile, and there was no trace of anger or any other emotion on her face. At that moment, it seemed as if life had first burst into new colors and then stopped. The young people in the classroom looked closely at their classmate as if they were seeing her for the first time. This was also the case with Tadao-kun, who was now looking not at the young man he had been teasing, but at the beautiful girl. Pointing his finger at Kusagami Minato, the ill-wisher said that they would return to this topic later, but that he shouldn't relax, because he would regret it. Our hero watched this man closely, thinking to himself that he looked more like a clown. After a while, the lesson began. Writing something on the board, the teacher explained that they would be discussing the great disaster that happened 50 years ago. After that, the teacher began to tell how monsters began to appear all over the world and humanity fell into despair. But the great sage Ichikami Minato, the pioneer of magic, thought completely differently. He did not give up and defeated all the monsters himself. Finally, this man faced the boss of the disaster, the Lord of Demons, whom he defeated by sacrificing his own life. Since then, the disaster has never returned. When asked about this hero, the teacher saw Mizua's hand raised and said that she could answer the question. She immediately happily explained that this hero was the only survivor of the first disaster and the first magician. In addition, the reason why the Kamui Academy of Magic was built was because this man was a world hero and the idol of every magician. The teacher confirmed that this man was the first survivor of the disaster and the first person to use magic, and that the academy was created to produce true magicians like this leader, adding that Ichikami was the greatest magician. While the teacher noted that this question would be on the test, our hero sat and felt embarrassed, thinking to himself that he no longer wanted to hear about what he was like in his past life. The young man did not expect to be tormented by this old story and felt that he should not have come to this school. However, everything was as the doctor had said. Peace had indeed reigned on the planet, which was perhaps why magic had become less important and less in demand. Looking out the window, the boy wondered if this was really the case. Then where would real powerful magicians come from? On the other hand, the young man felt a sense of calm, probably because he had been reborn and didn't need to worry about anything. At the end of the lesson, the teacher said that they had covered everything they needed to, so the students could leave, adding that tomorrow they would be tested on their magical powers. Approaching his classmate, Tadao-kun began to mock our hero again, saying that during the assessment of their powers, everyone would see how worthless he was. But the young man didn't care. He wanted this stupid detractor to shut up, so he decided it was time to leave. And when Kusanagi Minato had almost left the classroom, he heard a remark that his parents did not possess magical powers. A second later, all the kids started laughing at the fact that the young man was an orphan and therefore had never really had a family. Unwilling to tolerate such treatment, our hero turned sharply and called out his abuser. Hearing this, the bully immediately clenched his fist and yelled that the boy was taking too many liberties and would be brought down to earth immediately. Suddenly, the office was flooded with a bright stream of light coming from the opponent. It was clear that he was going to use magic. Some of the kids standing nearby begged him not to do anything like that, saying that it was better not to do such things in class. But Tadao-kun did not hear this and did not want to listen. He was focused on his opponent and shouted that he would not live after such words. But the trick was that the guy didn't care at all. He stood there with his bag slung over his shoulder and continued to do so, as if there was no one in front of him. Mizuha, fearing that something bad would happen, immediately ran towards the young people. As she got closer, the beauty shouted that he shouldn't do it, that it was a big mistake. But Kusanagi Minato, as before, did not care at all. On the contrary, he was curious to see what would happen next. A moment later, everyone gathered there noticed a bright stream of fire. It seemed as if something had exploded ahead. With anger in her voice, the girl shouted that her classmate had no right to use magic against a person with whom there had been a minor misunderstanding. She added that someone could get hurt because of this stupidity and that magic was not created for this purpose but should be used for good deeds. But with insolence in his voice, Tadao-kun declared that it was not his fault, that all responsibility lay with the other guy. Everyone gathered watched intently for the clouds of smoke behind which Kusanagi Minato was supposed to be. The guys didn't know what they would see, but in a moment, the outline of a young man appeared. Our hero was still standing in the same place, silent, seemingly lost in thought. Mizuha, surprised like the others, watched her acquaintance closely. He, in turn, said that he had been hit and scratched his head. Tadano-kun was in complete shock. He could barely utter how this kid was in such perfect condition after being hit point-blank with magic. How was that even possible? Our hero thought to himself that he didn't need to actively use magic because he could easily defend himself from first-level magic with a simple magic barrier. After that, he stated aloud in an icy tone that he was only tolerating this because he was dealing with an ordinary child who didn't quite understand what to do. And in a more threatening voice, he continued to say that despite this, the student still had to be punished. Fear and other mixed feelings could be seen in the eyes of his detractors, but despite this, they continued to stand in their places. Suddenly, the space around Minato Kusagani began to sparkle with a bluish tint, and something changed in his gaze. After that, everyone present saw a bright glow that filled almost the entire room. The guys tried to understand what was happening, surprised that for some reason they couldn't move. Mizuha, who was a smart girl, understood that this was a higher level of magic than she had seen before. But she still couldn't understand what had happened to her acquaintance, nor how he knew about such techniques. Meanwhile, the young man walked confidently toward his offender, the one who, for the first time since they had met, was truly trembling with fear. Suddenly, the young man stretched out his arm but remained completely silent, which made it even more frightening. Tadano-kun watched his opponent, unable to utter a word but understanding that he was doomed after everything he had said and done. At that moment, the teacher's thunderous voice rang out in the classroom, asking who dared to use magic in class. The man looked at our hero and continued to say that he was waiting for an explanation. Sighing heavily, Minato Kusagami remained silent. It seemed that he did not want to tell the truth, but he was not used to lying either. However, after a moment, he began to smile and say that nothing interesting was happening in class, adding that it was quite possible that the students had decided to do something interesting outside. Hearing that no such classes were held outside, our hero continued to stick to his story, explaining that some student had probably used magic at their own discretion, adding that wizards like to play around with magic. It was difficult for the teacher to believe this because there was smoke in the classroom, but the student explained that he had also been outside, so the teacher gave up, saying that since Kusagani had stated this, he had no reason to doubt it. However, he immediately jumped up from his seat and started shouting that he was still going to find the culprit, and until he did, the students should sit down in their seats. Waving his hand at the teacher, the young man decided that it would be necessary to create false evidence so that the teacher would never get to the bottom of the truth. Mizuha remained silent, but she looked at her classmate suspiciously. He sensed her gaze, but didn't feel the need to turn around and explain anything, if only because he hadn't done anything wrong. His rival was also annoyed and watched the guy intently, but he remained silent as well. Kusanagi Minato decided that he would not pursue the subject today because he had other important things to do. After a while, the young man was walking down the corridor, noting to himself that he should go and see the city with his own eyes. Old Shibuya looked as frightening as possible because the damaged buildings had not been demolished or repaired, and power lines were strewn everywhere. The young man realized that he wanted to understand many things, so he used magic to quickly fly through the air to where he wanted to go. Finally, the young man landed on some kind of crossbar. Looking ahead, the guy thought wistfully about how much Shibuya had changed since he was last here. But he didn't want to waste any time, so Kusagi Minato sped up and headed somewhere ahead. Staring into the distance, the guy realized that he didn't sense any monsters in these places. Everything was in ruins, although it was clear that the police had evacuated everyone from this place. However, a moment later, the young man admitted to himself that he could sense the aura of monsters, albeit quite far away. Sitting down, our hero decided that now he could also sense some kind of human presence. The young man was not used to just waiting, so he decided that he needed to go to the source of the signal to check everything thoroughly. And this was justified because nearby, cornered, sat a woman who was desperately screaming at the monsters not to dare approach her. However, the monster did not listen to anyone. It opened its mouth as wide as possible and began to growl as loudly as it could. Kusanagi Minato immediately landed on the ground so that the woman was behind him. Rancor could clearly see the beast snarling and growling, getting closer with every passing second, but he was not afraid. However, only a couple of minutes passed, and the guy, with his hands in his pockets, looked intently at the monster he could easily defeat. Despite this, the young man was in no hurry to do anything else. He was just waiting for something. The tearful woman was doing the same thing, still sitting pressed against the wall, trying to understand who had just saved her. At that moment, the boy's attention was drawn to a badge attached to the woman's shirt. He thought that she was a representative of the magical police. The teenager did not bother to clarify this. Turning around, he simply told the blonde woman to be as careful as possible. As he sped away and was about to leave, the young man heard the girl say words of gratitude to him. The guy was already far away, but despite this, the policewoman was still muttering words of gratitude under her breath. The blonde didn't know who this man was, but she told herself that only great magicians were capable of such things. On the road, the young man was glad that he had hidden his face because our hero had just transformed, and he didn't want to stand out and arouse suspicion. However, Minato Kusanagi was frightened by the fact that such a low-level monster could kill this woman, which meant that the level of magic in the police force had fallen to its lowest point. It turned out that people in the modern world were completely incapable of defeating monsters, and not only students, but also the police. Only the word mage remained. The young man understood that this era was certainly characterized by advanced technology, but it could not be said that people had gone too far in their development. Smiling, the teenager said that even in this era, the inhabitants of this city needed his strength and his knowledge. Our hero decided that he needed to destroy all the monsters in the area so that they could no longer harm anyone. Standing next to some kind of device, the teacher said that in today's class, they would measure the magical power of all students. It is very important to obtain both the sum and the attribute, as these are the most important indicators for those who want to become professional magicians. Looking at the device with horror, our hero wondered if there was any other way to measure his own power. The boy was depressed by the fact that even the teachers did not know so many basic things, and yet magical perception is the basis of magic. And while the young man sat with his head in his hands, Mizuha approached him and asked if she could talk to him about something. His classmates, who were watching this scene, seemed unable to believe their eyes that such a thing was even possible. Looking closely at the young man, the girl said that this seemed to be their first conversation, and then announced that she was the second daughter of the noble Mizuha magical family, and her name was Yuika. Our hero looked at the beauty in surprise, unable to believe that magicians had somehow acquired a noble lineage. The beauty began to get upset that the guy didn't know such things, and noted that it was one of the four main noble houses that ruled the magicians. The young man remembered that in his time, there had never been any aristocrats, and there was no need for them at all. Moreover, he had never heard of a family with such a surname. Looking at this girl, Minato Kusanagi decided for himself that despite everything, this student's level was very low. Considering that his classmate came from a family of outstanding magicians, her power should be several times stronger, at the very least. A moment later, Mizuha Yuika became angry. She didn't understand what was going on with this guy. The girl was offended because she had so generously started a conversation with her classmate, but he seemed to ignore her. Tadano-kun was also angry, but the reason was that the noble girl from their school was talking to him. Scratching his head, our hero asked in confusion what business the magical nobility had with him, which again angered his classmate. And while the girl tried to control her emotions, convincing herself that she was a noblewoman, the young man did not understand what was happening to her. But in a moment, the beauty's thoughts were already on what had happened the day before, when this teenager had been struck by magic and he hadn't even reacted to it, which was impossible. Finally, the girl began to say that she was interested in yesterday, but did not finish her sentence because the teacher asked the remaining students to go into the classroom. Laughing, Minato Kusagani shouted that it was time to measure themselves. Now Mizuha Yuika was smiling, and she thought to herself that now it would become clear who was capable of what. Standing in the office, Tadao-kun happily announced that it was his turn, which made him indescribably happy. The young man confidently approached a device and quickly placed his hand on it. The system immediately notified the student that his strength was at 1,000 and his attribute was fire, which greatly pleased his detractor, who shouted that he was stronger than ever. Our hero thought that it seemed that the measurement standard had not changed at all in the last 50 years. Next to be tested was Mizuhu Yuika, who walked proudly to the device, showing that she was a valuable person and her results would be the same. The girl carefully raised her hand to the device, but did so very slowly, as if she were in no hurry. In this case, the system also noted that her magical power was at 2,000 and her magical attribute was water. Our hero's rival was delighted that he and the girl had the highest scores this year, which meant that they could claim the title of best and most outstanding students. Hearing these words, the girl looked closely at the young man, but her gaze showed complete indifference. Meanwhile, their classmates cheerfully discussed their acquaintances, noting that their strength was truly enviable. Only Minato Kusagani thought to himself that these were the worst results possible. In his day, even beginners did not score below 2,000 points. Looking at the surprised face of the guy, the conceited Mizuha Yuika was sure that her classmate was jealous, even though she knew that was the true power of their family home. The girl was convinced that she was the best, and therefore he should not look at her so arrogantly. At that moment, the teacher interrupted the boy's thoughts and suggested that the young man test his strength. Immediately, his classmates began to talk about how he was the weakest student in the class and therefore did not understand what he was doing at their school. Tadano-kun waited impatiently for this moment, confident that this guy would embarrass himself in front of everyone. The girl also looked at the young man smugly, like everyone else, confident that no one would be able to beat her score. For a while, our hero stood and looked closely at the device, not daring to take the next step. The reason was that the young man had no idea what to do, because at one time he stood out among the rest, but now he didn't really want to be the center of attention. The guy decided that it would probably be better to hold back his power a little so that it wouldn't happen again. But a moment later, the young man decided to put his hand on the device after all. After that, incredible things began to happen because a multicolored glow appeared around our hero. A moment later, the light became so bright and colorful that it literally blinded everyone present. Smiling, Minato Kusagani changed his mind. He thought that if it would help measure his great power as a sage, then it was time to show who was who. The students watched everything that was happening. They couldn't believe that such a thing was even possible, so they stood rooted to the spot. The most surprising thing was that the energy emanating from the young man spread far beyond the test hall. It seemed that there was not a single person who did not feel this power. For the first time ever, Mizuha Yuika became nervous, realizing that this was not at all what she had expected. With each passing second, the pillar of light became clearer and stronger, so much so that it shot far upward. The atmosphere heated up as the energy flow literally swept away everything in its path. The students were afraid that they would be carried away somewhere, so they covered their faces with their hands, frightened by the unknown and the fact that what was happening was something completely unusual. One of the boys, who was standing closest, backed away, even though he realized that it wouldn't help. Only Kusagami Minato was disappointed by what had happened. The boy understood that the device had broken after he had become a little more serious. The young man understood that none of those present had been able to feel the truly magical power, and therefore doubts crept in as to whether there were any magicians in this world at all, or those who could become them. The frightened teacher began to ask about the condition of the students and whether anyone was injured, but he heard that everyone was fine. Approaching our hero, the teacher asked about his condition, but the young man sadly noted that nothing had happened to him, even though he had been at the epicenter. Looking at the destroyed device, the teacher said that this was the first time he had seen this device break, and therefore assumed that there was some kind of defect in it. He added that there was nothing good about this, because now no one would be able to find out either the young man's magical power or his attribute. The young man did not understand what the problem was, but the teacher explained that they simply wanted to divide the students into several groups for magic lessons. Looking at Tadao-kun, the teacher asked if they would accept our hero into their team. He looked around in surprise and clenched his fist, clearly plotting something. Then he smiled and said that there should be no problem with that at all, since everyone was studying at the same institution. Hearing this, the teacher was delighted, realizing that there would be no problems. Approaching Kusanagi Minato, the ill-wisher whispered in his ear that they would meet on the same field very soon. Arriving in Old Shibuya, the teacher said that monsters still inhabited the areas that had been severely damaged during the Great Disaster. Currently, Shibuya is abandoned, so the only people in the area are mages and a special police squad who are exterminating the monsters that live there. In addition, the academy students must help with this, as more than half of the monsters have already been destroyed by professional magicians, so there is no need to worry too much about it. Standing on the sidelines, Minato Kusanagi thought that the practical training was interesting, since even students should be able to destroy monsters. After all these guys will be working in groups anyway. Looking around, the guy remembered that he had been on this very street last night. The day before, the young man thought he had destroyed all of them, but now it seemed to him that some were still here. Our hero also found it strange that he saw no signs of disaster in this particular area, except that people had been evacuated from here, yet despite this, monsters continued to come to these parts. Hearing the conversation of the girls who had decided to compete with each other, the teenager thought that they were behaving too carelessly, not understanding the real danger they were in. That's why the young man sighed heavily and closed his eyes. He didn't like this whole idea. Raising his hand, the leader announced that the practical part of the lesson was about to begin, and therefore all students must work in groups to help each other. At that moment, Minato Kusagani, who had moved a little further away, heard someone calling him. The guy behaved as usual, so he walked over to an abandoned building and leaned against it. The guys who were going to make fun of our hero said that no one would bother them in this place. Beginning to use his magic, the ill-wisher noted that last time he had been too soft and kind, but now everything would be completely different. Hearing this, Minato Kusanagi calmly stated that if someone didn't like him, they could just ignore him. Clenching his fist, Tadao-kun shouted that no one would listen to such trash talk. Moreover, the offender couldn't understand why the strongest girl in the class had started talking to the boy. The young man looked at the red-haired boy in surprise but did not rush to answer him. But a moment later, our hero smiled brightly and declared that the reason was that his classmate liked Mizuha Yuika. The classmate literally turned red with anger and contorted his face into a hideous grimace. But the teenager didn't care about that. His thoughts were occupied with something else, and he didn't want to fight at all. However, his rival was offended, so he put his hand forward and immediately started shouting that the scumbag had only himself to blame for everything. Hearing our hero tell his opponent not to do that, the villain shouted that it was too late to apologize. But the young man told Tadao-kun to turn around, even though he continued to stand his ground, declaring that he would not fall for such childish tricks. However, a moment later, the guy decided to glance out of the corner of his eye to see what was so interesting happening behind him. For a second, the opponents froze, not expecting to see such a large and terrifying monster. The three boys immediately shouted in unison that this was simply impossible as there were no such monsters in these parts. And while the students were trying to figure out why they had encountered this terrifying monster, it stared at them intently and grinned. The frightened friends frantically asked their leader and comrade if he could defeat this monster, and heard him point to himself and say that it was no problem at all. Turning around immediately, the young man began to use his power, confident that he would quickly deal with the villain. From the outside, it really seemed that the power of fire was so strong that it would be enough to forget about the problem. And a minute later, wiping his face, a smug Tadao-kun boasted to his companions that the job was done. The defeated monster was indeed lying on the ground, but it looked somehow suspicious. A second later, the guy who had been bragging so loudly noticed this himself, saying, how could it be that he hadn't even managed to scratch this formidable guard? Standing behind him, our hero thought that a demonic soldier could not be destroyed by such low-level magic. At that moment, everyone present saw the monster get up, and it did so very quickly. Cringing and closing their eyes, the friends tried to figure out what to do and how to act in this situation, but nothing came to mind. The most frightening thing was Tadao Kuno, who was sitting on the floor watching the monster approach him. In a moment, the shadow of the huge enemy loomed over the students, who trembled with fear more and more with each passing minute. The ill-wisher who had been bullying our hero began to cry and tell everyone that they would die right there. It seemed that every second was torture, also because the young people did nothing to try to defend themselves. At that moment, the monster was closest to the red-haired student, who continued to sit on the ground. The monster knew that he was much stronger than this student and therefore felt free, knowing that he would remain unpunished anyway. Kusanagi Minato watched the events unfold closely, but he was in no hurry to intervene. Moreover, the guy watched it all with a kind of calmness and even indifference, as if it didn't concern him at all. Only a second had passed, and the creature was already accelerating and about to jump on the boys. Suddenly, our hero, who had been standing behind them all this time, now headed towards the monster, passing by his offenders. The guy calmly stated that it was obvious that even a demonic soldier could tell which of them was stronger. And it was clear that the young man knew what he was talking about because the monster paused for a moment to look at his new opponent. However, Kusagami Minato stood and looked at his current opponent as if he knew for sure that he would deal with him, and very quickly. But the villain was in no hurry to give up, realizing that he too could show what he was capable of. Suddenly, our hero raised his hand and put up a defense for himself, and he was also going to strike the monster. The frightened boys cried and said that Kusanagi Minato would not be able to defeat this monster with his first-level magic, and again said that they would all die. The young man didn't care what anyone thought of him, so he decided to use the second level, which included the crushing stone. The force of the blow was incredible, but despite this, the young man felt confident, knowing that he could easily deal with this beast. After just a few seconds, the guy was smiling as if he had gone for a walk, not fought a high-level villain. Realizing that it was time to finish the fight, our hero decided that the best option in this case was to use a fire arrow. The firepower was so powerful that the enemy could barely stand on his feet, but despite this, he was still standing. But suddenly everyone present noticed a bright flash of light, reminiscent of an explosion. The attackers closed their eyes to see what had happened. What happened was that the young men were looking at a huge fire in front of them, which was actually the remains of the monster that had been boasting just a moment ago. Tadano-kun looked at it all in fear and wondered how this could have happened, how this boy managed to destroy the demon soldier so quickly. The young man understood that this was simply impossible. This was not the guy they all knew. Moving along the road, our hero thought that, unlike his opponents, his first-level magic was capable of doing the most incredible things. But the young man was not interested in that, but in how the demon soldier ended up in Shibuya. Yesterday, he killed all the monsters in the area, but they reappeared, and that was extremely suspicious. Our hero thought that it was quite possible that this was a sign of disaster, and therefore the situation was more serious than he had expected. The most unpleasant thoughts began to swarm in the guy's head, thoughts he had already seen in his past life. The young man remembered how scary it was when children sat next to their dead parents and cried, and no one cared about them. The teenager did not want all this to happen again, especially considering the magicians who were there at the time. That's why Minato Kusanagi clenched his fist tightly but stood rooted to the spot. Looking up at the sky, the boy thought that if disaster struck again, he would definitely save everyone. He promised himself that this would be the case. But in a moment, the young man had to snap out of his thoughts because his detractors said with some irritation in their voices that he couldn't defeat this soldier. The leader of these guys immediately went up to the wall and hit it with all his might. Gritting his teeth, he thought that something indescribable had happened, and in fact, this situation had disgraced him. However, there was another twist to this story, which was that Mizuha Yuika was standing around the corner, listening intently to the young people's conversation. When the teacher told the student to do his assignments, the girl also went to a certain square to fight monsters there. Her classmates, with whom she was on the same team, stood behind her and were just happy that the student was doing so well. Closing her eyes, the beauty thought about how it was possible to be surprised at her level, because if you try hard, anyone can achieve similar results. Although, on the other hand, she was pleased that everyone noticed her talent, she always liked to be first. Having dealt with this opponent, Mizuha Yuika turned her attention to the guys standing in some alley. She saw a red-haired guy talking loudly, standing opposite our hero. The beauty had some not-so-nice thoughts when she saw this scene, so she told her friends that she would be gone for just a few minutes. Mizuha Yuka understood that her classmates were leading Kusanagi Minato somewhere off to the side in order to beat him up, but she couldn't allow that to happen. That is why the girl followed them and hid so as not to give herself away prematurely. But a moment later, the beauty looked ahead in surprise, as if she had seen something unusual. Pressing herself against the wall, the student noted to herself that the devil's guardian had appeared to the boys, which in principle could not be. But that wasn't the problem. The student understood that her classmates would not be able to defeat this monster because it had a high rank. And since that was the case, she had to act, especially since she belonged to the Mizuha clan and therefore could not stand by and watch indifferently. Running out of her hiding place, the girl wanted to shout at the young people to get out of the monster's way and run. But she didn't have time to do so because at that very moment, a bright, fiery flash of light illuminated everything around her. Mizuhara Yuika was stunned. Not only did she not understand what was happening, she couldn't even see clearly because the fire was burning and the light was literally blinding her. The girl was only able to look around when hundreds of tiny lights were already scattered on the ground. Then she realized that not all the students had fought the monster, but only the one who had always been considered the weakest and even feeble. The student thought to herself that this boy had always been timid and had no magical abilities whatsoever, but now she had the impression that he was a completely different person. Moreover, the student did not hear the young man recite a spell, but what was strange was not that, but the fact that this guy was not afraid at all. The girl remembered that a monster's level of power was determined by the number of crystals it possessed, which also determined its place in the hierarchy. Everyone knows that magical beasts are in 6th place. In 5th place are magical guards, which is what she had seen in front of her a couple of minutes ago. Demons occupied 4th place, supreme demons were in 3rd, and devils were in 2nd. and the leading first place was rightfully occupied by the devil, or Satan as he was often called. Every creature has a fixed number of active ranks, which is something that everyone involved in modern magic should know. In order to defeat the guard, one must have at least the third rank. With the first, it is simply impossible. The student saw someone's foot appear in the passageway and hurried to hide again so as not to be noticed. However, a moment later, Mizuha Yuika caught herself thinking that she was hiding, although she did not understand why she was doing so. The student thought that the young man hadn't noticed her, but she didn't know what to do in this situation. Realizing that someone was in the alley, Minato Kusanagi calmly stated that the girl had a pretty good hobby, standing and just peeping. The beauty knew for sure that she couldn't be seen. She had checked several times to make sure she was at a safe distance. In the same indifferent tone, the guy noted that it would be strange if the mage did not pay attention to such a thing. The surprised student looked closely at her acquaintance, but couldn't understand what he was talking about. Closing his eyes, the young man asked with a sense of resignation if she really couldn't feel the magical power that emanated from everyone who practiced such things. Mizuha Yuika remained silent as before, while the young man headed somewhere ahead. Realizing that her classmate was disappearing from view, the girl wanted to stop him, so she asked him to wait for her. She shouted after him that she wanted to know what it all meant, including what the guy had just said. But to the student's great surprise, when she turned the corner, there was no one there. Our hero stood on the roof of the building and looked down at the girl intently. Taking a deep breath, Minato Kusagani decided that it was all for the best. Looking around, the teenager realized that he had climbed up here for a reason, so he decided to check something. Using his powers of observation, the boy determined that there were no guards anywhere nearby, although there were quite a few magical beasts seemingly around every corner. Sighing heavily, our hero decided that the other students were unlikely to cope with such a large number of predators, so he decided that he could help them a little. Smiling, the young man knew that he would do this in a special way, so he immediately began to monitor the overall situation. In a moment, Minato Kusanagi had already begun to connect some bright yellow magical circles to himself for help. With each passing minute, the fire burned with increasing intensity, but his concentration was stronger than ever. After that, the young man said that he was going to use magical projectiles, which only second-rank magicians could wield. The effect was stunning. It seemed as if someone had scattered magical threads across the sky, although their purpose was unknown. The kids standing on the platform thought they were seeing meteors, although they didn't understand if they were related to magic. A student who understood that if it was magic, then its power was simply amazing, inspiring both joy and horror at the same time, thought about this too. And while some students discussed magic, others watched as beasts slowly approached them. There were too many of them, and so the students thought they would not be able to cope. Suddenly, one of the predators rushed toward the frightened girl, who immediately closed her eyes. The beast was very close. It grinned, realizing that the strength of these kids was no match for its own, and it felt like it was in charge. But in the next minute, the student saw a bright light that literally engulfed the enemy. Realizing that the beast had been destroyed, the student immediately ran up to his acquaintance and began to ask how she was feeling. Standing on the roof, our hero said aloud that so far he liked everything he had done, and everything was going according to plan. However, a moment later, looking ahead, the young man thought about something that bothered him. Minato Kusagani saw the remains of the predators lying on the ground, all of them skillfully destroyed. And that was exactly what bothered the student. He decided that this time he might have gone a little too far. Covering his head with his hands, the boy realized that he had destroyed all the monsters that were not only in this part of the city, but everywhere. On the other hand, the student remembered that they had been brought here for a lesson to complete a practical assignment, although he scolded himself for working at full strength. But in a moment, Kusanagi Minato's attention was again drawn to something interesting, so he jumped off the roof. Looking around carefully, the boy decided that there was no one here, although it was clear that this surprised him a little. Without thinking twice, the teenager decided that this was the best place to land and remain unnoticed. Our hero thought that there was no need to hide his power to the extreme, but if it attracted attention, it would cause inconvenience. Moving towards one of the alleys, the student saw the teacher sitting over one of the destroyed animals, surrounded by students. After thinking for a moment, the teacher said with some apprehension that he had no idea there were so many predators left in this place, adding that the herd had most likely already been destroyed. Looking at one such predator, the man thought to himself that they had been destroyed in one fell swoop, and that this was definitely not the work of a student, but of someone who was well versed in magic. This magic did not use any elements. It was magic without any elements, and there were countless projectiles, all of which the teacher had never seen before. Without this magic, everyone gathered there would have been in great danger. Of course, 2 entities were not a problem, but facing 6 was a completely different level. The students understood this themselves, and therefore, shouting, asked the teacher where such a huge number of these beasts came from in these places, since they had been exterminated long ago. Bowing, the man said he apologized for the inconvenience. The students noted that they had heard that the police were supposed to take care of killing the herd, but the academy had to verify this personally. The teacher had nothing to say in his defense, so he simply apologized for not making sure it was safe before bringing the students here. Suddenly, one girl asked who had managed to destroy all these monsters and save them. Hearing that the man himself did not know, the student said that she would like to thank this person personally. Once again, the teacher thought to himself that it was unlikely to be someone from the police or the official magicians. Perhaps it was a talented outlaw magician. But the fact remained that it was thanks to this unknown person that none of the students had been harmed while completing the task. Our hero, who was standing aside, heard the whole conversation and smiled sincerely. After a while, the students who had free time discussed the recent events among themselves, not believing that such a thing was even possible. However, only Minato Kusanagi stood aside, realizing that no one had been hurt and that he had managed to complete the task on time. But not everyone was so happy. For example, Tadao-kun watched his rival closely and was angry. But in the presence of the students and the teacher, the guys couldn't approach the young man and personally ask him all the questions that were tormenting them. The same was true for Mizuha Yuika, who saw with her own eyes how our hero easily destroyed the guard. Moreover, she was confused by the amount of magic she witnessed. The girl knew for sure that fire element magic had been used, as well as magic without the use of elements, but there were no students who possessed 2 elements. But in a moment, the student began to calm herself down, saying that she was overthinking things, that her classmate could not possibly possess 2 elements, and that the elementless magic must have been used by someone else. Despite this, one fact was indisputable. This young man had definitely defeated the guard. There was no mistake. Therefore, she was very eager to know who this young man really was. Interestingly, this thought also occurred to his detractors, who claimed that the laser-like beams must have been used by Kusanagi. Although some of the young people dismissed this idea, they understood perfectly well that it was the young man who had fought the guard. Turning around, Tadao-kun angrily ordered his friends to be quiet, noting that they were saying some strange things. His friends looked at their classmate in surprise, but decided that it was indeed better to remain silent. A moment later, our hero's enemy shouted again, declaring that this talentless boy couldn't be strong and that someone must be involved in this matter. Laughing, his acquaintances immediately began to agree, saying that there was indeed something sinister going on. But Tadao-kun, interrupting his colleagues, said that the kid was playing dirty, and if that was the case, then he needed to be exposed so that everyone could see who he really was. After class, Minato Kusagani slowly wandered around the city, but looked around carefully. However, within a minute, a whole crowd of students appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the boy on all sides. Laughing, the detractor said that the smart Alec was probably waiting for them. However, the teenager calmly said that he had once again encountered an annoying group and added that it would be best for them to spend their time improving their magic skills. Hearing these words, Tadao-kun began to sneer, declaring that no one gave low-class people a say. But our hero did not understand what he was talking about, so he asked again. The opponent shouted that the young man was pretending, that no one would believe he could use high-level magic, and therefore wanted to know what trick the student had used. The young man, in turn, looked closely at this person and did not understand how best to behave in this situation. Sighing, Minato Kusagani realized that there was no point in communicating with this guy, who couldn't hear anyone but himself anyway. The ill-wisher turned away, but a couple of minutes later he told his classmate to come over to him. Standing in front of the guys, he added that he would praise him for not running away out of fear, but staying. Spreading his arms, our hero declared that there was no need to run away at all. But the opponent shouted again, telling the young man not to act so arrogantly and say whatever he wanted. Raising his fist, the villain continued to say that there was no place for magic in a fight, that everything was decided by ordinary force. A moment later, the opponent hit his classmate in the forehead as hard as he could. Seeing this, their friends began to shout that this was exactly what the boy deserved, and so they themselves began to raise their hands. Kusanagi Minato heard the opponent yell that without magic, the boy was incapable of anything, that he was small and weak. And raising his voice, he declared that the boy didn't even need to apologize because they were going to finish him off anyway, and very quickly at that. However, our hero didn't care about that. He put up his defenses but silently watched what was happening. He thought to himself that in his case, magic was activated automatically, so his enemies could beat him unconscious, and he wouldn't have a single scratch on him. Time passed, but nothing happened, and the young man was already getting bored watching this. But at that moment, he heard a voice asking the crowd what they were doing. The best student in the class saw the guy who had killed the guard that afternoon now sitting on the ground, surrounded on all sides by villains. The beauty did not rush to approach or do anything. She just stood and watched closely what was happening around her. Turning around, Tadao-kun stammered and called out his classmate's name, not expecting her to be there. Trying to make an excuse, the student said that the girl had misunderstood them because they had simply decided to diversify their leisure time. But Mizuha Yuika shouted loudly, telling them not to lie to her, adding that she was well aware that the young man was being bullied. She immediately added that it was unheard of for students of the Magic Academy to engage in such activities, and then asked if the young people weren't ashamed of themselves. The guys looked intently at their classmate, but they didn't know how to respond to her. Lowering his eyes, Tadao-kun began to blame our hero for everything, saying that if it weren't for this person, he wouldn't have any problems. Reaching out her hand to her acquaintance, the best student in the class said affectionately that they would go on together. The ill-wisher watched closely as the couple held hands and realized that this was not what he had wanted at all. The guy's eyes showed hatred, but at the same time some kind of sadness. He thought to himself again that when his classmate was discharged from the hospital and returned, everything changed. A moment later, he shouted all his grievances so loudly that it seemed half the city had heard him. Our hero heard it, but he didn't understand why he should stop or turn around. Suddenly, Tadao-kun shouted to his friends to start using their magic, which would wipe this upstart off the face of the earth forever. Turning around, the girl asked her classmate in fear what he was doing and what he wanted to do. The next second, the opponents yelled that the guy wouldn't survive after such a powerful blow. Mizuha Yuika watched this flow of magic with horror, so she told her friend who was calmly watching to immediately step aside. The boys stood in their places. They would not have had time to do so, but despite this, fire was approaching them with incredible force. The girl realized that she couldn't do anything to stop it, so she covered her face with her hands and screamed because she couldn't do anything about it. Seeing what they had done, their opponents laughed and said that after this, cheating would definitely not work. However, Tadao-kun's friends didn't like it at all, and they started saying that it wasn't a very good idea, although their leader continued to reassure them that the boy was dead, so there was nothing to worry about. He then added that they had simply used magic outside of school by accident, and it had gotten out of control, and Kusanagi had just happened to be in the way. Suddenly, the gathered crowd heard a voice coming from where the boys had just been standing, saying that their mischief was going too far. Coming closer, the young man added that he didn't attach any importance to all this, because he considered it childish behavior, but then fell silent. Appearing after the dust had settled, Minato Kusanagi declared that the stubborn would be corrected with a club. And in a moment, he continued talking about how now was the time to punish disobedient children. The frightened ill-wishers could not believe that after such a large amount of magic, their classmate was not only alive, but also feeling fine. But our hero didn't care about any of that. He knew what he was going to do, so he raised his hand. In an indifferent tone, he said that not only he had been subjected to magic, but also the girl, who had done nothing at all, and added that the villain had most likely gone blind. The red-haired guy, realizing that retribution would not be long in coming, immediately began to justify himself and claim that the guy and the girl were to blame. Preparing to strike again, the classmate noted that he would continue to use magic until he took Kusagi Minato out of action. A moment later, Kusagi Minato raised his hand and extended one of his fingers forward. After that, the young man began to spin a small energy disc. Seeing this, his opponents began to laugh, saying that it was ridiculous because such a magic circle was incapable of anything. A moment later, Kusagi Minato said that he would use a magic drain. A second later, something inexplicable began to happen. Not only did a yellow glow appear around them, but some kind of tendrils also sprouted from this glow. It was something like a vine that enveloped the villains from head to toe, and they, not understanding what was happening, looked at each other and thought about how to get rid of it. Not only were the young people unable to move because their legs were paralyzed, but they also felt that something more serious was happening. Only a few minutes passed, and the villains were already lying on the ground unconscious. Sitting over one of his detractors, the guy thought that he had only sucked out a little magic, and it had already dried up, but he was glad that it was enough and hoped that his classmates would think about something after this incident. Continuing to watch the student, Mizuha Yuika tried to understand what kind of magic her acquaintance had used, and more importantly, how something like this could have happened. Realizing that the walk had gone on too long, our hero picked up his bag, thinking that the show was finally over and he could go home. But he couldn't do that because the girl immediately jumped up and started asking the guy to wait for her. And without waiting for an answer, she immediately began to ask what magic the teenager had used, why it was acting so strangely, but more interestingly, how the guy had become so skilled at magic when he knew almost nothing about it. The beauty screamed even louder about who the young man standing in front of her was. Turning around, Minato Kusagani thought to himself that it would be troublesome to answer all these questions. Closing his eyes, the student said that perhaps his classmate should have said something completely different. Embarrassed, the beauty turned away, but then thanked her acquaintance who had saved her. However, Mizuha Yuika was not going to give up so easily, so she asked the teenager again to answer her questions. Turning around, the beauty realized that the young man had disappeared somewhere, but it happened so quickly that she didn't even notice, so she was as angry as she could be. That same evening, our hero returned to Shibuya because after his afternoon lesson, he realized that there were many flaws in the defense system. The young man did not want to rush. He needed to look around, so he landed on one of the roofs. The young man closed his eyes, as if trying to listen to what was happening and where. Our hero thought that he had a bad feeling, so he came to investigate, but the monsters that were supposed to have been exterminated during the day had been resurrected, which was extremely strange. If this was only happening in Shibuya, Minato Kusanagi could handle it, but unfortunately the young man sensed the monster's magic in other places as well. Perhaps the police simply couldn't keep up with it all. Moreover, the level of magicians is not very high. Most people are just ordinary amateurs. And instead of studying, students bullied their classmates using magic. The teenager sadly thought that he alone would not be able to deal with all the monsters living in Japan, although he had no idea how to proceed. It was clear that some action had to be taken right away, at least to clear the surrounding area. Moreover, it was necessary to act cautiously without attracting attention to himself. The young man did not intend to waste any time, so he began to deal with the beasts that were nearby. At that moment, a stranger was walking through the area talking to himself about how he had drunk too much that evening. The man was so confused about where he was that he didn't even notice the monster standing right behind him. The beast had already opened its mouth to eat the stranger, but he had no idea. Kusanagi Minato realized that the man was in danger, so he immediately took action. Hearing a noise, the passerby decided to turn around to see who was following him. But, finding no one there, he decided that he had simply imagined it all, and that it was because he had not calculated his drinking correctly. Peeking around the corner, our hero was glad that the man was very drunk and practically sleeping on his feet. However, at that moment, a stranger was filming with his phone the glow that appears when Minato Kusagani descends to the ground. The girl was delighted that she had accidentally managed to capture such an amazing video. And to become famous, the beauty decided to upload this video to one of the websites to get as many likes as possible. The next day, all the guys who were involved in the fight were called to the principal's office. The teacher said that students from their academy had used magic outside of school, which was the message that had been received that evening. Therefore, if this was true, the matter could not be ignored. Looking from one student to another, the teacher asked them all to explain what had really happened. Tadano-kun was the first to speak up, pointing his finger at our hero and declaring that their team had nothing to do with it, that it was Kusanagi who started the whole fight and that the rest were victims. Looking ahead, the guy thought about how this ill-wisher could lie so easily. Of course, it wasn't the most pleasant thing, but such audacity demanded admiration. Looking at the leaders, the young man thought that it would be impossible to remain silent in this case, and therefore, even though he didn't want to, he would still have to say something. And while Kusanagi Minato was gathering his thoughts to say something, the girl shouted to the whole office that everything that had just been said was a lie. Mizuki Yuika's eyes showed confidence, and it was clear that she was not going to back down from her position and her words. The student explained that Tadao and his friends had bullied this guy and that they were the ones who had started using magic first. Hearing what the student said, the teacher asked her if it was true that our hero had also used magic. Mizuha Yuika had no intention of lying, so she honestly replied that the young man had indeed used magic, but only for self-defense, and he had done nothing wrong. Kusanagi Minato looked at the girl in surprise, seemingly unable to believe what she was saying, so unexpected was it to hear. Suddenly, the opponents began to say something in their defense, but they didn't have time to say more than a few words because the girl immediately shouted for everyone to be quiet. Turning to her classmate, Mizuha Yuika said that it was unthinkable that not only was the boy mocking her, but he also dared to shift the blame onto someone else. However, Tadao-kun angrily declared that this boy was a nobody at the academy, that he did not belong there, and therefore proposed that he be expelled. Hearing this, the beauty calmly replied that only her classmate was not fit for the academy and no one else. But he began to boast, saying that he had the best results in the entire course and that he was the only one who could stand on equal footing with her, but not that trash. The young man continued to stand his ground, noting that he was the best. He then stated that the girl should just think about the fact that Minato Kusagani would not protect her. He suggested that she look at him, a talented guy who was offering her a relationship. With indifference in her eyes and voice, Mizuha Yuika proudly declared that her detractor could continue to dream about it. Hearing this, the villain opened his mouth in surprise, so stunned that he couldn't utter a word. And while her classmate was putting on a show, the girl continued to say that she would never date someone who mocked others, someone who was prone to cruelty. Watching this whole spectacle, our hero thought that there was nothing strange about it, although it did evoke a little pity. After thinking about it, the director said that it seemed that the blame lay with Tadao and his friends, and that Kusanagi had used magic for self-defense. Therefore, he declared aloud that they did not need people who used magic to satisfy their selfish desires, and so he expelled the boys who had started the fight. The upset boys said it was unfair because they were only following their friends' orders. Smiling, the teacher said that Kusagani and Mizuha could now be free. Walking down the hallway, the student was angry, saying that it was really low and she hadn't felt such indignation in a long time. Our hero didn't understand what would happen to these people after their expulsion, but the student explained that they would no longer be able to become magicians, which was only natural for guys like them. Looking at Minato Kusagani, the beauty declared that he was also good. How could he remain silent after everything that had been said about him? The young man noted to himself that he was going to speak, but at that moment the girl began to speak, and he did not want to interrupt her. Looking at her classmate in surprise, the beauty realized that he wanted to ask something, so she asked him what it was. Suddenly, the young man said that the thought had come to him suddenly, but it was not the first time the girl had tried to help him out. It had been in class during a real battle training session, and now. Then he started talking about how Mizuha Yuika was actually amazingly good. After hearing this, the girl froze in place, blushed, and now had no idea what to say. Running away, the embarrassed student asked him not to say such things to her anymore, and immediately declared that she would go ahead. The guy decided not to say anything. He just stood there and smiled. For a moment, the young man thought that his true self had died, but he had been reborn as a new person, perhaps because the true owner of this body had left due to bullying. Although our hero understood that death could have been the result of a car accident and there was nothing mysterious about it. It is impossible to know for sure, but the bullies got their punishment and now they will not be able to use magic for bad things. At that time, the director was telling someone that there were students who had used magic outside the academy, as well as those who had been involved in it all. He immediately added that fortunately none of the civilians had been injured. The girl standing opposite did not understand why she had been called, but the man explained that one of the participants was Yuika. As she left, the girl explained that she understood the situation and thanked them for telling her about it. After that, the director told the student not to forget to say hello to their father. The beauty assured the director that he could rest assured because her father was interested in investing in the academy. Walking down the hallway, the guys thought that Kusagani had some serious magic because otherwise he wouldn't be able to fight several magicians at once. However, the girl was not afraid of him. She honestly said that she had other plans for this young man, although she did not specify what they were. The beauty's companion wanted to know what they would do next, but she was in no hurry to reveal her plans. She said that for starters, it would be good to find out how strong this student was, and then move on from there. In addition, Mizuha Ruka wanted to know if her younger sister would dare to leave the academy after everything that had happened. Katsuragi Ryuji added that it all sounded very interesting. Lying on his desk, our hero looked out the window, not wanting to think about anything, feeling a sense of peace. At that moment, his classmates were enjoying a video in which Kusanagi Minato had saved a drunk man and dealt with a predator the day before. The guy hadn't seen the video, but he heard that it was about some kind of magician, so he thought that he might belong to the aristocracy. However, a moment later, the young man sighed deeply and thought that, in principle, it was none of his business. Just as Kusanagi Minato was about to sink back into his own thoughts, his teacher called out to him. The man said that not everyone had passed the magic power assessment last time, so now they would have to do it again. Our hero thought to himself that this device had been repaired very quickly. Mizuha Yuika, who was standing behind the young man, thought that she would finally find out his true power. However, in the next moment, everyone gathered there turned their heads in surprise and looked somewhere. The students noticed that their classmate's sister was standing in front of them. The girl herself did not understand why her sister had come here because they had not discussed anything like this. Looking at Minato Kusagani, the girl wondered if it was possible that Ruka had come to see this particular person, perhaps because she also found his power suspicious. A few minutes later, our hero approached the same machine as last time. The guy thought to himself that he had already broken everything once, so now he needed to be careful. The young man carefully placed his hand on the stone, watching the glow of his mana. It was clear that the young man was very nervous because he did not want a repeat of what had happened before. At one point, the numbers on the device spun around, but it was difficult to predict the outcome of this test. After finishing it, Minato Kusagani was panting as if he had been running for half a day. Looking ahead, the teacher said that it seemed that everything had gone well this time. Mizuha Yuika also looked closely at the scoreboard, but was surprised because the elements were marked as absent. The girl's sister and her friend were standing nearby, listening intently to what the teacher was saying. But he looked closely at the board and didn't know how to explain what he saw. Hearing that the magic level was at 100, the classmates were very surprised, and at the same time, they began to discuss that this young man was completely unsuited for magic. Katsuragi Ryuji said aloud that this guy was able to defeat a whole gang, adding that there was definitely something wrong with the results. Unexpectedly, Mizuha Ruka told her friend that it was time for them to leave and that everything was clear. The other students continued to laugh and say that our hero was so tired because his level of magic was simply negligible. The teacher approached the young man and told him not to worry about it because the amount of magic was not the whole picture. The girl standing on the sidelines understood that all this was extremely strange. She knew that Kusagani's real power was such that he was able to defeat the magical guard and that he must possess fire element magic as well as non-elemental magic. However, she had not yet heard that the amount of magic could be regulated and therefore did not understand how the young man was able to deceive everyone. Meanwhile, Kusagami Minato was trying to recover, realizing that he had expended a lot of energy. At the same time, the guy praised himself for doing a great job because the result was flawless. He knew that the magical power had to be adjusted as precisely as possible, and it was exhausting, but the trick worked, and that was the most important thing. Moving down the corridor, the young man asked his classmate why she was also in the assessment room. However, the girl did not have time to answer the question, because at that moment they were stopped. Standing in front of them were our heroine's sister and her friend. Kusanagi Minato had not seen these people before, so he immediately asked who they were. The girl immediately introduced herself and her friend, saying that she was studying at this academy, but only in her third year. The guy wanted to think about something to himself, but immediately changed his mind and asked what the young people wanted from them. Passing by the place where our hero was standing, the beauty declared that she had no business with the student. A moment later, Mizuha Ruka began lecturing her younger sister, saying that she was unable to stand up to the local teenage criminals. She immediately added that there were also rumors that he had been saved by a man whose strength was at the lowest and even ridiculous level. Embarrassed, Mizuha Yuika stood silently for a while, then said in a quiet voice that it was true. The indignant third-year student began yelling at the girl again, upset that she was like that. The older sister pointed out that her younger sister was inferior to her in academics, sports, magic, and everything else. After that, she said in an icy tone that the best solution would be for the student to leave the academy. For a moment, our hero's acquaintance returned to her own thoughts. She remembered how her sister always seemed to be above her, and what's more, she was much more confident. However, she couldn't find any logical reasons for this because they always trained on equal terms. But her older sister claimed that Mizuha Yuika had never been able to defeat her in anything. She immediately added that she was not cut out to be a mage, and if she was the only one in their family to become a mage, that would be enough. Stammering, the unfortunate girl wanted to argue but didn't know what to say. However, with a hint of desperation in her voice, Ruka added that it would be best to do exactly as she said. The girl saw that her sister was trembling, but repeated once again that it would be best to leave the academy and start attending a regular school. The beauty waited, confident that Yuika would not argue with her. But Yui only clenched her fist and tried to mumble something under her breath. But at that moment, Minato Kusanagi said that it all sounded very arrogant. Turning around, Ruka asked the guy what he had just said and asked him to repeat it. But he said that he heard the student talking non-stop and not letting the other person speak, and therefore it was nothing but arrogance, wasn't it? The girl didn't like this behavior, so she said that this was a family conversation and that outsiders weren't allowed to speak. Hearing the guy say that it was an order, not a conversation, the student got angry and started yelling at Minato Kusagani. But he calmly pointed out that there was no need to impose one's lifestyle on others, as there was no reasonable basis for doing so, even when it came to family members. But Ruka said that it would be wise to give up on an impossible dream because her sister had no talent for magic, and immediately pointed out that she had never achieved her goals. With tears in her eyes, Yuka thought to herself that she really had no talent. All this time, she had only been trying to convince herself otherwise. The girl told herself that she had the necessary qualities, but that wasn't entirely true. Indeed, it was hard to argue that her sister was much stronger, and it was difficult to compete with her. Smiling, our hero declared with complete confidence that this time she would win. Her classmate looked at the young man intently, but had no idea why he had decided to say that. The older sister watched in amazement, unable to believe that someone would dare to contradict her, especially on such a matter. But our hero hastened to explain that the victory would not be now or here, of course, and the girl agreed. So she asked how about holding it in 2 weeks. It could be a magical 2-on-2 duel. Kusanagi Minato smiled. For him, it was all an interesting adventure, the likes of which he hadn't encountered in a long time. Mizuha Ruka noted that after all this insolence, it was likely that the young man was going to run away. But he replied firmly that this was not the case at all, because he was also going to take part in the duel. Putting his hands in his pockets, our hero turned to his acquaintance and asked how she intended to proceed in this case. The embarrassed student looked intently in front of her, seemingly unsure of what to do in this situation. The girl began to stammer. It was clear that she wanted to prove herself, but she was afraid. However, a minute later, she proudly announced that she was also going to participate. The cheerful guy looked at his classmate and said that they could consider everything settled. He added that if he and Mizuhara Yuika won, then no one would ever interfere in their affairs again. Immediately, the older sister said that if they won, her younger sister would leave the academy. As they left, the guys warned that no one would hold back, so it would be a real fight. After a while, our heroes went outside, and Mizuhara Yuika timidly asked her acquaintance for a favor. Suddenly, the girl asked the young man to become her mentor in magic. Hearing this, the young man was surprised. He didn't understand why he was being called to the roof and asked to do such unexpected things. That is why he said that he was a low-level mage with a power level of 100 points. Yet, despite this, the student asked him to become her mentor, which sounded ridiculous. But the girl honestly said that the guy was hiding his real strength. She was sure that he was much stronger than her. The young man looked closely at his acquaintance, but did not understand what to do in this case. But his classmate continued to insist that the teenager definitely knew how to become stronger, which is why he talked about defeating over her sister. Otherwise, he would not have said such a thing. After thinking about it, Minato Kusagani decided that people like his acquaintance always see everything as black or white, which is why she provoked him into that fight. A moment later, the beauty lowered her head and began to cry, realizing that she was too weak to compete. Realizing that there was no choice anyway, the young man sighed deeply and agreed to help. Lifting her head, his classmate stammered and asked if it was really true and if she was so lucky. But the guy added sharply that anything was possible, provided that the girl strictly followed what he said and, moreover, did not run away halfway through. Seeing the joy in Mizuki Yuika's eyes, the guy realized that he couldn't refuse when she asked so ardently. Moreover, this country needed higher-level magicians, so the lessons would not be superfluous. Looking ahead, the teenager said that they would start today, but he did not know which place would be best for this. Embarrassed, the beauty timidly suggested that they could practice in her yard. After a while, everything was ready, so the guys were about to begin. But while the girl was warming up, our hero looked around and said that the family's house was very large, hearing that they were aristocrats, and therefore it should be so. But a moment later, Mizuha Yuika thought about the fact that this was the first time she had brought a boy to her house. She didn't understand if it looked strange from the outside, although there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. Realizing that the warm-up was taking too long, the boy turned to his friend and said that it was time to start, otherwise they would waste too much time. The beauty, hearing her name called, immediately blushed and began to ask questions about it. But the guy immediately explained that her sister had the same last name, so it would be strange if he called both sisters by that name, and if he called one of them, it would not be immediately clear which one he meant. Mizuha Yuka immediately became embarrassed when she heard the young man say that he could address her differently. Realizing that it was time to begin, the young man smiled and happily said that they would now get started. First, the young man asked his acquaintance to answer a question about what magical power is. With joy in her voice, the hostess immediately began to say that it could be a program that automatically transforms magical power into magic. She added that it is impossible to increase power through intention, that the amount of magic is determined at birth, and that at a certain age, its growth stops. The cheerful beauty was confident that she had answered the questions perfectly and therefore expected praise. But the guy immediately stated honestly that none of the answers were correct. The surprised classmate could not understand how this was possible, since she knew everything perfectly. After thinking for a moment, Minato Kusagani decided that modern magicians were all so ignorant. He found it strange that in 50 years everything had changed so much, but not for the better. But the guy decided to explain right away that magical power is not only in bodies, but also in nature, that spells have a supporting function in any case, and that it is possible to increase magical power with the help of intention. The surprised hostess shouted that this simply could not be true because if it were, the science of magic would be turned upside down. Closing his eyes, our hero noted that one could choose not to believe what he was saying, but he was simply explaining the answers to the questions. After that, the guy asked the girl to sit on the ground and let the magical power flow, adding that when she felt this power, she should say so. Mizuha Yuika did not know what that could be, but the young man noted that if it did not happen, she would never become stronger. After that, the teenager said that he would touch the beauty's back and she would have to concentrate at that moment. In a moment, the energy around the young people turned blue, and a kind of silence reigned around them. Kusanagi Minato realized that his student was silent and decided that there was not enough energy, so he added a little more, knowing that this would definitely work. Suddenly, the student opened her eyes and cried out that something had happened. She felt warmth in her back. Turning her head, the beauty asked if it was really the perception of magic. And while Mizuha Yuika described her extraordinary emotions, the young man declared that she must remember this feeling. He added that if she could feel it, she could identify it, and then see the magical power of natural objects, so that was what she should strive for first. The joyful girl said that she was a descendant of a great family, so she would definitely be able to handle it. And while the beauty was rejoicing, the guy thought that this had only happened after a decent flow of magical power, and therefore it seemed that Yuiki had no talent for magic. A week later, gathered in the same courtyard, the student screamed and cried because she couldn't do anything right. This did not please Kusanagi Minato, who thought that a whole week of serious practice had gone by, but his classmates still had not mastered the basics. However, the young man did not want to give up so easily, so he said that he would send the magical flow again. A moment later, the young man touched his friend's back, hoping that something would work this time. Realizing that it was over, our hero said that the girl could now carefully open her eyes. Suddenly, Mizuki Yuika's eyes widened, and she cried out that she could now actually see. The joyful girl asked if this was really the magical power her friend had told her about. She looked at her hand and couldn't get enough of what she saw. The beauty said she couldn't believe she could see mana so easily. Turning around, the student decided that now she would most likely be able to see the powerful force of her mentor. However, for some reason, Mizuha Yuka could only see a faint blue outline. And while the guy praised his acquaintance, she shyly stated that it wasn't difficult at all, and therefore, of course, she couldn't fail. Realizing that the lesson should continue, Minato Kusanagi went on to tell his classmate that after she learned to perceive mana, she needed to learn to control it. It is very important to monitor the amount of mana used, the main task being to use this energy as efficiently as possible. If all the mana is used up, it will eventually be restored and its amount will increase. Since Mizuha Yuika had learned to perceive mana, she should have no problem controlling it. Closing his eyes, the guy began to say that everything he was saying was far from what they taught at the academy, which was hard to believe, but the girl immediately shouted that she believed him. She immediately added that she now completely trusted her mentor. The young man liked that the girl was so inspired, so he announced that in that case they would move on to the next stage, and therefore the student needed to prepare herself. The young man wanted it to look impressive, so he took off his jacket and told the hostess not to be afraid and to attack him. Getting ready, Mizuha Yuika noted that she would do everything in her power, but the guy also had to show what he was capable of. The girl knew that to start with, she would use first-rank power, which included water discs. Our hero had seen this countless times before, so he just stood still and watched. However, in the next moment, Kusanagi Minato stretched out his arm and put up something like a shield. The surprised student suddenly said aloud that for some reason her spell had disappeared. The guy explained that the first rank was an elemental magic barrier, and if the girl couldn't break it, she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat his sister. The beauty seemed to understand what she had been told, so she decided to try again. While setting up a defense, the young man told the student not to forget to keep moving and added that if she stopped fighting the mage, she could immediately consider herself defeated. Mizuha Yuika was a good student, so she directed all her strength towards her opponent, saying that she was now attacking with full force. A few minutes later, falling to the ground, the beauty honestly said that she could no longer train. Approaching his friend, the young man noted that this was not all. The most important part was still ahead of them. He explained that if the girl learned to control her mana, she would not need to cast spells. Having created a magic circle, our hero decided to show how his student uses magic using one of the examples. After that, he focused on the principle that only he understood, demonstrating that the difference was enormous because in his case, the energy was directed forward. Mizuha Yuika, sitting nearby, now understood that her mana was simply dissipating. A moment later, the teenager explained that magic could be used without casting spells, but only if one knew how to control mana. The hostess of the house did not believe that such a thing was possible, but the boy noted that it was a little difficult for now, but in the future it would be possible. He added that for now, she needed to learn how to shorten spells, and then, when she learned to control her mana, she would be able to completely abandon all spells. By shortening spells, it was possible to gain a significant advantage in battle, as well as save a lot of mana while casting them. Hearing the young man say that she needed to continue, Mizuha Yuika was a little surprised, but the young man explained that she needed to consolidate the knowledge she had gained, otherwise it would be meaningless. He immediately added that the student should act as if she were on the verge of death. The frightened student looked intently at Kusanagi Minato as if she were looking at a monster rather than a human being. Realizing that the beauty was lying on the ground again, our hero noted that they would have to do this every day, but now the student didn't want to hear about it. That same evening, Minato Kusagani went to Harajuku to investigate, realizing that the situation in the country was not the best. The teenager noted to himself that monsters also lived in this place, and moreover, no matter how many of them were exterminated, their numbers did not decrease, so it was unclear where this would lead. Suddenly, the young man heard something and immediately turned around to look. He saw a huge monster watching the man on the balcony intently. That's why the young man immediately jumped up from his seat and ran to where his help was needed. The teenager saw a little girl who was watching the monster intently, but she just stood there silently. Appearing suddenly, Minato Kusagani immediately began to ask if she was all right. But instead of answering, she immediately took out her phone and started filming the guy and his actions. The young man did not want to be noticed, so after finishing his work, he immediately left as quickly as he had appeared. Pulling his hood tighter, the young man said that who knew the stranger would start taking pictures without even saying thank you, so it was unclear what kind of people they were. On his way home, our hero decided that next time he would probably have to bring a mask. The next day, the young man came to his classmate's house again to continue their lessons. After a few tricks, the girl fell to the ground again, showing that it was all difficult for her. Lying on the ground, Mizuha Yuika tried to catch her breath, realizing that it wasn't as easy as she had initially thought. Watching this, the guy thought that there were only a few days left before the competition, and although there was progress, it wasn't enough. Objectively, the teenager understood that his friend was inferior to her older sister in everything, and if that was the case, then even with persistent training, she would not be able to win. The young man honestly said that the student might give up. But as she got up, Mizuha Yuika said that she had always been compared to Ruka, that she herself had never been better at anything, and that was why she had given up so much. She immediately added that she would never give up magic. Kusanagi Minato now said aloud that the girl, studying at such a pace, would not be able to win because there was still a lot to go through. But his acquaintance shouted loudly that in that case, her mentor should be much tougher on her. Smiling, the young man noted that in that case, he was not going to hold back. The beauty liked this approach, saying that it would be easier and more interesting for her to face someone who used their strength to the maximum. However, the next minute, the teenager began to show the girl something to help her pass a difficult level. After that, the guys went back to the practical part so as not to waste precious time. By the end of the evening, Minato Kusanagi was literally carrying his acquaintance in his arms because she had completely used up all her mana. Standing in the courtyard, Mizuha Yuika watched her mentor closely, but she remained silent. He smiled and said enthusiastically that the girl had succeeded. Falling to the ground, the beauty cried out loudly that this was the moment she had been waiting for so long. The young man said again and again that his student had not spared herself and had given her all, and what's more, she had done everything as she had been told. Listening to this, the mistress enjoyed everything that was said, realizing that this was exactly what she had always strived for. A few days later, the moment arrived when the competition that everyone had been waiting for was to take place. While talking, the guys saw someone's shadows, but couldn't figure out who was approaching them, so they were very surprised. The young people looked closely, but despite this, they couldn't make anything out. But in a moment, the strangers came closer, and then the students saw that they were representatives of the press, who immediately began to ask for comments about the upcoming match. The guy didn't understand how the media representatives got there, but the girl explained that it was all related to their family, so there was nothing strange about it. Looking at his friend, Minato Kusanagi thought that at this time all the battles in which aristocrats took part were probably very important. At the same time, people were already gathering in the stands, eagerly awaiting the start of the show. Responding to the young man's question about the scale of the event, his classmate noted that such things rarely happened, and therefore it was quite an event. For a moment, the teenager looked at his acquaintance. He wanted to say something to her, but couldn't bring himself to do so. A minute later, the host invited the participants to come on stage because the competition was about to begin. At one point, Mizuha Yuika stopped and leaned against a metal pipe, her face showing fear and despair. The guy saw her condition, so he calmly told her to do everything she could and that the rest didn't matter. These words had some effect because the beauty immediately straightened up and looked at her mentor. After that, the student smiled and walked forward with confidence, saying that she remembered everything. On her way to the stage, Mizuha Yuika thought about how lucky she was to have met such an amazing person whose words touched her heart. When the girl entered the ring, her older sister was already waiting for her there. Folding her arms across her chest, she declared in a haughty tone that the student had come, not run away. Our heroine had no intention of explaining anything, so she said that of course she hadn't run away. Her older sister continued to taunt her, asking if Yui really planned to win. She immediately added, asking if she really wanted to defeat a magician like her. It seemed that the girl had gained some confidence, so she shouted that of course she was going to do it. But Ruka wouldn't let up, saying that in a couple of weeks her sister had gotten too big for her boots. Standing opposite her, she understood that her sister was strong and therefore should not be underestimated. Therefore, she was afraid to think about the difference in magical power between them. Despite this, Mizuha Yuika was in a fighting mood. She didn't want to give in, but now her main goal was simply to show what she was capable of. And while the girls stood facing each other, the host announced that the duel was open. A moment later, he added that the students were officially allowed to begin the battle. Getting ready, our heroine thought that she should read a shorter spell, but instead concentrate on her strength. It seemed that her sister had read her movements and immediately put up a defense. Kusanagi Minato thought that constant movement was the main tactic, and it was clear that Ruka was also aware of the battle between magicians, but Yuika was so nervous that she forgot about this method. Therefore, the advantage in spell speed was lost, so it was difficult to say how events would unfold. Our hero's protege decided that she would start this duel with the first rank and water discs. But the sister immediately understood what her opponent was going to do, so she immediately put up a defense for herself. Everyone gathered watched closely as the two streams of water actively opposed each other. Although a moment later, Yuka felt herself being drenched by the water her sister was directing at her. But that was not bad. The girl noted to herself that she had somehow managed to compensate, and therefore it could be said that she had actually become stronger. Her older sister noticed this too, and haughtily declared that, compared to before, her sister had improved, and she had managed to do so in just a couple of weeks. The heroine was encouraged by this remark because, even though it didn't sound very flattering, it was definitely praise. But the sister did not understand what her opponent was happy about, so she asked about it, feeling embarrassed. She immediately stated that she had only made a comparison and therefore there was no praise involved. After that, she proudly announced that she had decided to raise her rank because that way the competition would last as long as possible. Unexpectedly, the battle began again, and now Mizuha Yuika realized that the restraint was not going as well as the first time. The water blitz belonged to the second rank, and its difficulty lay in its more powerful flow. Our hero's student felt it and understood that the power of water was very strong. Kusanagi Minato, who was standing nearby, saw the girl fall to the ground because she couldn't defend herself. The guy looked at his classmate with some regret but remained silent. He thought to himself that if this were a competition for spell speed, Yuka would have a better chance of winning, but in this case, her opponent was superior. Walking towards her sister, Ruka said with irritation in her voice that there was an insensitive young man standing in front of her who wasn't even going to help her friend get up. But the teenager calmly stated that there was no need for that at all. The girl did not understand why the young man said that, so she asked him about it again. However, there was no answer, because in the next minute, the unfortunate girl who was lying on the ground began to slowly get up. The surprised rival only remarked that this was foolish, hinting that she should stay down because it was a direct hit of the second rank, which is considered serious. But Mizuha Yuika proudly declared that she would not give up her victory so easily and therefore would not give up just like that. She immediately added that magic was all she had, so even if she lost in other areas, she would never lose in magic. After that, the girl directed a powerful stream of energy toward her sister. And it was really powerful because the student managed to put up a defense at the last minute, realizing that she could be doused with water. At that moment, it seemed that our hero's protege actually had a chance of winning because she started very well. But after a couple of minutes, it became clear that the younger sister was struggling to stand on her feet, although she said that she would never give up and would show everything she was capable of. Suddenly, everyone noticed the student fall to the ground. At that moment, the host loudly announced that Mizuha Yuika's magic had been completely exhausted, and therefore the victory was awarded to her opponent, who showed with her whole appearance that she was quite worthy of it. Trying to get up, our hero's acquaintance whispered to herself that she had failed. Approaching her, the young man thought that it was a competition whose outcome depended on the amount of magic used in accordance with the coordination of magical power, and that his classmate had lost. Folding her arms across her chest, the rival said that it was obvious to everyone that her sister had no talent, and instead of confirming this, Kusanagi Minato simply played along with her. Standing up, the young man declared that the girl really had no talent. And looking at the tearful Mizuha Yuika, he continued to say that she was clumsy, had not achieved any particular success, lacked understanding of the essence, and her performance was weak. But with a broad smile, he proudly said that she had perseverance. The girl practiced every day, sometimes even to the point of foolishness, but she still continued to work hard. But her older sister immediately stated that the result of all this was perfectly clear. The student had simply lost. But the young man was not going to stop there. He said that he liked hard-working people like his classmate. However, she said nothing, she just sat on the ground and cried. At that moment, Minato Kusagani declared that Yuika was his student and therefore he would not tolerate anyone speaking ill of her. After these words, the girl cried as bitterly as she could, realizing that she had let her mentor down and that he was now ashamed of her. At that moment, Ruka spoke up, saying that it was probably an honor for someone whose magic power rating was 100. But our hero was not affected by these words at all. On the contrary, he calmly replied that a mage with a level of 100 points would easily defeat her. The girl immediately stated that this was not the first time Kusanagi Minato had spoken arrogantly, but that she would not be his opponent. Warming up his hands, Katsuragi Ryuji happily announced that it was probably his turn to show what he was capable of. Passing by her friend, the girl told him to finish the competition as soon as possible. Our hero had no intention of leaving his student behind, so he carefully picked her up and carried her to the spectator seats. After putting her in her seat, the young man told her to watch his fight carefully and catch every move. At that moment, the student caught herself thinking that her body didn't hurt for some reason, and there were almost no traces of abrasions left. Entering the ring, the young man thought that it would look simple to everyone, and therefore he could not fight at full strength. His magical power had to be without spells and without elements. And since he would have to do without a magical barrier, a direct hit from magic could kill him, and therefore, no matter how you look at it, such conditions could cause concern. Rolling up his sleeves, the opponent said he would not hold back, but immediately heard our hero remark that in that case, he would have to hold back. The crowd in the stands cheered, and the guys talked about Katsuragi Ryuji showing at least a little mercy to this weakling. Looking at his opponent, Minato Kusanagi thought that his stats were around 8,000, which would not be a problem under normal circumstances, but now that everyone knew that the young man's stats were 100, one mistake could cost him his life. At that moment, the host announced to everyone gathered that the duel was open. Spreading powerful circles, the senior happily declared that there would be no mercy. And, sending out energy, he wondered how this teenager had managed to defeat a gang of hooligans, although he immediately decided that now everything would become clear to him. The young man was curious to see if this youth could withstand all his power. Unexpectedly, something happened that no one present had expected, because a powerful stream of energy struck his opponent on the forehead. Stretching out his hand, our hero calmly said that his opponent was simply too late. Silence fell on the stands. The guys couldn't understand what had happened and why it had happened so quickly. At that moment, the host announced that the competition was over and that Kusanagi Minato had won. Ruka, who ran up to her friend, couldn't understand how he had lost consciousness from just one blow. Moreover, she hadn't heard the guy recite any spell, so it was strange what kind of trick had been used. Kusanagi Minato, passing by the girl, noted indifferently that he had finished quickly as she had requested. At this time, Mizuha Yuika continued to point out again and again that her mentor had defeated a guy who was much higher in rank than himself. But our heroine's sister had no intention of stopping, as she did not want to accept such a pitiful defeat, and therefore tried to prove something to her student. Looking at this beauty, the young man reflected on the fact that she was stronger than his comrade. Unexpectedly, the judges announced that the composition of the second competition had changed and added that they had high hopes for Kusagani's fighting abilities. They added that the participant who won this round would determine the victory of the team, and therefore the second duel could be considered started. A moment later, Kusagami Minato began to take action, realizing that he could not delay. His opponent, watching this, immediately put up some kind of defense and began muttering something under her breath. The young man thought that with his score at 100, it was natural that his magic power was low. Therefore, if he didn't aim for his opponent's head, there would be practically no effect. Moreover, the young man didn't understand whether it was better to defend himself or not to move at all. It seemed that the girl was quite skilled in magic, so she decided to attack first to show what she was capable of. The stream of water was so strong that it was difficult to even see the arena behind it. However, after a moment, the student stopped and realized that it was a stupid move. Kusanagi Minato stood motionless and continued to do so, as if there had been no attack at all. Surprised, Ruka couldn't understand how it was possible that her opponent didn't have a single bruise, and what's more, it looked as if the student hadn't used any magic at all. The participants sitting in the stands clearly saw how the girl directed a huge stream of water at the boy, but he didn't even get wet. Our hero's student was happy for him, but she also wanted to know what technique he had used. His rival had no intention of giving up. She knew she would find out what trick he had used anyway, but for now, she decided to attack again. The young man was ready for this, so he dodged the water as quickly as he could. Fortunately, his speed allowed him to do so. At that moment, the student seemed to understand what was going on, and this surprised her even more, because why dodge when you can use magic? Sitting in her seat, Mizuha Yuika reasoned that magic opposes magic, even if there is a difference in power, but the young man reduces it a little, and if he doesn't do so, it will obviously be dangerous. When it comes to the second rank, speed and mass are different, so it shouldn't be possible for our hero to dodge. It's also interesting that this student seems to have completely no sense of fear. Kusanagi Minato understood that his opponent was carefully considering all his actions, as well as how he managed to dodge, but this is not difficult to do if you know how to track magical power. Getting ready, the girl decided that in this case, she would act even more aggressively until she could win. Therefore, the beauty decided to use the third rank and the Azure Splash, which was one of the most powerful. The guys sitting in the stands began to talk about how if the boy was hit directly by the jet, he would be in big trouble. Sitting down on the ground, the tired contestant was sure that no one could dodge such a blow. But the next minute, a bright beam of light hit her right in the forehead, just as it had happened to her friend a little earlier. Looking up at the student, Ruka did not understand why he was unharmed. She was curious how he had managed to dodge it so easily. But he explained that he had used a magic drain that absorbed magic and then simply walked through it. The girl sat on the ground and watched the furrows on the ground closely. She didn't know what to say, so she continued to stare ahead. Suddenly, the beauty laughed as loudly as she could, not believing that it was possible to walk through some kind of furrows. But then, raising her head to the sky, she declared that she and her companion had suffered a complete defeat. At that moment, the judge loudly announced that Kusanagi Minato had won this round as well. A joyful Mizuha Yuika immediately ran to her mentor and asked if he was okay, but her sister, whom no one had addressed, also noted that she was fine. The guy didn't say or explain anything, he just calmly noted that they had managed to win. His classmate was happy to hear this, so she just looked into her friend's eyes. Getting up from the ground, the older sister said that as promised, she would no longer interfere, so the guys could now do whatever they wanted. The young man said nothing, but he sighed heavily. When the student walked away, the young man said that Mizuha Ruka had given in because her sister's injuries were almost invisible, but she had fought him with all her strength, even though she had started to deny everything. After that, the teenager noted that it must be acknowledged that his younger sister had actually become stronger during this time, and therefore it was not necessary to be so protective of her. Hearing the conversation, the girl immediately shouted that she would become even stronger over time, so Ruka wouldn't need to worry about her so much or take care of her. Bowing her head, she noted with some sadness that she understood everything. But a second later, the young man smiled as he watched the sisters look at each other. Suddenly something changed, so the guy raised his head sharply and looked up. Minato Kusagani clearly sensed foreign magic that was very close. At that moment, everyone gathered on the podium shouted that it was some kind of disaster. The classmates who had been expelled a few weeks earlier were now rummaging through the students' belongings and saying that they would rob everyone while the duel was going on. One of the ill-wishers stated that there was nothing useful except textbooks and added that Kusagi was too clean. Tadano-kun was angry, saying that he didn't need money, but proof that this boy was hiding something, because how could he use such powerful magic? Suddenly, one of the students stopped and looked out the window in horror. He heard another guy ask why he was silent, but he couldn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the red-haired boy's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Standing in front of the window, the students noticed that the sky had suddenly turned red for some reason, although they did not know why. And while the blonde guy tried to say that a disaster had begun, the other guy declared that it was all nonsense, that such a thing couldn't be happening. Our hero, standing in the middle of the arena, understood everything himself, but found it difficult to believe. The girls also couldn't take their eyes off it and were unable to move. Other students were also actively discussing this phenomenon, but they were sure that no catastrophe could happen. Only Minato Kusagani knew what it was, although he couldn't understand the reasons, but he suspected that it might be related to the fact that they were in Shinjuku. A moment later, the boy thought about how he remembered very well that the first disaster had also begun in this place. And while our hero was pondering the coincidences, he did not immediately notice the monsters that appeared so suddenly that they frightened everyone present. The teacher understood that the situation was tense, but tried to remain calm and therefore asked the students not to run or panic. Suddenly, everyone present saw a powerful stream of light, which immediately knocked all the predators to the ground. Our hero, realizing that the students were frightened, decided to tell them himself to remain completely calm. The children looked intently at the young man, who seemed to have taken control of the situation. Kusanagi Minato continued to explain that only small monsters appear at the beginning of the disaster, so everything will be fine if they act calmly, adding that everyone needs to evacuate to the gym. Approaching the girls, the teenager told them to do the same, but heard a question about what he himself wanted to do. Turning around, the student said confidently that he would go to rescue the people who remained in the school building, which surprised the teacher, who said that going alone was reckless. At that moment, Katsuragi Ryuji spoke up, saying that he would also go, and if everything went as the student said, there would be no problems. The teacher wanted to say something, but heard that everyone had already seen Kusanagi in action, so he allowed it, but only without unnecessary heroism. Our hero heard the question addressed to him about whether the third-year student would die, but he just shrugged his shoulders. Approaching his ward, Kusagami Minato explained to her in a soft voice that it was time for him to go. The frightened beauty asked only that he be as careful as possible. On the way, Katsuragi Ryoji happily shouted that they would go first. He thought to himself that running 100 meters in 10 seconds was the easiest task for them and immediately asked the guy if he could do the same. But in a moment, the young man not only managed to do it, but somehow he practically overtook the one he had competed with earlier that day. And agreeing with his partner that he was right, they would indeed be the first to come to the rescue. Accelerating with every second, Katsuragi Ryuji rejoiced at their incredible speed. He immediately added that speed alone did not determine the outcome, so he wanted to see their true strength in battle, and he also wanted to save everyone. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi thought to himself that the magical power index in the school building felt like 58, but perhaps there were people who did not possess magic. Only a couple of seconds separated the young man from finally entering the building and seeing what was going on there. And what was happening was that the monsters were actually inside, where the other students remained. The boy saw this clearly, so he decided to hurry, realizing that there was a lot of work to do and he needed to get everywhere. Without further ado, our hero immediately began to use magic to destroy all the predators that were in the room. Kusanagi Minato could do incredible things, and he made good use of it. At the same time, the teenager shouted that it was necessary to quickly go around the entire building. At some point, our hero thought he had neutralized everyone, and the beast behind him was about to attack. But this was just a trick on the part of the young man, who immediately raised his hand and directed the energy back. At that moment, the student heard his partner addressing him, asking how the young man was doing. He was standing among the corpses of predators, with a surprised female student next to him, but overall, everything was fine. Passing by the third-year student, the young man calmly stated that he trusted him with their evacuation, meaning some of the students. Suddenly, the young man stopped and said that it was very dangerous to go on alone. The student wanted to say something else, but he only saw dust on the floor, which indicated that his partner had left, so he silently said that Minato Kusanagi's speed was truly incredible. And then, scratching behind his ear, he decided that in this case he was a burden, although he really understood that he could not argue. The reason was that the teenager had defeated a crowd of magical creatures in a matter of seconds, but what interested him most was the question of who this young man was. Running down the corridor, Minato Kusanagi thought that if magical projectiles could be dealt with outside the walls in one go, then inside the building they could hit the students. Therefore, there was nothing left to do but destroy these predators at a steady pace with low-level magic. That's exactly what the guy started doing as soon as he got there and saw one of the dangerous creatures in front of him. The kids were screaming, but it was unclear whether they were afraid of the beasts or surprised that the magic worked so unusually. Looking at these students, the young man thought that he couldn't leave them here because it was dangerous, but he also couldn't accompany all the rescued people to the evacuation zone one by one. At that moment, Katsuragi Ryuji shouted loudly to the students that while he was dealing with the beast, they should run quickly. However, in the next moment, one young man pointed at something and immediately began to shout loudly. They were students from the school who were in some kind of green spheres that moved easily through the air like ordinary balls, but the boy couldn't understand what had lifted them so high. This surprised the third-year student. He had never seen anything like it, although he guessed who could have done it. Looking out the window, our hero smiled at his partner, confident that he could now handle it himself. Suddenly, something alarmed Minato Kusagani, and he realized that he had to return to his reality. In another room, another student was sitting, pressed against the wall, begging the monster not to come near her. But the problem was that there were several of these predators, and what's more, they had trapped the poor girl. With every passing second, the girl's fear became more and more indescribable, and she tried to call for help in a trembling voice. Then she started crying and screaming at the top of her lungs, hoping that someone would be nearby. However, at that moment, something extraordinary happened because a bright stream of light literally flooded the entire room. The beauty rose from her seat and looked in surprise at everything that was happening. Suddenly, the girl remembered what had happened a couple of weeks ago in Shibuya when they were doing their class, and decided that she was now seeing the same miracle. Kusanagi Minato, who appeared in the room a moment later, asked his frightened classmate if she was all right. After these words, the girl's surprise grew even greater, and she began to feel embarrassed, so she could hardly say that she realized it was he who had saved her. Scratching his head, the young man modestly stated that this was indeed the case. The girl decided to ask what she wanted to know, so she inquired about the practical classes and received an affirmative answer. Starting to cry again, the student began to thank our hero, saying that he had saved her twice already. However, the guy did not like fame. He did not want to be considered some kind of incredible person, so he said that it was completely normal. The girl, folding her arms across her chest, now stood silently but watched the student intently. Finally, the prolonged silence was broken by Katsuragi Ryuji, who, out of breath, asked who else needed help and who else could be saved. Climbing the stairs, the young man told his classmate to follow the senior who would take her to a safe place. But the beauty was in no hurry to do so because she was mesmerized by the sight of the young man quickly walking away. Moving on, Minato Kusagani realized that there were still a decent number of people who needed help, and there was no time to wait for the police. He had to act even faster. At that moment, a meeting was taking place in an office, and a gray-haired man was informing everyone that a disaster had begun at the Magic Academy. After that, all sorts of rumors spread throughout the office. Those gathered did not understand how this could be, because 50 years ago, all entities had been exterminated, and therefore they could not return so easily and quickly. But the president continued to say that they were contacting the aristocracy and the Central Department of the Police Department for combating monsters, and that the ground forces of self-defense were already prepared. Once again, discontent swept through the hall, with many noting that they did not have enough magicians who could effectively fight monsters, which was a problem. The man knew this himself, and therefore thought that this was the downside of the peaceful situation after the disaster, with most of the military spending going towards defense in international affairs. The only ones capable of fighting monsters were the police and the magical aristocracy, but that was not enough, so the president slammed his fist on the table. The man was frightened that what happened 50 years ago could happen again, but now their country did not have a person like Ichigami Minato. Driving down the street in their car, the police officers discussed among themselves that there could be no mistake. The catastrophe had indeed begun. The blonde woman was frightened that nothing had happened for 50 years. Everything seemed so peaceful and calm, and everyone believed that it would always be that way. Police Inspector Shido Shigo was confident that they would somehow be able to cope with it. Sanada Karen, who was his colleague, also tried to cope with her fear, but it was difficult. However, the police did not know how things would actually unfold, so they did not want to discuss it. After a while, the press began to actively discuss the situation. Reporters claimed that the sky had suddenly turned red and monsters were appearing one after another, and that it all started at a magic school. Other media representatives who managed to arrive at the scene reported from the sports hall, where they had managed to take shelter with the students. The teacher told his students that the only enemies they could see were magical beasts, and therefore he was convinced that together they could easily defeat them. Despite this, there were so many creatures that it was impossible to clear the area, so the students could not go anywhere. Passers-by who were watching the videos from the academy closely suddenly said that they were very close to that place. And in a moment they realized that the monsters were not only in the educational institution, but now these entities were looking directly at them. Two unfamiliar men standing on the balcony of one of the buildings also watched the events closely and could not believe that they were witnessing something like this. It seemed that they had never seen such a strange color of the sky, nor monsters that felt like they owned the city. However, there were also people who were not afraid at all, watching what was happening on their phones and just marveling at everything. But this did not apply to the older generation, who remembered very well how it was last time. At this time, our hero was rushing to rescue the next group of people. He understood that the whole place was swarming with monsters and therefore realized that most likely the situation was gradually moving into the second phase. The monsters that appear become stronger as the phases progress, and no matter how many you kill, their numbers do not decrease. Until the boss is defeated, monsters will continue to appear continuously. The boss, in turn, appears in the last phase, so you need to hold out until that moment. The young man knew perfectly well that a disaster was a very troublesome affair. Looking up, he estimated that there were about 20 people in the capsules scattered throughout the building, which would make rescue difficult. Realizing that one wing was taken care of, Minato Kusanagi decided it was time to move on. At that moment, in one of the classrooms, our hero's tormentors were desperately fighting the monsters, realizing that they were in a difficult situation. Lowering his hand, Tadao-kun said sadly that he didn't have enough strength to fight these monsters for so long. The sad thing was that the guys were not facing ordinary magical beasts, but a guard, the same one who had appeared before them in the alley. With sadness in their voices, the students wondered why such a monster was in front of them again and began to complain that they had stayed in class for so long, even though they should have left as early as possible. Our hero's opponent also cried out in despair, noting that Kusanagi would have defeated this monster in one fell swoop, but he couldn't do that and didn't understand why. And then he added to himself that he was weak, even though he had always considered himself to be as strong as possible. At that moment, everyone present noticed a powerful stream of light that illuminated the room. And just like in the alley, everything was enveloped in fog, and then separate pockets of fire appeared on the ground. And in the middle of all this chaos stood Minato Kusanagi, looking intently at the students who had been expelled. The young man didn't want to say anything. He didn't think it was necessary to sort things out, so he turned around and was about to leave. Sitting on the floor, the red-haired guy thought about how this teenager had appeared again and saved them, how history had repeated itself. But this time, the young man wanted to change it, so he asked our hero not to leave so quickly. The student asked why Kusanagi Minato had saved them, since he should hate everyone and not waste time destroying the guard. In a calm voice, the young man replied that there was no particular reason why he did it, it was just an opportunity, so he did what he did. Tadano-kun bowed his head and repeated everything he had just heard. And then he immediately shouted that he was being deceived, that it couldn't be true, that it was simply impossible because the boy was untalented. He hardly ever used magic, and he couldn't do it, so how did he manage to become so strong? Turning around, the teenager honestly replied that Minato Kusanagi had once died in a car accident and he had simply been reborn. But his classmates still didn't understand what had happened after the accident. Could it be that it was the accident that had made the guy so much stronger? Hearing about his opponent's strength, our hero approached and looked at him closely. Then he said that the strong do not oppress the weak, but the weak oppress those who are weaker than themselves, and that a sense of superiority can lead one to mistakenly believe that one is strong. In reality, standing in front of the guy is a person who would not even think of fighting him now. The young man knew he was right, so he didn't think it necessary to say anything else, since everything was already crystal clear. His opponent understood that all the words had been chosen perfectly, so he sat down on the floor and bowed his head. Tadano-kun thought to himself that he himself knew what he was running away from. The fact that his strength had not grown much since high school. He bullied the weak to vent his anger, but then he was saved by Kusanagi, who used to be weak, and the guy couldn't accept this reality. While our hero was fighting another batch of monsters, the former academy student blamed himself for his own weakness. But Kusagami Minato had no time to think about that because he had a global task ahead of him that had to be accomplished. The teenager concentrated on his current opponents, realizing that the lives of other people depended on it. It seemed that it was no trouble at all for our hero to defeat all these monsters. The boy used all the techniques he knew, although he was only using a small fraction of his abilities. A few minutes later, Minato Kusanagi was carefully examining the results of his abilities. He thought to himself that the number of guards had increased, and at this rate, the boss would not be far away. Turning to the student sitting on the floor, the student told them to relax because there was no longer any threat. With some irritation in his voice, Katsuragi Ryuji noted that the little one had taken everything and dumped it on his shoulders. And so he had to fight alone against the number of monsters that had fallen to him. The young man saw the monsters approaching the student, and she had to be saved. Using his skills, the guy shouted that he would do everything possible to resolve the situation. He immediately declared that he would protect everyone who needed help, adding that everyone should forget about panic and just follow him. The happy kids were surprised by everything that was happening, but what pleased them most was that someone cared about them. However, in the next second, clutching his head, Katsuragi Ryuji realized that there were too many entities approaching him and he would not be able to defeat them on his own. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi appeared and asked if he needed help, which frightened his colleague. He asked the young man not to appear so unexpectedly. Looking at the monsters, the young man says that first he needs to deal with all these monsters and only then do something. But his partner declared with horror that they couldn't cope with such an invasion on their own, and therefore it would be best to look for another way to escape. Our hero was not accustomed to standing around and thinking, so in a moment he began to exterminate all these creatures one by one. Despite the fact that they had been almost completely destroyed, the young man had no intention of releasing the magic circle. The third-year student, who had recently thought that nothing would work, now did not understand how this teenager had managed to do such a thing. Realizing that the way was clear, the young man shouted to all the students that they were now free to move around. The students didn't waste any time, realizing that monsters were no joke, and immediately rushed to the academy's exit. But what surprised the students even more was that Minato Kusanagi had put up some kind of protection to make the students' journey as safe as possible. As for Katsuragi Ryuji, he was genuinely impressed by what the teenager had done. He understood that it was an incredible feat that he couldn't help but be proud of. Realizing that everyone had left, the young man pondered what to do next. He considered returning to the building to check everything thoroughly once more. The teacher watched the students closely as they fought off another group of beasts, telling them to keep their formation and not give up. Mizuha Yuika, who was also among these students, understood that this was not as easy as she would have liked. But at that moment, her sister approached her from behind and gently hugged her shoulders. She said that if she couldn't fight, it would be better to go into hiding so as not to be a burden. But turning her head sharply, our hero's ward proudly declared that she would fight after all, because there was no time to rest now and there could not be. Mizuharuka said nothing. She just watched as her relative returned to the fray and reactivated her defenses. At that moment, Katsuragi Ryuji reported to the teacher that he had brought the rescued people. The girls wanted to know about the overall situation, and the young man immediately said that it was critical. Mizuha Yuika was most concerned about her acquaintance, so she asked what was happening to him. The third-year student happily announced that the young man was in no danger, that he was very strong, and that this was just a warm-up for him. The beauty smiled, relieved to hear that this was indeed the case. After that, the guy noted that Kusanagi was a really cool person, and perhaps with his help, overcoming the disaster would not be as difficult as one might think. Our hero's protege proudly declared that she felt the same way because she believed in him. Suddenly, all the students stopped, looked around, and began to back away, asking what it was. The teacher did not bother to investigate further. He simply stated that the students needed to get to their shelters as soon as possible. But a moment later, a huge monster appeared before the assembled crowd, snarling and growling. Now even Katsuragi Ryuji understood that there were too many enemies, and therefore it was necessary to hide as quickly as possible. It seemed that the monsters were not going to give up, and so they quickly caught up with the students who were trying to reach the gym. Our heroes ran as fast as they could, knowing that they would definitely not be able to fight these beasts. However, for some reason, Yui suddenly turned around and paused. She realized that right behind them was a huge monster that was about to attack them. Unexpectedly, help arrived in the form of a police squad that was going to seriously deal with the problem. The young man shouted that they would immediately begin exterminating the monsters because the safety of the civilian population was paramount. The students, who had been waiting so long for this, shouted with relief that the police had arrived so the situation could be considered resolved. Shido said that now that they had arrived, everyone could relax, and then told those present to evacuate immediately. Hearing Yui say that they would fight, the law enforcement officers said that it wasn't worth it, but they heard the girls rebuke that they weren't ordinary residents and therefore had the right to be there. Mizuharuka was standing behind them and heard the conversation. She added to what her sister had said, saying that magicians were capable of many things. Realizing that arguing was pointless, the police officer agreed to let the girls help, but said that they could only attack from the rear. He thought to himself that there were actually very few people in the police force who could stand up to monsters. At that moment, Sanada Karin rushed to one of the students and was already healing her leg, saying that she would be able to return to duty very soon. Looking out the window, Minato Kusagani decided that since the police had arrived, he could leave some of the work to them, realizing that he was already trying to cover almost the entire territory. However, the reality was that the police arrived before the self-defense forces, and this was a national disaster, so there was no reason for the state not to have prepared measures for such an event. And then he decided that anything was possible in this country, because here the world was literally reaching the point of insanity. Running away, the guy said aloud that no matter what, he had to do what he had to do, and he couldn't vouch for anyone else. Suddenly, reporters shouted that, according to information, the police had arrived at the scene, but the number of monsters was only increasing, and therefore it was unclear whether there would be enough people and forces. She immediately added that ordinary citizens were awaiting the arrival of the magical aristocracy. The ordinary people watching this report understood that they wanted not only to hear about this aristocracy, but also to see it in action. Older people noted that they pay taxes to the treasury, so the most powerful magicians simply must come to their aid, and all that remains is to wait. The media representative, as if sensing the tension among the people, said herself that the aristocracy should arrive as soon as possible, because without them it would be difficult. At that moment, Fukajin, who was an aristocrat, told his assistant to leave him alone. He immediately declared that the police could handle a small-scale disaster and that the aristocracy's help was not needed. The man wanted to argue but didn't know what to say, so he asked where his master was going. Without even turning around, he said indifferently that he was going to bed. Bowing, but only after the door had closed, the elderly assistant simply wished his master a good night. The police did everything they could, but after a while, assessing the situation realistically, they realized that things were getting even worse. Asking his colleague if they could clear the monsters from the entrance area, the guy said that it was simply impossible because there were so many monsters. Shido thought to himself that the monsters were appearing faster than expected and that there was no way to evacuate the citizens. The self-defense forces were limited to logistical support and were not yet ready for action. The only hope was the magical aristocracy, but there was no contact with them. And then he shouted out loud that this was the kind of magical aristocracy they had in their time and that they were useless. The students who had not left also put up a strong resistance against the predators, doing everything in their power, realizing that they could only count on themselves. And again, the policeman thought that he knew the information, but the real disaster was even worse, and people had resisted it many decades ago. He was frightened by what would happen when the boss appeared before them, who was more powerful than all these small creatures put together. At that moment, the students saw some kind of predator that looked quite terrifying. Everyone understood that they were facing a high-ranking beast, but they still believed in something better. However, none of those gathered could utter a word. It seemed that everyone was paralyzed by all-consuming fear. With a trembling voice, the policeman, who understood that there was no point in entertaining false hopes, said that this was indeed the demon boss. This monster was rarely encountered in the modern world, and only the magical aristocracy could defeat it. It required magic of the 5th rank or higher, and there was no one present who even came close to that level of power. It seemed that this monster was well aware of its power and superiority and therefore felt at ease in the world. Mizuha Yueka did not know what to do or where to run, so she stood there in surprise and continued to watch what was happening. Suddenly, her sister, who was standing nearby, tried to use her magic. It was somewhat reckless, but considering that the aristocracy had not arrived and the police forces were running out, something had to be done. But suddenly, Ruka sensed that the monster had understood the plan and was not going to just stand there and watch. All she managed to do was shield her sister with her body. A second later, the enemy struck, and everyone present saw a bright flame, but there was nothing they could do about it. The surprised younger sister seemed unable to comprehend how this could have happened and stood rooted to the spot. Our hero's ward looked intently at Ruka and didn't know how to help her in this situation. Falling to the ground, she only told the girl to run and save herself. However, the student watched closely, not realizing the full situation until the very end. Hugging her sister, the unfortunate girl looked up at the sky and hoped that someone would come and save them. The police understood that they did not have enough strength. There were wounded people among the children whom no one could evacuate, so they also shouted and asked for help. Katsuragi Ruji did the same, even though he himself did not understand who could steer the situation in the right direction. Suddenly, the boss began to use a flaming column, a powerful stream of fire that belonged to the 5th rank, and after that, the police realized that they could not oppose it. Hugging her sister, our hero's ward called out to him again and again, hoping that at least he could do something. With each passing minute, despair overwhelmed the student, so she cried and screamed louder and louder. The boss, who was standing engulfed in flames, did not hear any of this. He dreamed of wiping the city off the face of the earth. A slight smirk played on his face, but he was in no hurry to attack openly. Suddenly, as if out of nowhere, Minato Kusanagi appeared and apologetically said that he couldn't come earlier, so he was sorry about that. He then noted that he had, of course, kept everyone waiting, but it had not been in vain. It seemed that Mizuha Yuika hadn't heard any of these words. She looked at her sister and continued to cry. Looking at the girl, the young man said softly that Ruka was fine. She had just lost consciousness, but would soon come to. The young man knew that now was not the time to focus on this problem, but on a more serious one. But our hero did not want to rush because he was aware of the condition his friend was in. There were plenty of wounded guys all lying nearby, but that wasn't dangerous. The most important thing was to fight the boss. Getting up, Minato Kusagani looked carefully in front of him, his face showing tension. At the same time, the guy's stance showed determination. It seemed that nothing could stop him from doing what he had planned. Hearing the girl call his name, the young man said calmly that he could do it, that he would defeat this boss. Looking at the teenager, the beauty just nodded slightly, signaling that she believed in him. Before leaving, our hero did something incredible, causing the whole earth to sparkle with a white healing light. Surprised, Yuka, who had never seen anything like this before, asked excitedly what it all meant. But in a moment, she noticed that the wounds had suddenly begun to heal, not only on her sister, but on everyone else as well. With each passing minute, the light became brighter and softer, and it was the greatest miracle. The students, even those who were in serious condition, began to look closely at their wounded limbs and rejoice that everything was over. But the policewoman was most amazed. She understood that this was 3rd rank holy magic, the sacred 5th, and it was something even she did not possess. Running up to her colleague, the girl asked how he was feeling, and he only replied that the magical power was almost gone. But then something unusual happened. Sanada Karan immediately tried to understand what was happening and wanted to ask her partner the same question. But he said in a tired voice that he didn't have time to think about it all. He only knew that he had to save people urgently. Realizing that the young man's strength was running out, the policewoman began to scold him for such recklessness, but he refused to listen, explaining that they had to fight to the end. At the same time, the law enforcement officer thought to herself that it was pointless because it was all over. Looking around, she declared that the entire police force had been destroyed and that they couldn't cope on their own. The guy saw it himself and said that they had been waiting for help, but neither the army nor the self-defense forces nor the magical aristocrats would come. Ordinary people were left alone with an army of terrible beasts, and even worse, their boss was there, whom no one could defeat. The journalists who were there reported with horror that this must be some kind of mistake, because the police were completely defeated. The guys, who continued to watch what was happening, cried out in despair that there was no help from the magical aristocracy, who did not deem it necessary to come. There was no one who could fight, no one who could defeat the highest-ranking demon. Amidst this chaos, only Minato Kusanagi remained calm and devoted to his cause. The police officers saw the teenager heading towards the monsters and shouted in unison for him to turn back because the demon would kill him with a single glance. However, our hero did not listen to them and was not going to listen because he saw his goal right in front of him. In a cold tone, the boy addressed the boss and told him that he had been acting too arbitrarily. But the demon did not think to respond. He watched his opponent closely. The guys sitting not far away heard the whole conversation. They clearly heard the boss say that he would kill Kusanagi Minato. The police officers understood that they had done everything they could, but in a situation involving a demon, they were powerless. A moment later, the ill-wisher directed a huge stream of mana toward the young man, but he only told the boss to shut up because he had no business with him. Wanting to instill fear, he yelled at the top of his lungs, thinking he was almighty and invincible. Our hero thought to himself that he had taken it seriously during the global catastrophe, but now he needed to be calmer so as not to frighten those around him. And then the young man decisively directed a powerful stream of energy toward the enemy. The police officers who were watching all this thought that the student had been killed. The guys who were standing not very close but could clearly see what was happening thought so too. However, Minato Kusagani gathered as much energy as possible and created several discs, which he intended to use to attack and defend himself. And so, within a minute, powerful and bright energy threads began to emanate from these discs, and they were much more powerful than the ones he had used when the boys were training. And if before that the law enforcement officers were surprised because they thought the student had been killed, now they didn't understand who he was. This was also noted by the media, who pointed out that the young man's face was not visible, but that he was definitely a student of the academy. But they couldn't do that because a powerful stream of fire burst forth with renewed force. Mizuha Yuika, who was already spinning her magic disc, thought she had calmed down and could fight again. But while the girl was preparing to use her power, her mentor did something so amazing that it was beyond imagination. The other students were now rooting for their classmate, hoping that he would defeat everyone and save them. But at that very moment, the young people were surrounded by low-level monsters, which were still abundant in the area. The students wanted to do something, but they didn't have time, because they only noticed how the monsters seemed to disappear in an instant. As he got up, the policeman told his colleague that there was still work to be done, so they had to do what they could. Turning his head, Minato Kusanagi noted with satisfaction that the modern police were not doing so badly at their job. However, there was no time to be distracted, so the young man continued to accumulate mana and direct it at the villain. It was clear that the villain didn't like it, but he wasn't going to give up so easily. Therefore, he began to use magic discs to inflict more damage, but also to protect himself. At that moment, Shirushigo said with horror that they were witnessing 6th-rank magic, which meant that aristocratic-level magic was being used, against which they were powerless. And the power of the fire was indeed such that it could burn not only the entire city, but half the country in a second. Everyone nearby watched in horror, realizing that this was something unimaginable. The students felt that no one could save them because there were only a few magicians of this level, but none of them came to their aid. The teacher stepped forward a little, wanting to do something for his students, even though he knew he was too weak for such a task. The students understood that their teacher was too weak to fight this monster, so they just watched everything and waited for the outcome. The policewoman hugging one of the students hoped silently that this boss would be destroyed. However, her colleague was not so convinced about Kusanagi Minato because he understood that no matter how strong the teenager was, he would not be able to defeat this demon. Only Mizuha Yuika believed with certainty that her friend would be able to win. There was simply no other option. The girl had seen what this young man was capable of and therefore knew that his power was practically limitless. At that moment, the boy was thinking that the demon was huge but slow and that it had acted foolishly by using the 6th rank. But meanwhile, the young man was happy, realizing that he would not be able to fight with the 2nd rank, which, although lower, was more difficult to execute. Beginning his mesmerizing magical manipulations, Kusanagi Minato lamented a little that he did not want to draw attention to himself. Looking at all this enchantment, Shido Shigo noted that it all resembled a giant water snake, but the essence was different, namely that it was already a synthesis of magic. And in a moment a snake's head appeared, which was actually a huge stream of water. The boss saw how our hero not only easily absorbed his power, but also gave a powerful rebuff with the help of synthesis, although shouted that he would destroy not only the boy, but all people. But the student was not going to give up. He understood what he was capable of, and therefore concentrated more and more on the result with every passing second. Finally, our hero looked closely at the results of his work, realizing that he could relax a little. He thought to himself that this terrifying monster had no self-control. The young man thought the battle would take much longer, but it turned out that the beast was weaker than expected. A few more minutes passed, and everyone noticed that a bright beam of light illuminated not only the academy, but the entire city. Smiling, the guy happily thought that after defeating the boss, the disaster had passed, and therefore they could relax for a while. The students, who were still sitting on the ground, couldn't believe that they were no longer in danger, but they were even more amazed that the boss had been defeated by an ordinary student. Suddenly, the students began to shout and rejoice, sharing their emotions. The media representatives did the same, who, not seeing any representatives of the aristocracy, already thought that this was the end for them. The policewoman also had tears in her eyes, noting that now everything was definitely fine. Shido Shigo, who was standing nearby, couldn't believe that a student had dealt with the demon. The young man realized that even if the aristocracy had been there, they would hardly have done anything useful. But a moment later, the policeman sat down on the ground again, saying aloud that his legs were not holding him up very well due to the shock he had experienced. Approaching Yuika, the young man noted that he had finished the battle, hearing that the girl had never doubted him. After that, folding her arms across her chest, the beauty began to thank her savior for his help. The young man, looking intently at his acquaintance, said that he was happy to try and help when he could. Suddenly, our hero noticed that a whole crowd of guys was approaching him. They all rushed to compliment him, saying that the young man was not only cool, but also fearless. Moreover, the students couldn't believe that one of them had defeated the boss. Sitting in the classroom, his classmates watched the video, continuing to note that now no one could match Kusanagi Minato in strength, that he was incredible, and immediately continued to compare whether the guy had heard that he had been transferred to Class S. Approaching from behind, the girls made remarks to the young men, saying that they were disturbing the hero and adding that they should not be talking at all. Our hero hoped that his classmates had done all this out of noble motives, but they immediately began to ask their own questions, which were even more tiresome. Only the bespectacled boy sitting by the window sarcastically remarked that Minato Kusagani had become conceited, but it was impossible for an ordinary student to possess such power. And while the guys were distracted by this boy, wanting to prove something to him, our hero took advantage of the opportunity and slipped out of the classroom. Standing in the hallway, the teenager thought about how nice it was to be in silence when no one was commenting on anything. Turning to her friend, Mizuha Yuika jokingly said that she thought someone had a problem, but then heard the boy ask her not to make fun of him. But then she immediately said that the guy was a hero who protected everyone, and there was nothing she could do about it. Wanting to change the subject a little, Minato Kusanagi asked if it was true that his classmate had also been transferred to Class S. The girl explained that it was all because of her performance in the fight and her participation in the disaster. When asked if she was happy, she said she was and remembered someone else. After that, Yuika said that her sister was doing well and that they were now communicating much more often than before. The student was really happy that they had managed to get closer and even understand each other to some extent. A moment later, the student smiled again and thanked her friend for being there for her during a difficult time. But instead of understanding, the young man gave the girl a slap and did so with absolute calm. Mizuha Yuika didn't understand what she had done wrong, but the guy said that once was enough to show his gratitude, and so there was no need to praise him constantly. The girl wanted to argue, but she realized that her mentor was absolutely right and that there was no reason to be offended. At that very moment, officials were holding a closed meeting, so the atmosphere was tense. The men discussed the issue of assistance in the event of a future disaster, if it were to happen again, and understood that other states were already overburdened. But what interested the attendees most was not this, but the rumor that the boss had been defeated by an ordinary student. As for the police, almost all of them had been defeated. Although they understood that there was no point in trying to figure this out, it would be best to hold a conference on a possible disaster so that they would be prepared for it this time. A few minutes later, our heroes met on the street with the guys who had recently been their enemies. Ruka looked at the guys intently, but despite this, she was sad and silent. Mizuha Yuika and Kusanagi also stood and watched, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, our hero's ward's sister spoke up, saying that she had one request for the young man and wanted him to fulfill it. In a more abrupt and decisive tone, she stated that she wanted the young man to take her as his student. However, this conversation did not happen out of the blue. There were preconditions for it that had occurred a few days earlier. The two sisters sat together on a bench, wanting to talk about something, but neither of them knew how to begin. Finally, Ruka began to speak in an icy tone about the catastrophe that had unfolded. The girl suggested that the boss had defeated Kusagani, but Yuika firmly stated that this was indeed the case and that it was because he had used fourth-rank magic synthesis. Hearing this, the student said that even a high-ranking mage couldn't use that kind of magic, let alone an ordinary student. But the younger sister calmly replied that it was not fiction, but the truth, even if it was hard to believe. Suddenly, the girl smiled and said that she believed it because her sister simply couldn't lie. She immediately added that she was convinced of her sister's honesty because Yuika had always been sincere, kind, and willing to help others. After that, she said she thought her sister shouldn't be a magician without talent, but it seemed that her approach was too harsh. Yuika was silent and looked intently ahead because she didn't know how to respond. Then, jumping up, she declared that she could become even stronger, much stronger, so that no one would have to worry about her. And then she shouted even louder that the girl didn't need to worry about her, she just needed to calm down. Her sister listened attentively, but now she didn't know how to react. Closing her eyes, she declared that Yuika was already an adult, which meant she could stand up for herself. For the first time in a long time, there was no misunderstanding between the sisters. It seemed that they finally understood each other. At that moment, Ruka thought to herself that Kusanagi Minato's real power was certainly not at the level of a schoolboy. He was probably even stronger than her father and even stronger than most of the aristocrats. It was for this reason that the girl turned to her sister and asked if she could ask her for one thing. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, the beauty thought again. She understood that, given the current situation, she could be considered an advanced mage at best, and therefore she needed the help of a stronger mage. Returning to the present, Ruka apologized to our hero for insulting him and even looking down on him, adding that she was truly sorry. She immediately said that she understood perfectly well that this request was selfish, but no matter what, she had decided to ask for it anyway. Bowing her head, the girl said once again that she really wanted to study. Unexpectedly, Minato Kusagani calmly stated that he would take on the student as his pupil, but then immediately fell silent. The girl couldn't believe her ears. She was sure that the teenager would refuse, so she asked him why he had decided to do it and heard that he had been asked to do so and had agreed. He immediately added that the student had apologized, he had decided to forgive her, she had asked him to accept her request, and he had accepted it. There was no secret about it. Ruka just looked at the young man in surprise, but didn't know what else to say. At that moment, Katsuragi Ryuji approached from behind and also said that he had a request, and it was similar. Our hero replied that it didn't matter to him whether he had one or two students. Mizuha Yuika beamed with happiness, knowing that her new acquaintance was an amazing person. This was also said by the third-year student who had already hugged his mentor and started telling him some stories. The next day, Minato Kusanagi and his acquaintance were sitting in one of the academy's offices where a press conference was being held. Opposite them sat the police officers who had bravely fought the monsters, but now they had questions they wanted answered. Bowing, the young people said that they would like to start by expressing their gratitude on behalf of themselves, the entire police force, and the ordinary citizens who also knew who had saved them. The young man calmly said that law enforcement officials had already expressed their gratitude many times during the interrogation, but that was enough, and he wanted to know why they had come. After that, the police explained that they had completed their investigation into the recent accident, but there were still a few points of interest. Shido asked our hero if it was true that his abilities had awakened after the car accident, and immediately noted that there was no doubt about it, as many people had testified to this. But there is still a lack of understanding about how the accident changed the guy who not only has no problems with magic, but also with communication. For a while, Minato Kusanagi sat silently, carefully considering how best to answer this question. The police officer added that everyone had noticed a change in his character and that his magical abilities had become simply incredible. And that would be fine, but where did this amazing power come from which allowed him to defeat even a demon? Suddenly, Mizuha Yuika interrupted the conversation, asking how this was relevant to the case. After thinking for a moment, the young man decided that he needed to rephrase the question so that everyone would understand. A moment later, the law enforcement officer asked the young man if he knew the magician in black. Hearing this, the guys were surprised. It seemed that they really didn't know who he was talking about. Showing the video, Shido said that this was a magician who hid in the night, killed monsters, and helped people when they were in trouble. The video instantly went viral on the internet. Our hero looked closely at the police officers, now understanding what they meant. The student spoke again, repeating her question, and then said that there was a resemblance, but that wasn't a crime. The blond man, convinced that this magician was the young man sitting in front of him, added that the resemblance was incredible. Apparently, the magician in black was a master. Few were capable of such feats at such a young age, and the date he began his activities was close to the date the young man was discharged from the hospital. And, looking at the teacher, he said that using magic on the streets without permission or qualification is illegal, but as a student of the academy, the young man has a certain freedom of action at the discretion of the academy. But in the case of such widespread publicity, the police have no choice but to act, and expulsion from the educational institution will not be the only consequence. But if the student confesses, law enforcement officials will do everything possible to mitigate the punishment, so the young man must respond with caution. After that, the young man looked closely at the people sitting opposite him. Kusanagi Minato understood that he was not going to reveal himself, so he calmly explained that it was not him. The blonde immediately began to laugh demonstratively, noting that he understood everything. As they left, the police officers apologized for the inconvenience, but said it was time for them to go. Walking down the corridor, the young man thought that the guy had no doubts. If the young man was that magician, then he couldn't take away his courage. It was hard to believe that a high school student was capable of such a thing. The policewoman had the same opinion. She was sure that Kusanagi was the magician in black, and the voice and atmosphere around him were similar. His nighttime activity had a purpose. Sanada Karan understood that she couldn't tell her boss about the teenager's true identity because she could be fired, but if this guy sacrificed himself for everyone, he was a good person. However, Shido had his own thoughts on the matter, and he decided to find out who this student really was at all costs. At the same time, the girl decided that she had to hide the young man's origins and his true abilities. The next day, the teacher called our heroes to the blackboard and introduced them. The woman said that from that day on, they would be studying in Class S and therefore asked everyone to be friendly. But there was no need to say that because the guys immediately surrounded Minato Kusanagi and began to ask him with interest how he had defeated the demon. As for the girls, they liked Yuika, who was part of an aristocratic family and therefore wanted to know more about it. The teacher, who hoped that the students would be treated well, but not so well that it would disrupt the lesson, asked everyone to take their seats immediately. A short time later, walking down the hallway, our hero thought sadly about how he had been literally bombarded with questions, which was why he wanted to keep to himself. However, someone's voice suddenly pulled the young man out of his thoughts. Standing before them was the girl he had saved not only in the alley, but also during the battle with the monsters. Standing on the roof, Minato Kusanagi thought that he had been summoned to this place again, perhaps because there was some kind of custom, so they called him here when there was something to do. At that moment, Mizuha Yuika was standing behind the wall, realizing that she wanted to train alone, so she came here, but she didn't think anyone would be here. Moreover, the girl's acquaintance was with some stranger, so she wanted to know what they were talking about. The stranger looked closely at Kusanagi and asked him if he remembered her, but he said he didn't remember anything like that. Upon hearing that he had saved the student during the disaster, the young man said that he now understood who she was talking about. After that, the student timidly said that she had also been saved by a mage during a battle lesson, asking if it was true that the mage was a young man. For a moment, the teenager thought, seemingly unsure of how best to proceed in this case. And then, the beauty began to thank him again for saving her, although the guy, as usual, said that it was unnecessary because he had only done what he could. Bowing her head and looking embarrassed, the student noted that the young man was actually doing cool and incredible things. Still standing behind the wall, Yuika thought with annoyance that she couldn't hear what the guys were talking about, even though she wanted to so badly. A moment later, the student confessed to our hero that she liked him and asked him out on a date. Yuika thought to herself in surprise that this girl had decided to openly express her true feelings. However, the young man just stared at one spot in surprise, but remained silent. The beauty began to say that she had no special qualities, but she would do everything possible to make it interesting for them to be together. The young man stood motionless as before, listening to the stranger's declaration that she wanted to be his girlfriend. After a moment, the guy began to smile, saying that he was grateful to the student for her feelings for him. After that, silence reigned, each thinking about something of their own, and no one dared to break it. Suddenly, the beauty heard the young man begin to apologize to her. He honestly admitted that he couldn't start a relationship because he had things to do. Lowering her head, the girl muttered something under her breath in an apologetic tone. Then she proudly declared that she was glad the guy had given her a clear answer and added that she thought she could live with it. Unexpectedly, the student walked away, and our hero just stood and watched her go. When the stranger disappeared, Minato Kusagani told his ward that it was probably time to come out of hiding, which greatly confused the girl. Hearing Yui say that she had neutralized her magic, the teenager said that her magical power was so poorly coordinated that it was obvious. After that, the guy started teasing his friend for liking to spy on people, but she immediately began to justify herself, saying that it was completely accidental. In order not to prolong the conversation, the student began to ask why the young man rejected the student since she seemed quite nice. Turning away, Minato Kusagani stated that he was not going to start any kind of relationship with anyone. And then he immediately thought that the age difference was too great, even though physically they were the same age. For a moment, the girl thought about what her acquaintance had just told her, but she didn't say anything out loud. Moreover, the beauty caught herself thinking that after hearing this, for some reason, it became easier for her to breathe. Realizing that it was too late to exercise, Mizuha Yuika began to descend the stairs, following her friend. For a moment, our hero paused, as if he wanted to turn back, although he was in no hurry to do so. This movement was noticed by the girl, who was a few meters away from the young man. Unexpectedly, Minato Kusanagi told his protege to try to regulate her magical power, otherwise her training would not be sufficient. Closing her eyes briskly, the girl proudly said that she knew that herself. She thought to herself that, as promised, she would try to become stronger, as much as necessary for the boy to recognize her. In the evening, going out hunting, the teenager thought about how the disaster was over, but despite this, the number of monsters had not decreased, and therefore he was worried that this could be a sign of a new one. At that moment, in one part of the district, a woman's voice begged for help, while at the same time some ill-wisher said that no one was ever here at this hour. Suddenly, kneeling down in front of the villain, the young man declared that the offender was mistaken, because even at this late hour, there was someone who could always come to the rescue. The ill-wisher couldn't believe it and asked where the guy had come from. But the young man was not going to answer. He knew that he needed to deal with this problem as quickly as possible. Kusanagi Minato quickly summoned a magic circle to help him, although he did not particularly want to harm this stranger. Lying on the ground, he thought about how he had personally encountered an outlaw amateur mage, and he could honestly admit that he was certainly not bad in close combat. At that moment, the girl thanked Kusagami Minato, asking if it was true that he was the wizard in black that everyone talked so much about. Realizing that it was dangerous to stay in one place for too long, the young man immediately left, hearing the stranger ask not to rush so much. As he ran away, the young man realized that everyone was talking about him, but he didn't understand how he had become so popular. The next day, sitting on the roof, Minato Kusagani asked the guys who the magician in black was, pretending he knew nothing about him. The young man stated that, as far as he knew, an outlaw mage was someone who operated at night, and the students were gossiping about him, but it was unclear what was so unusual about this person. Hearing this, Katsuragi Ryuji explained that this guy had caused a stir because there were many videos of him on the internet. Suddenly, our hero began to ask what the internet was, realizing that he didn't know what the others were talking about. At that moment, the sisters began whispering that they suspected the teenager was unfamiliar with technology, but to such an extent that it was quite suspicious. The students did not want to laugh at their mentor, so they tried to explain to him in simple terms what it was, adding that everything spreads quite quickly on the internet. A minute later, the students began to say that you can watch a lot of things on a smartphone and added that to do so, you first need to open the app. A moment later, the guy shouted as loud as he could, saying that his browser had opened. It sounded rather strange, but the students were pleased that they had been able to assist, and our protagonist happily announced that he would now be using the internet. Sitting on a bench, Mizuha Ruka noted that the young man had promised to take them to training, but they still hadn't had a single lesson, although she would like to start already. Kusanagi Minato happily announced that they could start after class, and if they taught him how to use the internet, he would teach them everything they wanted to know. Looking ahead, Mizuha Yuika somehow thought to herself that she had a bad feeling about this. And she was right. After a couple of hours, the students were struggling to sit on the ground, trying to catch their breath. But their mentor calmly told them not to pretend they were tired, because this was only the beginning, and added that they should act as if they were on the verge of death. Katsuragi Ryuji, struggling to get up, declared that he should not be underestimated, because he would gladly show what he was really capable of. Our hero smiled, noting that this was exactly the attitude he liked, and therefore told the students that they had to show something else. Gathering themselves, the guys immediately began to attack the young man who was standing opposite them and watching intently. Meanwhile, not everything was going well in the vicinity of the Tokyo TV tower, where two employees were standing and talking about how nothing foreshadowed trouble. Looking ahead in fear, the men asked what was going on, realizing that the situation was getting out of control. What was happening was that a whole group of monsters was getting closer and closer with every passing minute, destroying everything in their path. While the monsters were doing their thing, our heroes continued to train actively in the courtyard. Kusanagi Minato, looking at the students, asked with a hint of sadness in his voice if they were already at their limit. The guys understood that they wanted to catch the young man off guard, so they immediately jumped up from their seats to attack him again. The teenager was expecting something like this, so he immediately put up a powerful defense. Moreover, he decided to attack at the same time, realizing that this might happen. A moment later, the students realized this, and slaps flew at them, just as they had during the tournament. Realizing that there was a gap in her mentor's defense, Yuika immediately rushed in to attack, knowing that she had become stronger. Turning his head, the young man shouted loudly that it was just her imagination. The surprised beauty couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't understand how the young man could have dodged her, since she had managed to calculate all his moves. And then the slap that had hit her companions a couple of seconds ago now flew towards her head. While the students were trying to recover, Minato Kusagani loudly announced that he was calling a break. One of the girls immediately went to get some water, realizing that it was the only thing she wanted right now. The others began to wipe themselves off or just sat silently, realizing that they didn't want to say anything. Mizuha Ruka suddenly asked if the young man was too strong, hinting that he had never seen anything like it before. Ruka picked up on this, saying that the teenager was so strong that even she, with her strength, could not compete with such enormous power. Yuika smiled and noted that it should have been clear to everyone long ago that their mentor's level was not at all that of a student, but that was precisely what attracted them. However, the next minute, the girl fell silent, watching intently in front of her. After that, the beauty noted that Kusanagi Minato had a look on his face as if he had been through it all 1,000 times and was therefore tired of it all. Understanding the unspoken question, the guy explained that he had nearly died in a car accident, and when he woke up, he had gained power, the reason for which was unknown, so it was better to leave it at that. The guys thought that the near-death experience was the reason for his awakening, so there was nothing strange about it. At the same time, Yuika noted to herself that her two friends were too naive. It was clear that the young man had said this just to get rid of them, but in reality, the reason was much deeper. It seemed to the girl that the reason for such power lay in something much deeper or even secret, which is why the young man was hiding it so carefully. Suddenly, the coach looked at his students, deciding that they were too naive to believe him. Walking down the street, Katsuragi Ryuji stretched with pleasure, noting that the training had been very intense. He immediately said that he wanted to eat, but when he got home, he would still have to cook for his young children. Looking at the young man in surprise, our hero honestly said that you wouldn't think he was that kind of person at all. However, the young man did not understand what was so strange about this, so he asked Minato Kusagani if he really did not cook. Smiling, the young man admitted that he always makes himself ramen, and added that the world has become very convenient now. Now the third-year student was amazed, noting that an unhealthy lifestyle would ruin the teenager, but the latter only said that the guy was not his father, so he couldn't say that. A moment later, grabbing our hero, he told him to come visit him, adding that he could eat some good food. However, Minato Kusagani was not offended. He thought that his student was an assertive guy, but there was nothing wrong with that. Standing in the middle of the living room, the hero was not very surprised by what was happening to him because children were jumping on him from all sides. Standing with plates of food, the host apologized for this, explaining that he had to look after all these children. But in a moment, the young man solved the problem by placing the children in magic capsules, which upset Katsuragi Ryuji, who asked him not to use magic in the house. He immediately added that it was unheard of to use magic for fun, not hearing the children asking for something similar to be organized for them because they liked it so much. And taking pity on them, he added that he had no idea that the teenager would be so good with children and that the little ones clearly liked him. For a moment, our hero was transported back 50 years, when everything around him was burning and many children were sitting on the ruins and crying. With longing in his voice, Minato Kusagani declared that children are the greatest treasure. Hearing this tone, the owner of the house asked the teenager not to talk like an old man, but heard the same reproach directed at himself. However, after a short while, the situation changed because Katsuragi Ryuji was going to continue cooking while our hero read books to the children. A couple of minutes later, everyone was sitting at a small table and giving thanks for the food that was on it. After that, the kids quickly grabbed their chopsticks and began to enjoy their food. The guest did the same, but he was somewhat confused and felt awkward. However, after a second, having tasted the food, he said that he really did not expect it to be so delicious. And, smiling, he thought to himself that he hadn't eaten home-cooked food for many years, as there was no normal food available while the war was going on. The young man was curious about where the young man's parents were, and he explained that his father was gone, his mother had to work late, so he had a part-time job, and in his free time, he looked after his younger siblings and cooked meals. Continuing to eat, the mentor honestly admitted that the young man had plenty to do. Smiling, the host noted that, of course, it was not easy for him, but he did not complain, as always. Our hero knew this very well himself, so he simply said that he understood everything in this regard. Seeing the young man flexing his muscles, Minato Kusagani said that the more difficult it was, the more motivated he was to work even harder. A few hours later, the whole family, including our hero, had settled down on the mattress and were getting ready for bed. The owner of the house immediately began to apologize for the fact that due to the whims of his brothers and sisters, the young man had to stay the night, although he was not worried about it. Closing his eyes, the young man thanked the teenager once again. Hearing him say that there was no need for thanks, Katsuragi Ryuji stated that it was not for him, but for Ruku. He immediately added that she had started to glow more than before, noting that this had most likely happened immediately after our hero's appearance. The guy decided to himself that this might be related to something romantic, but decided not to say it out loud. However, he decided to ask if the owner of the house liked this girl, although the latter calmly said that this was not the case. He added that they just didn't fit together, and of course they spent a lot of time together, but that was only natural. Hearing the last sentence, Minato Kusanagi decided that in this respect he was very similar to the guys. The next day the young people walked together, but this time to the academy. The sisters stood in the alley and watched the guys, saying reproachfully that they were both late, which was unacceptable. But the young man immediately began to justify himself, saying that Kusagi couldn't get out of bed, although instead of understanding, the girls began to scold them for not training and just resting. The young man did not understand why they had to make an appointment to go to the academy together, but decided that it was not so important. However, the guys didn't get anywhere because at that moment the police officers who were standing nearby approached the teenager. Sighing deeply, our hero said with some annoyance that he had to see these people again. Realizing that they were not very welcome, the girl said that they had an urgent matter they wanted to discuss. She immediately reported that monsters had invaded the area around Tokyo TV Tower, and since it was highly likely that this was related to the disaster, they had come to ask for his cooperation. The young man thought it might be some kind of trick, so he replied that he was just an ordinary student. But the police officers began to argue, noting that the young man was the one who had stopped the disaster single-handedly and that he did not fit the mold of an ordinary student. To put it simply, the police forces themselves were unable to cope. The young people spoke openly about how law enforcement agencies could not do anything about it, no matter how hard they tried. After that, Shido Shego once again turned to Kusagi and noted that they really needed this. Realizing that the police couldn't handle the monsters on their own, Minato Kusagani said that since they were asking him, he couldn't refuse their request. Sadly, the guy thought that he would prefer not to stand out again, but he didn't want to tell these people about it. Immediately, the law enforcement officers noted that there would be a reward for completing this task, and as for his absence from the academy, they would talk to the director. The guys who were standing aside and heard everything shouted that they would not remain indifferent and therefore also wanted to help. They would cover their backs. Closing his eyes, the police officer said that he was grateful to the young people for their help, but that they could not help in this case. Hearing the students say that they were the best, Shido Shego explained that this was not a standard battle, but something much stronger and more powerful. He immediately added that the student's strength was hardly equal to that of Kusanagi, and therefore this was another important nuance. Hearing this, the students thought about it and fell silent because they understood that their mentor was not just a level, but something incredible. Approaching the car, the policeman said that it would be better for the young people to go to class, and that the young man would go with them because time was of the essence. However, unexpectedly, our hero called out to his charges, who looked at him intently. Winking, the teenager told them to catch up with him, hinting that they also had power within them. The students looked at Minato Kusagani in surprise, but did not respond. And in a moment, the group of friends headed for the academy, knowing that they had their own responsibilities to fulfill. Sometime later, a meeting was held at the Central Police Headquarters, where it was reported that about 100 demons had appeared in the vicinity of the Tokyo TV Tower. The chief said that in order to stop this invasion, they had turned to a student who had taken an active part in the recent disaster that had begun there for help. So that everyone could meet the young man, he was asked to stand up, which he did immediately. The police officers sitting at the meeting did not understand how such a boy could have been brought to them, although others knew that it was this man who had bravely fought the boss. Closing her eyes, Sanada Karan was more worried than anyone else, thinking that no one would take the young man seriously. Suddenly, Shido Shigo approached the microphone and coughed to get everyone's attention. All conversation in the hall immediately stopped and turned toward where their colleague was standing. The young man explained that Minato Kusagani was a student who had stopped the disaster at the academy and that he had personally seen the young man and his actions up close and could say that he was a real pro. Pointing to the teenager, he added that this person had taken part in the disaster, the first in decades, and therefore his cooperation was considered extremely necessary. And while the police officer asked that Kusagami be treated as an employee, the detractors continued to say that they were dealing with a child and that professionals should be handling such matters. The chief, realizing that the discussion was dragging on, rose from his seat and shouted that the young man was not one of them, but was doing the same thing, and therefore it was time to start exterminating the monsters. The police officers realized that there was nothing more to discuss, so they decided that it was necessary to get down to business. A couple of minutes later, Shido Shigo approached our hero and began to apologize for his colleague's actions, but he said that he understood everything. Hearing these wise words, the blond man noted that although the teenager was young in age, he was also very mature and experienced. Suddenly frightened, the female colleague looked at the man and said that she was going to stop the other employees, but got scared. But Minato Kusagani just smiled and said that it was okay to forget about it because it didn't matter. Smiling, Sanada Karan said that the boy was not only talented, but also very kind. Sitting in the car, the boy wanted to know about the overall combat power and learned that there would be a total of 80 mages, most of them mid-level, and only a few higher-level ones. Our hero thought to himself that as far as he remembered, mid-level mages could use magic up to the second rank, and those one level higher could use it up to the third rank. The blond man, understanding what the young man was thinking, said that it was a pity to admit, but the student was the only one who could use fourth-rank magic synthesis, which meant that he was the strongest of them all. As for tactics, there were none, really. Everyone would see the outcome of the battle, which took place in open terrain using only magic. The teacher thought that there would be no problems with magical creatures and guards. But the intelligence of creatures such as demons and other beings is stronger, and therefore countermeasures are necessary, and therefore a head-on battle cannot be called a strategy. Responding to the guy's question about weapons, the policeman explained that there are no weapons that can be effective against such monsters, and many fight only in clothing or costumes that are convenient for movement. Kusanagi remembered that such weapons used to exist, but the blond man explained that now only the aristocracy has a few, and even then in small quantities. Lowering his head, our hero decided that this simply couldn't be true, because there used to be so many weapons, but now only the lowest-level mages remained. Shido Shigo watched the guy closely in the rearview mirror, but decided to keep quiet for a while. After a while, the whole team approached their destination, which was visible from afar. The police were waiting, so everyone was ready for the battle to begin soon. Looking at the monsters, the guy thought that the disaster itself had not yet begun, but the number of creatures was unusual. For this reason, the young man did not understand what was really going on. The police officers, who had been looking askance at our hero in the courtroom, were now indignant that there were many more beasts than had been indicated in the report. They immediately added that they could see demons they couldn't fight, so they should ask for help from civilians or the magical aristocracy. The blond man explained that requests had been sent, but they were unlikely to receive any responses, as the number of monsters and outlaw mages was increasing throughout the country, and therefore everyone was now overwhelmed with work. Realizing that only those who had arrived at the scene would be fighting, the men shouted that it was suicide. Realizing that there were indeed many beasts, the event leader asked Kusagani if they could handle it. Sighing, the boy honestly said that they had to do it, as there was no other way out. The detractors suddenly shouted that the boy was useless anyway, that he was talking nonsense, and that in fact there were too many monsters to defeat. The student did not argue with them, he just quietly said that something had changed. After that, everyone looked closely at the monsters, who were growling and staring at the sky. The police officers did the same automatically, noticing that the sky was turning red again, which foreshadowed disaster. At that moment, the radio reported that the disaster was gaining momentum again across the country. Realizing that the situation was now complicated not only at the tower, the dispatcher explained again that the disaster was gaining momentum across the country. The primary task was to rescue the townspeople, and therefore everyone was asked to take immediate measures to combat the disaster. In addition, priority was given to measures to combat the disaster in large cities, with no reinforcements available for other locations. The frightened police officers shouted again that a disaster had begun, but it was difficult for them to understand how such a thing could even be possible. Still staring intently at the sky, our hero thought that disasters always happen spontaneously, but in this case, everything looked as if the monsters had deliberately caused it, although in 50 years, anything could have happened. Detractors who had never liked it before now said that without help, they would definitely not be able to do anything. But Minato Kusagani quietly noted that the work had begun. However, a second later, he asked if it was true that the monsters were moving towards the city because it certainly looked that way. The police did not answer. They began to discuss the situation among themselves, saying that the most important thing now was to save the civilians, although in the current situation it would be difficult to do so. One of the young men started shouting and getting angry again, saying that the police couldn't do anything and that no one would be able to cope with so many monsters. Without saying a word, the teenager jumped over the fence in one movement and headed straight for the monster's lair. After that, rushing down, the young man fearlessly declared that they would do everything as necessary. The young man saw the monsters looking at him intently, hoping for something, even though he knew it would not happen. In a moment, Kusanagi Minato landed on the ground, knowing what to do next. But if there had been several dozen monsters a moment ago, now there seemed to be up to 100. The police officers could see perfectly well what was happening, so they shouted at the teenager to leave immediately because these monsters would not spare him. But the boy did not listen to anyone. He immediately began to use the wind cutter, a third-level manipulation that was very powerful. After that, those who had criticized the young man just a moment ago now watched him in amazement, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. Shido Shigo had already seen something like this before, so he smiled, realizing that this student was actually capable of a lot. Only a minute had passed, and it had become quiet around our hero because he had managed to destroy most of his opponents. Despite the fact that some had been dealt with, another group was waiting ahead, which also promised trouble. They saw what was happening, so they immediately took up a defensive stance and opened fire on the guy. One might think that Kusanagi Minato would be frightened by something like this, but that was not the case. He stood and silently watched his defenses work automatically. The teenager thought to himself that he could easily defend himself without a magical barrier, but he had an audience, so it was better not to forget about this nuance for now, otherwise various questions would arise. Realizing that protection was good, but that it was also necessary to destroy evil, the young man immediately set about doing so. The blonde immediately began to think about how powerful the student was, but he was curious how many elements he was using, since no one else had entered the battlefield. And then he suddenly shouted that he was also coming to help, to at least take some of the burden off the young man. The other police officers saw their colleagues rush into battle, but despite this, they stood rooted to the spot, not knowing what to do. However, in the next second, another officer clenched his fist and said that it was unheard of for professionals to run away, trembling with fear, and therefore declared that they must not fall behind this guy. The guys understood that they didn't have that kind of strength, but despite this, they did what they could. Distracted from the process, our hero watched the law enforcement officers fight and happily noted to himself that they weren't as bad as they might seem. Suddenly everyone gathered began shouting that there was a demon ahead and that they should prepare themselves. The police immediately said with horror that their ranks were not enough to defeat this monster unless you were a legendary mage. A cold, protective energy immediately began to gather around the demon, impossible to miss. The men immediately closed ranks and moved a little further away, realizing that its power was indeed great. Kusanagi Minato said at that moment that he would deal with this monster himself, while the others should finish off the rest so that they could clean up together. The frightened police officers asked in horror if the guy had really defeated them last time. They immediately added that he was actually a cool magician, seeing the results of the student's work. The blonde, who was the senior, ordered his assistants to destroy all the evil creatures, and if they noticed someone strong, they should send them to Kusunoki. He thought about how 50 years ago, a catastrophe had struck the entire world, and it was the first of many catastrophes that had occurred since then, throwing the world into chaos. If history repeated itself, horror would fill the entire world. However, this time our hero is here, although not in his previous incarnation, and therefore he will not allow humanity to be destroyed. At that moment, Sanada Karin, who had been helping the police officer, saw a huge ghost in front of her that she could not resist. But suddenly a teenager appeared and immediately put up a defense so that nothing would threaten the girl. The young man realized that he had managed to come to the rescue in time and destroy another demon. The delighted police officer remembered that it was the same kind of sudden help she had received that night in Shibuya. Approaching the unfortunate girl, the young man decided to ask if she was all right, hearing a grateful response. Kusanagi Minato also remembered that evening because the situation was similar and therefore decided that the girl might recognize him. The policewoman wondered why this man was involved in black magic and why his student was so powerful. The girl wanted to ask about it, but she didn't know if he would listen to her or even talk to her in the future. Suddenly, the beautiful girl began to cry and scold herself for such thoughts, noting that he was just a student. But the tears quickly stopped because what the girl saw surprised her greatly. The young man began to repel the attack, which came from different sides with renewed vigor. Stammering, the law enforcement officer wanted to say that it was all very dangerous, but then began to apologize, realizing that she was saying the wrong thing. The guy understood that this young woman needed help, so he told her not to leave him, thinking to himself that for some reason she couldn't use her combat magic. Still looking intently at Kusanagi Minato, the girl said she would do everything he told her to do. And again, she wondered if the teenager was really a student or if it was all just some kind of joke. The reason was that this guy behaved more maturely than she did. The other police officers fighting the demons were doing so bravely, but it was clear that something was bothering them. Each of them said that they were trembling, and this prevented them not only from concentrating, but also from dispelling magic. And this was despite the fact that the main demon was raging ahead of them, a fight that had to be left for later. Suddenly the blond man, seeing it, shouted that it was not the demon itself, but a subspecies that was slightly stronger. Sitting down on the ground, the police officers declared that now everything was definitely lost because they were not sure if they could win even if the magical aristocrats appeared here. Only Minato Kusagani stood and watched this subspecies closely, remaining silent. Seeing the young man step forward, the men began to tell him not to do it, not even to try because he was no match for it. But the young man, with his characteristic positivity, calmly said that he would prevail. The police officers didn't know what else to say, so they just watched to see how events would unfold. A second later, one of the law enforcement officers looked at his hands and noticed that for some reason they had suddenly stopped shaking. The girl didn't know what to expect, so she closed her eyes and began to pray silently that Kusagani would bring them victory. The blond man thought that he was sure that this student's power was equal to the level of the aristocrat's magic, and therefore this boy would be able to destroy not only the demon, but also its subspecies. Our hero didn't think about anything, he just watched the one he would have to fight. Despite this, everyone gathered wanted the young man to show them all his power. The squad leader knew that there was no time to waste on talking, so he ordered everyone to give it their all until the boss was defeated. But the boss made it clear that he didn't think anyone could hurt him. Perhaps that is why our hero froze for a moment and just stared ahead. He saw everything burning and flying around him and understood that a serious battle was unfolding, but he had his own goal. And that goal was now standing in front of him, a monster that had already begun to attack, although it had not yet used its magic to its full power. Even in this situation, the teenager did not rush to do anything. He simply waited to understand what he needed to be prepared for. It seemed that the power of the fire was growing stronger and stronger with every second and could burn everything in its path. The police officers, who saw that the boy was unfazed by all this, now sincerely said that they had never seen anything like it, especially from a student. Kusanagi Minato, as before, stood in the middle of all this chaos and simply waited for the right moment to attack. A moment later, the monster asked his opponent what kind of creature he was. However, our hero calmly stated that he was just an ordinary student and added that at the moment he was simply a student. After that, the demon fell silent and now watched the guy who was also doing nothing. But not much time passed before Kusanagi Minato decided it was time to put up his powerful defense because the conversation was over. The boss immediately summoned a huge flame that should have easily burned the young man. Suddenly, the police officers shouted, unable to believe that they were facing a demon who wielded sixth-rank power. But our hero wasn't thinking about that. He couldn't decide how best to prove himself in this situation, because his opponent's magic was actually too great. The problem was that the assistants who were supposed to protect the rear now did not understand where to run, because the monsters surrounded them from different sides. The young people realized that they could not resist such power, although they tried to do so. The blonde, who had never seen anything like this before, understood that somehow the monsters were coordinating with each other, although this had never happened before and was somewhat absurd. The policewoman watching the events unfold was most concerned for the teenager, so she tried to shout to him. Realizing that the student was standing his ground even though he was being attacked from all sides, the woman shouted even louder for him to leave and save himself because he certainly couldn't defeat such a horde. Time passed and Minato Kusanagi remained where he was, continuing to do so, watching everything around him closely. Finally, the young man put up one of his defenses, now watching as the hellish flames hit one of them. It was an incredible 6th rank action and an explosive stream that was literally breathtaking. And despite this, the young man continued to stand, as if it did not concern him at all. Something incredible was happening around him, with attacks coming from all sides, but the young man was tightly enveloped in a protective net. It seemed that the monster standing directly opposite him, staring intently at the young man, understood this too. In a calm tone, the teenager asked the boss if he thought this was the end. Shido Shego, surprised by everything that was happening, tried to say something but couldn't find the right words to describe what an incredible guy was standing in front of them. The other policewoman picked up on this as well, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Scratching his head, the blond man noted that this student's power was beyond all limits and seemingly impossible things were happening right before their eyes. Only people of the magical aristocracy could use 6th rank magic, and remote activation was also a high-level technique. Hearing this, Sanada Karan tried to understand how this could be, but did not dare to say anything about it. The blond guy noted that there was one more thing that surprised him, something that seemed to indicate that the young man had also used another type of magic that he knew nothing about. Usually magic can only be used once, and then you have to wait a few seconds to use it again, but this guy used magic again after just a moment. Magic is powerful in itself, and the fact that the teenager used it without delay suggests that this person is a superior aristocrat. He thought to himself that his intuition had not failed him, because this was exactly the young man the police officer was looking for. Standing before him was a second Minato Ichigami, and it didn't matter who this student was now. The monster was not going to give up so easily, so he growled, making it clear that he had enough strength to deal with the boy. For some reason, the monster said that there was very little space there, so it would be best to clear it. Our hero knew what that meant, so he began to use the 1st rank in some kind of aerobics. The opponent didn't like any of this, but he had to play by the rules that had already been set. Looking at the result, Minato Kusagani said quietly that it seemed he could use aerobics after all, although he had doubted it for a moment. The monster watched closely, not knowing what this could lead to. Finally, the monster understood what it was for, and therefore said that the guy's goal was to disrupt overall coordination. Although our hero stated in an indifferent tone that he didn't care about the monster's clumsy coordination, and with a smile he added that here he would be able to resist, although he did not specify what he meant. The ill-wisher understood that he had to act, so he immediately began to attack his opponent. Thanks to his agility, the young man dodged very quickly so that he did not even need to use magic. The guy knew his strengths, so he tried to use them to the maximum. At one point, it seemed that Kusanagi Minato had regrouped, although it was not very clear what he was going to do next. The monster didn't know either, so it just attacked, but it didn't use all its strength. For a moment, the teenager stopped and looked up somewhere. He knew he had used a trick, and it should have had an effect. Suddenly, everyone present noticed a powerful explosion that seemed to be visible from everywhere. Only the boy turned away from the fire and the monster behind him. After that, even stranger manipulations began, which seemed impossible or unreal to everyone present. The monster also understood that this was an unusual battle for him, since until that moment he had never encountered such strong guys as the young man. A moment later, it seemed as if our hero had hidden among the clouds, while the monster was in the very center, although it did not understand where its opponent was. The beast looked around carefully, but could not see anything, and therefore there was no point in attacking, since there was no target. At that moment, the young man was standing nearby, but it seemed as if he was hidden by some kind of veil. Finally, the ill-wisher understood everything, which is why he began to insult Minato Kusagani as much as possible. However, this did not matter to the teenager, who had already changed his position. After that, he said that the monster's prediction was not so bad if it understood that magic would be ineffective and chose hand-to-hand combat. But the villain, looking into the teenager's eyes, declared that the attempt had still been unsuccessful, even though he himself understood this. In the next moment, the opponents were face to face again, knowing that the battle was not over yet. The young man declared menacingly that he was not afraid of blows because they would not harm him anyway. And in a moment, the young man swung and struck the predator, knowing that he could do much more if he wanted to. Flying to the side, the monster said aloud that this had never happened before, that a human blow could damage him. Therefore, the boss knew that now was the time for him to do something to show what demons of his level were capable of. But, realizing that nothing was working, the monster asked what the kid had done to him, and the kid replied innocently that before this fight he thought he could only use magic, but it turned out he could also fight a little. Kusanagi Minato was glad that his little trick had worked, which meant that he was already a level above in something. He announced aloud that he would now show his opponent his own technique. It was clear that the young man was using something that few people knew about, including the monster, who was trying to figure out what was going on. The police officers were just as surprised as everyone else, and while the blonde man felt a chill, the girl felt as if something was descending from the sky. And indeed, everything around them suddenly changed and took on completely different colors. The most interesting thing was that it seemed as if Minato Kusagani knew exactly where this was all going. Suddenly, the young man opened his eyes, which were now sky blue, and his face showed complete peace. Taking a defensive stance, the disciple was no longer afraid. If they suddenly decided to attack him, he was completely ready for it. The monster growled even louder, saying that there was no point in surrounding himself with magic because all these tricks were useless against demons, and it was just a waste of time and energy. As he attacked, the young man shouted that they would find out for sure. At that moment, the monster realized that the young man was not joking. The one who attacked him was incredibly strong. The guy understood that he would not be able to fight forever, so he needed to gather all his strength and strike a blow, which he did. And it worked, because in a moment the monster flew back with all its might. Interestingly, some kind of yellow flame was intertwined with this, but at that moment it was unclear what it all meant. The blonde man, who was watching closely, said aloud that Kusanagi Minato was somehow defeating the boss in hand-to-hand combat, which he certainly did not expect to see. The only nuance was that human weapons have no effect on monsters, let alone simple blows, but that's another case. The monster also knew about this rule, so he asked how it was possible that the guy's blows were damaging him because it was simply impossible. Our hero explained that ordinary blows and ordinary weapons are indeed ineffective, but things are different if you possess a colossal amount of magical power. The combination of magic and martial arts, as well as an attacker shrouded in magical power. He immediately continued, saying that this is a magical fighting technique that can do incredible things. The monster did not want to listen to such arguments, stating that it would never be possible for a human to be stronger. And shouting even louder, he declared that he would not allow this to happen and therefore would attack even more powerfully. The boy saw the blow coming, but somehow managed to deflect the energy to the side. Realizing that there was no time to play games, the teenager immediately decided to strike back. And it proved to be quite effective as the monster flew in the other direction. The gathered monsters watched the fight closely, clearly not understanding how the battle had reached this stage. However, a minute later, something even more unusual happened, as our hero, hovering in the air on a disc, watched the multicolored flames. The police officers shouted joyfully that the disaster had actually ended because the boy had somehow managed to defeat the boss. The blonde, realizing that his colleagues were about to relax, shouted at them not to let their guard down because it was necessary to finish off the remaining monsters. Still smiling, the teenager decided that he could trust the police with the rest. They surely wanted to prove themselves. The young man himself remained in limbo, simply observing everything that was happening around him. The young man thought about how today he had done many things that he had only done in his past life. One of those moments was combat techniques, which he had even slightly forgotten. Suddenly, our hero dropped to the ground and ran away as fast as he could. But a moment later, he stopped and looked ahead gloomily. The people he had been fighting were looking intently at the student, with a blonde man standing in the front row. The man who led the operation shouted loudly that he was grateful to Minato Kusagi for his work and for subduing the boss, saying that without him, the job could not have been done. After that, everyone present said that they honored the respected young man. A couple of hours later, reporters reported that disasters had struck all over the world that day, but everything had been stopped thanks to the active efforts of the police and the magical aristocracy. Amidst concerns about the disaster and accusations against the government and police, there was hope for the magicians and its loss. As people's excitement continued to grow, someone said that the magician in black would surely prevail. It seemed like everyone in the city was talking about how great it was that they had their own powerful mage. A couple of days later, sitting in class, Minato Kusagani listened to his classmates eagerly asking how he managed to defeat the boss and what magic he used. Staring ahead, the student thought about how he was frankly tired of all this talk and had no idea how to escape it. Mizuha Yuika, who was sitting at the next desk, looked intently at her mentor but didn't know if she should say anything. At that moment, the teacher said that their class would be devoted to the disaster that had occurred not long ago. She added that even though all the students were still students, they were still magicians, and perhaps someday they would be called to battle, so they had to be prepared for that. Looking at our hero, she immediately said that there were some among the students who already had such experience. Minato Kusagani looked intently at the teacher, realizing that she was talking about him. But the teacher didn't have time to say anything else because the door to the office swung open and Sanada Karen appeared in the doorway, immediately apologizing to everyone present. The woman did not understand what these people were doing, but the police officer stated that she could be there because she had permission from the academy director. And then the girl shouted, turning to Kusagani, that they wanted to ask him for help again, which they couldn't do without. Embarrassed, the guy thought that they were no longer creating any visibility, but what about the face of the police, which should be at least something? At that moment, the students looked closely at their classmate, but he didn't understand why they were looking at him that way. After that, the teenager lowered his head and sighed heavily, realizing that he couldn't refuse if someone needed help. Moving down the corridor, the young man wanted to know what was required of him, but the policewoman immediately told him not to worry, that he would be rewarded, and also told him why he would be placed in the academy. She immediately added that monsters and magicians who break the rules were appearing all over the world, and entire criminal organizations had also become active, so the situation was such that they were completely short of manpower. Minato Kusagani realized that they couldn't do without him, and the girl added that they were ashamed to admit it, but it was true because they didn't have any other strong guys like him. Realizing that the guy didn't want to stand out, he asked that next time they contact him via smartphone. Looking at the phone number in surprise, the girl said that now she had Kusagi's contact information. Realizing that the young man had been summoned for a reason, he wanted to know what he needed to do. The girl immediately said that they would like to ask the young man to deal with the monsters that had appeared in Harajuku. The policewoman began to say that they would drive the student to the location, but he quickly stated that it would be too slow. He immediately declared that he would go ahead, and then rushed to the academy exit. The police officers, clutching their heads, said they had never seen such incredible speed. The guy understood that there was no time to wait, so he had to be there, which is what he did. Two children were sitting on the ground, the older one reassuring the younger one, telling him not to worry because everything was fine. The child hugged the little one with all his might, showing that he would do everything possible to protect him from harm. But the monster didn't care who was in front of it, so it watched the children in front of it closely. The boy grabbed his younger brother and shouted that they needed to run as fast as they could. But suddenly the little boy stumbled and fell to the ground, and his doll flew there too. At that moment, the beast's huge jaws opened so wide that they were right above the poor kids, who were crying loudly. A moment later, the children saw a bright flash of light, which for some reason stopped the monster looming over them. Kusanagi Minato, who arrived just in time, now did everything he could to stop this invasion. Standing next to the children, the young man praised the older boy for not being afraid and for behaving very bravely and courageously. After that, our hero handed the doll to the little boy, saying that he must have lost it by accident. In a second, smiles lit up the faces of these unfortunate children, and the student smiled with them, realizing what a great joy it was to arrive in time and help. As he ran away, the young man told the children, pointing to the police, that they would now be under the protection of these children. Watching the young man, who was already out of sight, the children continued to bow to Minato Kusagani, saying that they were very grateful to him. The little boy was the happiest of all, for whom the young man was a kind of angel who had performed a great miracle. Running through the ruins, the teenager thought that fighting in the streets of the city was more difficult than in the academy. This was not the ruined Shibuya. There were many obstacles here, as well as people. And the townspeople were rushing around in panic, so it was impossible to use magic shells, as the magical power of monsters and humans was distinguishable. However, people who do not possess it cannot detect it, so if the boy wants to save everyone, he needs to be careful. At that moment, the policeman shouted to his colleagues that they should give priority to subduing the monsters, and that the rescue of citizens could be entrusted to the fire department and the self-defense forces. However, a moment later, the man stopped because he saw someone he knew. Calling out to our hero, the man said he wanted to say something to the teenager. But he didn't get a chance to do so because another police officer was trying to find something out, shouting so loudly that no one else could be heard. Realizing that he needed to find out what the squad leader wanted, Minato Kusagi jumped down to him and said that he had come to help and therefore wanted to know what the overall situation was. With sadness in his voice, the young man explained that urgent assistance to citizens had not been provided and that the current situation was such that they would not be able to reach the eastern side in time. Using his magic discs to help him, the young man declared that in that case he would take it upon himself to clear that area. As he ran away, our hero heard the policeman say that there had been reports of outlaw magicians operating there, so the young man should be careful. For a moment, the young man fell silent and simply looked where Minato Kusagani had been standing just a moment ago. Then he said aloud to himself that there was no point in worrying about this teenager, who was much stronger than everyone else gathered there. His colleague immediately asked who this amazing boy was and how he could destroy a monster in an instant. He immediately added that perhaps he had appeared to help with the chaos in such times. However, our hero did not hesitate. He understood that he had to act because the monsters had lived without disaster for 50 years and had now decided to take action. What was unusual was that the monsters were increasing in number, and with it, their own strength. Reaching out to someone, the student continued to think that the area exceeded the ability of them alone to take action. If a solution was not found, the situation would spiral out of control, and, given that there were practically no good magicians, dealing with it would make them even stronger. Our hero had several plans, but he did not fully understand which one was best to choose. The young man thought about it while helping people in various ways, depending on the specific situation. But before the guy had time to think everything through, he saw a policewoman he knew running towards him, looking very frightened. She looked closely at the people the young man had saved, but said nothing, just like them. Minato Kusagani just waved his hand, letting them know that he should move on. But at that moment, another police officer approached and immediately began to praise the student, saying that he had helped him a lot and that thanks to the student, the losses had been minimized. But our hero said sincerely that it was all thanks to the police and firefighters and that he had only helped them a little. After these words, the young man said with surprise that the guy was actually cool, and besides, he was a good person. And then, bowing, he added that he and the others wanted to apologize for the day of the disaster when they had been prejudiced against him, that it was all because of ridiculous pride. But the young man immediately explained that he himself understood that students like him could seem arrogant, so there was no need to think about it anymore. But the police immediately stated that the boy was actually much more mature than he seemed, and moreover, he possessed a special kind of wisdom. Standing aside with modesty in her voice, Sanada Karin noted that she too was grateful to the boy, and therefore did not yet know how to justify the fact that they relied so heavily on an ordinary student. But our hero was not interested in that, but in the fact that there were many monsters, and they were strong, countermeasures against them, and the disaster itself were necessary, but as far as he knew, Mr. Shido was working on it. A minute later, the boy's older brother, who had recently been rescued, joined the conversation. He also approached Kusanagi Minato and sincerely said how good it was that he was there, hearing that the boy was glad that the children were all right. The little boy immediately declared that he was in the presence of a true saint. The young man did not understand what this meant, but the older brother explained that the child really liked the great saint, although he did not explain who he was talking about. After that, the young man looked closely at the doll in the child's hands. Minato Kusagani smiled, although he did not fully understand what the child meant. But in a moment, he realized that there was a certain resemblance between him and the doll, and therefore it could be said that he was the great saint they were talking about. Clutching the toy even tighter, the child said that he had always believed in miracles, and that was why they had happened. Sitting in one of the offices, our hero in his past life asked someone if they really wanted to make him into a doll. Hearing that there should also be bromides and keychains, the young man refused, noting that this was complete nonsense because no one needs such things. But the man insisted that the warrior was a great saint, a support for everyone, and that children especially needed such things. However, the stranger shouted as loudly as he could that in 50 years, maybe even 100 years, humanity would need to be saved, and therefore such things needed to be done. Taking the baby in his arms, Minato Kusanagi thought that everything turned out to be exactly as he had been told, but dolls alone could not save the situation. It was necessary to have a great saint in these times, although it seemed that people should have learned something over the past 50 years. At that time, an interesting conversation was taking place in some establishment in the city. A group of people reported to someone that the information about the magician in black was as they had reported. The bandit in black, who was the leader of the secret organization of magicians, Satoshi Osamu's Black Rebellion, listened attentively to the speaker. Therefore, he said that this magician was an outlaw, not a member of any organization, which meant that this person was acting against him. Grabbing one of the guys, he asked his question louder. The frightened red-haired young man said that if little was known about the mage, it meant that he was actually acting on his own. Stretching out his hand, the leader told all his assistants to conduct an immediate investigation and find out who this man was, and to make sure they found him. He immediately added that if this guy agreed to join them, he would not object, but if he refused, he fell silent. Adjusting his glasses, Kaga Shuji, who was the head of the Kabukicho branch, said that if the young man refused, he should be killed. Satoshi Osamu smiled and said that it could be done, but only after torture. The ill-wisher thought for a moment and said that he would do everything as required. The next day, while working in the yard, Minato Kusanagi saw that the boys were completely exhausted, so he shouted that they had done a great job and could now rest. Looking at the guys sitting on the bench, the teenager thought that they had become much stronger than before, and that things would only get better from now on, which made him very happy. At that moment, the young people were discussing how their mentor was some kind of monster, having expended so much energy without even breaking a sweat. Mizu Haruka didn't want to remain silent, so she decided to ask about the amount of magical power the guy currently had. The girl's sister, who continued to sit on the bench and had asked herself the same question many times, thought that it might be around 500,000, although the young man might have even more. Our hero had already learned to trust his charges, so he said that his power was at 99,990,000. Hearing this figure, the guys were stunned. They even forgot what else they wanted to say. After that, his protege noted that this was probably too high a mark even for him, and therefore he did not need to develop further. Hearing something about Ichigami Minato, our hero asked if it was true that his magical power was 1 million. The girls said that it was indeed true, because that was the maximum of all maximums, and added that surely the young man knew about it, since everyone knew it. Hearing this, the guy didn't believe that his power was equal to 1 million, so he decided to double-check something on the internet. A moment later, the teenager was already looking intently at his phone, and it was difficult to understand anything from his expression. Closing his eyes, Minato Kusagani thought to himself that he had completely forgotten the user manual as it was too complicated and therefore decided to forget about it. Unexpectedly, Shido Shego called the guy and said he had some business with him. The police officer first asked if all his friends were there, and when he heard that they were, he asked to turn on the speakerphone so that everyone could participate in the conversation. Once again, the young man got confused with the phone, but his friend immediately came closer to help him figure it out. The law enforcement representative went on to explain that following recent disasters and an increase in the number of monsters, it had been decided to create a specialized unit to combat them. This is a special magical squad that will perform specific tasks. He immediately added that he wanted to entrust the position of squad commander to our hero. The guys who were listening carefully to the conversation couldn't believe that such a young man was being entrusted with such a difficult task. Ui thought that every mage would want such a position, and even Minato would not refuse it because it was very important. But before the policeman could finish, the young man immediately declared that he refused, which surprised his ward. But Shido Shigo did not give up, saying that he wanted to share his thoughts on the matter and hoped that the student would listen to them, to which the latter finally agreed. He said that there were too many tasks for the police alone to handle, meaning that, given the current situation, they would not be able to stand up to the monsters on their own, although he knew for sure that the young man himself understood this. Hearing this, the teenager thought that the root of the problem lay in the low level of training of the magicians. Our hero did not understand why the aristocracy could not be involved, but the police officer said that the main components, Mizuha, Kaichi, and Homarai, had not yet returned from a meeting held abroad, and there was also Fuka, but that was a separate issue. At that moment, the guy turned to Yuika and said that he hadn't seen her parents, and she replied that they had been traveling for a long time. After that, the police officer stated that there were about a dozen police officers who were members of the organization, and he wanted to include our hero's wards in the group as well. Shido Shego assured him that he would take care of all the things that could cause problems, and that it would be good if Minato Kusanagi focused his efforts solely on training the magicians and commanding them. He immediately added that the student would receive remuneration for his subjects at the academy, and that they would even help him find a job. After that, the department head once again asked the young man to become commander, admitting that they couldn't manage without him. Our hero remained silent, not knowing how to react, because he had recently promised himself not to stand out. After a short pause, he said decisively that if necessary, he would do it. The police officer couldn't believe that he had managed to persuade the young man, so he shouted, "Is that true?" wanting to make sure he had heard correctly. The guys, realizing that they were also involved, began to rejoice at the prospect, noting that Kusagani alone would not be able to handle all this. The guy wasn't very happy about this. He understood that he had reasons to be concerned, and besides, he wasn't very good at raising magicians. A couple of days later, all the media outlets were talking about how the entire Fuka family had been criticized for refusing to help capture the monsters. Although the head of the family muttered to himself that even the aristocracy was not all-powerful, he did not have time to finish his thought because there was a knock at the door. The assistant apologized for the disturbance and said that business papers had just been delivered from the Central Police Headquarters. Realizing that this was about the creation of a special magical squad, the man declared that it was some kind of pathetic parody by incompetence. He immediately added that he understood that the police were at a loss because the residents were angry, so they had decided to keep the rumors under control. After that, the man ordered his servant to call his son to discuss the situation with him. At the appointed time, our hero arrived at the police station, where a discussion was taking place about how the magic squad would work. Kusanagi Minato's subordinates were also present, but unlike our hero, they looked much happier. The head of the department wrote on the board that a joint briefing was coming up so that everyone could ask questions and get answers. The young man asked something about 10 people, but Shido Shego was busy with something else and therefore did not hear him. A minute later, the police officer said that there would be few people in the squad for now, but they were still waiting for more applications, although the young man decided that the problem was that most people did not want to be managed by some student. Suddenly, the young man approached the teenager as closely as possible and handed him something, saying that he should take it. Holding the badge in his hands, the young man said excitedly that he had been given the badge of a temporary magician. The man explained that the cooperation was external, but that the boys were definitely employees of a state institution, which could be shown when necessary. And, hugging our hero, he added that if any questions arose, the team could always consult with him. Minato Kusagani smiled and thought to himself that it was an old feeling when you are above people. Realizing that he needed to say something, the young man approached the board and immediately began to introduce himself, adding that he wanted to say something important. And then, smiling, he declared that he would make all the guys stronger, so much so that they could even compete with the families of the magical aristocracy. The team looked at their leader intently, as if he had said something completely unbelievable. The police officers who heard this also couldn't believe his words and were very surprised. Minato Kusanagi understood that no one could believe it, so he said he would prove it to everyone present. Responding to the guy's question about whether the station had a device for measuring magical power, the police officer said that they did. A few minutes later, our hero's acquaintances were standing in a special room, but they had no idea what was in store for them. Turning to two of his charges, the young man commanded that they first measure their strength levels. First was Ruka, who, placing her hand on the device, felt a strength she had never had before. Next was her acquaintance, who experienced the same thing. Our hero remembered well that Ruka's previous score was 10,000 and Ryuji's was 8,000. However, now their magical power was almost equal, at 30,000 and 28,000. The girl looked at the number in surprise, unable to believe that such a thing was possible. The young man watched his results with enthusiasm, realizing that he had worked hard and therefore deserved his level of power. And if the police officers were surprised before, then after that something incredible happened to them. They thought that something was wrong with the device. Minato Kusanagi heard the cheers, but immediately said that it was too early to be surprised because now his friend would show what she had achieved during this time. The girl looked intently ahead, her face showing caution because she did not understand what the device would show her now. Time passed, but for some reason, Yuika couldn't bring herself to come closer. It seemed that she didn't believe in her own strength. The beauty wondered what to do, whether she should test her strength or not, because if the difference between her and her sister was great, she would be worse off again. The girl knew for sure that she had tried hard not to let her mentor down, but despite this, fear got the better of her. Putting her hand down, the frightened student decided that, of course, she would no longer run away from herself or others. And while the girl was thinking that she would no longer betray herself, the police watched the result in surprise. Yui opened her eyes slightly. She understood that everyone could already see the results, but she couldn't bring herself to look. Suddenly, the number 26,000 appeared on the screen, which was almost impossible to believe. With surprise in his voice, Shidu Shego noted that according to the records, this girl's score was 2,000, so it was impossible for her to have a completely different score now. Approaching his ward, the young man said that it was possible to increase her strength, but that it required talent. But it was also very important to have strong intentions and to move forward, knowing that something better awaited her. The young man approached Yuika and placed his hand on her head, knowing that she fully deserved it. Seeing the beauty begin to cry, the young man sincerely said that she had worked hard and therefore achieved what she had achieved. For some time, the beauty could not calm down. Her sister stood nearby, but did not rush to approach her. Perhaps she wanted to, but did not dare to show her own weakness in front of others. Realizing that the other wards were also doing well, our hero began to praise them too, although the guys said that it was already clear that they were capable of many things. Ruka proudly noted that this was quite natural for a member of the Mizuha clan, and therefore there was no point in praising them. But Minato Kusanagi knew that everyone needs praise, that everyone wants to hear kind words, so he said them to this student as well. At that moment, Katsuragi Ryuji thought that he had always known that their teacher was a fearless person, but now he realized that he was some kind of superhuman. Seeing what the guy was doing, Yuika was embarrassed. She knew her sister didn't like that kind of attitude, so she was sure there would be a scandal. And indeed, in a moment, Ruka noticed that she was not a child, and therefore there was no need to treat her that way. The guys who were watching understood that the response could have been harsher and more direct. Seeing Kusanagi approach the guy to pat him on the head, Ruka smiled, but not because of that, but because it was the first time anyone had ever patted her on the head, which was actually very pleasant. Suddenly, a man entered the room and said in a dissatisfied tone that he had been unable to find the boys for 10 minutes and that to prevent this from happening, they should let him know where they were going. Shidu Shego began to speak apologetically, saying that he had been told that the man would not show up for work, although the man said that he had changed his mind and therefore came. After that, the frightened blonde man said that it would be better if everyone were introduced. He immediately added that standing before them was Mr. Fuka, who belonged to the magical aristocracy, or more precisely, he was the eldest son. The police officer whispered to our hero that they had to talk to the magical aristocracy whether they wanted to or not, and that the fat man had been forced to join the group. Responding to the question of whether it was true that this family had ignored the request for help in capturing monsters, the police officer noted that this was indeed the case, but that there were a number of rules in place to maintain authority. At that moment, Shifuka himself spoke up, noting that he had been told that this was the leading magical squad, but no one had said that there would be students in it. The police officer did not lose his composure and immediately introduced our hero as the commander of the squad, saying that it was this guy who helped stop the disaster. The fat man looked at the young man with contempt, saying, "How could a student possibly stand up to monsters?" And stepping on Kusanagi Minato's foot, he shouted that trash that hadn't reached his level would never stand above him, and what's more, this boy was getting cocky. Seeing such inappropriate behavior, the boys immediately began to shout and demand that the ill-wisher immediately leave their mentor alone. He laughed and said that mere mortals are so easily swayed by their emotions, implying that this is not characteristic of magicians. And, realizing that he was standing before girls who belonged to the aristocracy, he noted that the group was not made up of only scum. A moment later, the man laughed as loudly as he could, although the reason for this was unclear. Shifuka wanted to be appointed commander, but the blond man said that the commander had already been appointed and was in this room. But the man did not hear this. Instead, he proposed a competition. The person from the squad who defeats the boss of the next disaster will have the right to become the commander. And as he left, he said that this was how they would do it, and then it would be truly fair. The policeman immediately began to apologize, noting that he could not argue, but our hero said that in this situation, whatever he said, it would be useless anyway. The team members began to say that they would not allow the fat man to control them and therefore knew that they had to win the battle. Looking at these guys, the young man did not understand why his wards were more determined than he was. Standing on the sports field, the teenager thought about what his plan of action would be. He had doubts because the police officer's strength was at the level of 10,000. But first, he decided to explain everything to everyone and start with the importance of magical power. Magical power is the energy used to control magic, but it also has another purpose. After that, our hero asked Ryuji to step forward. He immediately told the student not to hesitate and to attack him with all his strength. Throwing himself at his mentor, the young man said that he could hit hard, but warned Kusanagi Minato not to complain afterwards. And in a moment, the student struck as hard as he could. But nothing happened, so our hero declared that he had used the power of a magical barrier. He added that with a huge amount of magical power, it was easy to use, and if the amount was truly extraordinary, it would be possible to use magic without even realizing it. He immediately said that this was a kind of automatic magic and that it was very convenient. The most important thing for a magician is to increase their level of magical power, which is something that must be understood forever. After that, our hero began to work with each of the police officers so that they could see mana. This was all new to them, so they looked closely at their hands. Not much time had passed, and the group had already begun to practice, realizing that it would definitely be useful to them. Sitting at home, Minato Kusanagi thought that in addition to magic training, weapons were also necessary, and he wanted something like that to use against monsters. But judging by Shido's reaction, it would take too long to wait, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. He added that it seemed there were no masters for this task at the moment, so there was no one left but the young man himself. He knew he had no experience in this matter, but he hoped he could at least try something. Opening the cabinet, the young man decided that he had to find something useful. A small ring immediately caught his eye, but the young man decided that it was cheap and had been thrown away because it was useless. Kusanagi Minato decided that this item was suitable, but it wasn't enough, and immediately decided that he should go shopping. Just then, the teenager's phone rang, so he decided he had to answer the call. Picking up the phone, our hero realized that it was Ruka calling, although she was in no hurry to tell him anything. Unexpectedly, the girl said that he was the right person for the role of commander of their brigade, although it was strange for the guy to hear that they had decided to cheer him up like this. Smiling, the mentor thought to himself that the words of encouragement didn't sound very good, but it didn't matter because he had his own business with this girl. So he immediately noted that if the beauty was free tomorrow, he would like her to help him with shopping because he didn't know where to buy accessories. Ruka thought that her sister and friend would also be there, but the young man said that they could do without this large company. The beauty fell silent for a moment, finding it strange that they were going somewhere together. The young man, who did not hint at anything, immediately asked again if the girl agreed to go with him. In an indifferent voice, her friend said that in principle she was not against it, so they could go for a walk. A minute later, the young man suggested meeting at the station in the afternoon to go to a shopping center together. After hanging up, Ruka stared at her phone for a while. At that moment, Minato Kusagani was talking aloud about how he wanted to buy rings for all the members of his team, but for now, he had decided to use the accessories he had to make clothing items to protect against monsters. The guy wasn't particularly good at it, but as he performed some kind of manipulation, he hoped that everything would work out. Yui, who had no idea about the call, approached her sister's room and said that she had already prepared everything so they could go and eat. The girl called Ruka several times, but she didn't answer, which was strange, so our hero's friend decided that she might have gone to bed early. Not knowing this for sure, the girl decided not to make any noise, but she still touched the door and said that she was planning to enter the room. Yui expected to see all sorts of things, but not her sister trying on dresses. For a moment, the beauty froze, not knowing how best to react. Realizing that someone had entered, the owner of the room immediately turned around and asked why they were looking at her so strangely. In a confused voice, the younger sister explained that dinner was ready, she had called out, but no one had answered, so she decided to come herself. Standing in the hallway, Yuika thought about how this was the first time she had seen her sister thinking about what to wear. Perhaps she was going to meet someone. The next day, at the appointed time, Minato Kusanagi was already standing at Harajuku Station, waiting for his acquaintance. Hiding around the corner, Yuika thought about how she had concealed her magical power so that Minato wouldn't notice her, and therefore it was necessary to keep her distance so that he simply wouldn't notice her. And then, closing her eyes, she began to scold herself for behaving this way. At that moment, the young man, who had been preoccupied with his own thoughts, looked intently ahead. The reason was that Ruka was walking ahead, and all the young people standing nearby were looking back at her. Coming closer, the girl immediately asked how long the guy had been waiting for her. The young man had no intention of lying, so he said that he had only arrived a couple of minutes ago. Yui, who was peeking out from behind a column, saw how jealous the other guys were of her sister. The girl was indignant. She had no idea why her sister and their mutual mentor were at this station and why they hadn't told the others about it. Walking down the street, Minato Kusagani said he needed to buy a ring. He immediately added that it would be a kind of gift, although he needed to buy several such items. This answer surprised Ruka very much, so she asked if she had understood correctly, and upon hearing that this was indeed the case, she was even more surprised. Deciding to teach the guy something, the beauty immediately stated that polygamy is prohibited in Japan, but he did not understand the joke and asked why she had said that. Realizing that she should change the subject, our hero's protege noted that if they needed inexpensive products, then they needed to go to a certain place. After a while, the young people were standing in front of the counter, looking intently at something. However, the guy didn't like something, so they went to another place, where the young man also looked closely at everything on offer. Standing in front of another jewelry store, the young man explained that the ring should be durable, inexpensive, and not too flashy, in short, the most ordinary one. He then added that there were some pieces that met his requirements, but something was missing, and the price was not always what he had expected. Sipping her cocktail, Yuika thought about what her friends were talking about, noting to herself that it seemed as if the distance between them had narrowed. At that moment, a saleswoman approached the group and asked what they were looking for, immediately adding that if it was a gift for a girl, the store could give them a discount. Raising his hand, Minato Kusagani immediately wanted to say that Ruka was not his girlfriend. But the proud beauty finished the sentence for him and did so quite boldly. Embarrassed, the saleswoman immediately began to apologize for what she had just said. And as she walked away, she added that the guys could choose whatever they wanted and that there was no need to rush. Scratching the back of his head, the young man wanted to say something, but decided to remain silent, realizing that he had to buy souvenirs anyway. A little later, sitting in a cafe, our hero complained that he was tired from walking so long and from the large crowds. He added that they hadn't found anything suitable, so he decided that perhaps they should change their requirements. However, he immediately noticed his companion, who was staring ahead and looking very sad. Finally, the girl admitted with sadness in her voice that she couldn't manage to be friendly. Ruka added that the young man himself was well aware of her character traits, hearing that this was indeed the case. A minute later, she said that she was even too cold towards her sister and couldn't communicate with her normally, so she had to make a lot of effort to get anything out of it. The girl was sure that Yuika was also more suitable for shopping trips, as she only got in the way. But Minato Kusagani sharply stated that this was not the case at all, and therefore he did not want to hear it. The guy was sure that his friend had figured out in advance which stores were best to go to, and she took the choice seriously, even though the young man needed rings, but the girl chose them as if they were for herself. And with a smile on his face, he noted that the beauty was actually doing an excellent job with the task at hand. After these words, Ruka softened a little. She believed that the young man could not deceive her. Standing by the window, Yuika thought about how it was the first time she had seen such a strange expression on her sister's face. And immediately, taking off her glasses, she began to scold herself again for doing such strange things. The girl decided that she didn't want this charade anymore, so she decided it was time to go home. A couple of hours later, leaving another store, Minato Kusanagi was delighted to find the rings he wanted to buy. Hearing his companion say that the guy had bought 5, he noted that that would be enough for everyone. The young man had a plan, but he was in no hurry to reveal it to everyone else. Unexpectedly, Ruka decided to praise her mentor, saying that he had also taken the choice seriously, and added that those who would receive these gifts would be incredibly happy. Our hero was convinced of this, as it was equipment for the army. Finally, the girl understood what these rings were for. Hearing the young man's gratitude, the beauty said that she had free time, so she decided to help, especially since it was not difficult for her to do so. The young man wanted to thank his acquaintance somehow, even though she thought it was completely unnecessary. But at that moment, the young man took a ring out of his pocket, which greatly surprised his companion. Then Minato Kusagani asked Ruka to hold out her hand, although she did not understand why. But as he put the ring on his friend's finger, the guy said that he just wanted to give her a small souvenir. He immediately added that it was a special ring for their team and therefore asked her to take it seriously and take good care of it. The embarrassed girl thanked the young man, saying that it was time for her to go, but that they would definitely see each other at the academy. The guy thought he hadn't had time to explain that the ring worked against monsters, but realized he would have to do that another time. Kusanagi Minato watched his acquaintance walk away, so he just stood there and silently watched her go. For a moment, the girl, who was in a hurry to leave, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She raised her hand and looked closely at her ring. The beauty pressed her hand sharply to her chest and blushed, although she herself did not understand why. The next day during training, Minato Kusagani said that he would now give each member of the team an equipment attribute. Taking the rings in their hands, the police immediately noticed that there was a magical reaction and added that this meant that the item worked against monsters, which was very surprising. Approaching Yuka, the young man explained that the jewelry contained wind magic, and by charging it with his magical power, he could use first-rank wind magic. The blonde man thought that the young man had managed to get these magic rings somewhere, but when he heard that he had made them himself, he couldn't believe it. He thought to himself that there were very few craftsmen capable of making equipment against magical creatures, also known as monster shields, and therefore he found it hard to believe that something like this could be made so easily. Closing his eyes, the young man admitted that the teenager never ceased to amaze them all. Looking at Ruka, her younger sister somehow thought that she hadn't gotten the ring. But a moment later, the girl held out her hand so that the jewelry was immediately visible, although the student did not remember Ruka having anything like it. Suddenly, clutching her head, our hero's acquaintance thought that something important had happened after she left. But Minato Kusanagi understood that there was no time to waste, so he explained that their main disadvantage was that they moved slowly and couldn't always make it in time by car. Shido Shigo himself thought about how this was true, as often when they arrived, the monsters were already rampaging. As he ascended, our hero said that with the equipment he had given them, everyone would be able to use air magic, which would increase their mobility. He immediately added that no matter how powerful it seemed, this was the lowest level of magic, its power was weak, and it was not intended for attack. After that, looking at the surprised guys, the guy said that now it was their turn to try. Seeing everyone's clumsiness, the young man added that to move through the air, they should use flight and acceleration, but first they needed to imagine that they were jumping. A moment later, Kusagami Minato noticed Yuika, who was hovering quite confidently and did not seem to be experiencing any difficulties. With joy in her voice, the girl said that this was the result of continuous training in controlling magical power, and because, of course, she would be able to handle such things. Suddenly, the beauty looked strangely at the teenager, who immediately noticed it. Turning away, she thought to herself that she now felt ashamed for having followed her acquaintance the day before. Suddenly, the guy changed the subject and told Yuika that she knew a lot about Ichigami Minato, having heard the girl say that this man was an example to her. The student replied that this man's magical power was at the level of 1 million, and moreover, he could use many types of magic, but he died tragically after a battle with a demon during a global catastrophe. Kusanagi Minato did not understand what happened to the magicians after that, but the girl said that few survived. Among them were the progenitors of the magical aristocracy who made significant efforts for its revival. In a quieter voice, she added that not many books and data about the magic of those times had survived, which is why everyone had to start learning magic from scratch again. Hearing these words, the guy thought for a moment. He remembered that the mortality rate among magicians was high, but surely there should have been many books on magic left behind. All this material could have been preserved for future generations, but for some reason, this had not been done. And while the students continued to train, the guy pondered the fact that modern magical education was poor and, in addition, there were many misconceptions. The level of mages is also low. Is this all a coincidence, or is someone behind it, perhaps someone who deliberately arranged everything? Yui, realizing that the young man was preoccupied with something, asked him what was wrong, but he said that everything was fine. The girl immediately began to apologize, thinking that she was unreliable and not saying everything, and therefore wanted to help as much as possible. But Minato Kusagani calmly stated that everything was fine, that everything his ward had told him was very useful. But he thought to himself that it wasn't the girl's fault. She wouldn't spread rumors. But it was the mage in black. Considering the possibility that she might be involved, it wasn't worth talking about it carelessly. After that, the guy looked closely at his acquaintance, who was acting a little scared. The young man knew that if he confessed to Yuika who he really was, she would surely faint because she would meet her favorite person. Meanwhile, the girl was thinking that her mentor definitely didn't consider her reliable, which was why he was silent, but she hoped that if she became stronger, this person would change his opinion of her. And she immediately said that she would definitely try to become stronger every day. A week later, gathering again at the same place, the young man shouted for everyone to get ready to strike. Sanada Karin, who used holy magic and a holy crest, immediately began to concentrate on the task at hand. At the same time, her blonde colleague was working with thunder magic, doing everything he could to maintain his power. Katsuragi Ryuji was working with a stone rain, and it was clear that he enjoyed feeling all his strength and power. The sisters, who were doing a great job with the water cascade, were now practicing it. Minato Kusanagi was happy watching the kids. He understood that the team's rank had risen. Even Sanada had mastered offensive magic, although apparently she couldn't even fight back before. But he was most interested in the sisters, realizing that the two of them had excellent compatibility. Yuika took everything very seriously, so she paid no attention to anyone else and was only concerned with what she was doing at that moment. Although together the girls did amazing things that they both enjoyed, as it was much more powerful than anything they had known and done before. The young man was aware of his student's power, but he understood that it still needed to be controlled. After completing one of the tasks, Yuika jumped up, realizing that for her, this was almost the pinnacle of mastery. Kusanagi Minato watched the girl's reaction and smiled himself because he saw how hard she had been trying all this time. A minute later, the mentor praised everyone, saying that they had done an impeccable job and added that they should not be fooled by the increase in ranks, as their large number did not necessarily indicate the power of magic. Turning to Ruka, the teenager told the girl to use fourth-level magic on him. Dispersing the water, the beauty did as she was told, and she did it flawlessly. The young man said nothing, he just watched everything that was happening closely. A moment later, the young man began to use a wooden spear, which belonged to the first rank. Those watching all this noted with surprise that these two forces destroyed each other and noted that the first rank was in no way inferior to the fourth. The young man explained that the number of ranks could increase the upper limit of the available magical power, but their height did not guarantee that the magic would be stronger, even when the first rank was opposed by the maximum amount of magical power invested in the fourth. The first rank may prevail, of course, but attributes also play an important role. Water is vulnerable to wood. There is no need to devote all your efforts to increasing the number of ranks. It is better to study magical power and improve it, then you can become much stronger. The assembled crowd, despite being much older than our hero, listened to him attentively and did not interrupt. He continued to say that we should not forget that everyone has companions and that by working together we can become much stronger. Hearing this, the guys moved closer to each other and shouted joyfully that they were ready for anything. Suddenly, the trainees heard an unpleasant voice saying that it must be hard for mere mortals to torture themselves like this. The blond man did not understand why Shifuka had come to the field, but he said that he was bored and depressed because the catastrophe had not yet come, although it was difficult for the policemen to understand why they did not simply exterminate the monsters. The fat man happily said that he didn't want to do it, that it was all boring to him, and that it was the police's job, not the aristocracy's. The guys hearing this got angry. They didn't want anyone to talk like that about magic and fighting monsters. But the representative of the aristocracy stood his ground, complaining that the catastrophe was still not coming. Suddenly, something happened that our heroes did not expect. Looking up at the sky, Yuika shouted that it was beginning to change dramatically. And while everyone froze, waiting to see what would happen next, the fat man rejoiced as if something good were about to happen. He immediately shouted that the team that destroyed the boss first would get the right to be the commander, and immediately added that ordinary people should understand that this was a competition. The students shouted in unison that they would definitely not lose to such a pompous person, that it was a matter of honor. But Shifuke didn't care what they thought of him. He shouted that he would go first while everyone else was still thinking about it. Our hero immediately told the guys that they also needed to start and added that the students should not forget to put on their headphones with microphones. The young man said that this was the first practice of the squad since its founding, so they couldn't relax. Everyone had to work together as a team. At that moment, a car was already approaching the scene of the accident. Realizing that it was probably reinforcements, the fat man was indignant, but he was not going to give way. He said that everyone had arrived too late, that the representative of the aristocracy was the first and would be the one to win. The guys, looking at the ill-wisher, did not understand how he managed to develop such unimaginable speed, especially considering that he was of strong build. Kusanagi Minato also saw this and noted to himself that this man was most likely skilled in wind magic, and therefore it would be difficult for the students to catch up with these people. The guy knew he could outrun the villains, but in a team, it didn't make sense if there was no risk to the citizens. They didn't have to go first. But the fat man was happy that he and his people were able to go first, so he mocked the magic squad. The man behaved ridiculously, calling the guys a kindergarten as if they hadn't had time to fight and not just moving slowly. Yui, seeing the ill-wisher, thought that she couldn't hear him because he was too far away, but she was sure that he was mocking them. Meanwhile, Shufuka was happily shouting that they had arrived at their destination and, most importantly, that they were the first ones there. There were people standing in front of Toslatok, but he paid no attention to them, simply rejoicing that a catastrophe had occurred and that their team would be able to easily deal with it all. Spinning his magic rings, the fat man shouted that they would deal with everything very quickly now. People watched in surprise, but it seemed that they did not fully understand what was happening. The girl who approached the magician immediately began to ask for help, but he didn't seem to hear her because he kept talking about wanting more monsters. Realizing that it was probably useless, people desperately began to watch as the monster approached them closer and closer. However, the people who had come to defend them did nothing, so they did not know where to turn for help. But in a moment, the unfortunate people noticed that our hero had stood between them and the monsters and immediately put up a powerful defense. The young man looked at his opponents and immediately asked them what they were doing, hinting that they should do their job instead of explaining themselves. But the men, hiding behind a door, watched everything attentively but fearfully. Suddenly, the fat man said that something was wrong with him because he couldn't move, although he didn't understand how that could be. Arriving at the scene, the guy's students immediately began asking the victims how they were feeling. Yui looked menacingly at her rivals and said that they were allowing themselves to do bad things no matter what the situation was, but that ordinary people should not be dragged into it. After a while, the fat man noticed that he could already move, although he did not know what had happened to him before. And then he arrogantly shouted that all these people were getting in the way of him doing a job that only an aristocrat could do. He then declared that he would defeat the boss and that it was best for the students to protect ordinary people because it was the easiest thing to do. Watching the fat man walk away, Minato Kusanagi thought that he could easily neutralize him and his team, but that would be cheating. But after thinking about it, he decided that this was the right moment, although he did not specify exactly why. After that, the young man shouted that he would protect the residents and that the team would be better off focusing on subduing the monsters. The blond man doubted that this was a good idea, honestly saying that it would be difficult for the young man to cope alone, even with his powers. But the young man proudly declared that he was the commander of the magic squad and therefore had to prove himself. Scratching the back of his head, Shido Shigo apologized, noting that it was actually a stupid question. At that moment, Yuika shouted that they couldn't keep relying on Minato's support and that they should start defeating the monsters. Hearing these words, our hero decided to cheer up his squad, declaring that they were marching forward to victory. Gathering speed, the guys shouted that they would do everything in their power. It was a turning point during which the young people formed a circle to strike effectively. It was clear that each of them knew their task perfectly well and was therefore ready to give it their all. Yui, who used the Azure Surge, thought about how she used to be afraid and unable to do anything, but now she had easily defeated the guard. She knew for sure that she was getting stronger every day, and that was what surprised her. Minato Kusanagi knew that the amount of magical power was great and that the monsters possessed by it were shifting, but there were also many townspeople who did not have time to escape. Therefore, rescue in this place was not an easy task, but it had to be done. The guy understood that he couldn't waste time thinking, so he immediately began to act. The fat man did the same, but for him it was all fun and games. At the same time, the guys were telling each other that they needed to be careful, form a battle formation, and use group attacks. Suddenly, Yuika screamed that she felt some kind of magical power. Suddenly, a huge monster appeared in front of the beauty and approached her. Shofuka immediately noticed this monster and shouted that he saw his prey and therefore would demonstrate the highest and best fourth rank. His colleagues shouted that the enemy was the strongest demon and therefore the fourth rank would not be able to defeat him. But the fat man declared that he was confident in himself, that many people who had fought demons could boast of their strength and knowledge, and that he could do the impossible. And then he yelled that he was a magical aristocrat, so he would definitely win, and now he would show what he could do. The monster stared intently ahead, clearly aware of its own power, and therefore had no intention of retreating. A minute later, the monster demonstrated its fourth-level power with a burst of flame. The fat man, backing away, spoke aloud about how it could be that his strongest magic had been mocked, how the monster had managed to absorb it all and show that it was much stronger. Realizing that the heat of the fire was getting stronger by the minute, Shifuka ordered his companions to run away because there was nothing they could do. The people sitting on the ground understood that the magicians were running away, but at the same time they did not understand where to run. Our hero realized that he could only rely on his own strength, and therefore the flight of his opponents was only a matter of time. That is why the young man immediately began to neutralize the enemy's influence in order to at least give ordinary citizens the opportunity to retreat and hide. The young man's charges also wasted no time, gathering all their strength into a single blow and acting as never before. The young man saw this work and was delighted with what his subordinates were capable of. The fat man sitting on the ground also saw what was happening, but he was not happy that things had turned out this way. Wiping the sweat from his face, Shufuka suddenly said that it was very close and therefore very dangerous. Yuika, who was incredibly angry, asked her opponent why he had dragged ordinary people into this. The man replied indifferently that it was the people's own fault for not running away in time, and that instead of getting in the way, it might be better for them to die. Hearing this statement, the girl immediately clenched her fist and began to swing. She knew she couldn't stand this attitude, so she hit the guy as hard as she could and called him some bad names. After that, she yelled at the fat man not to talk about magical aristocrats because he himself had no reason to be proud. Holding his cheek, the man complained that they dared to hit him, a man who was the best magician. However, the fight was not over yet, so the beauty, walking away, shouted to her friends that they needed to deal with the demon, so they had to move on. Kusanagi Minato did not like these fights very much. He understood that when the enemy was nearby, one could not allow oneself such behavior, and therefore did not know how best to deal with his charges. Moreover, there were still people who needed to be saved, and his students had to keep track of the demon's every move. The monster stood there for a while, simply watching his opponents. At that moment, one of the fat man's assistants told him that they would not be able to defeat this giant, and therefore persuaded him to wait it out in hiding. To himself, Fuka thought that this monster was actually very strong, so he couldn't defeat it, but then another thought immediately came to his mind. He immediately shouted that if he let the squad fight, they would weaken the enemy, and then he could easily finish him off. The man said that they should hide and just watch at first, and when the students ran out of strength, they would do the job in the best possible way. At that moment, the students saw the monster approach them almost close up, although, as before, it did not even hint that it was going to attack. We understood that this monster was powerful, and therefore she doubted whether they could defeat it, although she immediately told herself that they simply had to do it. Raising his hand, Katsuragi Ryuji declared that the one who takes the first step toward victory will win. And in a moment, everyone gathered began to activate their abilities to start the fight. For a moment, the young man thought they had succeeded, so he loosened his grip. However, when the dust settled, the guys saw that the monster was still glaring at them viciously. The sisters also realized that their attack had no effect, but they knew that something special was needed to defeat this giant of the 5th rank. The monster saw that the kids had become less active, so it began to demonstrate its abilities again. Realizing that the fire was so powerful that it could burn them, Yuika immediately ordered everyone to leave immediately. The girl thought wistfully that this monster had become much stronger than a moment ago, twice as strong as her magic. The difference in real strength was too great. If they didn't come up with something, they wouldn't be able to win. The blond man standing nearby signaled to the beauty, pointing to the earpiece from which the young man's voice was coming, saying that he wanted to give her some advice. He immediately added that they urgently needed to join forces. Yui didn't understand what the mentor meant by this, so she tried to convince him that they were already working together, but Minato Kusanagi continued to insist that it was important to join forces in the literal sense. The girl couldn't understand anything, but the mentor said that the rest was up to the guys to figure out for themselves. A moment later, the beauty turned around because something had frightened her greatly. She realized that the fire was closing in on her, which meant she had to retreat even further. Keeping her composure, Ruka shouted that they needed to think carefully about what Kusagani had said, as his words were surely very important. Her younger sister thought to herself that she had believed this guy even when everyone else thought he was useless, and therefore the young man surely knew what he meant. Another thing was that it was difficult for his team members to put all the pieces of the puzzle together. But a minute later, the girl said that the demon's magic was strong, but it took him a long time to read the spell, so maybe they should deal with the monsters first, while avoiding the demon's magic. After that, she told the blonde guy and his squad to attack from the east, and they would take care of the western part. When it was their turn to attack, she would let them know. There was no time to waste because the boss, as before, was showing everyone what he was capable of. Once they were ready, Yuika immediately commanded that they begin the attack. A moment later, she shouted that everyone should take cover because they were under attack. It was clear that the student was carefully watching not only her own actions, but also those of her colleagues. The mentor who was helping the wounded saw what was happening with the students and was struck by the fact that this girl had taken on the role of commander, so he decided that she was probably the best person for the job. Leaning over, Yuika realized that their ranks and magic were not enough to defeat this demon, but somehow they could do it. But she didn't lose her composure. She stopped and tried to remember the words of her acquaintance, knowing that she would find something useful in them. For a moment, it seemed to the girl that she had simply misunderstood the young man. And then she decided that she wasn't sure that what she wanted to do would work, but in this situation, common sense was already out of the question. She had to take a risk, so Yui immediately turned to the guys and asked them to lend her their strength for a while. The fat guy, who was watching everything from his hiding place, couldn't hear what they were talking about, but he was very curious. For a moment, the guys grouped together and looked intently ahead. The guys didn't know if they would succeed in what they wanted to do, but they understood that they had no choice anyway, so they just had to act. Sanada Karan said that if the plan failed, they would come up with something else, but they couldn't waste time on trifles. Meanwhile, the monster continued to demonstrate its power, counting on the fact that no one could defeat it anyway. Our heroes saw everything around them burning, but at that moment they were focused on something else. Suddenly, the fat man and his assistants were blown away by a strong wind. They cursed, saying that this crazy group was doing something wrong, that they were doing something that could kill everyone. At the same time, Shefuka looked more closely because something had caught his interest. It was clear that the team had regrouped and they were definitely going to attack the monster that was right in front of them. The blonde was accelerating her magic circles at this time, but she was focused on magical healing. The others also closed their eyes and concentrated on something. It seemed that for a moment they had completely forgotten where they were and what was happening to them. Kusanagi Minato, watching all this, realized that it seemed they had decided that it was difficult to completely avoid damage from the 5th rank, so using Sanada's healing was a smart move. In addition, the sisters worked well together, which allowed them to accomplish a great deal. The young man saw how focused his classmate was, how much strength she had, how determined her actions were. The same was true of the older sister, who also knew exactly what she had to do. At that moment, something began to change. Now there was so much power that it could be felt everywhere. Our hero knew that individually, people's power was weak, and since that was the case, they simply needed to unite. This is the greatness of magic, something that so few people know about. This pressure greatly confused the monster, which was literally drowning in water, realizing that it could not resist such energy. The blond man standing aside said he couldn't believe that the girls were using the 6th rank together. The young people expected that the demon would not be able to withstand the pressure, but somehow it managed to do so. At that moment, the fat man shouted, rejoicing that he had a chance to defeat the boss. However, Shufuka suddenly began to complain that for some reason he felt completely powerless. The man didn't know what was happening to him, but he suspected what the reason might be. Our hero, who was standing nearby, began to address the fat man. But suddenly, the guys said that the monster had stopped moving for some reason, saying that he was on the verge of death. After that, the bright sun shone in the sky, and our heroes rejoiced that they had managed to stop the catastrophe and defeat the boss. Realizing that the girl was struggling to stay on her feet, Katsuragi Ryuji immediately ran up to them and asked if they were all right. Lying on the ground, the beauties said at the same time that they had run out of strength and therefore could not move. Holding hands, the sisters noted that they had accomplished something incredible together, and therefore it was their shared victory. Later, sitting in the police station, Minato Kusagani sincerely praised everyone, saying that the whole team had done a great job and that the disaster had been successfully averted. A minute later, he added that the first outing had yielded significant results, which already spoke volumes. In addition, everyone surely felt how much their level had risen in such a short period of time. And in an even louder voice, our hero shouted that his charges had become stronger and more resilient. This was especially true for Yuika, who had made a real leap forward, which came as a real shock to her. The young man continued, saying that she had given the right instructions and that thanks to her actions, everyone had seen the possibilities of magic in all its manifestations, which was very important, and then asked if she knew about it. The beauty proudly declared that she did not know this, but she was very pleased that she had been noticed and praised. The surprised young man asked his acquaintance about this again and then asked how she had managed to do it. Yuka said that it was all thanks to the meaningful hints that allowed her to figure it out. The guy didn't say anything out loud, but he noted to himself that he was sitting in front of someone more valuable than he had previously thought. But after a moment, he told everyone present that no matter what, winning at the last moment was simply wonderful. And then he noted that the sisters had succeeded thanks to their compatibility, and that was really gratifying. Suddenly, our hero looked closely at his watch and said that it was time. A minute later, the young man picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. At that moment, a special meeting was being broadcast, during which it was announced that the reason for creating a special magic squad was to strengthen measures against the increase in the number of monsters and disasters. One of the journalists asked if it was true that the team leader was the student who had stopped the disaster at the academy. The blond man, noting that he was the deputy commander, said he wanted to answer that question himself. The young man firmly explained that their commander was indeed a student and that there was no secret about it. Rumors immediately began to spread throughout the hall that this was unbelievable because an ordinary student could not be a leader. But the blond man continued to explain that the young man possessed power greater than that of the magical aristocrats. He added that during the disaster at the academy, they had failed to provide the necessary assistance, which had put both the police and the citizens in a difficult position. But thanks to this young man's actions, they managed to do the impossible. Shido Shego stood his ground, saying that this student was the savior of their age, of which the deputy was certain, and therefore, apart from him, he would not entrust this position to anyone else. Our hero listened attentively to this impassioned speech, but decided that the blond man had become so heated that he was going beyond the bounds of propriety, and this could cause them problems. Those present in the hall shouted that this was a controversial statement, that it was simply unthinkable to disregard the magical aristocracy by creating a squad of magicians. After that, a discussion began about how the best magicians should help people, but they pretended that they should not influence monsters or disasters in any way. As for the rescue squad, their goal was not to belittle the aristocracy, but to help all people, to help by destroying monsters, and to do so quickly. Suddenly, Shidushigo noticed that someone was stomping and shouting at the door. The fat man claimed that the current commander of the squad was an ordinary, untalented person, adding that he, a magical aristocrat, should be the commander of the squad. He shouted that ignoring him and not inviting him to the conference was pure rudeness, that one must understand that there are boundaries and they cannot be violated. The blond man did not lose his composure. He immediately asked the fat man why he had come, since he had lost the battle and therefore they had nothing to talk about. Shifuka pretended that there had been no agreement and therefore the police officer was confused. And while the young man was angry, the fat man said that it was best not to argue with magical aristocrats, but to be friends with them. At that moment, the girl asked a question, but the blond man did not have time to answer because the aristocrat immediately interrupted the conversation. The journalist immediately stated that she had information that the man not only did not engage in rescuing citizens during the disaster, but also, thanks to him, they found themselves in the epicenter of the battle. Frightened, Fuka began to say that this was all untrue, that such a thing could not be. Suddenly, another media representative jumped up from his seat and said that he could confirm this because there was video footage and photographs. Hearing this, other journalists immediately began to accuse the fat man of not only failing to help, but also of almost causing the death of ordinary people. The man did not like being spoken to in this way, so he became indignant, stating that it was better not to talk to him like that. Shido Shego, knowing that now was the time to speak up, began to say that the citizens themselves had long understood that the magical aristocracy was nothing but empty words, useless, and of no help. He declared that they needed a hero who would truly protect everyone, someone like Minato Kusanagi, a commander who would fight selflessly. Then, pointing to the detractor, he continued to say that they did not need magical aristocrats who did not care for the population. Many in the hall covered their faces, but it was difficult to tell what had affected them so much. Shufuka still hoped that there would be people who could protect him. But, realizing that his assistants were quickly leaving, the fat man followed their example, threatening that he would not let it go and would definitely remember it somehow. Looking at the screen, our hero smiled, thinking that the blond man was a true friend who had shown himself in the best light. Looking at something on her tablet, Yuika shouted that someone had already posted the video from the day of the disaster on the internet. And all the criticism fell on the magical aristocrats who had actually shown themselves in a bad light. However, it seemed that this did not inspire Minato Kusagani in the slightest. On the contrary, he thought that the internet was a scary thing where you could upload anything you wanted. Suddenly, the girl screamed so loudly that the young man became even more frightened, asking what else she had seen. Smiling, the beauty announced that their faces were now there too. Moreover, all the guys were clearly visible, as if they had posed for it on purpose. Thinking it over, the guy sadly decided that now it was impossible to hide his identity. He already attracted a lot of attention, and now it would become even more difficult. A week later, Minato Kusanagi was invited to the conference room where he was supposed to say something. However, the guy was embarrassed by the fact that there were too many people, and he was not used to such a thing. The blond man approached from behind and cheerfully said that for some reason it had become easier to get statements to senior management, and the number of candidates had grown in an instant, all thanks to the press conference and the internet. He immediately began to apologize for losing his composure that day and perhaps saying too much. Our hero thought he believed he could teach magicians, but he didn't want to receive so much attention. Yui, who took her friend by the hand, suggested that he just accept it and get down to business, adding that in this world, the young man would not go unnoticed. But the guy wasn't happy about it at all. He understood that there would be even more attention, which he didn't want at all. At that moment, interesting and frightening events were unfolding in a dark place where a bound man was sitting. Some unknown person declared that he would ask the question again, to which he must hear the answer. The stranger wanted to know absolutely everything about the magician in black, and therefore was not going to let the poor man go until he found out absolutely everything. The captive looked intently at the knife blade, then at his captor, but did not rush to speak. Then he added that he had said everything he knew, which was that this was a young man who was skilled in magic, and that he knew nothing else. What else to say? Striking the captive, the stranger looked away. After that, he stated that there was surely some information that he had not been told, although he should have been. Looking at the smiling stranger, the man explained that there were rumors that this mage was a student, although the police had searched the entire academy and still hadn't found the boy. After dealing with the prisoner, the man with glasses said aloud that he must find this guy to do what was necessary. In the evening, Minato Kusagani went to Shinjuku, knowing that there might be monsters there and that his help would be needed. Sitting down on the ground, the young man looked intently in one direction, but in reality, he just wanted to get himself ready. Several guys were standing in an alley, armed with cameras and clearly waiting for something to start filming. Suddenly, one stranger turned to another and asked if it was true that the monster they had filmed had been destroyed by a magician in black. If so, it was a shame that they had arrived so late. Overhearing this conversation, our hero thought that everyone had calmed down long ago, but in reality the excitement about the mage had not subsided at all. Although nothing terrible had happened in the area recently, young people were still wandering around everywhere to see Kusanagi Minato. The only good news was that the police had begun to respond more quickly, now conducting constant raids throughout the city. Therefore, the young man decided that there was no longer any need for the magician in black, and that law enforcement should take care of the matter. And just as the young man was about to return, he saw a fight breaking out. One of the ill-wishers was yelling at the guy, telling him to return 10 million, otherwise they would simply take him and sell him for his organs. The young man was nervous, saying that he had borrowed 200,000 and therefore did not understand what millions they were talking about. The ill-wishers, who were clearly magicians, declared that they would teach this man a lesson so that he would know what interest meant. However, in a moment, the villains realized that something was wrong. The bright light protected the unfortunate man, but at the same time, it neutralized the bad guys. Realizing that this was his salvation, the unfortunate man immediately jumped up from his seat and ran away. His enemies did not understand who was standing before them, so they said that the boy had decided to play the hero and interfere with them without even thinking about the consequences. Only a minute had passed, and the guys who just a moment ago thought they were invincible were now apologizing for everything they had done. Minato Kusagani found it strange that the police did not take action against illegal magicians who were involved in bad things. At that moment, the ill-wishers were discussing the fact that this was the magician in black, and they remembered that the guys from the secret organization were looking for him to become a member of their gang. The young man standing nearby heard about the secret organization, so he approached one of the opponents and asked him what they were talking about. The young men immediately said that they knew nothing about the Black Rebellion organization, and therefore asked the boy to forget everything that had happened in this alley. Realizing that his rivals definitely knew something, our hero promised not to touch them if they told him everything. The Black Rebellion, as it turned out, was a secret organization of magicians who did not appear in public. They committed all kinds of crimes, including swindling people out of large sums of money. It is important to understand that the Yakuza, gangsters, and the Mafia are all members of this organization, and some say that they have connections in the media and even in political circles. And in Kabakite, there is a branch of these people, and ill-wishers want the magician to recommend them to this organization if it is not difficult for him. Our hero realized that he no longer wanted to listen to these bad guys, so he ignored them and left them alone. He thought to himself that he had already heard from Sonata that outlaw mages had been more active lately, but he had not heard of such a society. The young man decided that he would definitely look into this matter, but first he needed to think it through. It would be best to entrust Kusagami Minato with dealing with disasters and monsters, while the mage in black should take care of cleaning up the underworld. And looking ahead, the guy decided that for starters, he would destroy the branch that was nearby. The area our hero arrived in was quite noisy, despite the late hour, with people walking around everywhere and not entirely sober. There were also pretty, approachable girls in this place who everyone was paying attention to. Some people suggested going to a cabaret, saying that the prices were reasonable and that visitors would have a great time. Minato Kusagani understood that the liveliness of this modern district was simply amazing. Your eyes darted around and you didn't know what to choose. However, the young man was more concerned that he could sense magical power coming from different directions and couldn't concentrate, although the most difficult thing was to figure out which of these people belonged to a secret organization. The young man decided that perhaps he should start by catching someone who was involved in something criminal. At that moment, a strange deal was taking place in the alley. One person was about to sell another an expensive bowl of the highest quality. Noticing the young man, the suspicious individuals immediately began shouting at him, asking what he was doing there. A second later, the ill-wishers were lying on the ground, and our hero thought that they did not recognize him, which was even better. Picking up his phone, Minato Kusagani decided to report these criminals to the police and move on. At that moment, passers-by noticed someone lying on the ground and looked strangely at everything that was happening. It was also unusual that there were several guns lying next to the criminals. Glancing around the place once more, the young man thought that it looked like something out of a Western movie. Getting up from the ground, one of the guys said that members of a secret organization had gathered in this bar, but he didn't know anything else about it. Walking down the street, our hero shouted after him that he hoped at least the information he had been given was true. At that moment, several people were sitting in the bar, engaged in animated conversation. There were others, but it seemed that they were all strangers to each other and therefore looked like ordinary guests. Suddenly, a woman sat down on a chair near the bar counter, saying nothing and asking for nothing. Instead, the bartender asked the young lady what she wanted. Putting money on the table, the guest immediately got down to business, saying that she wanted some information. The man put the money in his pocket and asked what she wanted to know, hearing the visitor ask about the location of the Black Rebellion team's hideout. The man looked at the visitor intently and calmly stated that she wanted to ask something completely different. The girl looked intently at the bartender, not understanding what he was hinting at. The man continued to say that the guest was interested in what would happen to her next, and he said it so loudly that everyone present heard the phrase. The young people got up from their seats and shouted that someone wanted to know everything about them, adding that who would have thought that such a beautiful woman would be looking for them. Turning to these people, the guest thought that she had been misinformed, but now she did not understand how best to retreat. Using magic, the villains shouted that they couldn't kill this woman, they had to take her alive to find out why she had decided to look for them. The stranger realized that she also needed to act, so she immediately began to defend herself, striking back at the same time. Looking at the door, the guest realized that it was only a few meters away, so she had to run as fast as she could. Suddenly, the woman felt heat and realized that her opponents had figured out her plan and attacked her. A minute later, the unfortunate woman was lying on the floor, realizing that her plan had failed. The villains looked closely at the girl, saying that she could not do anything now, especially since they were in the majority. The beauty silently asked for forgiveness from a certain K, thinking that as the guy's sister, she had failed. A moment later, one of the opponent's hands hovered over the woman's head, who had no idea what was about to happen to her. But suddenly, the door to the bar opened, and Minato Kusagani appeared in the doorway, watching everything that was happening inside closely. The villains immediately froze in place, trying to figure out who had come to visit them, but they didn't know what this boy was doing here. The young man didn't care who thought what about him, so he simply walked across the room and approached the bartender. The boy asked calmly if it was true that members of a secret organization of magicians were in this place. Suddenly, a man appeared behind Kusanagi Minato and said that the boy had made a mistake by coming here so boldly and talking about such things. Trying to grab the boy by the shoulder, the ill-wisher said that he should have stayed at home with his mother instead of wandering around bars at night. But in a split second, our hero reacted lightning fast and punched the villain in the nose. Realizing that he couldn't stop there, the young man sent him flying to the other end of the room. After hitting the wall, the unfortunate man began to mutter something under his breath, hoping that his friends would stand up for him. Everyone in the room watched in amazement at what had happened, none of them able to say a word. The girl couldn't believe that the young man had pushed his opponent away so easily, realizing that an ordinary person would not have been able to do such a thing, and therefore it was difficult to understand who was hiding behind this mask and what kind of power this boy possessed. Kusanagi Minato was not going to waste any time, so he proudly declared that he had been given false information, as it turned out that only minor magicians were gathered in this place. He immediately added that it seemed that the scum attacking the girl were the Black Rebellion team, if it was indeed them. Our hero knew he wouldn't say anything else because he wanted to see how these people would react. The guys who were using magic shouted that they would easily kill this boy who dared to be rude to them. Kusanagi Minato, realizing what was about to happen, immediately jumped onto the bar counter, which fell on the bartender under the force and pressure. The stranger was sure that no matter how strong the guy was, in a closed space, numbers decide everything, because the young man would not even be able to use high ranks, and in general would be able to use magic only to a limited extent. Therefore, there was no chance of victory, so she needed to shout at the teenager to leave, which the beauty did. But it seemed that our hero did not hear her, because he was completely absorbed in the moment and did what he had to do. The young man paused for a moment, but only to think through his next move. After that, the guy started running around the bar as if he were being chased. Although he knew that the reason for this behavior was to confuse his enemies, who did not expect anything like this. This was true, as the guy immediately found himself next to one of his detractors and immediately struck him. Only a couple of seconds passed, and Kusanagi Minato was already standing next to the second villain. Then the teenager began running from one opponent to another, striking them with chaotic blows. Everything happened so quickly that the men couldn't do anything. They didn't even understand who was hitting them or how it was happening. It could be said that this was the best hand-to-hand combat our hero had ever participated in. The surprised girl watched everything and did not understand how the situation could have turned in favor of the unfamiliar young man. She couldn't believe that in just a couple of minutes the young man had dealt with all the villains. Minato Kusanagi stood calmly and looked at the scene of the fight, assessing the quality of his work. At that moment, the stranger thought that everything had happened so quickly that she hadn't had time to see anything clearly, so she wanted to know what kind of magic it was. One of the villains, sitting on the ground, looked at our hero and asked who he was. The guy calmly replied that he was a mage in black, the man who would destroy the Black Rebellion. Falling to the ground, the enemy did not believe that such a thing was possible, and that the one they were looking for was standing before them. Suddenly, Minato Kusanagi turned around and walked toward where the stranger was sitting. She was still unable to believe her eyes that this boy had defeated everyone in the blink of an eye, which meant that this man was a high-class mage, or most likely a legendary mage. The boy understood that the beauty was frightened, so he looked at her silently for a while. The stranger kept thinking that the person standing in front of her was just a young man, most likely a student. The young man did not know what was wrong with this girl, so he asked how she was feeling, hearing that the enemies had not managed to harm her. However, a moment later, our hero turned around and headed somewhere. Leaning on what was left of the bar counter, Minato Kusagani told the bartender to immediately tell him everything he knew about the organization of magicians. Covering his head with his hands, the man cried out that he couldn't do that if he even thought about it, they would kill him on the spot. Suddenly, the guy hit the bar so hard that the bartender covered his head with his hands even more, realizing that this kid wasn't joking. Approaching as close as possible to this man, our hero looked at him contemptuously and declared that he was not one to repeat himself twice, so it would be better to tell him everything he knew. Seeing that the guy had broken the bar in half, the bartender shouted as loudly as he could that he would tell everything, but there was no need to break him, too. He immediately said that the organization's headquarters were located in Tokyo, that there was a branch office in Kabukicho, and that he had personally heard that the head of the branch office there was very dangerous. The leader is a magician who wields influence over the underworld, and there are even rumors that he secretly controls all of Japan. When asked where the branch was located, the man said he didn't know for sure, that ordinary people weren't told about it, and that people like him were simply forced to do the worst jobs. Kusanagi Minato thought to himself that his attempt to find out the location of the branch had been unsuccessful, and so he was back to square one. Consequently, he had to continue hunting down criminal magicians. Just as the young man was about to leave, a stranger called out to him and asked him not to go. She kindly said that she was grateful to him for saving her and added that she was afraid to even think about what would have happened if he hadn't been there. Turning around, the young man said that it was an accident. He just happened to be there because he had his own business to attend to, and if the woman got involved in it, then she must surely understand all the risks. The girl didn't like this answer and said it was rude, but our hero pointed out that the stranger was an adult. She immediately added that she had heard that the young man was looking for the Black Rebellion, but she was curious about what Kusanagi Minato planned to do after finding these magicians. With indifference in his voice, the teenager said that he would destroy them all. The girl understood that the person she saw before her was speaking with complete seriousness. This guy really wanted to destroy the Black Rebellion. Without a doubt, he was strong, but he certainly couldn't do it alone, just like her. And so the stranger asked if perhaps they should join forces and act together. The young man asked if the beauty was really offering to work with them. She immediately said that she was a detective and had more information than a teenager, as well as connections, but she did not have the power that the magician in black had. The young woman realized that this young man was much stronger than people said, and if they joined forces, she would be able to achieve her goal. Our hero said that in exchange for his power, the detective was offering him information, and she added that it could be a wonderful collaboration. And extending her hand, she noted once again that they needed to join forces. After that, the woman looked closely at the magician in black, not knowing who was hiding behind it. Kusanagi Minato thought that he needed the information, but could he trust this stranger, although if necessary, the young man could break off contact with her. Therefore, he said aloud that he had thought about it and wanted to cooperate. Pointing to herself, the stranger said her name was Leona, as she had said earlier, and that she was a detective. The young man did not give his name, but said that he was a mage in black, hearing the girl say that it would be unusual to communicate with him in this way every time. Our hero was firm in his decision, so he reiterated that there was no need to ask his name. The beauty understood that she would not be able to get his name out of him, so she asked if she could call the teenager Black. Without answering, the young man wanted to get to the point, so he asked how it happened that these villains attacked Leona. She immediately explained that she was looking for the hideout of the Black Rebellion, but ended up finding them. The young man immediately said that it was rash, but the beauty noted that she did not want to hear such rudeness, although the teenager immediately added that he could protect himself. Embarrassed, the detective admitted that she had no other choice. It was a necessary measure. The girl said that recently in Kabukite, outlaw magicians have been operating wherever they please, and the police don't have time to keep track of disasters, let alone these people. Hearing about the disasters and monsters, the boy remembered that he had already heard all this information from his police acquaintance. While the girl was telling him everything, the teenager noticed how much her hand was shaking, so she grabbed it with her other hand. The young man had no intention of hiding this, so he said that there were probably other circumstances involved. For a moment, Leona fell silent and looked intently in front of her, seemingly unsure of how to start a new round of conversation. After gathering her thoughts, the girl explained that her younger brother had been attacked by outlaw mages. The detective added that their parents had passed away several years ago, so she had taken on the responsibility of raising her brother. To provide for them, she worked tirelessly. Of course, it was difficult for the little boy because his older sister was always working, but he never complained. One day, while the girl was at work, robbers broke into their house, and her brother witnessed the crime. The boy came out of hiding at the wrong moment, and the villains saw him and used magic against him. The child was terrified. He saw the flames catching up with him, but despite this, he ran away. After that, Leona's expression changed dramatically, but nothing could be read in her eyes. Minato Kusanagi did not understand what was wrong with the child, but the girl noted that there did not seem to be any serious injuries, although her brother had not yet regained consciousness. Realizing that Kai was in a coma, the young man decided that even healing magic would not help in this case. Bursting into tears, the beauty said that even the doctor did not know when the child would wake up, and he was only 9 years old. She immediately added that the criminals were members of the Black Rebellion, and they had been arrested, but she was still not satisfied. The young man thought that Leona was seeking revenge, but she noted that she wanted to establish order so that no one else would have to go through something like this. The detective admitted that she didn't have enough strength, but with the help of the magician in black, she would be able to fight this gang. After hearing this story, the young man decided that she was not lying. She told him a story from her life so that he would not deceive her, deciding that it was harsh. However, the teenager did not feel hatred towards such desperate people. Picking up the phone, the beauty did not give our hero a chance to say a word, saying that we should not underestimate the detective's connections, and immediately stated that she thought she might know where these bandits were hiding. At the same time, Leona admitted that there could be several locations, so the young man wanted to know about each possible one. After that, the detective asked the guy what he was going to do. Kusanagi Minato, with his characteristic calmness, replied that he was simply going to break in. But the beauty did not like this plan, so she shouted that it was completely absurd. No matter how strong the young man was, it was still like walking into certain death. But the teenager calmly explained that he couldn't die because he was a black mage. The girl did not want to argue. She only said that in that case, she was going to go with him. Our hero didn't like this idea. He understood that something could happen to the detective, but she calmly replied that if that happened, the child would receive insurance money for her. A minute later, strange images from his past appeared before the young man's eyes. So the young man fell silent and stared intently at one point. And suddenly he declared that money was not comparable in value to family, and therefore the girl should remember that she could not say that she was satisfied with the option of death. But she cried out again that a powerful person like a magician could not understand the feelings of weak people like her. Even if you live decently, you find yourself harassed by groups of scum who beat you up and you can't fight back. And then she shouted even louder that she had no idea what else they would have done to her brother. Leona lowered her head and cried. It was clear that the whole situation had affected her deeply. For a while, the room was silent. Neither the girl nor the young man could say anything. The young man realized that time was dragging on too long, so he asked the detective to talk to him. As he was about to leave the bar, Minato Kusagani said that he needed to know the location of the hideout. And opening the door, he added that it was time to go and beat up those bad people. Wiping away her tears, the detective happily said that they would definitely do that. Once outside, the girl said that if they went on foot, it would take a long time, but the guy immediately replied that they didn't have to go on foot. Coming up close to his new acquaintance, the young man told her to hold on as tightly as possible. Frightened, Leona did not understand what the young man was going to do or what he was talking about. At that moment, several people gathered in one of the city offices and discussed something. One of the men, looking into the distance, said that something strange was happening there and recommended that the others take a look too. But they didn't have time to do so because at that very moment, Kusagi Minato and the detective broke through the glass and flew into the room. One of the strangers rushed to his companion who was lying on the ground after being struck by the uninvited guests. Our hero wasn't going to bother figuring it out. He asked directly if it was true that they had arrived at the Black Rebellion's hideout. Coming to her senses after the high-speed flight, Leona muttered to herself that she thought she was going to die. Pointing their guns at the young people, the villains asked who they were and added that surely they knew where they had invaded. Looking at these people, the young man thought that the Yakuza hadn't changed at all since his lifetime. Suddenly, another man, who was most likely the leader, approached the young man and asked him again who he was. The young man had no intention of hiding his identity, so he calmly replied that he was a magician in black. At that moment, the man started yelling at someone, but it was difficult to understand who it was. Kusanagi Minato reacted quickly, telling his friend not to even think about leaving his side. But in the next minute, one of the villains was already swinging some kind of hammer to hurt the guy. The teenager watched all this while the girl closed her eyes, realizing that the young man was about to be hit. However, the villain suddenly stopped, not understanding what had happened. The other ill-wishers knew that there was no time to waste, so they immediately decided that it would be best to start shooting. But the bullets had no effect because our hero had equipped himself with automatic protection that could even conceal the sound. Realizing that there was nothing they could do, the villain shouted that he was a real monster that no bullets could kill. However, the young man was not going to do anything. He just stood there and watched closely the man who was right in front of him. A minute later, Minato Kusanagi addressed this man, stating that he already understood that he was the leader, but immediately asked if their group was in any way connected to the Black Rebellion. The man remained silent, but his face showed clear dissatisfaction, and it was obvious that he knew something. For a moment, the man bowed his head, after which our hero noticed a slight tremor in his body. Suddenly, the leader shouted that the boy despised the Yakuza for some reason, and therefore would definitely not leave their office alive. After that, all of the boss's assistants again pointed their weapons at Kusanagi Minato, who, as before, stood motionless. And while the boy lamented that they couldn't hear them, Leona tried to say that they were dealing with the Yakuza, and therefore there was nothing strange about it, although she didn't understand how it was possible that the bullets were passing them by. The young man did not respond. He simply said that there were definitely no magicians among these people, and therefore all these guys had nothing to do with the uprising, and if that was the case, then they could be finished off. But the leader, hearing what the young man said, shouted loudly that this would only end his life. Kusanagi Minato had no intention of explaining himself to these villains. He simply decided to knock them all out with a single blow. And he succeeded, because in a moment the whole gang was flying towards the opposite wall. Our hero just watched the Yakuza closely, although he was in no hurry to leave. The girl didn't know what their next plan was, so she asked if that was all. The guy firmly stated that this time they were wrong, and since that was the case, it was time to move on. Watching her companion, Leona thought about how strong this teenager was, but she didn't understand what else this young man could do. Perhaps his strength was enough to destroy the Black Rebellion even on his own. But the beauty did not have time to think about anything else, because our hero quickly picked her up in his arms. Looking at Kusanagi Minato in surprise, she asked if they were going to fly again. But instead, the guy decisively climbed out of the window and headed down, which came as a real surprise to the frightened girl. Not much time passed before the guys found themselves in some kind of office, which they entered in a similar manner. This time, everything was much easier because the people who were there immediately fell to their knees and began bowing to the teenager. Despite this, the boy asked why they had encountered even a small amount of resistance here. Were the Yakuza really that stupid? Standing on the street, the girl said that they had no brains at all, so no one would listen to the young man. She immediately added that she would like the boy to start using the door to enter, not the window, because that way they were simply committing a raid, and she could no longer stand being at such a height. But Minato Kusagani thoughtfully said that he thought that was exactly how you should deal with gangs like that. However, this time the young man decided to listen, and therefore declared that next time they would use a frontal attack. After some time had passed, the young man and his acquaintance were already knocking on one of the doors, where the guard was not happy to see them. But Minato Kusanagi was not going to stop there, honestly saying that he wanted to know about the Black Uprising. But after these words, the man slammed the door shut, shouting that this was the first time he had heard of such a thing. The girl covered her face with one hand, realizing that communicating with this guard was much more difficult than with everyone they had met before. But our hero was not going to give up, so with one powerful movement, he kicked the door open and found himself inside. While the guard was indignant, another immediately asked which group the guys were from. The guy wasn't going to explain himself. He just said that he had come here to learn more about the Black Uprising. The teenager wanted to say something else, but the guard immediately ordered the people inside to start beating the kid. Once again, Minato Kusagani spoke, calmly asking them to just listen to him. However, in a moment, the teenager realized that words alone would not achieve anything, so he struck the man. The other two, watching what had happened, tried in amazement to understand how such a thing could have happened. Lifting his head, our hero noticed that someone had approached him and decided that it was the clan leader. The middle-aged man said his name was Ushiro and asked why the boy had come to them. Without a shadow of a doubt, our hero said that their group must be somehow connected with the Black Uprising. At that moment, one of the guards standing behind him ordered the young man not to ask such provocative questions. However, the enraged leader turned to his subordinate and shouted at him to shut up until he was told to speak. The man tried to argue, but Ushiro rightly recognized that there was no point in using force because all the men were much weaker than the young man. He immediately added that, in response to the previous question, they do not associate with scum like the members of that gang. The slogan of their organization is humanity and justice. That was enough for the young man, but he still wanted to know where the enemy's hideout was, so he asked that question as well. Seeing that tea had been brought in, Ushiro said he would answer, but after that, the uninvited guests would have to leave. Sitting at the table, our hero realized that the situation had turned out to be very interesting. After a short pause, the leader repeated his name, and then the young man noted that he was a magician in black, or he could simply be called Black. He did not forget to mention his name and Leon's. Unfolding the map, the man began to say that as far as he knew, the refuge was located in the western part of the city. But he did not know how reliable this information was at the time of their conversation, and he knew nothing more. The young man thought for a moment. He remembered that the detective had also pointed to this place as one of the possibilities, so if they searched thoroughly, they would eventually get there anyway. The young man had not previously realized that this girl was actually capable and could do many things. Hearing the answer, Minato Kusagani asked if it was true that the two organizations were similar, but the leader explained that they were opposites, their activities diametrically opposed. The young man said that he and the girl were also decent people, but Oshiro, closing his eyes, honestly noted that he would not call those who broke into the Yakuza office decent people. The man explained that they also had their own principles and therefore should not be compared to the gangsters who roamed the streets of the city. Our hero said nothing aloud, but thought to himself that surely there were decent people even among the Yakuza. But the teenager didn't want to get involved, so as he left, he said that they had heard everything they needed to hear and, as promised, were leaving. Ushiro didn't understand these guys, so he asked if they were going to cross paths with their enemies and immediately added that there were rumors that they had connections with influential people in the country. But the guy noted that they did not expect it to be easy. And after that, he added that he had faced opponents of this level before. A moment later, the young people were in the air, preparing to descend in the same way as before. The man knew that his guests couldn't hear him, but he still said that it was rare to meet such brave people in their time. Perhaps this young man would actually be able to disrupt the bad company and even destroy it forever. At that moment, in a place that resembled a warehouse, two opposing groups stood facing each other. No one was in a hurry to do anything. It seemed that the men were just waiting for something. But a minute later, the man in black calmly announced to everyone else that there were no problems with the goods. After packing everything into a suitcase, another man handed it to another, although he did so slowly and reluctantly. Opening the case, one of the men checked what was inside and found that it was stuffed to the brim with money. The stranger looked intently in front of him but remained silent. Suddenly, he approached the red-haired guy and announced that the deal was done, which made everyone happy. After that, he said that Japan was truly an amazing country. Nowhere else were criminals treated as kindly as here. The man replied that their country was full of people who naively believed in the idea of world peace, and that was why it was actually the best country. And in a moment, the men were laughing as loudly as they could. But it didn't last long. Within seconds, the sound of breaking glass could be heard, and our hero was already visible, having flown into the room through the window. After that, Minato Kusanagi calmly landed next to the gangsters, who did not understand what was happening. Gathering around the guys, the ill-wishers shouted that no one should be in this warehouse except them. But Kusagami Minato didn't care who was saying what. He stated in an indifferent tone that they had finally found what they were looking for. He immediately added that they were facing a black rebellion, the very one that had been talked about so much. Putting his friend down on the floor, the guy wondered how many magicians were here. On the one hand, it seemed that everyone had activated magic circles to help themselves, so they must know how to do something. But on the other hand, there were those who had taken up arms, so it was safe to say that they were definitely mafiosi. While the young man had his guns pointed at him, Leona managed to slip away to the side because she had a plan. The girl decided to film everything that was happening in the warehouse, so she was in a hurry, realizing that she had to act as quickly as possible. At that moment, the red-haired guy asked our hero who he was and why he had come to see him. The teenager calmly stated that for some reason, all bad people say exactly those words first. A moment later, he continued, saying that he was a black magician and had come here to destroy the entire group. This news took everyone by surprise, and it seemed that after these words, everyone was lost in their own thoughts. However, after that, everyone began to laugh loudly, showing their contempt and disrespect for the boy. The bandits said that the boy had decided to play the hero and therefore wanted to play alone. But before they could recover, they felt and saw a pillar of fire rushing toward them. The criminals, thrown back by the blast wave, screamed because they couldn't understand how some stranger could be capable of something so powerful. But Minato Kusagani had already said that he was capable of defeating all the criminals quickly and easily. They, in turn, did not know how they could resist, although they understood that they would definitely not give up. Harnessing their magical powers, the group began to say that they needed more power to finish off this uninvited guest. But our hero stood still and continued to do so, not even moving, even though he could see how much fire was flying in his direction. He just thought to himself that in a closed room, you can only use magic up to the second rank, otherwise the warehouse will be destroyed. He himself could use magic and combat techniques, but there were many people, and that was the main problem. Suddenly, the villains began to shout that neither attacks nor bullets could harm this young man. Exchanging glances, the ill-wishers tried to understand who had come to them and why he was so strong. And while the men discussed that they had never seen such magic before, Kusanagi Minato thought that he hadn't even started using magic yet. However, in the next second, the bandits perked up, remembering that they had something they could try on the young man. One of the men shouted that the guy could revel in his power as much as he wanted, but it wouldn't help him in the slightest. Then the stranger put on a gas mask and took out something that resembled a grenade, but with a container. Kusanagi Minato understood that it was something resembling a chemical weapon. So he shouted to Leon, who was hiding around the corner, to run out into the street immediately and not come back under any circumstances. His frightened partner did not understand what to expect, so she immediately rushed to the door. At that moment, the villain swung and threw the checker in the direction of our hero. The young man knew how to defend himself against such things, which he did in a flash, realizing that the group was unaware of his ability. Literally a few seconds later, thick smoke began to fill the room. The jubilant bandits discussed among themselves that the boy would definitely not be able to withstand the poisonous gas, and therefore it was good that they had come up with something like this. The men saw that the smoke was slowly beginning to dissipate, and they also realized that no one was attacking them, so they were sure that the uninvited guest had suffocated. Approaching the place where the boy was standing, the ill-wishers said that they wanted to see the expression on his face when he died. However, when they sat down on the floor, they didn't see anything at first, so they were very surprised. But suddenly, Minato Kusagani appeared, standing on his feet and watching the two gang members closely. Other members immediately approached and discussed among themselves how this man could be alive, since there was no protection against the magical barrier or gas shield. However, the guy said that gas is gas, so it is enough to use wind magic to circulate the air. And in a more severe voice, he added that you couldn't fool an outstanding magician with all this. It was all child's play. The teenager couldn't see the faces of the bandits because they were covered by gas masks, but he understood that they were more than surprised. Suddenly, one of the villains shouted to the other to call for help, but the other shouted back that for some reason no one was answering. Smiling, our hero said calmly that it was understandable that no one was answering. The reason was that something unusual had also happened in the other shelters. This happened after he visited them, so there was no point in waiting for someone to come and do something. He immediately added that the only ones left alive were those standing in front of him, those who were going to harm him. The young man had no intention of wasting his time on villains, so he asked them if they were ready. Only a minute had passed, and Kusanagi Minato had already dealt with everyone, which was not particularly difficult for him. The young man said aloud that the Black Rebellion in Kabukite was over, so they could call Leona to tell her about it. However, at that moment, the boy heard something suspicious, so he asked who was hiding there. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared in the doorway and twisted the detective's arms. The stranger said that the boy was brave to come to them alone, but that it would not help him. And, putting a knife to the girl's throat, he said that they could make a deal if the young man wanted to. Smiling wickedly, the man declared that he was the famous magician in black, whoever he was. At that moment, the boy thought that the distance was quite large, and using combined magic would not be enough, although if the moment was right, everything could work out as it should. In addition, Minato Kusanagi wanted to know if he could knock the knife out of the bandit's hands with his first rank. Realizing that the game had begun, the ill-wisher said that he did not advise doing anything stupid because the girl could accidentally die. The teenager thought to himself that this man could somehow see his magical power, which was strange to him since the first person he had taught this to was Yuika, and he hadn't even thought about it since. The young man understood that he was facing a villain whose magical power was at 40,000, although it was not certain that he was not hiding it, because if he could read energy, he could do other things as well. With sadness in her voice, Leona apologized to our hero, saying that she had been wrong not to listen to the young man and had gone with him. But the young man declared that he did not want to hear about it because he would save her by any means necessary. Suddenly, the villain shouted again, saying that he felt as if the uninvited guest was deliberately ignoring him, even though he did not understand the situation they were both in. He immediately added that he was in charge, and therefore everyone had to play by his rules, otherwise someone would die. The young man did not want to anger the bandit, so he replied calmly that he understood everything and would not do anything unnecessary. The gangster immediately changed his anger to kindness and said that he liked this way of communicating much better. After that, the man said that he was late with his introduction, but the teenager should know that his name was Kaga Shuji and that he was the boss in this department. He immediately added that their boss had ordered them to find out who was really hiding behind this mask, but that this information alone would not be enough. It was very important that the young man also join their squad. Moreover, he continued to interrogate people who had any connection to the magician and finally got the information he needed. A moment later, the villain fell silent and looked intently at the young man standing right in front of him. Then he screamed, realizing that the magician in black was not only not planning to join them, but wanted to destroy their life's work. At that moment, the girl felt the blade slightly wound her, so she closed her eyes, not knowing what to expect next. But Kusagami Minato did nothing and said nothing. It was clear that he was waiting for something. However, suddenly the villain immediately asked for forgiveness, although it looked like his usual mockery. He immediately said that he had lost control of himself, which was unacceptable, because the death of the hostage would render their conversation meaningless. Then, with anger in his voice, he said that they had to admit that blood was still wonderful. The guys understood that this man was clearly not himself, and it wasn't because he was a bandit, but because he was insane. Returning to our heroes, Kagashuji stated that he wanted to announce the terms of the deal, which he had completely forgotten about. The man said that he would torture our hero in the near future, and it would all end with the boy's death. Of course, the teenager could refuse and run away, but in that case, he would quickly deal with Leona. After that, he shouted that he was giving the magician in black a choice, but it was unclear whose life was more important and precious to him. The young man remained calm and said that he would accept torture, but it was clear that Kaga Shuji was confused, perhaps because he had expected to hear something completely different. Then he suddenly shouted that the young man was strong in spirit since he had decided to sacrifice himself, and therefore one could only envy him. The young man thought to himself that no attack would work on him, and the same applied to torture, so he was not afraid of anything. The villain continued to say that it was best for the young man to keep his colossal magical power under control, but that he should know that if he used his magical barrier, it would be pointless. Hearing this, the girl thought with horror that this was the very barrier that allowed her acquaintance to so easily dodge blows. The young man was upset to hear this. He realized that this ill-wisher must have been watching his recent fight closely, and that was why he had failed. For a while, our hero stood still, realizing that he needed to come up with a plan. Finally, the teenager asked in a decisive tone if the villain was satisfied now. Realizing that he had to test everything, Kagashuji suddenly launched an attack, knowing that he needed results. Kusanagi Minato immediately fell to the ground because he had not actually put up any defense for himself. The enemy continued to shout that no one was going anywhere. Everyone had to stay where they were. The young man saw the blows coming at him, but he couldn't or didn't want to resist them. Leon didn't like any of this, so she asked Kagashuji to stop as soon as possible, but he didn't listen to her. After a short time, our hero finally fell to the ground because he was weak without protection. The girl didn't know how she could help, so she simply turned to her acquaintance. The detective thought to herself that it was all her fault, even though she had found the determination to destroy these people at the cost of her own life. Meanwhile, the man shouted that he was very sorry, although it was time to move on to the logical conclusion, and added that he thanked the young man for the wonderful time they had had. The detective knew that she owed the magician in black who had saved her, and therefore understood that she had to act to save him now. But the reason was not only that, but also that the young man was her real hope. Suddenly, the villain pushed away the girl who was about to grab his gun. After that, he said that if Leona hadn't been there, the kid wouldn't have lost, and because of a small fish who didn't understand his place, such an amazing person as Minato Kusanagi would die. The man shouted that after he dealt with the boy, he would kill the detective too, because he didn't need her. But at the moment when the ill-wisher swung his knife, the young man somehow managed to rush towards him at lightning speed. Our hero acted so quickly that he immediately delivered a crushing blow to Kagashuji, which the latter certainly did not expect. The young man's strength was incredible, and his opponent flew as far as the room would allow. Looking at the gang leader, the young man declared that the only unsightly thing here was the villain. The girl standing next to the guy immediately began to ask how it was that he was fine if he couldn't use the magic barrier. But our hero explained that the reason was that in order to make the barrier invisible, just before the magic began to hit the young man, he put up very small magic shields, using his power only for a moment of impact. Leona smiled, saying that it was quite difficult and only a mage in black was capable of such a trick. Reassuring the girl, Kusagami Minato said that everything would be fine now so she could relax. Sitting on the floor and crying, the detective said that this time they had really gotten away with it. Getting up from the ground, Kagashuji, who was holding his bruised cheek, declared that no one had gotten away with it. Our hero was surprised that this man remained conscious, even though he had used magic synthesis, focusing specifically on speed. The villain was angry that he had been hit, so he said that torture for a young man was a real indulgence. And then, fueling his fire, he shouted that he had come up with something interesting, that he would just take everything and burn it all down. The guy watched everything carefully, thinking that this man's power was actually increasing, and therefore our hero was right about hiding his power before. And Kagashuji continued to shout that he would burn everything around him, and therefore no trace of anyone would remain. The guys in the hall saw that the villain had decided to use fourth-level magic synthesis. Leona, realizing what was about to happen, said with a trembling voice that it was impossible to defend against such magic, but it seemed that there was nowhere to run either. The fire raged with tremendous force, but despite this, our hero stood in one place and said nothing. The girl was so scared that she looked around every second, realizing that the fire was almost upon them. Suddenly, the young man spread his arms out to both sides as if trying to push the flames away from himself. After that, the young people found themselves in a kind of capsule that protected them from everything that was happening. The detective understood that her acquaintance was using first-rank magic, but she did not understand how the first could resist the fourth, because it was all impossible. But the guy wasn't listening to her because he was busy with something else. The beauty felt a sense of security next to the black magician and knew for sure that the young man would manage to get them out of there. But most of all, Leon was interested in who this man really was. Of course, he was not going to reveal his identity, that was clear, but curiosity got the better of him. The ill-wisher, who had been attacking the guys all this time, suddenly shouted that he understood everything. The man said that Minato Kusanagi was actually strong, so he assumed that his attack would be ineffective, but he had a completely different goal. The guy didn't listen to the villain, but listened to his companion, who said that there were no signs that the bandit's magic was weakening, although the released stream of magic should weaken sooner or later. The young man immediately explained that it was continuous magic, although Leona had no idea what he was talking about. The teenager explained that it was impossible to use several types of magic at the same time, and that its effect would disappear after a while, but it could be maintained if it was reactivated at the moment of interruption. Flying with wind magic works the same way. If you don't do this, you won't be able to fly. After these words, the girl cried out loudly, saying that now was not the most appropriate time for lectures. The beauty was worried that their barrier would soon disappear, but looking up, she began to doubt it. Kusanagi Minato calmly noted that the barrier would not disappear anywhere because he also used continuous magic. By the time the guy explained this to his friend, the villain also realized that his opponent was using a similar type of magic. Leona shouted at the villain that his magic would not work against them and suggested that he simply surrender. Bowing his head, the man was frightened for a moment, but he was not going to give himself away. So he suddenly raised his head again and proudly declared that he would not do so because he knew perfectly well what he was capable of. The beauty understood that this expression on his face did not bode well, and therefore it was better not to communicate with this person anymore. The villain understood that the guy was really strong and couldn't be defeated in the usual way, but he knew perfectly well that he was pursuing some other goal. Sitting down on the ground, Leona said aloud that she felt much hotter than before, so she automatically sat down on the ground. Seeing what was happening, Kaga Shuji shouted that if a barrier was used to create an enclosed space surrounded by fire, naturally oxygen would not be supplied, and the temperature would begin to rise, which the barrier would not protect against. A moment later, he added that the uninvited guests would simply suffocate from the heat, and outside, they would meet their doom in the fire. The villain shouted that now the magician in black had an equivalent choice. The young man knew that he was dealing with a madman, so he decided to play along and sniffled. But this only angered the enemy, who shouted even louder that the boy did not understand what was really going on, and therefore did not want to play with him. A moment later, Kusagi Minato said that he could see everything perfectly well and understood even better. The villain did not understand what the young man had managed to do, although on the other hand, he shouted that the girl was just as bad as before. However, a moment later, Leona's eyes widened as she sat up straight and said that she could breathe more easily and, moreover, that the room was no longer hot. This situation infuriated Kaga Shuji, who did not understand why his plan was failing nor how it was possible. The guy said that the influence of fire magic on the atmosphere was correctly noted, but apparently the villain did not know something, for example, that magical power also exists in the atmosphere. With each passing minute, the man became more and more angry and irritated. But the teenager explained that the magical barrier was a mixture of the magician's magical power and natural power, that magical power was present in the atmosphere and combined with atmospheric properties. The young man paused for a moment. He didn't want to reveal all his cards right away. After that, the guy began to connect some kind of greenish energy. Kusanagi Minato stated that the power itself is the atmosphere, which means it can also act as a shield. Falling to the ground, the ill-wisher shouted that this was the most absurd thing he had ever seen in his life. Coming as close as possible to his opponent, our hero called him a fanatic, saying that he would not get away with just losing consciousness. And then, in a quiet voice, he said that he must experience the pain of his own victims, which would be entirely fair. The man began to scream and cry, realizing that this teenager was not just talking, but doing what he said he would do. Suddenly, the young man activated some kind of dark zone, although he did not explain what it was. A minute later, Kaga Shuji felt as if he were in a completely dark room where there was no one else but him. The man did not understand what this place was, nor did he realize why he could not hear anything or anyone. Moreover, he could not see or feel anything, which was even stranger. Raising his hands, the villain shouted that someone must hear him, because someone must be in this place. With each passing minute, the villain's fear grew stronger, and he felt like he was going crazy. Leaving his opponent on the ground, the teenager said in a quiet voice that this bad man would atone for his earthly sins in darkness. At that moment, there was a noise, and the girl said that someone must have reported the incident. Kusanagi Minato approached his acquaintance to pick her up, but she screamed, saying that she didn't really want to fly again. A moment later, she began to cry, saying that flying was not something that gave her pleasure. After a while, standing on the roof, the girl noted that they had managed to defeat the group in Kabuki-te, but there were others who also needed to be destroyed. She immediately added that she had one request for the black magician, which was to become true comrades. The detective noted that she was not strong, she constantly interfered with the young man, but she had information and connections, and therefore she could be useful. Looking up at the sky, our hero honestly admitted that he had recently noticed that he felt powerless in the face of requests, and immediately declared that he was always happy to continue working together. Leona happily shouted that she was also very happy about this. The girl then said that Minato Kusagani could always rely on her in terms of public relations and gathering comrades, although the young man did not understand what she meant. The next day, the television reported that early that morning, magicians belonging to an organization called the Black Rebellion had been arrested, presumably influenced by a man nicknamed the Magician in Black. An investigation into the incident is currently underway. Suddenly, the announcer said that they had just received an urgent message, a statement from an organization fighting outlaw mages led by the Mage in Black. It stated that they were the messengers of the shadows, those who had taken it upon themselves to eradicate outlaw mages, and that the Black Rebellion organization, in particular, was impossible. Any lawlessness is unacceptable for mages, and this rule applies to everyone. At that moment, some people were sitting in front of a TV screen, watching intently what was being said there. Suddenly, a young man jumped up from his seat and began shouting something in dissatisfaction. Clenching his fist, he said that they were talking about that magician in black again. But a voice behind him asked the stranger to pull himself together because people like him don't carry much weight. He added that the organization had this person, so they needed to focus on that. After that, Fuka Jin, who was the head of the family and a magical aristocrat, laughed. Responding to a question from reporters, one of the guests said that he was skeptical of the magical aristocracy. The reason was that this class of people should protect the people, but their behavior, which everyone can see on video and at press conferences, crosses all boundaries. The same applies to disasters, as these magicians did not take any measures to stop them. But the Special Magic Squad works conscientiously, so you could say that in this case there is no need for a magical aristocracy. Fuka Jin, who was watching the press conference intently, was so engrossed that he didn't even notice when the butler brought him tea. But in the next moment, the master of the house turned off the TV with one powerful spell, not wanting to see or hear any more of it. Rising from his seat, the man ordered the servant to call Shche immediately because he wanted to talk to him. And, slamming his fist on the table, he immediately declared that he would show everyone what would happen if they dared to make enemies of the magical aristocrats. Meanwhile, the monster invasion was taking place in New York, where the situation remained tense. Not only were there monsters on all sides, but people were also yelling at each other because everyone wanted to save themselves. However, the quarrels did not last long because, noticing the monsters that surrounded them, the crowd immediately began to run. The police, who had already arrived at the scene, reported that they were about to begin clearing the area. The law enforcement officers immediately activated their magic circles and took up defensive positions. The men understood that there were too many monsters and too few of them, so their only hope was the magic squad. One of the colleagues shouted that there was only one squad and many incidents, so the guys would not arrive so quickly, and they needed to act because the monsters were getting closer and closer with every passing minute. A moment later, there was a loud explosion, followed by a huge stream of fire that swept away everything in its path. And then the boss appeared from the alley, walking calmly down the street. The police officers knew that they definitely couldn't fight the demon, so they didn't know what to do in this situation. At that very moment, the boss unleashed powerful magic, showing everyone present that he was strong. And it wasn't just magic, it was a 5-rank flaming column that could burn everything in its path. For a moment, the people on the street froze, not knowing how to resist this force. But unexpectedly, another 5th-rank force was unleashed, a titanic bubble that was also impressive in its power. Watching the beautiful bubbles, the police tried to understand what had just happened. At that moment, an urgent message arrived that a disaster specialist had arrived in the city, and therefore it was necessary to coordinate and normalize the situation. This man's name was Mizuha Toshichiro, and he belonged to the Japanese magical aristocracy. Although it seemed that the magician was indifferent to all these performances, he simply went about his work. The man immediately activated not only powerful defenses, but also devised a method of attack. The demon did the same, thinking that their powers were roughly equal. Although not much time had passed, everyone gathered there saw a huge stream of water engulf the predator, which literally drowned in it. As for Mizuki Toshichiro, he was in no hurry to finish his manipulations. The police officers couldn't take their eyes off what had happened because they had never seen anything like it before. The men, like everyone else, were happy that this magician had managed to deal with the serious problem posed by the monsters fairly quickly. Only Mizuhara Toshichiro remained indifferent, simply staring ahead without showing any emotion. A few hours later, the man was already at the airport, surrounded by high-ranking officials and a crowd of journalists. Hearing one of the leaders say that they were grateful to the magician for everything he had done for their country, the man noted that there was no need for gratitude because it was simply his job. Although there were people in the crowd who claimed that this Japanese man used to be influential, but now his status was no longer the same, and therefore it could be said that there were practically no good specialists left in the country. And while Mizuhara Toshichiro looked somewhere ahead of him, the official continued to say that he had decided to return home immediately without sleep or rest, which was additionally valuable and commendable. As he left, the guest noted that there was one matter at home that needed to be resolved as soon as possible. Walking down the airport corridor, the man thought to himself that the disasters in Japan were a disgrace to the magical aristocracy, and he did not like the fact that his daughters were members of a special magical squad. The man knew that he could not allow this to continue. Meanwhile, after another training session, Katsuragi Ryuji said with fatigue in his voice that Kusanagi was too strong. This man is abnormally strong, probably the strongest in Japan, and what's amazing is that he doesn't even seem to be trying. The police officers who came to the training ground waved to the guys and asked if they really couldn't defeat their mentor, even if they all joined forces, adding that if they wanted to, they could do anything. After thinking about it, the students decided that the squad already had about 100 members, and what's more, they had become much stronger, so they could easily defeat Kusanagi. Hearing the guys thinking about a plan, our hero suddenly came up behind them and asked if they wanted to test it out. The frightened students began to say that now was not the time and that they were just discussing something, but that they had no plans to fight anyone yet. But the young man did not back down, saying that he was not so scary that no one wanted to measure their strength against him. He immediately announced that the break was over and that the task for the next training session was to defeat him with the entire team. They could use any means necessary, but they had to give it their all. The students were in a fighting mood. They said that if their mentor himself had asked them to do this, they couldn't disobey him. What's more, they were all confident in their abilities. Gathering their strength, the group discussed that they should use their highest ranks and do everything possible to knock the guy out of action. But Minato Kusanagi had no intention of giving in to his students, so he acted exactly as he would in a real fight. Yui, realizing what the young man was doing, shouted that he would not be able to hide behind such a barrier. The teenager took this seriously, so he raised his rank to hold back the students' onslaught. Suddenly, the students realized that something had changed, but on the other hand, they knew that there was no need to be afraid, they just needed to increase their strength. In a moment, our heroes unleashed their true power in the direction where their teacher was standing, hoping that it would work. What was happening was incredible, and in the middle of it all stood Minato Kusanagi. For a moment, the young people froze, not understanding whether they had succeeded or not, and so they waited in anticipation. And in a moment, the guy completely neutralized all the magic, including his own magic barrier. The disappointed guys immediately started shouting that it was very strange because they had used the 6th rank, and of course they knew that the young man was strong, but not that strong. But our hero was a real rock. He didn't say anything except that now it was his turn to strike. After these words, the students looked at their mentor in fear, realizing that this was going to be serious. Not much time passed before the students were lying on the ground, realizing that they had no strength left, and hearing the young man happily announce that the training was over. The girls wanted to lie down longer, but they heard the phone ring and decided to answer it. Reading the messages, the beauties thought it was a joke and therefore did not understand how this could be. Hearing Kusagani's question about what had happened, his acquaintances said in unison that their father was returning. A few hours later, the girls were sitting in the living room, where their father was sitting motionless opposite them. The beauties stared intently in front of them, their faces difficult to read. The man also kept his head down, simply remaining silent or waiting for something. Finally, Mizuhara Toshichiro spoke, asking his daughters if it was true that they had joined the magic squad and received a satisfactory answer. The students did not know what would happen next, so they fell silent again and sat quietly. But after a moment, their father asked them to tell him about it in as much detail as possible. It was clear that the beauties were delighted with this turn of events. They felt that their father was proud of them and therefore wanted to know everything. Yui immediately explained that this squad was beneficial to society, that they had already prevented several disasters, and that everyone in the group was very talented. Ruka added that they were also growing compared to their previous level. Their magical power had more than doubled, and the number of ranks they could use had also increased. And it was all thanks to Kusanagi, who was an amazing young man. If it weren't for him, they wouldn't have been able to grow so much, and it would have been difficult to stop disasters as well. Picking up a cup, the man replied that it seemed like this guy had all the outstanding abilities. The girls immediately said that he might be able to match Mizuhara Toshichiro himself in strength, and what's more, he was on par with the aristocracy. After these words, the man took a sip of his drink from a small cup. Then he quietly placed it back on the tray but said nothing. Suddenly, the owner of the house announced that the girls had to leave the group. The beauties looked at their father in surprise, not understanding why he had made such a decision when everything was going so well for them. But the man explained that everyone knew that the reputation of the magical aristocracy had been undermined, which had a negative impact on Japan as a whole. The aristocracy is the backbone of the country, and not only is there no need for a special unit, but it also has a negative impact on the state. This Kusanagi, who was just mentioned, is especially dangerous, and it is unacceptable to maintain contact with him in the future. Rising from their seats, the girls shouted that this was too despotic. The man also stood up and said in a quiet voice that it would be best for them to do as he said, as before. Yui thought to herself that until today she had indeed done what her father had told her to do, and had never objected. However, now the girl shouted resolutely that this would not happen. She said that she would not give up her membership in the squad or her communication with her acquaintance, and the girls were also determined to continue their training. The special magic squad did what the aristocracy was supposed to do. If her father had suggested joining forces, she would have gladly accepted, but she would not leave the squad. Folding his arms across his chest, Mizuha Toshichiro declared that in that case, they would be expelled from the house and would never again be able to present themselves as magical aristocrats. Turning around, Yuika resolutely began to leave the room, saying that she had heard and understood everything. And with a smile on her face, she added that from now on she would go her own way, continuing her activities in this unit not as a magical aristocrat, but as an ordinary girl. A moment passed, and the girl was already moving down the corridor, clearly indicating that she had made her decision. Hearing her father say that who would have thought that her sister would speak out in such a way, Ruka noted that she had indeed changed. And, approaching the door, she replied that the same applied to her. Mizuha Toshichiro tried to say something in response, but the girl happily declared that she understood everything perfectly well, but that being banished did not scare her at all. And, bowing at the door, she respectfully noted that she was still grateful to her father for everything he had done. Standing alone, the master of the house said that his daughters still could not understand the meaning of the existence of the magical aristocracy. Sadness was evident in his eyes, although he had no intention of bringing anyone back or doing anything. Walking down the street with suitcases in her hands, Yuika said that her father had gone too far and that despite all their efforts, her sister agreed, adding that they should decide for themselves what to do with their lives. But the girl was still worried that her older sister had doubts about her actions, even though she said she felt the same way. She immediately added that she was not going to leave the rebel alone because, after all, she was her older sister. Hearing these words, the beauty immediately turned around happily and looked at her. And a minute later, she hugged her arm as tightly as she could. Not much time had passed, and the girls had already arrived at the hotel to check in, realizing that they had no better option anyway. For a while, the administrator looked closely at the beauties and continued to shake his head. Looking at the iced tea, Yuka began to speak with a note of sadness in her voice, saying that they had serious problems. The problem was that no hotel would accept minors, no one would rent them a place to stay, and it seemed that every door was closed to them. Ruka understood that she could lie so that they could stay at a hotel, but her younger sister would definitely not be able to do that. The beauties understood that they had money, since their work in the squad was paid, but in this case, it was useless. Suddenly, some guys approached our heroes and immediately began asking if they were actresses and offered to hang out with them. The young men immediately sat down with the girls and started talking about how lucky they were, although the girls didn't understand what they were talking about. Rook didn't like any of this, so she said in an indifferent tone that the strangers should get lost. The young men realized that they were wrong, so they raised their hands and said that it was a small misunderstanding and that they were very sorry. After these insolent young men left, Ruka spoke unflatteringly about them, looking at her sister. However, her sister smiled and said that everything was fine now. Then she jumped up from her seat and shouted that they should have fun while they had the chance. Ignoring her sister's suggestion about where they would spend the night, she shouted that they would think about that later. A minute later, the girls reached for their suitcases to find their best clothes. Yuka immediately pulled out one of her beautiful dresses and began to try it on. After that, the girls went to a toy store where they reminisced about when they were little. However, that wasn't enough because after that, the girls went to a karaoke bar where Yuka sang her heart out. Walking down the street, the beauty said that it was so wonderful, they had done so much in one day, while Ruka said that she had never had so much fun. Although the problem of where to spend the night remained, the girls tried not to dwell on it. Suddenly, Yui turned to her sister and said how good it was to have her. Surprised, Ruka looked at her intently, as if she had never heard anything like it before. After that, the girls continued to discuss where they could stay for the night, realizing that there weren't many options. But a minute later, Yuika saw that she had received a message on her phone from Minato Kusagani, who wrote that he had forgotten how to use his phone and asked her to remind him at Caprachas Dasulin Enda Quer. Opening the door, the guy looked at the girls and asked them why they had decided to visit him so suddenly. With awkwardness in their voices, the girls asked if they could stay with the young man for a while. It was unexpected, but despite this, our hero led his acquaintances into the living room and even offered them tea. With irritation in his voice, which was completely uncharacteristic of Minato Kusagani, he said that it was reckless to just leave home like that. Bowing their heads, the beauties said that now they realized this themselves. Although the young man thought to himself that his wards had changed, becoming more open than they had been before, and that their relationship had improved. Unexpectedly, Yuika said that they knew they were putting the young man in an awkward position by asking him so suddenly, but could they stay at least for a little while, because they had nowhere else to go. The young man thought that he saw romantic feelings in his female acquaintances, but they did not have mutual romantic feelings for each other, so there should be no problems. Bowing his head, our hero said that he understood everything, and therefore he would allow the sisters to live with him for a while. The girls looked at each other happily and realized that they had made the right decision. However, the young man immediately added that he didn't have much space, although the sisters immediately said that it didn't matter at all. Hearing this, the young man said that they would still have to deal with some unexpected issues. After these words, the girls were embarrassed but did not dare to contradict him or say anything else. The younger sister thought to herself that Minato Kusagani didn't look like his usual self, perhaps because they would now have to live together, which felt somehow unusual to her. The second sister also didn't understand why her heart was beating so hard, as if it were about to jump out of her chest. The teenager, realizing that the girls were tired, suggested they take a shower, but when they heard this, they reacted strangely. The young man was surprised and said that he must have misunderstood something, but they immediately realized their mistake and said that, of course, they would take a shower. A few minutes later, Yuka was already standing under the hot water. At that moment, the young man said that it was a bold decision to leave home like that, while the girl admitted that it was the first time they had gone against their father's will. He is strict and never allows any arbitrariness, so she is sure that he will become more firm in his attitude towards disasters and measures against demons. The guy said aloud that it seemed that the man's impressions of the special unit were, to put it mildly, not very good, and that this person might even take some measures against them. At that moment, the younger sister appeared from the shower and said with satisfaction that she felt much better. The girl said that now it was time for Ruka to go, who said that she was just about to get up. Only a minute had passed, and the girl was already in the shower, and like her sister, realized that this was actually the most pleasant thing that could be. At that moment, Yuka admitted that she had a strange feeling. She couldn't even imagine that she would be sitting like this with her classmate, who also noted that he had never had guests before. The beauty thanked her acquaintance once again, noting that if it weren't for his help, they would have been left on the street. But the young man closed his eyes and said that there was no need to thank him. He hadn't done anything special. However, Yuika immediately began to smile, although the young man did not understand what was going on. But then the girl replied that it was because the guy always said that, no matter what happened. Minato Kusagani gently said that the idea for the magic squad was his, and what's more, he was its commander, and the girls were doing a great job with their duties, so he couldn't just abandon his friends. He immediately added that he would do everything in his power to help. But after these words, Yuika's heart began to beat even faster, and she couldn't control herself. Fortunately, at that moment, Ruka appeared in the room, having finished her shower. Smiling, she said that she was done and the bathroom was free so she could join the guys and the young man could take a shower. The young man was planning to do just that because he knew that the next day they would have both classes and training. When the guy left, the girls were left alone, but they were in no hurry to start discussing anything. Ruka bowed her head and closed her eyes, seeming to be upset about something. The next day, Shido Shigo told our hero that he had drawn up a training schedule and wanted the team captain to review it. The blond man stood up and said that their regular meeting was over, so the young man was free to leave, although he was in no hurry to leave because he wanted to say something important. Kusanagi Minato calmly explained that Mizua's sister would now be living at his house. Hearing this, the blond man shouted like never before and asked again if the three of them really lived together. The policeman said nothing aloud, but thought to himself that the teenager was living with two girls, even though he stated this quite calmly. Was this the norm for modern youth? He decided that it was necessary to bring this person to their senses. With calmness in his voice, Shido Shigo explained that polygamy is prohibited in Japan, but the young man only asked if it was really popular. Walking down the hallway, our hero thought about how cramped it was to live in one room, and therefore perhaps he should consider moving. At that moment, Sanada Karin was actively training in martial arts on the street. It was clear that the training was difficult for the girl, although she did not want to give up. The young man saw this and asked his acquaintance if she was really still training. His colleague explained that she was significantly behind the others because she had only recently learned how to use offensive magic. She immediately added that Kusagani was her senior because he was the squad leader, so there was no need to speak to her in a respectful tone. The guy didn't want to argue, so, looking at his smiling ward, he said he would do as he was told. After that, he asked the girl to try attacking, but to do so consciously. And as he walked away, he said that it was better not to delay, and also not to think about whether it would work or not, but just to go ahead and do it. Sanada Karin knew that being afraid would not help, so she began to practice. Seeing this, the mentor said that the policewoman was doing much better and that if she continued like this, she would become even stronger. However, the girl was immediately overcome with sadness again and said that she was nowhere near as good as the others because she was very weak. The young man did not like this approach. He said that the girl was overly self-deprecating and was convinced that the policewoman was doing everything in her power. Krasavitsa timidly explained that she had only been accepted into the police force because her healing magic was rare, so she understood that she could not become as skilled as everyone else. The girl sincerely said that she was the weakest in the squad, but she didn't like that it was so. She immediately began to apologize, saying that she didn't want to put the captain in an awkward position by bringing it up. Kusanagi Minato was not embarrassed in the least. He just wanted to know why Sanada Karin had chosen to work for the police. After a moment's thought, the beauty explained that her grandmother had once been a healing magician. She had saved many people during a great catastrophe, and so Karen wanted to become like her, which is why she decided to join the police, even though her grandmother had died. Turning away, she added that the reason was so simple that it was surprising, and that she did not have the same grand reasons and goals as the others. And again, she said that she would not achieve any particular success because she was training, but nothing was working out. However, at that moment, the young man asked if that was really the case. Coming closer, our hero said that there was something the girl was actually good at. She could heal people, she had learned to use offensive magic, and surely that was enough. The reason could be anything. What matters is what you do in the end. At least Sanada Karin is trying hard, working tirelessly, giving it her all. And he immediately added that the police officer had been doing well until today. Closing her eyes, the girl said nothing, but instead, for some reason, began to cry. After a while, the law enforcement officer began to apologize, saying that she was older, but the young man pointed out that age didn't matter. After that, the girl complimented the guy because she thought he looked like a teenager but reasoned like a grown man. She thought to herself that this was not the first time the young man had helped her out. He was her hero. Standing on the roof of one of the houses, Minato Kusagani asked Leona what was so urgent that she had asked for a sudden meeting. The girl looked closely at the young man but did not rush to say anything. However, a minute later, she explained that she had received information that the teenager would definitely not know about but would very much like to. It concerned dark secrets about the magical aristocracy. Kusanagi Minato had no intention of playing any games, so he replied that he was interested and wanted Leona to tell him everything she knew. To begin with, Leona asked the boy to put on a shadow-bearing suit even though the teenager said he couldn't wear such a thing every day. After that, the detective said that, using her connections in the media, she had been researching information about illegal magicians and secret magical organizations and had stumbled upon rumors about the magical aristocracy. There was talk of bribery, collusion, theft, and much more, especially many rumors about the Fuka family, and there was even talk that they were in collusion with gangsters. The guy listened carefully, but he was most interested in who was behind it all, so Leona said that, according to the rumors, it was Satoshi Osamu, who used to be an aristocratic mage. It seems that because of his irresponsible behavior, he was expelled from the community, and it was even discussed in the news for some time. Our hero said that such a close connection with the aristocracy could not help but arouse suspicion, and the girl immediately said that this question bothered not only him, but they had no visible evidence. Such things are usually kept secret, so it is impossible to gather enough information. She herself thinks that blackmail is behind it, and therefore the mage needs to be careful if he decides to delve deeper into this matter. As he left, Minato Kusagani asked the girl to send him all the information on his phone. And, waving, he added that he plans to root out the bad guys. After that, the teenager confidently moved on. As he walked, the young man thought that there were many ways to do this, and if his opponents were villains, he would spare no one. After a while, the young man was sitting in his room, surrounded by girls who were busy with their own affairs. Ruka was meditating and seemed so immersed that she could not see or hear anything. At the same time, Yuika was doing her homework and writing something in her notebook. And Minato Kusagani was thinking that it was time for him to study the issue of the disaster and indeed the entire history of the last 50 years now that he knew how to use a phone. After that, the young man immediately started clicking something on his device. After a while, he managed to find something that made him very happy. It turned out that the history up to the day of his death was generally consistent, but very little was written about the level of modern magicians, and a lot of lies were told about the achievements of the ancestors of the magical aristocracy. There is actually very little truthful information. For example, it is known how magicians achieve such a high level, but if people had books about the magic of that time, the world would not have fallen into such decline. But if Yuki's words are to be believed, books and other data on magic have not been preserved, giving the impression that someone is deliberately weakening magicians. Perhaps the head of the Mizuha family knows something about this, but given the current circumstances, it will not be possible to meet with this man, and information about the disaster is also scarce. It was unclear what caused them each time, why they occurred at all, and what they actually were. While Kusagi Minato muttered something under his breath, Yuika looked at him intently. The next day, the entire squad gathered at the training ground as scheduled to practice. At that moment, the dispatcher announced that he was relaying a message from the Central Police headquarters to the entire squad that a new disaster had occurred, and therefore every member of the team had to hurry to carry out the task. The guy wasn't going to wait for a special invitation. He immediately announced that it was time to go. However, as he flew to the scene, our hero was greatly surprised by something. Below stood Shche Fuka, who was holding down a small monster with his foot and shouting joyfully that the squad had arrived too late. And, pointing his finger at the young man's face, he declared that he had already defeated everyone, adding that the special magic squad was completely useless. He immediately added that the great and powerful warriors should not worry because none of the townspeople had been harmed. The man continued to claim that the students constantly said they were working for the good of the people, but if they hadn't been there, everyone would have died, so he advised them to be more vigilant next time. An irritated Yuika immediately began to ask our hero what all this could mean. After a while, a similar situation occurred. The guys saw the destruction and smoke, so they rushed to help. However, the fat man gloated again, saying that the students were too late, adding that the teenagers always arrived too late, so they were useless. And again, the guys were angry because they didn't understand how this could be possible. And to further provoke the young people, Shifuka once again emphasized that the magic squad was useless and that magic aristocrats were indispensable. Yuika, raising her voice, said that this was the 5th time in a row that a similar situation had occurred, so it couldn't be a coincidence. Something was clearly wrong. Shidu Shigo suggested that perhaps someone was interfering with the squad's operations, as it was obvious that information was reaching them with an enviable delay. Our hero thought he was able to recognize the signs of disaster if it occurred nearby, but with a greater distance, it was not so simple, and therefore he did not know what to do. But the girl continued to be indignant, shouting that with bosses of demon level and above, this fat man did not engage in battle, and therefore it annoyed her greatly. Unexpectedly, the policewoman said that the number of Fuka fans was growing on the internet, although the blonde man thought they were all fake. After that, the girl explained that for some reason, the fat man had decided to call a press conference, which was about to begin. The guys wanted to know what he might say, so they also turned on the TV to watch. Fukujin spoke to the journalists, thanking everyone for coming and saying that he would take this opportunity to speak out about the recent inaction of the magical aristocracy. He particularly wanted to mention the behavior and actions of his son, for which he had received many reprimands from those around him. But the journalists did not let the man finish. They immediately declared that the magical aristocracy was putting people in danger and therefore wanted to know how they intended to resolve the situation. A moment later, the family representative fell onto the table and said that he was very sorry that it had turned out this way. Those gathered had never seen an aristocrat bow his head to anyone before, which was extremely strange and unusual. The man said that he had been too irresponsible in raising his son, but now he was trying to change and was even helping to fight disasters. After these words, the media began to talk about how the young man was actually fighting, and there were rumors that he was arriving at the scene faster than the magic squad. Lying on the table, Fukujin smiled so that no one could see it, knowing that his trick had worked. The aristocrat added that the suddenness of disasters and unexpected trips abroad had led to a labor shortage and exacerbated the situation, but this would not happen again. The guys understood that this pompous old man was trying to deceive everyone, but despite this, the video was gaining momentum. Yuka was upset. She understood how much good they had done, working sincerely, but now they had simply been forgotten. But the young man told the girl to calm down, because it didn't matter what others said, they weren't going to stop saving people anyway. He immediately added that everyone could rely on him because he would come up with something. Standing in front of his boss, Shidu Shego asked him what he had just said. The man repeated menacingly that he now questioned the usefulness of the squad. People continued to complain about them, and the boss had no desire to antagonize the aristocracy. Therefore, the elderly man wanted the police officer to take responsibility for everything that was happening. The blonde man said that it was all Fuka's idea, but the chief did not listen, saying that the policeman should not give in to his emotions because the creation of this squad, as well as the conflict with the aristocracy, was his responsibility. The policeman knew for sure that someone was interfering with the unit's activities, so he wanted to know who it was, but the man said that he shouldn't blame others for his failure. He added that, regardless, the blonde man must change people's opinions and improve relations with the aristocracy. If Shidu Shego cannot handle this, the squad will be disbanded. At that very moment, Fukujin joyfully declared that victory would be his. The servant heard this and said that he believed in his master's power, while the master declared that he had found fools and that he only had to play to the crowd a little, and they immediately believed him. And standing up, he shouted that, with the residents on his side, the special magic squad would surely come to an end. The man laughed as loudly as he could, confident that now everything had definitely worked out for him. Standing on the street, Minato Kusagani looked up somewhere and remained silent. Yuika, angry and irritated, shouted that they hadn't been called on a mission for a whole week, which was abnormal. Ruka noted that this was because the Fuka family had recently taken over disaster relief, which was confirmed by Katsuragi Ryuji, who added that now even the police were hindering the squad's activities. Our hero said that the aristocratic magicians had connections in the police, so it was no surprise that the squad was just a nuisance to them. And while the girl continued to shout, the guy calmly said that the creation of the squad had damaged the reputation of the nobility. He thought to himself that some of them had connections to gangsters, and therefore the squad's influence would be disadvantageous to them. Seeing Yui approach the young man and start screaming even louder, he asked her why she was saying all this to him. After that, the beauty said that she found it hard to believe that their father was involved, although Ruka noted that he might be involved. Standing up, Kusagami Minato proudly declared that now was the time to find out, because ordinary conversation would not help in this case. The girls, realizing that the boys were going to Mizuha Toshichiro, immediately began to object, although the young men immediately pointed out that the beauties did not have to go. But the sisters decided that they needed to go, since it was their father after all. After a while, the whole team was standing at the gate, but the workers asked the uninvited guests to leave because they were not welcome. The girls said that they had come just to talk, and therefore they should be let in. But the maids noted that the master had ordered no one to be let in, including his daughters, adding that those who had been cast out were not allowed to cross the threshold of this house. The sisters looked intently ahead, but they did not know what to say. At that moment, our hero spoke up, bowed, introduced himself, and said that he was the commander of a special magic squad and had come here to talk to the head of the Mizuha family. The maid said that there were special days for those who wanted to conduct interviews, although it was still necessary to make an appointment, but the young man insisted, noting that he just wanted to ask a few questions. The young man smiled, but to himself he thought that perhaps he would have to push through to get what he wanted. Suddenly, the voice of the owner of the house rang out, asking the young man why he had come. The man did not intend to approach closely to clarify the situation, but he also did not want to rush. The maids explained that these people had come to talk to him. In the next second, Mizuhara Toshichiro and our hero looked at each other intently, but both remained silent. Unexpectedly, the owner of the house gave in, turning away from the guests and telling them to let these people in. The boys understood that this was already a great achievement, but they didn't want to rejoice prematurely. Kusanagi Minato, walking down the hallway, told the girls that they had an older brother, but they explained that it was their father, although this was surprising, since he looked no more than 20 years old. The mage heard something being said behind him, but he didn't dare turn around or make any comments. Only a couple of minutes had passed, and the guests were already sitting in the living room, waiting for the conversation to begin. For a moment, it seemed as if an ominous silence hung in the room, as neither the host nor the boys said anything. The sisters also huddled together, not knowing how to behave and relying on their commander. Suddenly, Mizuhara Toshichiro said that it seemed that the deceiver who had turned his daughters' heads was sitting in front of them. Smiling as usual, the teenager said that he did not think he was to blame, since the girls had the right to decide for themselves what to do, and it was not appropriate for a parent to behave in such a way, adding that, on the contrary, a father should be happy to see his daughters grow up. It was clear that these words hurt the man, but he did not rush to respond. The young man always said what he thought was necessary and therefore behaved completely naturally. Realizing that silence was useless, our hero suggested getting closer to the point, saying that the pressure on the special magic squad was coming from Mizuhara Toshichiro, but he wanted to clarify this once again. The man abruptly stated that he had not given any instructions and had no plans, and that he rarely communicated with other aristocrats, but could only say that the Fuka family was behind it. Surprised, the teenager said that the mage was very frank with him and heard that he liked decisive people. He immediately added that he had heard about a young man, a student whose power could be compared to that of aristocrats, and who was also a hero who had stopped many disasters, but that it sounded doubtful. Kusanagi Minato had nothing to hide, so he asked if the owner of the house wanted to see for himself. Suddenly a bluish mist enveloped the man, and his expression became stern and even more serious. The guy understood what was happening, but it didn't scare him at all, so he smiled. But this could not be said about the other guys, who noted that this force was simply incredible, so powerful that they could not even move. Time passed, and the powerful mages continued to sit facing each other. Suddenly the host said that it was impressive, that few magicians could resist him, but the guy replied that magical perception and control were the basis for a magician. He immediately added that the amount of magic was not that impressive. For the first time, the man smiled and honestly admitted that it was a bold statement. Kusanagi Minato thought to himself that this man's control of magic, as well as the amount of magical power, was incomparable to other mages more skilled than him at present. He had never met anyone like him, and talent and skill had nothing to do with it. There was something else about this man, something he was definitely hiding. That is why the young man asked his father's acquaintances why magicians were so weak now, to which his father replied that he was curious how a teenager had come to this conclusion. The young man stated in a decisive tone that he was well aware of what had happened 50 years ago. Mizuha Toshichiro didn't ask any more questions. He just said that it was done for the sake of moderation and standardization, but that the young man would understand everything himself in time. He then added that he could only say that the existence of aristocratic magic was necessary. As he was leaving, our hero asked if even people like the Fuka family were necessary. The man did not know how to answer this question, so he just looked intently at the teenager. Realizing that there would be no more answers, Kusanagi Minato proudly declared that it was time for them to go, then thanked the host for answering his questions. But the problem was that the boys couldn't leave because something had happened to them due to magical powers. Our hero knew that he couldn't really help them, so he simply took his friend by the arm to make it easier for him to walk. The guy just said aloud that if the Mizuha family was involved in this, he probably wouldn't hesitate, but apparently that wasn't the case, which was reassuring. Turning around, he added that Yuika and Ruka were his friends, whom he cherished greatly. Mizuhara Toshichiro asked what he meant by that, but the teenager replied meaningfully that who knows. The next day, carrying boxes with uniforms, the police officers were happy that the magic-resistant costumes had finally arrived, as they would make it easier to fight monsters. Shido Shigo said with a smile on his face that now they could definitely give it their all. Picking up his phone, our hero announced that it looked like he was ready too. He then added that it was time to take revenge on their enemies. At that moment, sitting in his office, Fuka-jin shouted that the special magic squad was coming to an end and that he would soon control Japan together with the black community. Fuka immediately picked up on this idea and continued, saying that all the money and glory would belong only to their family and the common people would have no choice but to fall at their feet. At that moment, several people entered the room and proudly announced that they were the police and that everyone should remain where they were. And while the owner of the house was trying to prove something to these people, his son pointed to something he saw outside the window, saying that the situation there was even worse. A reporter covering the situation from a helicopter said that the police had raided the home of suspect Fuka-jin the first time a criminal case had been brought against magical aristocrats. The police officer showed a document and stated that the head of the house was accused of bribery, intimidation, and abuse of special powers for which he would be arrested. The enraged man shouted, demanding that they not speak to him in such a tone and, moreover, demanding proof. A moment later, everyone present declared that there was more than enough evidence. Kusanagi Minato, who was standing in the doorway, held a phone in his hands, on which there was something interesting. The dissatisfied man did not understand why the young man had come, but then declared that there was no evidence and could not be any, that it was all a hoax. After loading one of the videos, the young man calmly said that the video clearly showed the aristocrat taking a bribe. There was another video showing collusion with outlaw magicians, as well as blackmail and threats. Fuka-jin had no intention of giving up or confessing, so he shouted that it was all fabricated because in their time it was possible to do even worse things. Approaching his detractor as closely as possible, the young man said that perhaps even after seeing this video he would still claim to be innocent. The butler, who was standing behind his master, told him that help was needed in connection with the disaster and asked him to convey that the mage was now in great need. But the man ordered the servant to ignore all this in an indifferent tone. After that, the man stated that the police should deal with the disaster, no matter how large it was, and that he had enough of his own business to attend to. The angry owner of the house remembered this conversation well because it happened when the disaster struck the students at the academy, but he did not understand where the recording came from. Bowing, the butler calmly said that he had made it. Grabbing the old man by the collar, Fuka-jin shouted at him, asking how he could have done such a thing because it was treason. But the man just closed his eyes, not intending to argue or say anything. However, the servant remembered a conversation that had taken place not long ago, during which he had told the magician in black that he could not betray his master. Although the young man did not back down, he asked whether the butler was true to his principles and whether he enjoyed serving a family that had long since rotted away. Hearing these words, the man fell silent for a moment and thought. The young man continued to ask whether he would wait for such an end for the Fuka family or accept the pain and save the magical aristocracy. Suddenly the butler spoke, telling his former master that he was behaving in a manner unbecoming of the magical aristocracy. Raising his voice, he shouted that such people should be expelled from it. Fukajin glared at his subordinate, but did not rush to take any action. Suddenly, summoning his magical power, the aristocrat shouted for his servant to die. But what he expected did not happen, as he sensed something strange happening behind him. A bright beam of light not only illuminated the room, but also began to sweep away everything in its path. This allowed the butler to lean back and fall, but softly enough not to injure himself. At that moment, our hero was telling the aristocrat that he had nowhere to run and would now answer for his crimes. Standing in the room, the man asked how everyone could destroy the efforts he had put in, which had taken years of perseverance, wealth, and status, and now everything was gone. But the teenager calmly stated that the magician himself was to blame for everything that had happened. Laughing hysterically, Fukajin said that he couldn't remember a time when he had been so angry. He immediately declared that he even had a base abroad for such cases, so the police would not be able to get to him anyway, but then he fell silent. After that, he shouted more menacingly that he would kill everyone first. His entire team immediately understood the order to attack. But it was pointless, because Minato Kusanagi immediately put up a defense for all his people. The young man did not want the regular police to be hit, so he said that this was his people's business and that his colleagues were free to go. At that moment, the reporter said that she could see magic being used to shoot at the house. Apparently, the Fuka family had decided to resist. The journalist said that it seemed that the magical aristocrats were involved in the criminal world, while the townspeople feared for their lives due to the disasters and monster attacks. This family only cared about themselves. The guys who were watching the stream said with sadness in their voices that now they could no longer trust the magical aristocracy, but who would protect them in that case? But then the reporter added that there are those who are always ready to come to the rescue. She was referring to the members of the magical squad who were also at the scene. They arrived knowing that the situation might not turn out in their favor and that they would face resistance. Despite this, the guys know their job well and are therefore not afraid to take risks. Moreover, you can rely on the commander of the squad, Minato Kusagani, a fearless teenager who is always ready for any battle. This case was no exception, as the owner of the house had already gone out onto the terrace to escape, but he knew that they would not let him get away so easily. The enemy's gaze was stern. He was clearly plotting something bad and had no intention of backing down from his plan. The same was true of his assistants, who had already activated their magical powers and were easily hovering above the girls. The ill-wishers gloated, saying that the students were too naive to think that such a weak group could defeat magicians like them. Yui immediately declared that unlike them, lazy magical aristocrats, they were not wasting time, and the rest of the squad was working to eliminate disasters and monsters. The fat man didn't want to hear this, so he started shouting again that he was tired of students who did nothing but get in the way. The girl had no intention of ending the verbal exchange, adding that she hated the lazy magical aristocracy and that would never forgive them for forgetting about the people. Fukajin, who was standing opposite our hero, asked him if he really thought he could defeat the aristocracy, but the boy countered with a question about why he should lose. Suddenly, the ill-wisher directed a powerful energy stream at the helicopter, wanting to shoot it down. It was clear that something was wrong with the helicopter, but it did not fall because it was already protected. Raising his hand, the guy said it was time to end this charade. But the villain laughed and said frankly that he would do anything for money. At that moment, the girls had already entered into battle with the fat man, who was confident that he was much stronger than everyone else. Katsuragi Ryuji had perfect control over his strength, so he was not going to lag behind his mentor. The police officers, who had been unable to do much before, were now fighting back as if they had been practicing something like this their whole lives. And it worked, because one of the opponents was knocked down and flew away with force. Shufuka, who saw what had happened to his assistant, thought to himself that this was an unexpected turn of events. Although a minute later, one of the family members was also flying somewhere to the side, thrown back by our heroes. Now, Sheifuka was surprised, and he was in no mood to laugh because he really understood that the forces were unequal and that they were weaker. Seeing that all his assistants were lying on the ground, the fat man did not know what to do because he understood that now all the members of the squad would attack him alone. But the ill-wisher decided that he could not retreat, could not show the pathetic magic squad that they were stronger than the aristocrats. Realizing that some of the people had already come to their senses, Sheifuka immediately ordered them to come up with a way to destroy these students. After that, he declared that it would be best for them to strike with all their might. Then the effect would be exactly what they wanted. The girls, understanding the enemy's plan, looked at each other intently, knowing what type of attack they would use. The beauties activated the sixth rank, which was an explosive stream, realizing that this was real power that would be difficult to overcome. And their decision turned out to be wise and correct, because in just a minute, the entire opposing team was already lying on the ground, not understanding what had happened to them. The fat man saw the sisters looming over him. He was angry and discouraged, realizing that there was little else he could do. The girls said nothing, they just stared intently at their opponent. Falling to the floor, the fat man and his entire team began to say that they were just defending themselves, and therefore promised that nothing like this would happen again, and therefore asked for forgiveness for their actions. Turning away, the beauties said that in that case, they really had no choice but to forgive these people. Suddenly, the men jumped up from their seats and immediately began to insult the sisters, saying that they had fallen for this cheap trick. But then something happened that the opponents did not expect, because they stumbled upon an entire magical squad, which immediately began to defend itself and strike back. Once again, sitting down on the ground, Sheifuka began to cry and say that the agreement was that they would be forgiven. Yuika proudly asked if the villains really thought they could forgive those who had no intention of changing for the better. Without saying a word, they began to cry again and looked at the children with pleading eyes. Kusanagi Minato looked at his charges and told them that they had done an excellent job with the task at hand. With the same enthusiasm, the young man told the head of the family that his vain son had lost to his comrades from the magic squad. The man was angry. He understood that he could not express it in words. But he was in no hurry to attack, looking closely at the young man as if trying to find his weaknesses. For a moment, it seemed that Fukajin was about to give up because he looked quite strange. However, he suddenly began to attack the young man, using his first rank. This was unexpected for our hero, but he still managed to dodge the blow in time. The villain was not going to stop there, so he immediately raised his rank and used a wind spear. But that didn't help either, because Kusanagi Minato decided to use his lightning speed to escape. But the aristocrat did not stop there, because after that he activated the third rank. The young man understood his opponent's tactics perfectly, but he was in no hurry to strike himself, realizing that it was better to conserve his strength. And then the reporter said that something amazing was happening below because the magical aristocrat Fukajin, who was a suspect, was taking an exclusively defensive position. The man himself was aware of what was happening, but he had no intention of giving up, so he activated his fourth rank. Our hero understood this and did not rush to take any action. It was clear that his adversary was quite strong, otherwise he would not have dared to test his strength. With each passing minute, the villain increased his magic, wanting to show the boy that he was nothing compared to him. For a moment, the boy actually stopped, seeing that something unpleasant was happening. The guys standing on the ground looked up in surprise, shouting that their mentor was in danger. Although the young people had no idea what they could do, they didn't understand whether they should intervene in all this. Finally, Minato Kusagani balanced the magic and set up a magical barrier. Now that he was safe, the young man looked closely at his opponent. His acquaintances understood that it was a supreme skill to dispel fifth-level magic so easily with this barrier. The spectators who watched everything that was happening said that the aristocracy could not be called weak because they used fifth-level magic. But the most striking thing was that our hero defended himself from all this with a strong barrier. At the same time, the reporter nervously said that in this battle, the opponents were evenly matched in strength, and they had never seen a battle like this before. Our hero, descending onto the balcony, did not understand why his adversary had used such weak magic. Perhaps he was waiting for reinforcements. But the enemy angrily said that the guy was already exhausted, so he had come to rest a little. But Minato Kusagani proudly declared that he could easily defeat the aristocrat, but then it wouldn't even be a battle, even though he was already tired of it. He immediately declared that he wanted to see all of Fukujin's power so that he could quickly defeat him. The man thought that he was dealing with a foolish young man since he had decided to play such games. However, before that, he wanted to tell him something, but asked the youngster not to despair. His magical power was at 200,000 points. Upon hearing this, our hero's friends began to discuss among themselves that many people in Japan do not even reach 100,000 points, which means that this man is bluffing. Despite this, the guys didn't want to leave Kusanagi alone with this man. They understood that they had to back him up. At that moment, our hero turned around, but he didn't like what he saw. Right behind him stood three brave young people who had come to his aid. Fukujin immediately began to defend himself against them with a barrier while performing other magical tricks. Looking at the group, the man laughed and said that he had practically destroyed them. He added that if they had come a little closer, they would already be dead. The guys understood that this man was really strong, and therefore it would be quite difficult to resist him. Fukujin tried his best to show his strength and power, doing everything he could to make them fear him. The students understood that the pressure of magical power prevented the body from moving, so they wanted to know what level was required to do such a thing, but the most unpleasant thing was that even Kusanagi would not be able to cope with it. But the guy himself wasn't scared at all. He sighed heavily, showing that he was bored with it all. The man did not notice this. He said that now the young man surely felt the difference between them. Even commoners could understand it, but despite this, he would still demonstrate his power. And spinning circles, he shouted that the young man would not regret it later. He shouted that this was his new magic, and that everyone would definitely like it. Our hero smiled and said that he had never seen such magic before. Only a few seconds passed and half of the balcony was gone. Everything turned into a pile of stones. The man shouted that it was atmospheric magic, the strongest of its kind, a destructive force that could crush a person in an instant. With the same enthusiasm, Minato Kusanagi said that they would see about that. The aristocrat was angry. He wanted to wipe the teenager out in an instant. Lifting the stones up, the man shouted that he would smash the young man to smithereens. The young man saw that it was indeed spectacular, but such things had long since ceased to frighten him. Fukujin shouted louder and louder that the young man could do nothing now because his end had come. The frightened boys saw that something bad was happening, so they were worried about their friend, but they hoped that he had everything figured out and that everything would be fine with him. A frightened Yuika called out to Kusanagi, asking him to tell them that he was okay. The girl understood that nothing was happening, so with every passing second, her calls grew louder. Finally, the guy heard someone calling him, so he asked his ward what she wanted. The beauty did not understand how the young man had managed to survive, and he said in a dissatisfied tone that one should not bury a person so quickly. However, compared to Yuka, the owner of the house shouted the loudest. He was indignant that the boy didn't even have a scratch on him, even though he should have been crushed. But the boy calmly explained that if external and internal pressure are balanced, this will not happen. The same principle works with deep-sea fish. The man asked again, even if that was the case, how could the boy use the magic of the atmosphere, since he was the one who created it? Kusanagi Minato said in a confused voice that he had watched carefully and remembered. The detractor did not understand how this was possible, because it was beyond all conceivable limits. The young man stated that it would be bad if he used this power without telling anyone about it in advance, because in the end, it was just one of the ways to use wind magic. He then stated that he himself could use something similar. Suddenly, the villain grabbed his head and screamed, asking what the boy was doing to him. But the boy said that it was just acoustic pressure, so to speak, sound magic, which was also a type of wind magic. But a moment later, our hero fell silent, pausing before something. At this time, Fukujin, as before, continued to hold his head, not knowing what to do next. The man shouted how the young man could mock him, after which he could not expect any leniency. He was going to do everything to destroy the young man. He immediately declared that the pseudo-magician had probably forgotten that the power of an aristocrat was at 200,000, and therefore he would show him what that meant. The moment had come, and what's more, when he gave it his all, his power could reach 500,000 points. And while Sanada Karan was asking what kind of magic this was, her colleague was sure that the aristocrat was bluffing. The villain declared to the whole street that the squad had nothing to hope for. It was clear that the aristocrat was flaunting his power, confident that no one could ever defeat him. From the outside, it looked as if Fukajin had gone mad with his former power. However, he stopped himself a moment later, deciding that it was time to act and show what he was truly capable of. The girls said they couldn't believe that this bad man had such a high level, while Katsuragi Ryuji added that they would not be able to withstand such power. The police officers discussed the same thing, realizing that they had always underestimated the magical aristocrats, and in particular, were convinced that they could not defeat them. And he kept saying that now everyone would see his power, and of course the squad could beg him for help, but it was too late to do so. And only our hero demonstratively shed a tear, pretending that he understood his mistake. Realizing this, Fukajin said, "Can't this guy look serious? Doesn't he still understand the amount of magical power the aristocrat has?" He then added that the student was just lucky that his atmospheric magic had no effect on him, but that the jokes were definitely over, and so he would finish off our hero with another power. He immediately began to activate some kind of powerful glowing ball in his hand. But Minato Kusanagi put his hands on his hips and just watched to see what would happen next. Meanwhile, the ill-wisher concentrated on something more intensely than ever before. In the next second, he activated a large number of magic discs. The man was confident that this would have the desired effect, so he didn't stop for a second. The blonde man, watching this, nervously said aloud that it was unbelievable, but it seemed that Fuka-jin had decided to use the 7th rank, and if that was the case, Kusanagi would definitely not be able to withstand it. Yui, clenching her hands in fear, thought to herself that the young man would definitely come up with something. Even in a desperate situation, he would act. She knew it. She believed in him. But the man continued to say that the boy had missed his chance when he had a unique opportunity to refuse to fight, but now it didn't matter anymore. And only the teenager, as if nothing had happened, asked humorously if his opponent had been preparing for this fight. And the other continued to shout that there would be nothing left of the boy when he tasted the highest magic. The ill-wisher actually used the 7th rank, which was plasma rupture. It seemed that the magic affected everyone, because even the people sitting in the helicopter understood that something was wrong. The police officers realized the power that was unfolding before them. They wanted to help their commander somehow, but they didn't know what they could do for him. Ruka, who had been keeping her composure all this time, now shouted at her mentor to leave immediately while he still could, because there was no way he could defend himself against this. But to the great surprise of the boys, while the villain was casting a spell, their commander stood firm as before and did not even move from his place. But Fukajin continued to ask if the young man really didn't want to run away, adding that his friends could also suffer. Again and again, he put pressure on the young man's psyche, saying that it would be interesting to see what he would choose, death or escape. At one point, it seemed that the magic had actually reached its peak. And only Kusanagi Minato happily announced that he had decided not to choose anything. Now the guy decided to show what he was capable of, so he used the 6th rank in the amethyst core. The villain looked at the stone and did not understand why the young man needed it, so he laughed, saying that he wanted to put on some kind of circus performance. And while our hero was completely focused on his task, Fukajin shouted that the boy would soon be blown to smithereens. But at that moment, the boy calmly threw his stone forward. And then something incredible happened, because the amethyst soared upward and began to quickly neutralize all of his opponent's magic. The aristocrat, who thought he was the strongest, now did not understand what had happened and where all his magic had gone. The surprise team was happy to see such a transformation, but they did not realize that such a thing could happen in real life. The confused man asked how it happened that his magic suddenly disappeared. But Kusagani calmly explained that the element of wind is vulnerable to earth, and if you use delayed action magic, they neutralize each other. Raising his hand, the guy triumphantly said that it turned out that the magical aristocrat did not know such a simple thing. But the other guy couldn't hear the questions anymore. Covering his head with his hands, he yelled that he couldn't lose to some commoner. But our hero continued to explain that the magic of the amethyst core had no striking power, and if directed directly at the enemy, it would not cause significant damage. Although small, it contains a high concentration of magical power and can absorb a high concentration of magical power, as well as magic of the opposite attribute. Despite the difference in ranks, the stone destroys power, although the enemy did not care, considering it to be worthless magic. But the young man immediately pointed out that this was his original magic, which he had created for fun. Falling to his knees, the man said that it had taken him several decades to develop his own, while the boy had created something super powerful for fun. But our hero did not want to waste time, so he declared that the lesson was over and now it was time for punishment. Fukujin had no idea what was going to happen, so he begged for mercy, saying that his strength was gone and he couldn't even move. Lowering himself, the teenager laughed and said that he didn't touch corpses, adding that they would scatter at the snap of his fingers. His opponent thought he had found some kind of good-natured simpleton who would just tap him lightly on the forehead. And a second later, the young man actually struck, but the aristocrat did not know that the force of the young man's blow could be incredible. Flying to the other end of the courtyard, the man realized this because he screamed very loudly. The guys who were watching everything said that this man flew several dozen meters, and that was after just a light tap, realizing that their friend was actually a monster. The police, who arrived in time, told everyone gathered that they were taking this criminal away because they had to press charges against him. The reporter sitting in the helicopter happily announced to viewers that the magical aristocrat had been defeated by the commander of the special magical unit, Minato Kusagani. Upon hearing this news, people immediately began to rejoice that justice had prevailed. It seemed that there was no one who did not rejoice at such news. Running up to their friend, his unit said that they had expected nothing less from him, which meant that they had all won, although the young man immediately stated that the team had also done an excellent job. Watching the criminal being led away, the young man was glad that it was all over, but he found it strange that one of Japan's best magicians was so weak, and therefore, if they did not seriously engage in the education of magicians, things would go badly. Before moving on, Fukujin stopped and said he wanted to ask something. But since the man remained silent, the young man asked what the magicians had done after Ichigami Minato's death, where the books that had been there 50 years ago were, and whether the aristocracy had destroyed them. The man only said that ignorant people could not comprehend the lofty thoughts of the magical aristocracy. The young man did not understand the meaning of these words, but the villain told the boy to think about this phrase himself. Our hero understood that there was no point in asking this man anything else because he would not say anything meaningful anyway. A few days later, a press conference was convened to which Minato Kusagani was invited, although he was not very happy about it. Those gathered said that they wanted the commander to say what he thought was necessary first, and only then would it be possible to ask him questions. After that, all the newspapers began to print interviews with the young man, saying that he had done something incredible and, moreover, that with his help, criminal schemes had been uncovered. After a while, interesting things began to happen in Hawaii. And while everyone was relaxing and enjoying the sun, our hero was thinking wistfully about what he was doing in this place. But the young man didn't have time to finish his thought because he noticed someone approaching him. It was Yuika, who asked in a surprised tone what was wrong with Minato Kusanagi, why he was so sad and lost. The guy didn't answer right away because he remembered how, a few days earlier, right after the battle with the aristocracy, Shido Shigo had told everyone on the team about the trip to Hawaii. The man said that their squad was gaining more and more popularity every day, sometimes they couldn't even resist it, which wasn't so bad. Showing some video footage, Yuika said that people were actually talking about them a lot. Other members of the squad noted that it's not just what people are saying, but also what they're writing, and that they are even being recognized and greeted on the street. Meanwhile, the police officer continued to note that considering that the whole of Japan was watching the guys, he decided to send them on vacation to swim in the ocean, switch gears, and just relax. He immediately added that thanks to Kusagani, the squad was gaining strength and had the support of the Mizuha family, so there would be no problems while the guys were away. Approaching our hero, the blonde man added that, considering that they all work without days off, he thinks this is a great opportunity to catch their breath. Returning to reality, Minato Kusagani answered his friend's question and said that he was just thinking a little. After that, the beauty asked the guys if they thought she looked good in this outfit. The guy didn't know much about such things, so he calmly said that Yui looked good. Hearing this, the girl immediately became embarrassed, but didn't know what to say. Our hero continued to say that the swimsuit went well with Yuika's hair color, and that this style suited her in general, so it was a good outfit. Pulling herself together, the girl noted that she was very pleased to hear something like that. Approaching the guys, Ruka said that they were all gathered here, and she had been looking for them. Minato Kusagani wanted to say something, but remained silent, so the girl asked him what he wanted. He unexpectedly declared that he thought she looked beautiful. Upon hearing this, Ruka looked at the young man strangely, as if he had said something inappropriate. The guy explained that the swimsuit looked incredible, especially in contrast to the girl's fair skin, and he wasn't afraid to say that she was the most beautiful girl on the beach. Embarrassed, the beauty immediately turned away and covered herself because she was not used to hearing such things. Katsuragi Ryuji thought to himself that their mentor impressed him. He wasn't even embarrassed by the girl's outfits, and he even gave compliments from the bottom of his heart. A minute later, Sanada Karen approached and said in an innocent voice that she had been delayed. Seeing this girl, Ryuji thought to himself with horror that his teammate had just finished off this scene. The young man thought that before, her figure had been hidden by her uniform, but now everything was so clearly visible, and who would have thought that her figure would turn out to be so good? The girl smiled and asked if the guys liked her beach dress. The student saw his mentor approach the beauty, but knowing the teenager, he was afraid that he would now reveal everything openly, and that could not be done. But this time, Minato Kusagani simply said that this style suited the policewoman very well. Closing his eyes, Katsuragi Ryuji thought about how good it was that everything had turned out all right after all. However, after these words, the girl began to feel embarrassed, asking again if she really looked that good. The young man immediately explained that it was true, and especially in contrast to the usual style of police clothing, such revealing outfits would clearly not leave a beauty unnoticed, and immediately added that Sanada Karen could be called beautiful and pretty. Covering her face, the girl immediately began to ask him not to praise her so much. Hearing his friend say that the guy was very impressive, he asked if he had gone too far with his compliments. But then he said that he had only expressed his honest opinion, and if it was a matter of praise, there was no reason not to express it. He immediately pointed out that he had noticed the beauty of the three girls, which is why he complimented each of them, and therefore saw nothing wrong with it. Looking at the girls, Ryuji decided that there was nothing wrong with praise, but now they felt awkward. After that, Minato Kusagani stated that, among other things, Ryuji was in excellent physical shape and that a person with such a physique would look good in any swimsuit, so he should be proud of his beautiful body. The young man, who did not expect to hear anything like that, also began to feel embarrassed. He almost shouted to the entire beach that they didn't need to compliment him. Realizing that everyone had come to the island to relax, the guys immediately started doing just that. It seemed that they were going to let loose and try every entertainment option available. The young people could finally feel like they deserved this high-quality and eventful vacation. Leaving the hotel, our hero thought that the day had been too busy, and what's more, he wanted to stop by the nearest store. However, the guy suddenly looked ahead and stopped. Yuka appeared out of nowhere, silent and not turning around. The girl said that it was a lot of fun hearing the young man add that he had never had so much fun before and that he really enjoyed it. After that, the young people fell silent for a while. The beauty suddenly remembered that when the commander handed out rings to everyone, her sister already had one, so she decided that the guys were dating. But in the same second, she dismissed this thought because she remembered that Minato had once said that he was not interested in relationships because he had a lot of other things to do. At that moment, the girl decided to ask a question, but the teenager interrupted her, thinking that the question was again about his strength. But the beauty suddenly asked what kind of girls the guy liked, although he replied that he hadn't really thought about it. And then she immediately added, what if he had to choose, for example, from these three? The young man did not want to offend or disadvantage anyone, so he noted that in this case, all of them were suitable. Minato Kusagani said that it was difficult to choose as they were all cute, very hardworking, always dedicated to their work, and he liked determined people. Yuika thought that her acquaintance was describing feelings that were different from romantic ones, but the guy said that it was kind of the same thing. Although then he suddenly said that if he thought about it, he still liked Yui the most. After these words, the girl froze. She did not expect to hear something like this, and therefore did not know how to react. But our hero continued, saying that she had always been honest, responsible, and kind. Ever since they first met, she always did her best. And turning his head, he declared in a more confident tone that he liked Yuika. Surprised and embarrassed, the girl stood rooted to the spot. Of course, she wanted to hear something like this, but now it seemed to her that she wasn't ready for it. A moment later, the beauty sat down on the floor, and the frightened young man did not understand what he had done wrong and why her reaction was like that. The student thought to herself that she understood everything. She thought that this man did not see her as a girl. But despite this, she was very happy to hear these words from the guy. At that moment, the blonde man was telling someone that the situation was getting out of control. Criticism of their team was coming from all sides, with people trying to point out their mistakes and suggest further actions. Kusanagi was particularly popular, and at the same time, the popularity of the Shadow Bearers group was growing. Standing at the airport, a girl was shouting loudly that while they were away, things were going badly. This was confirmed by a stranger who said that it actually seemed to be the case. After that, Homarai Hinata said that they would have to deal with it. Kaichi Riku noted that there are things that annoy him greatly. A week later, our heroes returned home, so Yuika went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Minato Kusagani said in a tired voice that they had managed to return earlier than he had expected. At that moment, Ruka said that apparently the news about the squad had died down, and things had calmed down at the academy as well, to which the young man replied that now they could relax a little. But the guys didn't have time to finish their conversation because the younger sister shouted loudly for help carrying the plates. A couple of minutes later, the table was laden with all sorts of delicacies, and the young people wished each other bon appetit. Keeping the conversation going, Yuika said that they had to go back to the academy and was worried if everything would be okay. The young man immediately pointed out that the police were taking all necessary measures in response to the disaster. Therefore, the discussion about the special magic squad died down. In any case, the young man was sure that people would soon get tired of this topic, so there was no need to think about it. The next day, upon entering the academy, the young man recalled the conversation he had had the day before and decided that he had been very foolish. Girls from all over the school surrounded our hero and asked him if he had a girlfriend, if he could share her contact information, if he wanted to go somewhere, and so on. Yui had a similar experience, but with guys who wouldn't leave her alone, saying that she was not only a cute girl, but also very smart. It was a little easier for Ruka because Katsuragi Ryuji was always by her side, but despite this, they were also not given a moment's peace. Entering one of the classrooms, the girl shouted loudly that she was sorry. The beauties turned to their colleagues, saying that they wanted to go to lunch together, but for some reason, the guys were a little noisy. Despite this, Yuika said that the situation was still better than before, as she had heard that strangers used to break in here, although Ryuji noted that he was used to this because Ruka constantly encountered it. While the guys were discussing their affairs, Mizuha's older sister told Minato Kusagi that they had run out of toilet paper at home, so they would need to buy some on the way home. Ignoring the involuntary audience, the guy continued to say that Yuiki also needed salt for the bath. The classmates realized that something was wrong here, so they began to suspect that the three of them lived together. Yuika didn't want them to hear anymore, so she pushed her colleagues and said they'd better sit on the roof. Katsuragi Ryuji, who didn't know the whole story, now asked how it happened that the girls were now living with Kusanagi. He thought to himself that this didn't necessarily mean they were dating, although the situation was certainly quite confusing, but this was Kusanagi, so most likely there would be no problems. The guy wanted to be helpful too, so he said that if the girls needed help, they could turn to him. But a moment later, the young man looked at his mentor and said that maybe it was time to stop referring to him as Kusagi. He immediately added that he didn't mind if people just called him Minato, and he kindly replied that everyone could decide for themselves, and Yuika immediately repeated the name she had always liked. However, her sister sat and stared intently ahead, seemingly lost in her thoughts. On the other hand, Yuika reasoned that if you think about it, it's all serious, because they live together. And then, turning away, she thought that there was nothing to be ashamed of, besides, it was all temporary. The next second, the girls looked at each other intently, but they were all silent, as if they didn't know what else to talk about. Lying in bed, one of the girls wondered if this whole situation was making Kusanagi's heart beat a little faster. Yui herself realized that she couldn't fall asleep, despite the late hour. Looking at her sister and the young man, the beauty couldn't understand how these two could sleep so soundly and why she was the only one who was so worried. Turning over on her other side, the embarrassed girl tried to convince herself that she needed to think less and just go to sleep. With each passing minute, the beauty fell deeper and deeper into sleep. But just as Yui was drifting off to sleep, her older sister, who was thinking about how she couldn't fall asleep, suddenly opened her eyes. The girl looked at the girls and thought about how these two had fallen asleep without any problems, while her mind was constantly filled with thoughts. Ruka thought about how she was still not used to the fact that they were all sleeping together in the same room with Kusanagi, which made her nervous. Sitting up, the girl tried to understand the reason for this behavior. Ruka sat on the bed, but she didn't know what to do next, whether to get up or try to fall asleep. She looked closely at the young man, who was fast asleep and had no idea what was going on. However, a moment later, she began to feel embarrassed about something and blushed, although she continued to smile. The girl wrapped herself in a blanket and thought that Ryuji called their mentor simply Minato and that she was the only one who continued to call him Kusanagi. The next day, walking down the street, the beauty thought about how not to miss the moment when she could address the young man by name. Ruka didn't understand why she was delaying this moment because she could just casually address the young man and he wouldn't even notice. And so a moment later, the girl took a deep breath and uttered the first letter, but nothing more came out. Realizing that fear had gotten the better of her, Mizuha's older sister suddenly declared that she felt energized when they all worked together, although Kusanagi immediately asked what was wrong with Ruka. Covering her ears with her hands, she suddenly began to scold herself for not being able to pronounce the most ordinary name. While having lunch on the roof that afternoon, the beauty tried once again to call the young man by name, but instead she moaned, again, and then suggested they practice a little. Standing on the balcony, the girl said that she thought watching the sunset at the port was much more beautiful and enjoyable. Wanting to try again, Ruka said that she would like to go fishing someday because it was fun and educational. At night, thinking about it, the beauty scolded herself. She didn't understand why she gave in every time she tried to say the name. The student thought that she had always been such a coward, but only now had she noticed it. The next day, the guys were all walking to the academy together again, while Ruka trailed behind somewhere. Our hero saw that something was wrong with his acquaintance, so he stopped for a moment. The young man was worried, so he asked if his friend was feeling unwell. But she smiled slightly and added that he shouldn't worry, because she was fine. And then, closing her eyes, she called the guy not by his name, but simply Kusanagi. Suddenly, the teenager told the girl not to address him that way anymore, which she found strange. He added that he was not in a relationship where he had to observe formalities, so she could address him as Minato. The beauty immediately became embarrassed, looking at the young man because she didn't know how to react to this. Still hesitant to turn her head, Ruka noted that if the guy said so, she didn't mind such changes, and immediately turned around to call him by name. At that moment, Homarai Hinata loudly declared that the existence of the magical aristocracy was under threat. The reason for this was the rise of a special magical squad, and for their own good, they couldn't just let it go. Kaiichi Riku immediately added that they would need to deal with the commander of this brigade, Kusagami Minato. The girl agreed with this and immediately asked her colleague what he thought about it. He did not answer, but instead Mizuhi Toshichiro intervened in the conversation, noting that he only sought to comply with the will of their lord. The aristocrat did not like this approach, so she shouted that the man was still a weak-willed eccentric who always said the same thing. After that, the man calmly said that the boy did not know him, and the surprised girl suggested that then the teenager might not know her either, and received an affirmative answer. Kaiichi Riku, who spoke up suddenly, said that the best solution would be to test this commander as he might prove useful. With joy and enthusiasm in her voice, Homarai Hinata shouted that if the guy turned out to be useless, they would easily get rid of him. Mizuha Toshichiro decided not to interfere in this conversation and simply remained silent. At that moment, our hero, standing next to the map, told everyone that the next major disaster would happen in Osaka. Pointing to this area, the guy explained that the development of disasters was proceeding in the same way as 50 years ago, with the exception of a few major ones. The girls immediately said that this was being reported in all the media, and that although the disasters might be unfolding in the same way, the interval between them had shortened significantly, as previously they had occurred once a year or even less frequently. Sanada Kareen said that it is unknown when the next one will occur, and the police can only take precautionary measures. The guys said that measures needed to be taken, but there were no special units like theirs in the regions. Unexpectedly, the blond guy said that he knew perfectly well that this would be discussed. And then he happily told everyone present that another special magic unit had been formed in Osaka. The participants immediately froze in place, unable to believe that such a thing could be possible. But Shido Shigo explained that they were cooperating with the self-defense forces and the police to strengthen disaster response measures, although there was still a request to train the members of the unit. And putting his hand on Kusanagi Minato's shoulder, he asked if he would go there to help the guys. The young man immediately said that he had no reason to refuse, which greatly pleased the blond man, who had no doubt about it. However, that was not all. The police officer said that there was a man waiting for the young man there, a man who had lived through the disaster 50 years ago and was also one of the few masters of monster equipment. This man's name was Mr. Takigami Shizuku. And while the teenager was thinking, Shido Shigo continued to say that this man wanted to talk in person, but if the commander did not see the need for it, he could choose not to meet with the old man. Our hero had no objection, which pleased the blond man, as he explained that this man had made costumes for their squad. But the guy wasn't interested in the costumes, he was interested in the man himself. Although Minato Kusanagi had no intention of discussing this with anyone, at least not until he met the man. A few days later, the guys were already seeing off their mentor, who had to leave. The young man did not intend to give any instructions. He simply said that it was time for him to leave. Moreover, his team gave him advice. They believed in him and told him to train everyone in the best possible way. Suddenly, the young man paused and said that he had forgotten to give something back. And in a moment, he took some unusual bracelets out of his pocket. Giving them to the members of his team, the mentor asked them to wear them constantly until he returned. And then, with a stern voice, he added that the young people should not take off this jewelry under any circumstances, that it was very important. As he left, Minato Kusagani asked once again if everything would be all right with the guys while he was away on business. The young people were a little upset to hear this, so they told him not to get cocky because they had been training all this time and had become much stronger, so he could rest assured. Standing at the door, the young man smiled and said that in that case he was counting on them. Sitting down in his seat on the plane, Minato Kusagani sighed heavily and thought to himself that he could finally sit down and even relax a little. He thought to himself that the process was the same as when flying to Hawaii, but the checks were much stricter when you were a mage. But that didn't matter now. What was more interesting was what kind of seat this was. But at that moment, the teenager remembered that the blond man had arranged not just a trip for him, but a first-class trip, which was a special bonus. However, in the next moment, the young man became interested in the people walking down the aisle. And even though they were sitting in different corners, Minato Kusanagi was sure that they were familiar. For a moment, silence hung in the cabin as the boy studied the strangers. After studying these people, the young man decided that they were magicians, and quite powerful ones at that. The fact that capable magicians were flying with him should not have been cause for concern given the strictness of the checks, but for some reason, the young man felt uneasy. After that, several more people passed by, but the young man decided that he would just fly and not think about anything. After a while, food was distributed, and when he saw what they brought, Minato Kusanagi rejoiced like a little child. The guy said that it all looked very appetizing, and besides, the portions were large. Not much time had passed, but the teenager already understood that it not only looked good, but also tasted very good. Despite the outward calm, something was wrong on the plane, and it felt as if the atmosphere was heating up. Suddenly, one of the passengers stood up and stopped in the middle of the cabin. Minato Kusagani thought about how delicious food, the excellent view from the window, and sometimes relaxing in this way were not superfluous. However, he immediately told himself that he had rushed into something. The reason was that the men who had entered the cabin last grabbed one of the flight attendants and told everyone not to move. After that, the villains began to threaten all the passengers, without exception, knowing that there were magicians among them. One of the villains approached our hero and stood very close to him. Komurai Kanata looked tiredly at these villains, already thinking about a plan of action to herself. Our hero did the same, listening to the threats of the villains who kept saying that no one should leave their seats. The young man understood perfectly well that he was facing outlaw magicians, at least 10 of whom were in the cabin. Our hero knew that if he dealt with them one by one, the passengers would be in danger. Moreover, using high-level magic would destroy the plane. People were screaming, and Minato Kusanagi heard them, but he tried to keep his composure, even though he knew that it would be difficult to handle them alone. The bandits had some kind of goal, but they didn't say what it was. Instead, they yelled loudly to scare everyone even more. A frightened child began to cry, but the man reassured his daughter, explaining that there was nothing to be afraid of because everything would be fine anyway. Suddenly, the villains shouted that their demands were very simple. They wanted the prisoners released from jail, people who belonged to the Black Rebellion. They said that they would not allow the magicians to be treated unfairly, especially by commoners who were nobodies, and had no right to deprive magicians who were superior to them of their freedom. The criminals gave them only 5 minutes, during which time they had to tie themselves to the ground without moving and free their comrades. Otherwise, they would kill the hostages one by one. The captain heard what was happening and realized that the situation was not simple. Kusanagi Minato also knew that it was not easy, time was running out, and it was necessary to act as quickly as possible. An irritated Homarai Hinata also knew that action had to be taken because people could get hurt. Kaichi Riku held some kind of stick on his shoulder, his head bowed, all these movements hinting that he was about to do something. The girl saw her partner unleashing his magical power and decided to do the same. Our hero watched this, thinking to himself what could be done. The three of them sat almost diagonally across from each other, and it seemed that they understood each other without words. Suddenly, the villains shouted that those who were about to get up from their seats should remain seated, because not only they, but also other passengers would suffer. But in the next second, something happened that the ill-wishers did not expect, as 3 magicians jumped up from their seats. Homarai Hinata took on the man who was in the aisle and threatening several people. Her partner struck another person with his staff in a single motion. Having destroyed one, Kaichi Riku rushed to the other villain, realizing that he had to act preemptively. While the guys were dealing with some of the criminals, our hero had already taken down another. After that, the trio stood in the passageway, the magicians watching each other but not rushing to say anything. The next second, the girl looked somewhere in front of her. Suddenly, all 3 of them jumped up at once and ran toward the cockpit. The enemy, who was holding someone at gunpoint, turned around and said he didn't understand what was going on. But the man didn't have time to think about anything else because he saw something quickly approaching his cheek. A moment passed, and the villain was already flying in the other direction, thrown back by Minato Kusagani. However, it was not only the young man who fought the enemies, but also other magicians who did their job brilliantly. The passengers did not understand how this was possible, and it frightened them a little, but on the other hand, they realized that it was all being done for their own good. Homarai Hinata performed some incredible tricks that were most appealing to children. As for the criminal, when he saw the mage next to him, he shouted that he would deal with her in one move. As she struck her opponent, the girl shouted that she wanted to see what he was capable of, but he was incapable of anything. A minute later, one of the villains, who had not been reached yet but was still holding the flight attendant hostage, angrily declared that enough was enough, that the magicians had already taken too many liberties. The man shouted that if they decided to continue in the same vein, all their fellow passengers would be killed in one fell swoop. The flight attendant felt more than anyone else that these people were not joking because she could not move. Suddenly, Minato Kusagani shouted that it was too late and immediately struck the enemy who was about to harm the airline employee. The red-haired beauty finished off the other gangsters nearby, knowing that they all had to be neutralized quickly. Kaichi Riku, striking the criminal, said that they were too soft-hearted, not ready for such trials. A few minutes later, the trio who had managed to defeat the villains stood and watched the result of their actions closely. The surprised passengers could not believe their eyes, noting that a few people had managed to defeat an entire squad. And in a moment, people came to life and began to thank the young people for their miraculous rescue. Sitting next to one of the opponents, the girl said to her colleague that it seemed to her that they had actually taken out all these bad guys in a matter of seconds. However, looking somewhere, Kusagami Minato shouted that this was not the case at all. The teenager jumped up and ran somewhere, which greatly surprised the girl mage. He remembered that one man had gone towards the pilots, so he immediately opened the door and found himself inside. The ill-wisher, who was holding a gun, pointed it at the captain, shouting that if anyone approached him, he would immediately shoot the pilot. Komurei Hinata understood that a weapon was not magic, and therefore much more difficult to resist, especially if it was not aimed at you. However, the girl was not used to hesitating or giving up, so she declared that the enemy was nothing and punched him in the face. After putting up his defense, our hero said aloud that this was a very bad situation. No one understood anything. The guys just saw that their commander was now protected, and that made them happy. Despite this, for some reason it was impossible to stand. It seemed that something was wrong with the plane. Panic also broke out in the cabin as the aircraft roared and shook violently. The captain told the people in his office that during the criminal's attack, a bullet had hit the instrument panel, causing a loss of control, and the radio was also broken, so at this rate he would not be able to control the plane for long. Hearing this, the girl began to panic. She yelled at the pilot and said that he had to do something because they had done their job. But the beauty did not have time to finish her sentence, because at that moment a window in the cockpit cracked. Immediately, cold, low-pressure air began to spread, which was another serious problem. The co-pilot realized that the temperature was dropping rapidly, so he assumed that they would freeze much faster than they would crash. And while the girl was stoking the fire to keep warm, she was swearing, but asking her colleagues what to do in this situation. With resignation in his voice, Kaichi Riku said that all they could do was die together, at which point Homarai Hinata started screaming as loud as she could. For a moment, the girl really thought it was the end, because they wouldn't be able to fix the plane in a couple of minutes. The co-pilot, hearing what the others were saying, began to panic himself, saying that there was nothing they could do to change what was happening. Only Minato Kusagani calmly stated that there was no need to panic. The pilot couldn't understand how anyone could say such a thing, since all the instruments were out of order and the plane was falling. However, the young man proudly declared that he could save everyone, and therefore it was necessary to remain calm and positive. The frightened pilot tried to convince Minato Kusagani that this was impossible, that such a problem could not be solved by an ordinary person. And while the young man turned away, the man began to wail again and say that it was all over, although the teenager did not understand why they simply did not want to listen to him. A moment later, without saying anything to anyone, our hero stood on the ledge and was about to jump out of the window when he heard someone trying to stop him. But the teenager had a clear plan, and so in a moment he was already flying somewhere, knowing exactly what he was going to do. With anger in her voice, Komurei Hinata shouted that this guy had abandoned them all and run away alone. Chaos continued in the cockpit, with no one knowing what to do next. The plane was flying down, our hero was nowhere to be seen, and it seemed that nothing could save the stalemate. Suddenly, the captain announced that they were rapidly losing altitude and would crash very soon at this rate. The panic in the cabin grew stronger with every passing second. If earlier people thought that only criminals were threatening them, now the situation had worsened. A caring father reassured his daughter, telling her that everything would be fine and that they would reach their destination. At that moment, the captain clutched the steering wheel with both hands, pulling it desperately toward him in the hope that the plane would finally obey him. Below, the vast ocean stretched out, now seemingly closer than ever. But in the next second, something began to change. Suddenly, the plane lifted its nose and flew upward. Continuing to hold on to the steering wheel, the captain said that they had somehow managed to regain altitude, although he did not understand what had happened or who had influenced the situation. The girl, who had been silent until then because she didn't know what to say, now declared that the young man had saved the situation. This teenager had somehow managed to hold the entire plane on his own. The beauty did not know exactly where he was or what he was doing, but she understood that this was the case. The young man, in turn, thought about how much mana he had used to create the barrier and strengthen his body through magic synthesis, and how he was trying to change the plane's course with wind magic. Kusanagi Minato had never encountered anything like this before, so he rightly pointed out that it was difficult for him. Finally, the pilot shouted that they were thousands of meters above sea level, and the takeoff weight of this plane was 230 tons. Was a human being capable of such a thing? The girl immediately declared that this was the commander of a special magic squad and that he was a monster. At that moment, a cheerful flight attendant was telling someone that thanks to the magician's efforts, the plane had stabilized and everything was now fine. The passengers, who had already suffered enough during this flight, hoped that they would now arrive safely at the airport. The frightened girl also asked her father if everything was okay now, to which he replied that it was indeed so. But the captain told his colleague that it was too early to rejoice, as the transmission responsible for landing was also not working, and therefore their safe arrival depended on him. The young man knew there were problems, so he prepared special protection on the field. Using free magic, the young man managed to steer the plane with precision so that the landing was safe. It wasn't easy, but our hero understood that he had taken on the responsibility and therefore had to see it through to the end. His concentration had to be at the highest level, but the teenager knew how to do it, so he didn't give up. The ruts on the runway indicated that this was probably the most difficult thing Minato Kusanagi had ever done, but he managed to achieve the seemingly impossible. Looking at the huge aircraft, the young man said with fatigue in his voice that, although it was very difficult, he had landed the plane. The rescued passengers, realizing that they had finally landed at the airport, began to laugh, rejoice, and share their impressions. And while the co-pilot cried, the captain saluted our hero and proudly declared that he was grateful to such a wonderful guy. Kusanagi Minato's colleagues, who were watching him through the broken window, simply observed but did not rush to say anything. Journalists were already on duty at the airport and immediately began asking the young man questions about how he managed to prevent the disaster. Looking confusedly at the media representatives, our hero thought to himself that it was the same thing every time. However, the police intervened in time, and the men said that all questions could be asked at a future press conference. Approaching the young man, a law enforcement officer asked him to follow him because Ms. Takegami was waiting for him there. Moving down the corridor, the young man met Homare Kinata, who said that he had certainly caused a lot of noise. After that, the beauty and her colleague walked past as if they had immediately forgotten everything. But then Kusagami Minato said that he wouldn't say he had done anything incredible, although the beauty immediately said that the teenager must have decided to be sarcastic. The young man understood that these magicians had done a good job, so he complimented them on it. After that, the girl added that the commander should continue in the same vein, and in a colder tone, she said that they would definitely meet again. Our hero watched these people leave, not understanding what they meant, whether they were really praising him or just decided to mock him. At that moment, an elderly lady was standing silently by the window. She was holding a photograph in her hands, which she was looking at very intently. But at that moment, the woman heard someone say that a guest had come for her. Putting the photo on the nightstand, the elderly lady said that this person could come in. Our hero stood at the door, looking intently at the lady of the house, but remaining silent. Suddenly, the woman happily announced that she had been eagerly awaiting the arrival of Minato Kusanagi. Sitting at the table, the woman said that the reason she had invited the young man here was simple. He had simply intrigued her as an interesting personality. The lady noted that the young man's recent activities were simply amazing, and that his strength reminded her of someone. After a moment's thought, she said that our hero reminded her of her mentor and loyal friend, Ichigami Minato. The woman explained that magic without the use of attributes is rarely found. Mr. Ichigami was the best at using it, but few can repeat his success, so people think that this magic is of little use. After that, in a quieter voice, she noted that our hero could still use it, and very skillfully at that. She immediately asked who had taught the young man how it happened that he was able to use the same magic as Mr. Ichigami. For a moment, Kusanagi Minato fell silent, realizing that he needed to say something, but he didn't want to lie. Unexpectedly, the young man turned to Takegami and said that she hadn't changed at all, still losing her head when something interested her. Hearing the woman ask if they had met before, the young man replied that they had met more than once. And then he calmly explained that, of course, he could use Ichigami Minato's magic, and that it was only natural. After all, he was Ichigami Minato, who was strong and resilient enough. Hearing this, the lady of the house closed her mouth in surprise and shock. Mrs. Takegami sighed heavily, finding it difficult to accept what she had heard. The woman said that she had met quite a few people who pretended to be acquainted with Ichigami, introducing themselves as his relatives, friends, and even illegitimate children. But no one had ever claimed to be Ichigami himself. Standing up, the hostess said that she didn't want to seem rude after inviting him to come, but now she wanted the young man to leave. At that moment, the young man said that he had recently met two children, one of whom had an Ichigami doll. After that, our hero fell silent, and Takigami asked what he meant by that. After that, the teenager smiled and said that she was the one who had told him. She said that she wanted to make a doll in the form of a great magician, in the form of a hero. The woman looked closely at the guest and noted that only two people knew about this, so she did not understand who could have told Kusanagi Minato about it. The guy continued to say that his friend was right. It turned out that such dolls really inspire children. Ichigami Minato helps people even now. Bringing her hand to her lips, Takigami said in surprise that it turned out to be true. Closing his eyes, the young man said that the woman still couldn't believe it, and since that was the case, he would continue his story. When the lady of the house sat back down in her chair, she heard her old acquaintance continue talking about something. With each new story, Takigami's eyes grew wider and wider, but she just sat and listened attentively. The guy realized that he had met someone he could talk to about anything, and that this person would not only listen but also believe him. And that was indeed the case. Takigami listened attentively and was impressed. At one point, the woman enthusiastically said once again that Ichigami himself was sitting in front of her, which pleased the young man, who understood that she recognized him for who he was. Suddenly, the hostess of the house exclaimed that who could believe that the great hero had been reborn, and what's more, that the young man never ceased to amaze her. Bowing her head, Takigami admitted that after her friend's death, it had been very difficult for her. But then the woman faltered, as if she were searching for the right words to express her emotions. Wiping away her tears, the elderly lady noted that she was glad to have been able to meet her comrade once again, and therefore thanked him. Kusanagi Minato didn't want the woman to cry, so he said that was enough. Realizing that this was indeed the case, Takigami calmed down a little and put her glasses back on. However, the young man had not come here for no reason. He was interested in what had happened over the past 50 years, so he asked that question as well. The lady of the house said that the magicians had weakened and had not inherited the teachings of magic at all. Moreover, even the information about Ichigami largely did not coincide, and a magical aristocracy had appeared. Looking confusedly at his acquaintance, the young man asked her to tell him everything she knew about it. The woman thought for a moment, then apologized for something. Suddenly, Takigami picked up her phone and began to look at something carefully or search for something. Our hero did not understand what had happened, but the elderly lady replied that it was nothing important. After that, the hero's acquaintance said that it was getting dark, so it would be better to talk about it the next day, and immediately added that the guy was a special guest, so he could stay with her. Kusanagi Minato did not intend to argue, so he went to sleep in the room that had been prepared for him. He slept soundly, and therefore had no idea that an enemy with a sword in his hands was standing outside his door. Approaching our hero's bed, Kaichi Riku, who had seemed quite friendly and a good magician the day before, now swung his blade. The blow was powerful, but at that very moment a bright beam of light illuminated the room. The man looked questioningly in front of him, not understanding what had just happened. Standing near his bed, the guy said, "How could you attack a sleeping person? Because it's mean. Can magicians do that?" He immediately added that he remembered him well because they had met during the day, and at that time the man had tried his best to help. Kaichi Riku wasn't going to say anything. Instead, he took his sword and swung again, hoping that this time he would succeed. Dodging, the young man realized that his opponent was very agile, so he had to be as careful as possible. Kusanagi Minato understood perfectly well that the battle had already begun, but it could not be fought in a small room where he was being chased with a sword, so he jumped out the window. In just a moment, the men were already standing in the courtyard. His adversary had no intention of retreating, but in addition to his usual sword, he decided to use magic, starting with a second-rank stone collapse. The young man also did not want to rush and waste his strength in vain, especially considering that he had already spent a lot of mana the day before, so he immediately activated a barrier to help him. The man saw his magic crumble against the protective barrier, but he had no intention of retreating. A moment later, the young men stood facing each other, but neither attacked nor defended, as if they were both thinking about something. Suddenly, Kusanagi Minato said to his opponent with joy in his voice that he had managed to break through his defensive barrier, adding that he had used anti-magic to do so. His opponent still held his sword, but for some reason he said nothing and did not respond. The guy understood that they didn't want to talk to him, so he said so, adding that it was useless to ask Kaichi Riku about his motives anyway, and since that was the case, they might as well have a little fun. The mage knew it wouldn't be easy, so he immediately decided to put up a defense for himself so he could fully concentrate on the attack. The young man also set up defenses for himself, but there was no sadness or fear on his face. He knew exactly what he was doing and what he would do next. Suddenly, Homurai Hinata appeared in the courtyard and immediately ordered the men to stop fighting. The girl stood silently and smiled, but it was difficult to tell from her expression what she had in mind. Therefore, our hero calmly asked if she had also come to visit him. Showing her phone, the red-haired beauty told Minato Kusagani not to resist because they had hostages, and immediately asked if it was true that he had many friends in Tokyo. The girl asked if the guy knew what would happen to them after her call. She then continued by saying that it would probably be better not to pursue the subject any further. Our hero did not understand why these people were so hostile towards him, so he asked what they wanted. Moving closer to each other, the girl said that they should introduce themselves first. The beauty decided to introduce herself first, noting that she was a representative of the magical aristocracy and her name was Homurai Hinata. Supporting her friend, the girl added that Kaichi Riku was standing next to her and that he was also a magical aristocrat. A moment later, the girl happily said that they had only one request, that the teenager become their friend and at the same time a magical aristocrat. By agreeing, the boy would gain status and an excellent reputation, as well as money and female attention, and most importantly, he would be able to save his friends. Homura Hinata noted that even if the young man somehow manages to resolve the situation now, he will remain under the scrutiny of the aristocrats for the rest of his life. Looking at the young man, the girl continued to say that he would drink, go about his business, teach someone, and his friends would be unprotected at that moment, and he would not be able to be with them all the time. Pointing her hand toward Kusanagi Minato, the beauty asked once again if he wanted to be one of them. The guy knew his strengths, he also understood his path perfectly well, and therefore calmly stated that he was going to refuse. Picking up her phone, Homurai Hinata said that in that case, there was nothing to be done because there would be many victims. And while the girl was saying that the teenager needed to be taught a lesson so that he wouldn't think too highly of himself, her people stood near the guy's friends, preparing to harm them. At that moment, the boys were fast asleep and had no idea that they were in any danger at all. But that wasn't necessary, because the moment the bandits decided to harm the team, their bracelets immediately began to glow bright yellow. The jewelry somehow not only provided powerful protection for the heroes, but the light also spread throughout the room. The surprised ill-wishers tried to do something, but they had never seen anything like this before and were therefore very surprised. But after the light turned into the figure of Kusanagi Minato, the bandits had no idea what to think about it. The girl, who did not know what was happening in Tokyo, was sure that everything was going according to plan there, and if so, she wanted to deal with the guy here as soon as possible. Seeing his opponents with swords, the young man said that he would prefer to dodge if at all possible. However, as they prepared to strike, the guys shouted that this would definitely not happen. The red-haired beauty immediately began performing some tricks in the hope that she would at least slightly affect the commander of the magic squad. But our hero's speed was enviable, and so he did everything at the highest level. Kusanagi Minato knew many techniques, so he used them as best he could. Homura Hinata did not intend to give up, so she used fire magic to help her, hoping that it would have an effect on the young man. And it was really powerful. You couldn't say that the girl was weak because she was good at magic. Despite this, such a young man was not surprised. He had seen this many times before. At that moment, Kaichi Riku also decided to use his power because it seemed to him that the young man had become a little weaker. For a moment, the steel was actually quite close to the teenager's neck, but it didn't matter. The immediate defense worked right away, although the teenager noted to himself that if someone less experienced had been in his place, they would have been seriously injured at the very least. As she dispersed the fire, the girl continued to shout that it was best for the young man not to get cocky. But the young man was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he enjoyed watching something so strong and powerful. Moreover, the merging of the two elements led to heavy rain within a few minutes. The irritated beauty shouted loudly that the rumors were true because the guy didn't even need to read a spell. He withstood even third-rank magic, and she looked completely ridiculous in comparison. It was clear that Kaichi Riku was also unable to accomplish everything he had planned. The student understood this perfectly well and said that the man was not as good at fighting while standing on the ground, so he invited his opponent to climb higher. Hearing this, the beauty shouted that Kusanagi Minato was too confident and that it annoyed her. After that, she noted that they had simply underestimated this man. In a quieter tone, she noted that they could fight again, but this time they didn't need to hold back. Working together, Homurai Hinata said that this attack would burn everything in its path, while her colleague added that its strength and power would destroy everything. Our hero understood that he was witnessing a demonic flame that belonged to the 7th rank, but he did not rush to do anything. What happened next was difficult to describe in words, because the man began to perform a trick called a comet. The red-haired girl was delighted with what she saw. She said that magic of this level could destroy half the city, so she wanted to know how the teenager was going to defend himself from it all. It actually looked scary, but not to our hero, who saw no problem with it. The young man knew that he would use free magic and disappearance. Connecting his power, Minato Kusanagi began to notice how the stones suddenly began to shift and seemed to rise upward. It was an amazing sight, also because there was practically no trace left of the fire, just like the stones, which had significantly decreased in size. The two colleagues, who had been expecting some kind of spectacular show, now looked at everything and asked where what they had created had gone. With calmness in his voice, the guy explained that he had simply split their magic. The girl immediately cried out that this was impossible because it was against the rules, and since that was the case, she would not recognize it, and therefore the young man was disqualified. Everything that had happened up to that point could be considered a farce, and now she would show the young man her full power. Suddenly, our hero turned around. It seemed that something had happened that frightened him much more than these magicians. The two ill-wishers also froze in place and looked intently at the sky. They all said in unison that the sky had turned red again, which meant that another catastrophe had begun. The young man realized that too much had happened in such a short period of time, and he would never believe that it was just a coincidence. The young people understood that a catastrophe was not a reason to sit still, but a reason to move and save people. The night city was rapidly being enveloped by dark clouds, which meant that the battle would not be easy. An elderly lady, who had gotten up because she sensed something was wrong, watched closely what was happening outside. Our hero was going to save people, but Homura Hinata shouted loudly at the young man not to be foolish, even though he did not understand what she wanted from him. After that, she added that she didn't care about the disaster. She wanted to deal with the young man right now. But a moment later, the beauty felt someone's strong hand grab her shoulder. Her colleague said sternly that Homura Hinata had completely forgotten about their mission because she was completely immersed in her emotions. The girl was angry. She understood that there was truth in this person's words, but she still did not want to give up. Kusanagi Minato did not pay much attention to the conversation between the two, and therefore stated that he had no time for them now because there were more important matters at hand. A catastrophe was looming. The guy thought to himself that he was sure there was a lower city there, apparently destroyed and abandoned after the great disaster in Osaka 50 years ago, and that there was the same thing in Shibuya. Maybe it wasn't a catastrophe at all, but monsters kept appearing, so the teenager knew he needed to focus on that. Moving over the city, our hero noted that there were many powerful monsters, and if he passed by, they could attack people, but it would be difficult to deal with all of this alone. But at that moment, Minato Kusanagi saw Kaichi Riku next to him, who calmly said that he would help the boy deal with this invasion. The young man immediately asked if it was true that these people lived by the motto that those who give up, die. The man honestly replied that this was true before he met him, but it turned out that this was how it was now. The girl was silent, but she thought to herself that this was absolutely true. She knew that now was not the time for conversation, but she realized that she now had a chance, although she did not specify what kind. And while the guys were rushing to the scene of the invasion, something terrible was already happening there. It seemed that there were more monsters than residents of the city, and they kept coming back again and again. There were also guards, and in large numbers. They all felt their superiority, and therefore feared no one and nothing. Homura Hinata knew that she wanted to take on these monsters herself, so she landed not far from where the beasts were. With excitement in her voice, the girl declared that she would gladly destroy all the monsters, and she would do it very quickly. The beauty immediately activated her fifth rank and a pillar of fire, knowing that she could easily burn these monsters. Her colleague was not going to be outdone, so he did what he knew how to do, and he did it quite well. Our hero was the strongest, although he did not intend to stand out among the others. He activated his defense to save people and simultaneously activated his attack. The great power that the guy resorted to was fifth rank magic, which also contained fire, so the monsters were doomed after that. Indeed, the light that the young man sent out was visible in almost every corner of the city, a light that protects peaceful people but destroys monsters. Kusanagi Minato thought to himself that he needed to kill all the small monsters before the boss appeared. But suddenly, the teenager saw a man walking down the alley, completely calm, which was strange. This elderly man wore black glasses, like those usually used by blind people, and he also had a similar cane. Crouching down, our hero addressed the stranger as if he were his grandfather, asking if he was all right. And coming closer, he added that this place was very dangerous, and therefore it would be best for him to wait out the disaster in a shelter. A moment later, the young man touched the man's hand, but felt something completely unusual and unnatural. The man was silent, but he looked intently at Minato Kusagani, and now the elderly man no longer had glasses on. The young man immediately withdrew his hand, looking at the stranger with some fear and no longer daring to speak to him. Smiling, the man said that this was how it should be, that as far as his condition was concerned, he was fine and there was no need to worry about him. The young man stood rooted to the spot, realizing that there was something unusual about this old man. He was also surprised by what he was doing during such an incident in the alley, behaving as if everything was fine. But that wasn't the only strange thing. Our hero had a strong feeling that he had met this man somewhere before, but he looked different. Only a few minutes passed, and when he reached the car, the stranger was about to get in. Sitting inside, the man said sternly that it was time to leave. At that moment, there was a real traffic jam on the road because military vehicles were moving along with civilian cars. The military, who understood that there were too many monsters, said that it was necessary to begin the capture, especially since the spell was already ready. When our hero arrived at the scene, he realized that the guys, as Shidu had said, were actually working quickly and together, which was very helpful in this case. Therefore, the teenager thought about the best course of action in this situation so as not to disrupt the coordination of their work. Once on the ground, Minato Kusanagi heard someone ask him what he was doing there. But another man recognized the young man and was glad that he had come to their aid, saying that it was much faster than they had thought. However, they were unable to finish their conversation as a powerful explosion occurred in the next second. Our hero immediately ordered all the soldiers not to be distracted by trifles, but to continue fighting, because it was vitally important for them to deal with these small monsters. Responding to the young man's question about how things were going in general, the policeman said that they were keeping the monsters surrounded and doing everything in their power to protect the citizens. Despite this, no measures were taken to prevent the monsters' actions, simply because there were not enough forces to do so. The young man smiled and cheerfully told the others not to worry, because now he was with them. The young people who were defending themselves said that they were glad to hear this, that it gave them great hope. A moment later, looking ahead, Minato Kusagani added that he had not come alone. The girl and the man who had volunteered to help were already nearby and ready to do whatever they could. The men knew these people well, but it was strange for them to see the magical aristocracy together with the magical squad, because everyone thought that they were fighting each other, but it turned out that this was not the case at all. They immediately added that victory was now certain, and with this lineup, they would definitely win. But suddenly something went wrong. The soldiers, who had been standing still just a moment ago, now began to lean somewhere. The men noted that they had a strange feeling, as if something heavy had settled inside them. A minute later, a huge monster appeared before the crowd, glaring angrily at the people. The frightened law enforcement officers nervously said that this was the leader of the monsters, but his power was such that they could not even get close to him. Kusanagi Minato continued to smile and said that the boss had decided to show himself after all. The frightened police officer did not understand how anyone could be happy about this, because their enemy was the real demon leader. Homura Hinata, who wanted to prove herself, shouted at the young man to watch them closely, because they would quickly deal with this monster. The teenager didn't want to appear ignorant. He just understood that this demon was stronger than the guys, and given their low level, they could lose. The girl wanted to go first, so she asked to do so, but Kaichi Riku said he wanted to start himself. The beauty did not listen to her colleague, and so, a second later, she began to channel her fire magic, shouting at her adversary that she would turn him to dust. The man kept up with Homura Hinata, quickly activating his own powers so that together they could deal with the enemy quickly enough. The monster stood in the middle of all this terrible chaos, but he was not afraid of what was happening around him and did not even try to defend himself. But suddenly, something began to change. The boss realized that he had to act, so he activated his firepower. The difficulty was that this was the 8th rank, while the guys could only use the 7th to the maximum, which they realized too late. The demon was incredibly strong, and even the soldiers who were very far away felt it and understood that this energy could knock them off their feet very quickly. And it was true. The power was so strong that the asphalt around where the boss was standing turned into a pile of fallen stones. Seeing that the monster had calmed down a little, the young people began to rejoice, thinking that their doubled strength had helped neutralize its magic after all. But our hero had a different opinion on the matter, although he was in no hurry to intervene, knowing full well that his fight was still ahead. Rising from her seat, the angry girl shouted at the monster not to look down on them because they were very powerful magicians. The beauty did not even think of giving up, so she gathered her mana and rushed back into battle. Her colleague did the same, realizing that together they could defeat it much faster. But in a moment, the monster said that humans moved too slowly and would therefore lose to him. After these words, the boss began to use more powerful magic, and he also acted preemptively. The young people soon felt this, because they could barely stand on their feet, being blown away with such force that they could be carried away from the battlefield at any moment. The young people did not give up, but they already realized at that moment that their forces were not equal. In an instant, the sky was painted with bright colors, which meant that the monster was continuing to use magic, and this time it was a synthesis. At that moment, a powerful wave of fire began to engulf both the girl and Kaichi Riku, which they were powerless to resist. Our hero watched not only this, but also how, within a minute, his acquaintances were lying not far from where he stood. Struggling to get up, the magicians cursed that everything had turned out this way. They understood that they had failed to defeat the monster. Moreover, they had barely survived the battle. Supporting the guys, Minato Kusanagi calmly noted that their part of the job was done, and now he wanted them to leave the rest to him. Grabbing the young man by his shirt, Homura Hinata said with a hint of desperation in her voice that he would not be able to defeat this monster because even the magical aristocrats had failed to do so. After that, Kaichi Riku advised our hero to run away while he still had the chance. Heading towards the boss, the teenager calmly told them not to worry because an enemy of this level was no match for him. The man looked intently at him and thought that he did not understand this person. Looking at the monster again, he decided that the young man probably did not sense the powerful force emanating from his opponent. At that moment, the girl jumped up from her seat and began to argue, saying that she simply could not allow this to happen. Covering her eyes with her hands, she added that he would be disappointed in her and therefore she had to be useful. Kaichi Riku stood nearby, but he seemed unable to understand what was happening to his colleague, so he simply remained silent. At that moment, our hero approached the monster and asked in a surprised tone how long it had been waiting for him. The boss immediately asked the young man where he got such powerful strength and where he came from. The young man did not understand whether he should answer, after which the monster said that it was not necessary because they were rivals and therefore should fight, not talk. For a while, Minato Kusanagi stared intently at his opponent. At that moment, the monster said that it would be better to tear each other to pieces until one of them fell. It sounded quite bold, but one could not expect anything else from such a monster. The young man saw that the monster was about to attack, so he automatically activated his defenses, even though he knew he had to win quickly. A moment later, what the young man had expected happened. The monster began to attack him from different sides, and it did so quite quickly. The beast was confident that it could easily and quickly take the young man out of action. Homura Hinata, who was standing nearby, was delighted, noting that she had warned the young man in advance that it was simply impossible to defeat the demon leader. The monster watched his opponent closely, unable to understand how his magic was not working against the human. Although a moment later the teenager declared that it was all infuriating him, hinting that it was taking too long. But a moment later, Kaichi Riku announced that Kusanagi Minato had managed to strike the monster, which greatly surprised the beauty. The man thought to himself that no matter how hard the young man tried to protect himself with magic, the power of the demon leader was still great, and therefore he did not understand what the young man planned to do next. Our hero also pondered, thinking that he would like to try his new magic on this monster, but it was not yet time, after which he decided that he just needed to find the right spell. A moment later, Kusanagi Minato began to concentrate his energy, deciding to use the 9th rank and an anti-magic spark. Realizing that this was such a high rank, the girl began to get upset, saying that even they could only use 8th level magic, thinking that this was the highest rank. But the guy didn't care what they thought of him. He just concentrated on his power, knowing that it would give the desired result. It seemed that with every second, the guy was accelerating his energy more and more because there was a lot of yellow light and it radiated a special warmth. And then something unusual happened because everyone saw a bright flash of light and a monster that suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing the sun come out, the police officers asked in surprise if it was really over, noting that the young man had managed to defeat an enemy that even the magical aristocrats had been unable to overcome. The men rejoiced as they approached the young man, saying that he was their savior who had done something incredible. He calmly replied that he had said he would do it, and so he did. Hinamura Hinata thought to herself angrily that this teenager had defeated the boss so easily, and therefore, compared to him, she could not even be called a magician. Our hero hinted that they should continue where they left off, but the girl proudly declared that it was unnecessary because they had lost the argument and he had won the battle. But Minato Kusanagi didn't want anyone to be offended, he just wanted to hear an explanation. When the guy said that there was one more missing figure, the guy immediately realized that they were talking about Ms. Takigami, who appeared behind him at that very moment. The woman calmly said that she recognized the young man's strength, and he noted that now she definitely couldn't get away from him. He immediately began asking questions about the purpose of the test, why the magicians had become so weak, and why his acquaintance had collaborated with the magical aristocracy. The young man firmly stated that he wanted to hear the whole truth. After a while, having rested a little, everyone gathered in Mrs. Takigami's living room. The young man was in no hurry, so he asked the elderly lady if she knew the magicians standing by the wall. The woman replied calmly that they were acquaintances and that these guys were supposed to attack him. Kusanagi Minato couldn't understand why they had played this trick on him, so he asked a question about it. The lady of the house did not answer, but Kaichi Riku spoke up and explained that it was a test to see if the young man was drunk with power or not. They wanted to understand what kind of person he really was. When the young man asked if his friends had been involved, they said that they had, but they had no intention of harming the girls or Ryuji. It was all just a game. They then explained that Minato Kusanagi posed a threat to the magical aristocracy, as his very existence undermined the aristocrats' authority in the eyes of other organizations, which was a big problem. But the teenager immediately said that everyone had misunderstood. The aristocrats' authority in the eyes of the magical squad had not been diminished in the slightest. They had simply created problems for themselves. Homura Hinata immediately began to protest, but the man calmly noted that the young man was right. He added that during the first disaster, the magical aristocracy had done nothing. He said that his words might sound like a pathetic excuse, but this country needed the magical aristocracy. At that moment, the lady of the house spoke up and said that 50 years ago, after Mr. Ichigami's death, the aristocrats had emerged. After the death of the strongest magicians, when the monsters disappeared, a new threat arose in the form of illegal magicians. They descended suddenly, and at that time there were no structures that could restrain them. Unable to defend themselves in any way, Japan briefly became a criminal state. The remaining magicians tried to resist this oppression, but even they struggled to do so. After a series of disasters and crimes, people were mired in despair, doubting every day. This was mainly due to the death of Minato Ichigami, a hero who had always stood guard over order but whose soul had left this world forever. Then a handful of magicians who had managed to survive began to think about how to restore hope to the people of Japan and bring back the peaceful days that Minato had given them. For a moment, the woman thought, seemingly lost in her own memories. Suddenly, Minato Kusanagi spoke up, saying that this was how the magical aristocracy came into being, which the hostess confirmed. These people registered everyone who was in any way connected with magic, and those who resisted were simply killed. They completely monopolized the knowledge and technology associated with magic. Throughout Japan, a ban on mentioning magic was introduced so as not to return to what they had left behind. Thus, peace gradually began to reign in the country, but this led to the decline of magicians. After thinking for a moment, the young man said that the strict restrictions on magic had led to degradation, and therefore it was all logical. The young man thought to himself that he remembered well the consequences of the horror of 50 years ago when many people and magicians died in that hell, and after that, some of them began to destroy the country themselves. But the young man did not understand who wanted him removed from office, but the woman said she could not remember such people. A moment later, Mrs. Takagami glanced out of the corner of her eye at the young people who were still standing by the wall. Unexpectedly, she asked her acquaintance if he remembered a man named Mume Hifumi, and our hero said that this man was his subordinate. Kusanagi Minato remembered that this guy always picked on him, had a very competitive temper, and was quite arrogant but a talented magician. The woman said that he was the chairman of one of the 3 largest shadow companies in Japan, the richest businessman in the country, and that he also supported the magical aristocracy. The surprised guy said that he was a businessman involved in politics, and he didn't think that person had risen so high. Ms. Takigami said that the young man was the same, not interested in power or money, only people and magic. Kusanagi Minato leaned back in his chair and looked somewhere wearily. After that, the woman turned her attention back to the young men who were standing silently. She then said that the current generation of magicians, even the young geniuses, did not even reach 1/10 of Mr. Ichigami's power. They were only his pale shadow. At that moment, Kusagi Minato couldn't take it anymore and shouted that thanks to their ancestors, peace had reigned in Japan and therefore their power should not be belittled. But the boy immediately asked the girl what they intended to do if a catastrophe like the one 50 years ago happened again. Probably, just like today, they would surrender to the demon lord. Kaichi Riku explained that they had not anticipated such a scenario, thinking that the police would handle everything, and in the worst case, the entire magical aristocracy would unite to protect the peace and tranquility of the people. But our hero calmly said that he had already seen the skills of the aristocracy. Kusanagi Minato immediately asked the woman if she knew about this, and Lady Takigami said that she had not been sitting idly by all this time. She immediately added that although she did not have the title of aristocrat and her powers were not so great, she was an ordinary anti-magician. The young man thought to himself that this was the truth of 50 years ago, which resulted in magical aristocrats, a decline in abilities, a reduction in disasters, and poor magical training, and immediately stopped thinking about it. The young man knew that he had now discovered the true reasons, but was that really all there was to it? So the young man asked if that was all that had happened in 50 years, if there were no more secrets, to which the woman replied that she had told him everything she knew. The aristocrat standing aside watched the woman and the teenager intently. Taking a deep breath, Minato Kusagani declared that everything was now clear to him. Rising from his seat, the young man noted that the conversation could end there, but he had one suggestion. Raising his hand, the young man suggested that the young people join forces. Homura Hinata was clearly not happy to hear this, and immediately began to ask why they needed to do so. Our hero replied that he wanted equal cooperation, so he was not going to obey anyone, and since disasters were not going to go away, it would be better to work together to eliminate them. The girls started shouting again, asking why the powerful captain needed their help, but he said that he was not powerless, it would just be more productive to be friends than to oppose each other. The young man explained that by uniting, they would be able to protect everyone, and therefore he was curious as to whether young people really did not want to save everyone. Kaichi Riku said honestly that although the offer was unexpected, after the defeat of the demon chief, he saw no reason to refuse. Ms. Takigami, overhearing the conversation, said that the young people could also rely on her, as she would create anti-magic armor for everyone. The young man then sincerely thanked his 2 comrades. However, things were not so simple with Homura Hinata because she turned away from everyone and stood silently. Suddenly shouting, the girl declared that she agreed to cooperate. She immediately added that our hero should not dare to take all the glory for himself, and if he suddenly began to complain, she would kill him herself. The teenager agreed to this, but asked her not to take people hostage next time, to which the beauty immediately agreed. Thus, for the first time in 50 years, the magical aristocracy and the special magical squad joined forces to fight evil. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi abruptly said that he had a feeling he had forgotten something important, or maybe it was just his imagination. The next morning, when Katsuragi Ryuji got out of bed, he was horrified to find an unconscious stranger in his house, not knowing who he was. The same thing happened to the Mizuki sisters, who thought that burglars had broken into their house. Meanwhile, at the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy, the cheerful staff told our hero that they had been waiting for him. Looking at them, the surprised guy didn't know how to react to this. Stepping out onto the courtyard, one of the police officers shouted for everyone to stand at attention immediately. The man repeated that the employees did not communicate with their peers and therefore had to show respect to him. After that, the man apologized to our hero, saying that many of these guys were volunteers, they didn't know the rules yet, and therefore, as a police officer, he was ashamed of them. Embarrassed, Minato Kusanagi felt very awkward and said that perhaps this was unnecessary. The officer immediately replied that the young people were understandable, as the exploits of the Special Magic Squad had inspired them to join the academy, adding that he himself would not mind undergoing something similar. After these words, the young man hunched his shoulders, realizing that he was becoming even more embarrassed. A few minutes later, another police officer asked the chief on the scene where Kusagani was, adding that he needed him. But the young man did not hear anyone calling him because he was telling his charges to start using the first-rank spell. Focusing, the students immediately began to carry out the task, and they did it quite well. It was difficult to concentrate on the task at hand because several girls in police uniforms were looking at the guy strangely. Clutching his head, our hero decided that he was attracting too much attention, although he understood that this could work to his advantage. The more magicians came here, the more strong fighters he would be able to train. The results of the initial training could be seen within an hour when the tired guys were struggling to run around the grounds. And the mentor continued to tell them that the greater their physical strength, the more magic they would be able to unleash, that they needed to try to feel this while running, and added that it was important to imagine that their lives depended on it. The young people, in turn, complained to each other that this was not at all how they had imagined the training would be. Laughing, Minato Kusagani said that if anything happened, he would use holy magic, and therefore everyone would instantly rise from the grave. So stop complaining, get moving, the enemy won't give you any breaks during battle, you need to put all your strength and soul into training. A week later, all the students were back on the training field. The young man said that everyone had worked hard during this time, and as a result, their abilities had improved. The young man gave the boys advice, saying that even outside the field they should not stop training because they were all defenders of Osaka. Hearing this, the young people immediately began to shed tears. Leaving without looking back, our hero proudly declared that he was handing over the defense of this city to the young men. After that, the police department gained more strong officers who were not inferior in strength to their colleagues from Tokyo. Kusanagi Minato thought about the need to return home as soon as possible, but he was saddened by the fact that a press conference would surely be waiting for him there. A couple of days later, it was announced on television that a special magic squad and the aristocratic families of Homurai and Kaichi would be collaborating. Many people didn't believe it until our hero was photographed with Kaichi Riku, where the men were shaking hands. Moreover, rumors spread throughout the city that the special unit was going to be sponsored by some important people in Tokyo. Although many thought this was not true, since the guys belonged to the police department, where they are paid a salary. Others believed that one thing did not interfere with the other, and therefore there could be many different possibilities. Most people were happy that there were more magicians, so they didn't have to worry about possible disasters. At the same time, many journalists were interested in the question of how the Mizuha clan would behave in the future, since a representative of their family refused to attend the press conference. On the other hand, some noted that when the country was on the brink of disaster, these families did not react at all, so what else could be expected of them? During one of the training sessions, Minato Kusagani asked the girls if it was true that they couldn't contact their father. With despair in her voice, Yuika said that she had tried many times, but nothing worked, although her sister immediately said that they had been rejected, so there was nothing strange about it. The young man was surprised that the head of the Mizuha family had not commented on the fact that the other two families were now cooperating with the Magic Squad. This was also surprising to Rookie, who thought that her father would soften after that. The young man thought to himself that peace had reigned between the detachment and the aristocracy for the first time in a long time, so he assumed that Mizuha would want to see his daughters, but he remained silent, so perhaps it would be worth visiting him. The beauties saw that their mentor was thinking about something, but they didn't dare ask what it was. Suddenly, Yuika exclaimed that none of that mattered. The most important thing was how well the boys had done in Osaka. Cheering up, the young man declared that he had caused more problems than he had helped. Shidu Shego listened attentively to the conversation, but decided not to interfere because it did not concern him at all. The policeman was interested in another question. While our hero was away, the magician in black did not appear, so it was quite possible that they were one and the same person. If so, the blonde man would have to arrest him, although he hoped it was all a mistake, since Kusagani was the only mage capable of protecting this world from evil. Walking down the street, the teenager thought about how busy his three friends had been lately, and how long it had been since he had returned home alone. Suddenly, the young man's eyes widened at what he saw. Two girls who were maids said they had been instructed to greet the boy. After a while, Mizuhara Toshichiro told our hero with a serious look that he lived under the same roof with his daughters. He immediately added that if the teenager touched them even with a finger, he would personally destroy him. Looking at this man in surprise, the young man naively said that they were just friends and were studying together. He went on to say that he saw these girls as friends and nothing more. But he thought to himself that this man had brought him here just because of this nuance, even though this man did have a fatherly instinct. A moment later, the owner of the house got up and headed somewhere, saying that the young man should follow him. The young man saw the mage soar into the air, but didn't know whether he should do the same or just watch. Unexpectedly, Mizuha Toshichiro offered to have a training fight, hearing that the teenager was not at all opposed to it. A moment later, the man began to disperse his mana, making it clear that the fight would be real. Kusanagi Minato also had no intention of falling behind, realizing that this was some kind of test, and he didn't want to play along. The owner of the house did not want to play games, so he immediately started with the 7th rank, with a huge wave that was supposed to overwhelm his guest. The guy got the hint, so he also used the 7th rank, but only demonic flames. It was truly a spectacular sight, after which both magicians quickly dropped to the ground. With approval in his voice, the man said that the young man had decided to use the opposite of water to repel the attack, which he considered a good decision. He then noted that he could trust Kusagi Minato as a mentor for his daughters without any qualms. The young man watched as the owner of the house walked away without saying another word, but he himself had no intention of continuing the conversation. At the same time, a man was smashing a bottle and shouting that he was unhappy with what was happening. The young man said that he had no idea how to understand this, because the boy was a real nobody. He said that the magician in black was still alive, and not only did that not suit him, he was tired of it all, and therefore he was sure that he would not let this man get away with it. Addressing someone, the ill-wisher shouted that he would surely be able to meet his expectations. Mizuha Toshichiro, who appeared in the doorway, told the owner of the house not to worry, saying that they would destroy the Black Rebellion once and for all. The man was determined and therefore declared that there would definitely be a massacre between them and the Dark Magicians. The girls at the academy, seeing Kusanagi Minato, began to tell him that he was incredibly cool at the press conference and that everyone was talking about his squad. The young man thought wistfully to himself that he was now receiving much more attention than before, and that did not make him happy at all. Yuika also enjoyed the attention, but it seemed that she was already used to something like this, and therefore felt confident. Interesting guys hung around the beauty, although there were also jealous girls watching everything from the sidelines. Standing by the door, the girls were angry. They didn't understand why everyone liked their classmate. At that moment, Yuika told the guys that she needed to step out for a moment and headed into the hallway. Walking alone, the girl said aloud that she felt like nothing could hurt her anymore, but how exhausting all this attention was. Suddenly, the girl snapped out of her thoughts when her classmates approached her and said they needed to talk to her. Frightened, Yuika stood in the backyard of the academy, not understanding what her classmates wanted from her. One of the girls rudely placed her foot next to where our heroine was standing. The students shouted that it was completely unclear why Mizuho had been accepted into the special magic squad, that it was all because of her family, and that was why she walked around acting important, annoying everyone else. But a moment later, another girl claimed that Yuika was having an affair with the squad commander, so it was no surprise how she got the position. But the beauty was not going to put up with this, so she shouted loudly that didn't anyone suspect that she was chosen because she trained hard every day and was talented. Her detractors began to ask if Yui was going to deny the fact that she liked Minato Kusanagi. After these words, the girl faltered. She understood that she really liked the young man, but she didn't want to admit it to strangers. Suddenly, the voice of the person they had just been talking about rang out, and the guy asked what was going on in this alley. The young man understood that something was wrong, but he wasn't going to be rude or do anything like that, so he waited for an answer. Trying to justify themselves, the girls said that they just wanted to ask the girl from the academy how she got a place in the squad, adding that she was, after all, an aristocrat studying in a special class, and therefore it was understandable that they couldn't not take her. After that, the most unpleasant student said that it was the commander himself who secured the place, but if this became known, his reputation would be ruined. Yui cowered. She didn't want to make excuses, but she didn't know how to resolve the situation. The girl approached her acquaintance and looked at him intently. The academy members started talking again about how unfair it all was, saying that they would also like to be in the special unit, but they didn't have such a good friend. Minato Kusagane loudly declared that he understood the situation. He immediately began to smile and then enthusiastically declared that if the girls wanted to, they could undergo special training in their unit. He immediately added that if they passed, the students would be invited to join their team and would be on equal footing with the others in protecting citizens. The girls immediately began to smile, saying that they would definitely come and prove themselves. Yui, who was standing in the back, remained silent. When they arrived at the training ground, the commander told everyone gathered that new members would be training with them today. And while Ryuji said he had never seen these girls before, Ruko wondered if they would be able to handle the training. Yui thought to herself with alarm, does Kusanagi really want to accept these academy students into the group? But she decided that now was not the time to think about that. She had to try her best, because she had come to the training ground to train, not to think about silly things. Only the newcomers weren't thinking about the fact that they needed to train. They were thinking about how they would become the most popular when they were accepted into the group. Annoyed, Ruka told her friend that some chickens had come to the class, which he confirmed. Hearing this conversation, Minato shouted to the guys not to worry about it because the girls definitely wouldn't last long on the field. One of the students, looking at our hero, thought that she should get closer to the guy during training. However, just a few minutes into the training, the girl not only failed to get closer to the young man, she couldn't even stand. But the commander yelled at the guys to run as if their lives depended on it, because monsters won't wait for people to gather their strength. The participants had to imagine that a whole horde of hungry demons was chasing them. And the young man's acquaintances actually ran, keeping in formation, understanding that this was really important. Only the ill-wishers who were lagging behind somewhere at the end complained that they couldn't do it anymore. After a while, Kusanagi ordered everyone to do push-ups because this would help push their bodies to the limit, which was what they needed. After that, the guys started working on magic, realizing that they had to do it flawlessly since magic directly depends on inner strength. Exhausted to the limit, the ill-wishers decided it was time to leave this training because it was not training but torture, and no normal person could endure it. But in the next second, one of the girls felt a hand on her shoulder and was startled. It was the commander, who humorously asked where the beauties were going, noting that this was only the beginning of the training. Sitting on the ground, the students cried, saying that the young man had deliberately lured them here just to mock them. Suddenly, the young man asked the girls to look to the side. Pointing to his acquaintances, he said that once upon a time, all these people also hated training. But they kept coming back and getting better and better at it until they started to become powerful magicians. The teenager added that their work was very dangerous. They had to fight monsters to protect citizens, which was very tiring. He added that Yuika always gave it her all. She considered herself a nobody, but she never stopped training. Turning around, the boy asked the students if they really thought the girl had time for fun. In a more severe tone, he inquired whether it was a matter of seduction or connections. Minato Kusagani declared that Yuika was his dear friend, and he would not allow people to speak ill of her. The students looked at the young man in horror, realizing that he was completely serious. Fleeing, the students shouted that he shouldn't kill them. As for the young man, he said that these people were completely spineless, and he could have accepted them if they had tried harder. Ryuji, who approached the commander, asked what it was, but the commander replied that the training session was attended by ordinary losers who were not even worth thinking about. Yui stood aside as before and simply remained silent. On the way home, catching up with our hero, she calmly said that she had heard everything. After that, the beauty thanked the guy, saying that he had done it all especially for her. The young man noted that he could have gotten into a verbal altercation with the students, but it would have been pointless, so he decided to show them everything so that they themselves would understand what it means to work in a team, but if they continued, he immediately fell silent. Yuika finished the conversation for them, noting that if they continued, they should simply ignore them. The embarrassed girl noted that after everything that had happened, she wanted to say that she also valued the young man. Closing his eyes, Minato Kusagani said that he understood everything. To herself, the beauty added that the young man probably didn't understand the meaning she put into those words, but the day would come when she would become stronger. And then, being close to him, at the right moment, she interrupted her thought. But she did so in order to say aloud that the day would come when she would definitely become even stronger. And at that moment, she would finally be able to overcome her own mentor. Smiling, Yuika said that the young man needed to prepare for this. After a while, panic broke out in the city again as the monsters made their presence known once more. Our hero, like Homurai Hinata, saw what was happening and thought about the best course of action in this situation. The girl, who loved to be first in everything, shouted that she would take care of everything herself because it was her prey. But the young man only said aloud that his colleague was very impatient, although this was not very good. But in a moment, the guys joined forces so that one eliminated some monsters and the other eliminated completely different ones. People who were on the street said that they were witnesses to the fact that the Magic Squad and the aristocrats were actually working together. Soon, the press began to talk about how the alliance had increased trust in the magical aristocracy, but that, in addition to disasters and monsters, the Black Rebellion organization posed a threat. This is an unofficial organization which mainly consists of students. But the chief was not happy about this, saying that due to their high achievements, trust in the police had begun to decline. At this time, a little boy was lying in the hospital, still unconscious. The magician in black carefully opened the window to get inside the ward unnoticed. The young man wanted to help, so he raised his hand and looked closely at the little patient. Kusanagi Minato decided to use 9th rank magic, holy magic, and angelic breath to help the boy. Suddenly, the room became bright, flooded with soft, warm light. But in a moment, the guy noted to himself that, unfortunately, holy magic is not omnipotent, but it can improve the physical and mental indicators of the victim. However, looking at the child, it seemed that for some reason, holy magic had no effect. This was sad because our hero wanted to help Leona, understanding that her brother was very important to her. Closing his eyes, the young man smiled, knowing that he was not the kind of person to give up so easily. Suddenly, the young man heard footsteps outside the door and realized that someone was about to enter the room, so he had to hide. At that moment, Leona appeared in the doorway and looked tiredly at the hospital bed. Looking around the room, the girl said that it seemed to her that something strange was happening in the room, but it seemed that she had just imagined it. Standing by the window, the guy lamented that this time he hadn't managed to finish his treatment. The detective told her brother that she wanted to know how he was doing, but he still wouldn't answer, although she was glad that at least the child wasn't getting worse. After that, Leona enthusiastically noted that she had not yet finished her story about the magician in black. She immediately added that this man was simply incredible, an outstanding magician and a reliable person who could always be counted on. The girl had never met such an amazing person. Others were not so selfless. Despite this, even this guy sometimes goes too far, which is abnormal. He says that the beauty is a weakling who needs to train hard, constantly lecturing her. Even demons in hell are not so strict. although in a way it's even funny, after which the detective laughed. Leona was not actually evil, despite the fact that she and the magician in black did not always agree. Suddenly, the girl nervously grabbed the sheet, her hands trembling. Beginning to cry, she said that she would not give up, that she would definitely take revenge on those who had done this to the boy. The detective knew for sure that she would destroy the Black Rebellion, no matter what it cost her, and they would not go unpunished. Bowing her head, Leona began to cry, confident that no one could see her anyway. After calming down a little, the girl looked closely at her brother, who was lying as he had been before. With tears in her eyes, the beauty quietly asked Kay for forgiveness. A moment later, Leona fell silent, simply staring ahead. Kusanagi Minato saw no point in staying in front of the hospital any longer, knowing that he had important things to do. After a while, standing in a small hangar, the young man asked who the people present were. Pointing to the people in black, the young woman happily said that they were new shadow followers. The young man wanted to know who all these strangers were and where they came from, as it was all unexpected, but Leona said that it didn't matter. The most important thing was that there were now many more of them. She then explained that she had uploaded a video of our hero to the internet, spreading the information and checking how soon people would be able to find them. The guy listened carefully to his colleague but didn't know what to say to her. She continued to say that there was no need to worry, that she had personally checked everyone, that there were no rats among them, and that all these people could be trusted. The guys immediately realized that they were in the presence of a magician in black, so they began to express how happy they were to see him. Kusanagi Minato didn't like all this very much, but the girl smiled and said that everything would be fine. The guy knew that the people had been recruited, so it was necessary to train them, so the young man declared that he would not give anyone any breaks, even though they were newbies. But the enthusiastic guys said that they were ready for this and therefore would not give up, so they were ready to start. And while Leona covered her face with her hands, Minato Kusagani happily noted that these young people were very funny, and all because they didn't know what was in store for them. After a while, the recruits were already lying on the floor, but the commander did not understand what was wrong with them because this was just a normal warm-up. Despite this, the guy thought that these people were inexperienced, but they were persistent, and under the clear and strict guidance of the magician in black, they began to gradually improve their skills. Two groups were created, one operational and the other based on information gathering and hacking. There was also a strike force whose goal was to clear the streets. Gradually, the shadow mages gained the support of other underground organizations, spreading their influence throughout the country. At that time, two police officers in the office were talking about how it seemed that the Black Rebellion's hideout had been completely destroyed. The young men thought that a conflict between the two organizations might be brewing. It was unclear what had happened there, but they said that shadow mages were noble bandits with their own principles. Hearing this, Shidushego grimaced, clearly displeased to hear such news. The young man thought that these mages were ordinary criminals who should be put in prison. The leader of this secret organization shouted that he had had enough, that he would not allow all these people to do whatever they wanted because they were no longer small fry. At that moment, a young man turned to the boss and said that he was ready. The man said that they would corner the guy and then he would personally finish him off. They just needed to wait a little. A new day dawned, and our heroes gathered again at the training ground to practice. The policeman standing behind the young man thought to himself that he was a very good person, very talented, but Shidushego suspected that he was the magician in black. He came to this conclusion when he compared the ages of these guys, and besides, the time of their appearance was also important, so there was no doubt that it was the same person. But the blond man still couldn't believe it. He didn't want it to be true. At that moment, our hero's companions approached him and began to apologize. Kusanagi Minato stood and looked at them in surprise, not understanding what had happened to them. Handing the bracelet to the guy, the girls said they had tried to fix it, but the young man said it was okay because the jewelry couldn't withstand their magic. He thought to himself that he was just an ordinary enthusiast and couldn't create anti-magic armor, so he decided to talk to Takigami. The guys were outraged that someone had decided to attack them under the cover of night, which was completely abnormal. The guy, with his usual good nature, noted that he understood the team's dissatisfaction, but now they needed to cooperate with the aristocracy, so this time it was better to turn a blind eye. The young people understood that this was a necessary measure, so there was no point in arguing, although they did not fully understand why they needed someone else when they were doing just fine on their own. Unexpectedly, Yuika said that there was something wrong with the aristocrats who had made their way into their house. The young man explained that it was a type of magic that could absorb magical power and also cloud the victim's memory, which was why the girl did not remember the encounter. Realizing that they had trained well today, the commander said it was time to go home. But in a moment, the guys started saying that someone had to go to their part-time job, someone else had things to do at the academy, and someone else wanted to go shopping. The young man realized that he would have to go home alone, which rarely happened. But suddenly Shido approached the young man and offered our hero a ride. Sitting in the car, the policeman talked about how the influence of shadow magicians had grown recently, and the police could no longer ignore their activities. Responding to Minato Kusagani's question about whether he was suspected of this, the blonde replied that the magician in black was young and talented no matter how you looked at it, and that they looked alike. But our hero continued to stand his ground, noting that he knew nothing about it. Unexpectedly, the teenager asked if the magician in black was bad, since he wasn't doing anything illegal. The policeman knew that the mage was called a noble robber, but he still insisted that he was a criminal. Suddenly, the car stopped abruptly on the side of the road, but no one got out. The blond man, who had always been friendly and smiling, now became sad and said that his father had been a police officer and that he would call him a man of honor. He admired the man not only because he was his father, but also because he believed that criminals were people with their own problems and principles. And little Shido believed him and respected him for seeing only the good in people, and therefore wanted to become like him himself. However, it so happened that his father was killed on one of his working days. During the assignment, he tried to convince the gangsters to release the hostages, but the gangster used a spell against his unarmed father, against a man who just wanted to help. The policeman was not even a magician, so it was a terrible death for an ordinary law enforcement officer. He went in unarmed because he believed the criminal he wanted to change something, but the criminal simply took his life. Of course, he was caught and arrested for the murder of an officer, but when he was asked during interrogation why he killed an unarmed police officer, he gave an answer that made everyone's hair stand on end. The man simply said that he was scared, so he didn't do anything wrong, and that the police officer himself was to blame for everything. Closing his eyes, which clearly showed anger, Shido shouted that this was complete nonsense. Nonsense because the criminal was afraid of his unarmed father, so he simply portrayed himself as the victim. A good man died because of such stupidity, and therefore he personally would never forgive such scum. All criminals are the same. It doesn't matter if they are good or bad, what they do is a crime in any case. If his father had thought the same way, he would have survived, but he didn't think about himself. He just wanted to save someone else. Looking at his colleague, the young man thought that there must be some other detail behind this story, since Shido still hadn't let it go. Finally, the blond man pulled himself together a little and began to apologize to the young man, saying that something had come over him. Wishing our hero all the best, he dropped him off near his house and hurried away. Despite the fact that the policeman apologized, his gaze was stern, and it was clear that he had something in mind. The next day, the sisters stood on the playground and talked about how the boys were late for some reason, even though they knew that wasn't like them at all. Realizing he was late, Minato Kusagani thought to himself that he could never understand why teachers talked so much, and about things that were completely irrelevant. At that moment, two young men standing aside were watching the young man closely. Suddenly, the image on the large TV screen hanging in the street began to deteriorate. The leader of the Black Rebellion was pleased with this turn of events, saying that from now on, television was under his control. At the same time, the people who noticed the changes did not understand who the man being shown was. But there were also those who knew the ill-wisher, as he was a former magical aristocrat. He loudly proclaimed that he had prepared a message for the special forces and, of course, for the magician in black, that he had a gift for them all, and then immediately shouted that he had planted bombs all over Japan. But at the same time, he advised no one to contact the police, and if the residents dared to go against him, he would start detonating these bombs. Raising his hand, the man said that everyone probably thought he was bluffing, but that was not the case, and so he would prove it. Suddenly it became quiet, and then there was a powerful explosion and debris and glass rained down from everywhere. Running from side to side, the townspeople tried to understand what had happened if there were no monsters. Only our hero, realizing that everyone was in danger, began to use an anti-magic barrier to protect those gathered. Realizing that they had been saved from destruction, the people began to thank Minato Kusanagi, who was lost in his own thoughts. Sanada Karen told her colleague that something was wrong with the connection because she couldn't get through to the police or the guys. At that very moment, the girls were also trying to call their mentor, but they didn't understand why the call kept getting interrupted. Only the former magical aristocrat on the TV screen invited the magician in black to come to him, warning that if he tried to disobey, all of Japan would be blown up. He immediately added that it would be best if the magician in black decided to hurry. That same evening, wearing his magician's costume, Minato Kusagani rushed somewhere, realizing that he had to put an end to the villains. Leona wanted to clarify the details, so she asked if the meeting place was the port warehouse they had previously used as their hideout, even though she didn't understand why the guy was going there alone. The girl had grown accustomed to her partner during this time, so she told him not to even think about dying on the mission. Smiling, the young man said that he had everything under control, so everything should be fine. The young man knew he had to be quiet, so he landed on the ground almost silently. And that was the right decision, because it was already quite crowded inside, with the gangsters actively discussing something. The young man knew that there was no point in waiting. Besides, there was nothing to wait for because he knew for sure that a fight was waiting for him. The ill-wisher said angrily that they had been waiting too long for the magician in black. He added happily that he would finally be able to put the teenager in his place, and that this was a real joy because he had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Pointing at the people, the man said that they were all high-ranking wizards, the best in the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi Minato was afraid of nothing and no one, so he smiled and suggested that if he defeated them all, their organization would be finished. But when the villain heard this, he immediately began to laugh so loudly that he almost deafened everyone present. The others immediately joined in, saying that the boy had got something wrong because he was facing magicians, not school children. Suddenly, the leader's voice became harsh, and he told his men not to say anything. He then stated that everyone who underestimated this mage in black had died, but he was not like that, so this time everything would be different because he had prepared thoroughly. Hearing this, the young man calmly asked if he would be able to accomplish his task. Seeing that our hero had run off somewhere, the boss said that he had not allowed him to move, adding that he had surely forgotten about the bombs and the pathetic little people that he could easily blow up. Unexpectedly, the guy froze in place, but at the same time, he didn't want to say anything. Directing their energy towards Kusanagi Minato, everyone gathered shouted that he would not live. But the young man tried not to pay attention to it, even though he could see that a lot of magic was directed at him. And while the young man stood rooted to the spot, the villain shouted to his men that this boy had decided to use the barrier. It was clear that the others did not like this. They understood that this was high-level magic, and therefore it could be judged that the guy was actually strong. A moment later, our hero said that it was all useless because with third-rank magic, they would never be able to harm him. After hitting one of his men, the leader maliciously declared that he had gathered a bunch of useless people around him who were good for nothing. Kusanagi Minato didn't like this kind of treatment, no matter who was being beaten, so he called the former aristocrat trash. But these words were useless to him. He continued to rejoice and shouted that they would see who would win. He added that the mage in black was strong, but in addition to his enormous mana reserves, he possessed high-level magic, and going up against him was like jumping off a roof. But he could oppose him with a weapon against which mages were powerless. At that moment, the young man began to say that something like that had no effect on him. However, he did not finish his sentence because he felt blood on his cheek, not understanding how this could be possible. The villain understood that the boy was confused, and therefore, laughing, noted that the boy was greatly distorted. He repeated that the gun in his hands was capable of melting magical matter with its bullets, that it was an anti-magic pistol, and therefore the bullets did not care about barriers and could easily kill any mage. In a moment, the bullets flew in the direction of the boy, who realized that it was actually difficult to resist. Suddenly, the leader became angry that he was shooting, but for some reason he couldn't hit him. Kusanagi Minato knew that he couldn't waste any time, so he immediately began to activate his life-giving magic. Closing his eyes and concentrating, the young man began to heal his own wounds. The villain became angry again, repeating that no one had given the boy permission to use holy magic. But our hero calmly explained that there was no need to misunderstand him, that this magic simply worked automatically even though he personally had no intention of resisting. The magic was activated without his consent. The villain again noted that he didn't care how it worked, that it was completely irrelevant. All because he could shoot at the mage all night long and not even get tired of doing it. Laughing, the enemy said again that the wounds would heal, of course, but there was no escaping the pain. The man's comrades watched all this intently, but it was clear that something was bothering them. Kusanagi Minato remained silent as before, but his coat spoke louder than anything else because it was covered in holes. But the guy wasn't bothered by this because his holy magic had been activated again. The villain saw this clearly, but he was concerned about something else. He was shooting very quickly, yet despite this, he never once hit the head or face, which was remarkable. Our hero knew what he was doing because he was communicating with someone else at the same time. The leader saw this and became angrier by the minute, asking who else the boy was talking to at the same time. The young man had no intention of spending the whole night in this warehouse, so he decided it was time for him to take action. To help himself, our hero summoned a wind typhoon, which was a 5th-level spell. The force of the wind was so powerful that it not only swept away everything in its path but also lifted people into the air. This resulted in all those who called themselves great magicians lying on the ground. After calling someone, the villain said to detonate all the bombs at once because he was tired of these games. But Minato Kusanagi calmly told him not to worry because his bombs had been found and already defused. He added that he was upset, so he intended to make the enemy feel the same way, but 100 times worse. The enemy did not like to hear this, so he declared that the young man would not make it out of the warehouse alive. At that moment, a magical squad entered the room and told everyone not to dare leave. The girls noted that all of the villain's bombs had already been defused, so it would be best for him to surrender. The guy thought that his colleagues had arrived quickly enough, but it was unclear how that happened. Perhaps they realized that it was his magic and that's why they came. A joyful Ryuji immediately said that they had made an excellent catch because they had a magician in black in front of them. Sanada Karan thought that Kusanagi had come here alone after all. Our hero said again that everything in this place was working against the villain himself. But the villain did not want to hear any of this, so he demanded that everyone be quiet. At that moment, everyone present heard a voice saying that the battle was apparently not an easy one. The surprised girls immediately began to mutter under their breath that this simply couldn't be, that they didn't believe it. The reason was that their father was standing in front of them, watching everyone closely. Our hero's wards shouted they did not understand what their father was doing in this place and therefore wanted to know. The man remained silent, and the villain spoke for him, noting that it so happened that he and Mizuhara Toshichiro were best friends. Hearing this, the girls became even more indignant. They couldn't understand how their father, who had always taught them to be honest and to help others, was now on the side of evil. Unexpectedly, the man told his daughters that this matter did not concern them at all. Looking intently at the head of the family, the beauties still wanted to say something, but they couldn't understand if it made any sense. Shido Shigo turned to the magician in black, who asked if the policeman really thought he was the most dangerous criminal in this place. At that moment, the boys lamented that Kusagani was not with them, as they were sure that if he were here, he would easily solve this problem. Unexpectedly, the blond man answered the young man's question, saying that he agreed with him, but only this once. At that moment, Minato Kusagi, realizing that something was wrong, shouted to his friends to be careful. The reason was that a grenade had been thrown at our hero's feet. After the explosion, the blond man asked his colleagues who knew what had happened, realizing that it was not an ordinary grenade. With sadness in his voice, Minato Kusagani told everyone that it seemed these people not only had anti-magic armor, but also a bunch of other weapons. Showing what the villain had, he immediately said that the boy should believe that he actually had a rich arsenal. After these words, the girls looked even more closely at their father, who was standing motionless. At that moment, Ruka asked her sister if they had really come to the point where they had to fight their own father. Before the beauties could finish discussing this, Mizuha Toshichiro activated his 3rd rank and Azure Surge. Realizing that this was indeed powerful magic, the older sister told the younger one to step back and think about what to do next while she put up a defense. The force of the blow was indeed powerful, but the girls managed to neutralize it. Ryuji, who saw that his friends were in danger, began to activate his magic, but he decided to use a stone wall. Another wave followed, but this time the young man knew what to do, even though the girls were scared. Realizing that it was all over, Ruka thanked her friend for reacting so quickly, but he simply said that it was necessary to be constantly on guard. Closing his eyes, the girl's father noted that they had become much stronger and, moreover, had even learned to work together. He then proudly added that, despite this, they still had a long way to go, and therefore the battle would be uneven. The older Mizuha immediately began discussing with Ryuji that the man actually had a large amount of mana, but they didn't finish their conversation. Stepping forward, Yuika said that her father was wrong. Of course, if they had met earlier, he would have definitely won, but now everything was different. The guys immediately pointed out that this was indeed the case. First, they trained every day. Second, they believed in themselves. Third, they had changed a lot overall. And then the younger sister warned Mizuhara Toshichiro to be careful because they would still get the truth out of him. Gathering their strength, the sisters realized that now was the time to make a name for themselves, to make sure that people would stop looking at them as children. The girls didn't want to start with something insignificant, so they immediately used 7th level magic and the wave of the Great Geyser to help them. The man saw what was coming, but he said it was still too weak. Therefore, he sent a more powerful wave to his daughters, which was already of the 8th rank. Realizing that his goal had been achieved, the head of the family continued to add that they couldn't even repel his attack, so what kind of attack could there be? Lying on the ground, the students realized that this was the 8th rank, which was too much for them. They were weaker, no matter how you looked at it. At that moment, the villain reminded them that their battle was not over yet, so it was too early to relax. Our hero stood there all this time with his head bowed, not wanting to interfere in someone else's fight, especially since the guys didn't know him as Kusanagi. The enemy noted that everything was as he had thought. Even the great magician in black could not withstand anti-magical weapons. He immediately added that he had a wonderful trump card on his side, a top-level professional. The villain said that the young man had no chance of winning, so it would be best for him to fall to his knees and beg for forgiveness so that his life would be spared. The young man remained silent, simply closing his eyes and standing in that position for several seconds. The enemy expected everything to end in his favor soon, but time passed and nothing happened. Moreover, Minato Kusagani was looking intently in the direction where his friends were lying on the ground. Realizing that the young man was apparently not going to say anything, the villain shouted, asking how the boy dared to ignore him. After that, the man began firing his bullets as fast as he could, and the boy, in turn, immediately began dodging them at lightning speed. Suddenly, the gang leader stopped. He noted to himself that the young man had not only managed to protect his head, but had dodged absolutely all of the bullets, which was incredible. A moment later, the girl's father asked how about meeting an incredible magical force from which it was impossible to hide. Our hero, who was standing very close, realized that a huge wave was coming toward him from which it was actually very difficult to hide. The villain also did not want to lag behind his colleague, so he decided that in this case, it would be best to use high-level dark magic. The teenager stopped and thought about what to do next, or rather, who to focus his attention on first. A moment later, the fight began. The young man chose to fight the villain from the Black Rebellion, realizing that he could deal with the girl's father a little later. The enemy realized that no matter what his magic was, he would not win with it, so he grabbed his gun and started firing bullets again. Once again, Minato Kusanagi began to dodge, and he did so masterfully. His speed was so incredible that the young man even managed to arrive just as the wave was about to hit him, but it didn't happen because he had put up a defense. However, Mizuha Toshichiro was not going to give up, and with each passing minute he was putting more and more pressure on the young man. But such pressure did not scare our hero in the least. On the contrary, it seemed that he wanted to show practically everything he was capable of. At that moment, the guy said wistfully that it was a pity they couldn't help, adding that it all looked like some kind of battle of monsters because they had never seen anything like it before. Shido Shigo thought to himself that initially they had no chance of standing up to these two, but now they didn't care about them. But it didn't matter because reinforcements would arrive very soon. Then they would be able to detain all three of them, and the police would be able to arrest not only the magician in black, but also Kuroi and Mizoa, so they couldn't miss this chance. At that moment, the blond man told his colleague that he was going to attack the magician in black, even though the girl didn't understand why it was necessary. The beauty tried to explain that this man was on their side, but the policeman stood his ground, saying that this did not negate his actions and that they needed to put this guy behind bars for a long time. Frightened, Sanada Karen didn't know what to say, and the young man continued to say that they might not have another chance like this. For a moment, the girl fell silent. It was difficult for her to make the right decision because it was easy to make a mistake. The blonde smiled and immediately said that he had always known that he could always rely on his colleague. Suddenly, the girl activated her magical power and began to direct it toward the guy. Kusanagi Minato did not expect anything like this, and therefore he began to sway in the air. He was focused on one thing, but all his plans were disrupted. The guy realized that he was being attacked by the people he least expected, so it was difficult to keep his attention on several opponents. A moment later, our hero was lying on the ground, unable to move, while Kuroi happily declared that the magician in black was actually unlucky because those he was protecting were attacking him. The next second, the girl shouted that it was an excellent blow, but it wasn't enough, so she would also help. And while the holy magic automatically began to heal the young man again, he watched closely everything that happened next. Seeing that the girl was targeting the man, he began to shout that this chicken was confused because the police should protect citizens, not help criminals. The young man knew that all his wounds were healing on their own thanks to the spell, so he didn't need Sanada's help, but the point was different, namely, what her true intentions were. Shido Shigo realized that his colleague was not acting in his best interests, but the policewoman said that this boy was doing everything to protect them, although the blonde man still did not understand this. The employee noted that this man came here to stop evil. He came here knowing that the people of Japan were in danger. He did not spare himself and simply came. The easiest thing to do in this situation would be to simply retreat and leave, especially since no one would punish him for it, but he stayed and fought like a hero. And then she added that if it weren't for the mage in black, they would have been the main target of these aristocrats, who didn't even pay attention to Mizua's girls. Getting up from the floor, the blond man said that this was simply impossible, that this man had no reason to cover for them at all. Grabbing her colleague by the cloak, Sanada Karan explained that the young man had come here knowing it was an obvious trap, but he did it for the people. He was fighting for their lives, just like them. At that moment, the blonde thought to himself that the stranger was not actually leaving them, taking all the damage upon himself. Could he have done it on purpose? Could the police officer have been wrong all this time? After all, the magician in black was different from the other criminals, but it was unclear why he was doing this. Hearing this whole conversation, the guys shouted that it didn't matter who this guy was. The most important thing was that they had to win, and to do that, they had to fight. The villain said with malice in his voice, "Aren't you guys getting a little carried away considering you're almost out of mana?" But the young people immediately activated their magic and said that as long as they had the opportunity, they would fight. Mizuha Toshichiro watched the young people closely, but he did not rush to attack, nor did he put up any defense. A moment later, water and stones flew toward him, the result of the magic directed by the squad. The man immediately raised his hand, clearly intending to fight back against the people who were attacking him, although he remained silent. After that, he decided that the games were over, so he activated his 7th rank and demonic fire magic to help him. The beauties understood that this was indeed powerful, but they could counter this force with a fashionable stream of fire, which they immediately did. He thought to himself that this special squad would not give them the opportunity to attack the mage in black, and he, in turn, would cover them, so the advantage was not on their side. The girls knew this themselves, but they were not happy about it. Instead, they were happy that they could still attack and therefore became much stronger. Directing holy magic mixed with combat magic, Sanada Karan thought to herself that now everything was on Kusanagi's side. Only the blond man stood behind, watching closely what was happening. After thinking for a moment, the young man clenched his fist decisively, signaling that he had made a decision. And immediately, the policeman, like the rest of his team, began to act, directing a powerful stream of magic towards the ill-wishers. Seeing this, Kuroi angrily said that he was annoyed by these little bugs, these creatures that were constantly getting underfoot. At that moment, Kusagami Minato thought that while his team was distracting the powerful mage, he had the opportunity to deal with the bandit. And it was the right decision because the villain, grabbing his guns, began shouting again that he had plenty of bullets and would definitely finish off the boy. Once again, the boy had to do what he had done before, namely, quickly dodge, realizing that getting wounded was definitely not part of his plans now. Realizing that nothing was working, the villain immediately began to ask what spell the young man was using to dodge the bullets so skillfully. Standing calmly, our hero confidently noted that in this case he did not resort to magic at all. On the contrary, he was simply running fast. The man shouted as loudly as he could, saying that he was being fooled because it was impossible to run at such a speed. However, the teenager said that he hadn't fought soldiers with anti-magic weapons in a long time, and his agility was not what it used to be. After these words, Kuroi literally went berserk, realizing that he could do nothing against this magician in black. And while the mage was shooting, the young man declared that he would not succeed because he would have to hit his target at least once, and he would not be able to do that. The next moment, the ill-wisher grabbed a grenade launcher, saying that it was the latest anti-magic development and that there was definitely no way to counter it. But something unexpected happened that the man did not anticipate because Kusanagi Minato appeared right behind him. At that moment, the villain realized that the young man knew how to wield dark magic, something he had never suspected before. Connecting his magical energy, the boy continued to whisper quietly that in fact, this could probably be considered a kind of cruelty. Suddenly, the enemy felt as if he was being enveloped by some dark threads and pulled far back so quickly that he couldn't even resist. Our hero explained that this was a rare type of dark magic and that it would not be easy to get rid of the spell's effect. For exactly 3 days and 3 nights, the villain would be tormented by incredible pain. He then added that this was the perfect punishment for such scum. Standing opposite Mizuhara Toshichiro, the guy said that now it was his turn. By the time the young man approached his friend's father, they were already sitting on the ground, tired and exhausted. Looking at them with a smile, the teenager thought to himself that they had done a great job, but now he would do what needed to be done. After that, the young man turned his gaze to Mizuka Toshichiro, realizing that he had to settle the score with this man as well. Therefore, the young man fearlessly asked his future opponent if he was ready to begin. But instead of answering, our hero noticed that the man had begun to slowly raise his hand for some reason. A moment later, raising both hands, the magician said he was giving up, which came as a real surprise to everyone present. Looking at this man, the guy immediately began to ask what kind of trick this was, why the man had decided to give up. At that moment, Leona spoke to Minato Kusagani on the radio and asked if he could hear her. The girl nervously said that they had a problem. The fact was that the police had arrived and arrested all the members of the black opposition, and at the head of it all were the aristocrats. Our hero's colleagues, who belonged to the aristocracy, quickly did their job, which made them very happy. But Leona continued to say that it was most likely all because of Mr. Mizuki. At that moment, the young man figured it all out, so he calmly said that the man had decided to infiltrate the gang, not to help them, but to destroy them from within. Kusanagi Minato did not receive a definitive answer because he heard a strange noise behind him. Holding his gun, the villain shouted again that he didn't care who was on his team or who had betrayed him. The guy didn't really listen to this man. He thought that the ill-wisher had most likely shot himself with an anti-magic bullet to remove the spell. After that, Kuroi said that since things had turned out this way, he would simply detonate the remaining bombs. The guys sitting on the ground realized that they needed to run away as quickly as possible, but they had used up all their strength and couldn't get up quickly. At that moment, our hero and Mr. Mizuha rushed off somewhere. The young man immediately activated the 7th rank flame road. The team members watched as a powerful flame blazed on one side and an equally huge wall of water on the other. As for the water, this was made possible by the girl's father, who decided to use emerald waters. Yuika froze in place, realizing that they had exhausted their reserves of power and could only watch what was happening from the sidelines. It was both exciting and frightening at the same time, and the villain, who shouted that everyone present would go to hell with him, instilled even greater fear. However, a moment later, the group noted with interest that, for some reason, nothing had happened. Everyone was happy about this, except for the gang leader, who didn't understand what had happened because he had planted a huge amount of explosives, but there had been no attempt to detonate them. At that moment, Leona appeared before the man and said in a decisive tone that all the bombs had been defused, so there was no point in counting on them. Shouting, the man said that a gang of shadow mages had helped her, which was clear from the start. The man began to insult the girl, saying that she easily and unquestioningly carried out all the boy's orders. The girl did not want to listen to this, so she struck her detractor and told him that this nobody had better take a good look at himself. With joy in her voice, the detective said that what she had been waiting for had finally happened. She had managed to give the villain a good beating. Sitting on the ground, the man said that the people gathered there didn't understand anything, that they had simply been fooled because he was just a regular performer. But after these words, the beauty decided to strike her enemy once more, the one who had hurt her brother. And only the guy was worried about these words. He thought that there might actually be someone else behind the black rulers. Suddenly, silence fell in the hangar, during which everyone thought about something of their own. But a moment later, Minato Kusanagi said that it seemed to him that the police had arrived. This meant that it was time to leave, so the black mage immediately picked up Leona. Yui, who realized that the young man was about to slip away, immediately ran after him and asked him not to leave. But then Yui covered her face with her hands because a strong wind picked up and dust flew into her eyes. This happened because the young man had gathered enough momentum to jump as fast as possible and reach the speed he needed. Looking up at the sky, the guys said that it wasn't a magician, but some kind of meteor, but they understood that the young man had done his job. Sanada Karin thought to herself that Kusagani had saved everyone again and thanked him silently. The next day, all the media reported that former magical aristocrat and crime boss Kuroi Akuto had been arrested on suspicion of terrorism and illegal arms smuggling. Many praised the police for their quick work, and now the police department is celebrating their record-breaking anti-terrorism efforts. Walking down the street, Homura Hinata was angry because no one had said a word to them. Our heroes were walking down another street, and Ryuji told the girls that he hoped their father was okay, hearing that they would find out very soon. Suddenly, everyone turned to our hero, telling him not to disappear so unexpectedly again. Standing in front of Mizuha's door, the maids said they welcomed the arriving guests. After a while, the girls told their father that they now wanted to know the whole truth. The man immediately said that he was personally responsible for the population of the magical aristocracy, and in order to correct this and eradicate all criminals, he joined the organization run by Kuroi. Although he was a former magical aristocrat, he was involved in many crimes, thereby strengthening his criminal authority. That is why the man could not simply let him go and could not allow him to get away with it. He said that it would be an order from the police, and if he colluded with the Kaze family, it would arouse much less suspicion. After all, they are at the top of the magical aristocracy, and therefore can do many things. And this plan actually worked because Kuroi thought that such a great man could definitely be trusted. Listening to this man, the young man understood that everything he said actually made sense. And Mizuha Toshichiro continued to say that since he was not an official member of the police, but only a civilian undercover, he would not be held accountable. The girls seemed happy to hear this and looked intently at their father. A moment later, the beauties said that going through something like this was a great ordeal and that the police had acted very cruelly. Once again, the young man thought that their special unit would have acted in the same way. The only thing that was unclear was why the law enforcement agencies had turned to this particular person. The police had always bowed down to the magical aristocracy, but it seemed that now everything was different. The young man had the feeling that he was missing something in this whole story, and that Shiro himself was clearly not telling him everything. Suddenly, our hero was transported back to the evening when the whole story took place, when Minato Kusanagi told Leone about what might happen if the police got to them first. But the girl replied that they were not able to process information so quickly, and most of the bombs were fake. Despite this, the teenager did not understand why the gangsters needed dummies, but the detective said that it would be foolish to waste such a large amount of weapons on ordinary intimidation. Although the beauty immediately added that the young man was right, in that this time the police had reacted too quickly, as if they knew all the next steps. Meanwhile, Mizuhara Toshichiro said that they had been given a new lead, so he wanted to cooperate with the special task force. Moreover, he took back what he had said about the boys and regretted saying what he had said. The girls were glad that their father understood everything, but they couldn't quite believe that it was true. The young man, watching his charges, was glad that they now had enthusiasm and faith in their father. Walking down the street, Ryuji talked about how the girls had resolved the conflict with their father and how the Mizuha clan had promised to cooperate with them. Moreover, it was gratifying that they had managed to deal with the Black Rebellion. Sanada Karin, who was walking behind, thought that the magician in black was Kusanagi and that he was her hero, so she wanted to repay him in some way. At the same time, Shido Shigo thought that the mage in black was a criminal, but he had helped, and if it was really Kusanagi, he wondered if he should continue hunting him. Yuika was also lost in her own thoughts, replaying the events of that evening over and over again. The girl thought about how she had been able to see the black mage's eyes for a moment, and she was struck by the fact that they burned with the desire to protect people, which was truly amazing. Our hero, sensing that everyone was thinking about their own business, decided that these people would soon figure everything out, and therefore he needed to think of something to do about it. That same evening, the young man went back to the hospital to finish what he hadn't completed. Performing the usual manipulations, the guy did not understand why such strong magic did not help, and therefore mentally asked the boy to wake up, saying that his sister was waiting for him. After a while, the sad Leona entered the ward as usual. While the girl approached the bed, Minato Kusanagi stood outside, thinking about how else he could help this child. Meanwhile, the girl told Caillou that she had dealt with all the villains, so there was nothing to worry about anymore. The detective said that she had gotten rid of everyone who was causing Kai pain, so he should open his eyes. Suddenly, the child addressed his sister in a tired voice. Crying, Leona began to tell him not to worry because she was there with him. Opening his eyes, Kai said that he had promised the girl to watch over the house while she was away and therefore wanted to know if he had done a good job. After that, the boy snuggled up to his sister, who couldn't believe that he had managed to come to his senses, something she sometimes no longer believed in. The boy smiled, realizing that his efforts had paid off. Now everything would be fine with Kai, just like with his sister. That's why the teenager understood that new achievements were waiting for him now, and he could move forward. Bowing to the guys, Ryuji asked them to look after his younger siblings tomorrow because it was very important to him. He immediately added that his mother had asked him to work a full shift at his part-time job, so he would be back very late and there was no one else to look after his sisters and brother. Usually his mother had weekends off on such days, so she looked after her children herself, and therefore he not only worked but also managed to attend training sessions, but now his weekends were disrupted. Approaching Minato Kusanagi, the young man said that he certainly couldn't leave such small children alone, so he asked again if someone could look after them for a day. The young man happily said that he didn't mind, and what's more, they loved babysitting, which made Ryuji very happy. Yui said she couldn't because she would be busy moving, and upon hearing this, her acquaintance asked if they had made up with their father and would be living with him again. But the girls explained that they were moving to a bigger apartment, that it was time for them to learn to live independently and not rely on Kusanagi forever, which was exactly what their parent had told them. And, scratching her head, she said that at least it was good that their father had given them money. Kusanagi Minato thought to himself that if he wanted to teach his daughters independence so much, why did he allow them to live with him? Perhaps it was part of his plan. Ryuji mysteriously said that their mentor was free, as was Ruka. Looking closely at the kids, he decided that the boy was a good guy, but the girl had some kind of threatening aura about her. Therefore, the young man humorously remarked that he would be much better off with Yuika, although our hero did not understand what that meant. Ryuji immediately asked Ruka if she would mind, but our hero noted that if the girl didn't want to or couldn't do it, he could handle it on his own. But unexpectedly, with some doubt in her voice, the girl said that she could and was ready to help. Hearing this, the classmate once again apologized to the guys for the suddenness of it all, but at the same time thanked them again for helping him out. Minato Kusagani didn't answer, he just looked intently at the girl sitting next to him. The next day, the guy and Ruka took the children to an amusement park, realizing that it was the best place for the little ones. However, it wasn't just the children who were happy. Our hero also loved this place, saying that he hadn't been anywhere like it in a long time. The children surrounded the young man on all sides, calling him their brother and saying that they wanted to ride all the different carousels. The young man told them not to worry, because they would have time for everything, and everyone would be happy and satisfied. Realizing that Ruka was standing behind him, the young man turned to her and asked what was wrong, why she had just frozen. Looking sternly at her mentor and the children, the beauty said that everything was fine and that she would follow them. Suddenly, the little girl grabbed our hero's pant leg as hard as she could. A moment later, all the children clung to Kusagami Minato, who realized that the reason was his acquaintance, and therefore asked her to relax her face a little and smile. Making a grimace that Ruka thought was a smile, she immediately began to address the children. But instead of mutual sympathy, the opposite happened, and the children began to cry, saying that Ruka's sister was very scary. The young man tried to calm his charges, realizing that the situation was not easy. At the same time, the girl herself was sad because she did not know how to change the situation. Moreover, she felt like she was out of place. Some time passed, and the children sat on the carousel, laughing and smiling, realizing that this was the best thing that could happen. After a while, our hero decided to take the kids on the Ferris wheel. He wanted them to see their big, beautiful city from above. But the roller coaster left the strongest impression, although not everyone enjoyed the thrill. Walking through the park, Minato Kusagani said that they had had a great time, although the boy noted that they hadn't played enough, so it would be nice to go somewhere else. The young man didn't mind, but he was confused by Ruka, who had been walking behind them all this time and had been silent. However, a moment later, the beauty smiled, and this time her smile was softer and more friendly than before. But the kids didn't have time to talk because the two little ones shouted loudly that they wanted to go to the bathroom and ran in that direction. Sitting on a bench, our hero noted that children are very restless and constantly need something. The girl said that they were actually good kids, but she felt like they didn't like her at all, although the guy didn't understand why his friend was saying that. But Ruka explained that she didn't know how to communicate with children, and it wasn't that she didn't like them, it was just that communicating with them was difficult for her. Wanting to cheer up his friend somehow, the young man jokingly said that he knew how cold she could be at times. She said aloud that Yui had once remarked that she would never be able to surpass her, but that wasn't true. She cooks much better, and she can find common ground with all kinds of people. In addition, the girl trains so much that she gets stronger every day. Ruka said that compared to her sister, she seemed somehow clumsy, somehow ordinary. The young man looked closely at his acquaintance, but he was in no hurry to say anything. Getting up from her seat, the girl proudly declared that this state of affairs was not like her, and therefore asked the guy to forget everything she had just said to him. Fortunately, some children were returning from the restroom, and it was possible to shift attention to them. At that moment, there were some young people in the square taking selfies and discussing the people standing nearby. At that moment, Ryuji's younger brother, who hadn't seen these kids, accidentally bumped into one of them. Kusanagi Minato tensed up, thinking that this gesture would not go unnoticed, and wondered how to react. While the young people stood there discussing something among themselves, Ruka had already made her way to where the child was. The girl quickly grabbed the boy, realizing that he could fall and hurt himself. A moment later, Ruka was already asking how the little boy was feeling, who was looking at the girl with his huge eyes. However, instead of answering, the boy began to whimper again, even though he looked quite cheerful. Realizing this, the beauty bent down and said gently that the most important thing was that everyone was safe, and nothing else mattered. Suddenly, the people who had been taking selfies appeared behind our hero's ward. They began to be rude, saying that he had raised the boy to push people in public places and added that he had to apologize. Shielding the child with her body, Ruka said that he had nothing to do with it, that it was the adults who weren't watching where they were going, but only watching the camera, and that was why what happened happened. Hearing this, the ill-wisher became enraged, immediately swung at the girl, and said that he would show her what happens when you allow yourself to do such things. But what happened was not what the villain expected, because almost immediately his arm was grabbed. It was Minato Kusagani who calmly explained that this was an amusement park, not a playground, and therefore one should behave properly and not interfere with other people's fun. The frightened young man immediately began to scream for him to let him go. Turning to his friend, who was trying to recover, the young man said that such upstarts were very annoying. The girl did not have time to answer because suddenly the boy grabbed her leg and began to say that he was very scared. A moment later, something happened that surprised and delighted our hero because all the children ran up to Ruka and began to ask her to save them, too. The embarrassed girl looked intently at her acquaintance, although she had no idea what to say to him. The boy just smiled, realizing that words would be superfluous in this case. Sitting down and hugging the little ones, Ruka said that now they had nothing to fear because she was with them. Late in the evening, Ryuji quickly opened the door. Before he had time to go inside, he apologized for being late and asked if the kids had caused any trouble. Smiling, the young man asked in a quieter tone what was going on. Looking at the sleeping children and tired adults, the guy jokingly said that his colleagues looked like a young family. The strength of the squad grew with each passing day, and they were mainly occupied with fighting monsters. That is why the credibility of the guys increased significantly, and people suffered less and less from sudden attacks. On the other hand, an underground group of dark mages led by a mage in black put an end to the Black Rebellion. Due to the popularity of dark magicians, the number of criminals decreased significantly. Light and Darkness, Vanguard and Rear Guard, these were the two legends of the magical world in Japan. However, the reputation of the police was rapidly declining, which did not please law enforcement agencies, as many of their responsibilities had been taken away. At a press conference, the chief said that the boys had indeed helped them defeat the Black Rebellion, but that the main work had been done by a special unit, which did not help to improve the reputation of the police. He continued to say that people would start trusting them again, but only after the dark magicians disappeared. That is why the chief told his subordinates to catch the criminals hiding behind a mask of goodness as soon as possible. At that time, our hero came to his colleague to practice together because they often worked together. Holding a bokken in his hands, the guy was not going to attack first. It seemed that he was waiting for the right moment. The owner of the house did the same, deciding when it would be best to strike. Suddenly, the man accelerated and ran straight at the young man, wanting to catch him off guard. It was clear that the man had done this many times before, but Kusanagi was not going to give in. Despite the fact that this was a training session, the magicians fought on equal terms, and what's more, they did so as they would have done in a real battle. The young man noticed that the man's speed was quite high, so he also needed to adjust to it. Interestingly, Minato Kusagani, who was skilled and had tried many things, now understood that Kaichi Riku was actually very strong in this matter. And this was true, because in a moment the wooden sword was near the young man's nose, signifying that he had lost this battle. Looking at the young man, the owner of the house calmly stated that it should be clear to everyone that the outcome was already obvious. However, in the next moment, lunging with the wooden sword, the young man declared that he would not be so sure about what the man was saying because everything could still change. This did not upset Kaichi Riku. On the contrary, he sincerely said that his guest and colleague had the skills of a kendo instructor. However, smiling, our hero kindly noted that, frankly speaking, he was still far from Kaichi's level. Kaichi, in turn, said that the teenager was modest with outstanding abilities, and that was what made him surprise people again and again. Approaching a special rack, the men began to hang their weapons there. Falling to the ground, the owner of the house said he was tired, although Minato Kusanagi did not understand what the matter was, whether it was really so exhausting. The man replied that with a sword in his hands, he felt alive, but as soon as he put it away, the meaning of life was lost, and he just wanted to die or become a vegetable. Sitting down next to him, the teenager said that he wanted to say something important. First of all, there was no need for pessimism. And suddenly he added that you just need to enjoy life, nothing more, do what you like, and think less about others. Lifting his head and looking closely at the boy, the owner of the house noted that he was truly strange. Sitting down next to him, he began to tell him that he had always been at the top, but when he started practicing kendo, he lost his advantage. The teenager thoughtfully said that there was nothing special about that, except that it was very good to find yourself in something else and realize yourself there. Smiling, the man said that it was the first time he had heard anything like that. Looking ahead, Minato Kusanagi thought for a moment, then said that he understood Kaichi Riku very well. The guy said that once he had been involved in a real tragedy, and at that time it seemed that nothing more terrible could happen. The worst part was that everyone around him was dying one after another, and the world was literally falling apart. Despite this, our hero, who looked completely different at the time, could not allow himself to give up so easily. Recalling that time, our hero stated that he did not want such a fate. It did not suit him at all. At that moment, the teenager became so angry that his power awakened within him. The man was silent, thinking to himself that the young man must have been in a major accident, since he was talking about something so terrible. Of course, Kusagani couldn't say much, so he thought to himself that this was how he learned to imitate the magic of monsters and finally mastered his power, which helped him go beyond ordinary magic. Our hero was once again lost in his memories, knowing full well that he was the only survivor of that terrible moment. But the saddest thing was that the young man, who was used to always coming to the rescue, did not save anyone that day. Preoccupied with thoughts of his own life, the young man completely forgot that there were other people there too. But the problem was not only that, but also that the young man was weak at that moment. At some point in his past life, our hero was overcome with despair because he did not understand how to proceed. But at some point, anger awakened in the young man, anger at himself and at the monsters who were doing whatever they wanted. Unexpectedly, a hidden power awakened in the young man, and so he looked at the monsters and shouted loudly. Minato glowed because the power was incredible and all-encompassing. Sometimes he himself did not even understand what he was capable of. The young man said aloud that as soon as he gained this incredible power, people began to avoid him, but now it was this very power that helped him protect others. Kusunagi Minato asked his colleague if it was true that he was fighting for a reason, and moreover, if he had something he wanted to protect. Bowing his head, the man noted that his guest was absolutely right, because there was something special. Shaking hands with the owner of the house, the teenager advised him to think of his power as an individual ability to be proud of. Realizing that this guy had awakened something special in his heart, Kaichi Riku sincerely thanked him for the conversation. After that, the young man added that a colleague should always remember that he can rely on his comrade. A few minutes later, our hero stepped out onto the sun-drenched street while Kaichi Riku stood and watched this amazing person walk away. The man understood that this young magician was the most unusual of all those he had ever known, and there was no doubt about it. In turn, Kusanagi Minato reflected on the fact that Kaichi was a worthy successor to his family, although, of course, like everyone else, he had his flaws. But at least he didn't behave arrogantly or haughtily, and he wasn't evil at all, although it was unclear why representatives of the magical aristocracy evoked only bad associations in him. Suddenly, all his thoughts were interrupted when another colleague, who was also an aristocrat, bumped into him. Helping the girl up, the guy sincerely asked if she was hurt, but Homurai Hinata, with her characteristic rudeness, declared that she should watch where she was going. After these words, the young man didn't even know how to respond. Still sitting in place, the magician started shouting, but this time, she asked the young man what he was doing there. With irritation in her voice, the girl declared that of all people, the guy's face was the last thing she wanted to see. However, Kusagami Minato was not offended by her words at all. Instead, he said that his colleague looked completely different. In the same dissatisfied tone, she said that she didn't always dress like that, and moreover, she didn't understand who the young man thought she was. She wore bright clothes at work, and they were anti-magic armor. But the teenager said that he had already thought that the beauty simply had some kind of hobby. After that, he decided to ask if the girl had any hobbies besides work, but instead of answering, she started shouting even louder, saying that she didn't understand why the young man had opened his mouth, especially on matters that did not concern him. However, realizing that people were looking at them, she immediately backed down and noted that it was too crowded a place. Suddenly, Homura Hinata turned her head and looked somewhere, although she remained silent. After that, she asked again why the guy was looking at her so strangely, adding that he should go inside. Closing his eyes, the young man decided that it would be better not to argue with this girl, as there was no point in doing so anyway. After a while, the young people were sitting in a cozy cafe, but they were in no hurry to start a conversation. Instead, our hero listened to the echoes of conversations from neighboring tables where girls were talking about how much they liked the brave Kusagani, who was also quite handsome. At the same time, the guys who were also in the cafe were actively discussing Homura Hinata, wondering if the guys had really come to the cafe because they were on a date. But instead of answering, the girl looked angrily in the direction where the young people were sitting, and her gaze was so cold that the visitors were very frightened of the magician. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi thought that when his companion was angry, she most resembled a Spitz. Unexpectedly, the girl spoke, asking the young man if he had met Riku, although the teenager did not understand how she knew about it. Without letting the young man say a word, she continued to note that now they were spending time together and had become true friends. Embarrassed, our hero said that he should have invited her too, but he hadn't thought of it, so he began to apologize. But instead, an angry Homura Hinata jumped up, saying that she wouldn't be offended just because she hadn't been invited. She immediately continued, saying that they were just ordinary colleagues and that she had never even thought of pretending to be friends with the young man. At that moment, at the next table, some unfamiliar child was celebrating his birthday and was happily eating a large piece of cake. Not noticing this, the guy said that they were colleagues, and therefore it would be good if they spent more time together. Although after these words, the girl shouted again, saying that she didn't want to hear anything like that. Hitting the table with her fist, the red-haired beauty acknowledged the fact that the teenager was incredibly strong, and therefore she wanted to know how he became that way. And while Minato Kusagani wanted to say that it happened after an accident, the girl screamed again, adding that one case was not enough. After that, she said that the guy had a huge amount of magical power, and it was impossible to increase it because of some accident. It didn't work that way. Looking at his hand, the young man thought that this was despite the fact that he was even holding back his magic and had begun to control it better. But Homarai Hinata said that if it was possible to increase the amount of magical power just by dying, then she was ready for it. Then, grabbing the guy by the shirt, she shouted even louder that there must be another reason, that you can't just become strong like that, and therefore demanded that our hero tell her the truth. Looking at his colleague, the teenager understood that the girl was desperate and therefore wanted to gain power. But the thing was, even if he told her the whole truth, she would hardly believe him, given her character, and it was better not to talk about it unnecessarily. Therefore, he said that there was nothing special about his strength, that it was the result of regular and persistent training. Letting go of his shirt, his colleague said that it would have been better if he had simply said that he didn't want to talk, rather than making up all sorts of tall tales. At that moment, the waitress approached and apologized for keeping the guests waiting so long. Putting the dessert on the table, she said that the super berry parfait was ready. Looking in surprise at the dish he had never seen before, the young man said that it was a real monster. Only Homura Hinata seemed to turn into a little child when she saw this sweet treat, saying that it had finally been brought. The young man did not understand what there was to be so happy about, because it was just ordinary food and sweet at that. But his companion did not hear what he was saying or pointing at. A moment later, the girl said that it must be some kind of mistake, but since the confectioners had tried so hard, she would eat it all. Looking at the magician, the young man did not understand what was going on with the girl. One moment she was delighted with the dessert, and the next she called it a mistake. However, one thing was clear: the beauty really liked the parfait. Perhaps for the first time ever, the young man saw the magician genuinely and sincerely happy about something. However, a moment later, lost in her thoughts and accidentally knocking over the bowl, Homarai Hinata began to get angry again. Only our hero, who continued to drink his juice, remained completely unperturbed. Even eating what had fallen on the floor, the girl said that it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. And then she admitted that she had always wanted to try this sugar bomb, but it was somehow awkward to do so alone, and so it was good that they had met Kusanagi Minato. Smiling, the teenager thought to himself that this aristocrat had a sweet tooth, and therefore there was something ordinary about her as well. But a moment later, the young man saw something unusual. He noted to himself that for some reason, the girl's supply of magical energy had greatly increased. It seemed that the girl herself had sensed something because her eyes widened. Jumping up from her seat, the girl shouted that the young man should forget everything she had told him, and even that they had met. The guy continued to weigh his options and decided that her power had increased because the mage had relaxed and therefore stopped suppressing her magical power. But the interesting thing was that even during the battle, her magical reserves were significantly lower. This was very surprising because it couldn't be true, so he had to conclude that Homarai Hinata was definitely hiding something. At that time, Shido Shego was sitting in the police station, thinking about something. The young man continued to be tormented by the same question. Was Kusagani a magician in black, or were they completely different people? Interestingly, during their battle, the mentor was not nearby, even though he is always with them, so he must have been in that warehouse in the role of the black magician. The investigation against the black magicians is in full swing, and it is only a matter of time before the black magician is caught. Despite this, the police officer was confused and still did not understand what to do next. Picking up the photo that was on the table, the blond man remembered his father again. That same evening, Leona told our hero that the police were not joking and were taking the case seriously. She noted that the investigation was proceeding at an unprecedented speed. Several members of the organization were already under suspicion. They had been summoned for questioning, and the police did not want to let them go yet. The teenager thought to himself that this was true because even a special unit had been given a warrant to capture the magician in black, and the police were determined to destroy their organization. For a moment, Kusagami Minato thought about revealing her identity, but then decided that if she was caught, no matter how hard she tried to hide everything, it was unclear how long she would be able to hold out during questioning. Now is not the time to reveal the truth, because they need to find out what information the police have about them. Apparently, it's time to turn to her. And while the girl kept saying that if they didn't do anything, they would be caught, the young man told her not to worry. And with a smile, he added that he would definitely come up with something. The next day, the young man was at the house of an old acquaintance, asking for her forgiveness and saying that he had a request for her. With joy in her voice, Takagami said that if it was a request from Ichigami himself, she saw no reason to refuse. At that moment, the angry police chief asked his subordinates if they had managed to find the magician in black. But they timidly replied that they had managed to arrest several dark magicians, but they knew nothing about the leader, and immediately added that they had not seen him themselves, but were simply reading from a report. However, this did not satisfy the man. He said that he had always believed that the police should be able to break criminals, but the officers said that these people looked like they didn't really know anything, and that the leader was not available to the participants because he was too busy. The chief reiterated that the honor and dignity of the Japanese police were at stake, and therefore his subordinates should do as they wished, but they were obliged to find this magician in black. In another office, Shidushigo told the Special Task Force that the police were actively searching for dark magicians, in particular their leader. He added that while nothing was known about his identity or whereabouts yet, information about the members of the organization had already been published on the internet and in the media. The existence of this organization discredits the good name of the police, and since that is the case, the head of the police department asked them to treat the capture with the same seriousness with which they eliminate monsters. But many of the special forces were unhappy, saying that they had enough work to do without taking on this task, even though there was a police force that could handle everything. Minato Kusagani understood that everyone had reached boiling point and that the police would not allow dark magicians to continue to exist. Unexpectedly, the blonde continued, saying that he understood the guy's feelings, but they must not forget their duty, and therefore it was necessary to help and catch the criminal. Sanada Karen approached her colleague and asked if they really had to hunt down dark mages, but he only replied that those were his orders. Ryuji sharply stated that they already had a huge responsibility, and this was just more work, as if they didn't have enough to do already. Shidushigo didn't want to hear that dark magicians help people. He said that this couldn't go on any longer and looked meaningfully in the direction of our hero. The young man understood that there was some subtext to this suggestion, so he asked the police officer what he was hinting at. With calmness in his voice, the young man said that he was suggesting that the guy give himself up right now, before it was too late. Hearing this, the guys opened their mouths in surprise because they didn't understand what the policeman meant. Many suspected that the magician and their Kusagani were one and the same person, but no one discussed it openly. Moreover, the guys surrounded the blond man and began to defend their mentor, asking why the policeman had decided that they were the same person. Shidushigo calmly explained that, considering everything that had happened, all signs pointed to him, adding that his colleagues couldn't help but notice this themselves. The blond man said that Captain Kusagani was needed by Japan, and not just Japan, but the whole world, as his power could save many lives, but he immediately heard comments that the magician in black was doing the same thing. But the policeman was adamant and said that if they were indeed the same person, then their mentor would receive a suspended sentence, but he still had to confess. The man wanted the girls to admit the obvious, and he continued to provide evidence regarding the appearance of the magicians, their physique, and moreover, it was strange that when the magician in black was fighting, their kusanagi had disappeared somewhere. The beauties huddled together, realizing that they didn't know what else to say or do in such a situation. At that moment, a police officer approached our hero and began to shout loudly at him, demanding that the young man admit that he was the magician in black. The teenager looked closely at his colleague and paused for a moment, thinking about what to say. Suddenly, Sanada Kareen shouted, but the blond man did not think to hear her. He assumed that some objections would begin again. Instead, the employee wanted everyone to watch a video on the internet, adding that the television station had been hacked. The young man in the video said that he was the leader of the Black Magicians and that his name was Dark Magician. The young man apologized for disrupting the peaceful existence of citizens, but he increasingly began to notice questions on the internet about who was stronger, him or Captain Minato Kusagani. Therefore, it was time to answer this question, and since that was the case, the magician in black challenged Kusangi to a duel. The guys, who until recently were thinking about how to protect their mentor, now couldn't believe that a duel between the two magicians could take place. At this time, our hero stood aside, pretending that nothing special had happened. Shido Shigo was most surprised, thinking that the guy was talking nonsense because how could a person fight himself? The girl, who had always known that her hero Kusanagi was a magician in black, thought the same thing. Yuika also thought about it and realized that her assumptions were most likely wrong. Looking at their mentor, the kids immediately began to ask what he thought about it. Smiling, Kusagami Minato was going to keep them in suspense for a while. But then, without a shadow of a doubt, he declared that he would, of course, accept the challenge. A few days later, our hero stood in the middle of a large field in Shibuya, looking proudly ahead. The reporter, who was going to broadcast from a helicopter, said that the long-awaited duel between Kusagami and the magician in black was about to begin, although the leader of the Dark Magicians had not yet arrived at the scene. This event received widespread publicity, as evidenced by the crowds of people around the field, as well as a whole police squad on duty, ready to arrest the black mage at any moment. The crowd of spectators cheering for Minato shouted for him to show what he was capable of and that he must win this battle. But there were other people who fully supported the magician in black, saying that clowns in white suits had no business being there, that they were real weaklings. Ryuji watched everything closely, but said aloud that he had no idea what was going on. The girls discussed how this broadcast was the most viewed, and what's more, people were constantly leaving comments. Shido Shigo, who was closely watching the field, did not know what his acquaintance had in mind, but he understood that there was no turning back in this game. To the surprise of many, the aristocracy, who were now actively helping the magical squad in their fight against demons, also arrived at the duel. However, the young people suddenly noticed that Mizuha Toshichiro was approaching them, which they found surprising. With arrogance in her voice, Homarai Hinata declared that such important people had graced them with their presence, while Kaichi Riku noted that he did not expect to see the man at the tournament. But he immediately replied that it would be impossible to miss such a great battle. The girl wanted to say something, but she didn't have time to do so because something interesting caught her attention. The crowd looked up at the sky because they saw a bright glow there. The crowd did not understand what it was, but they knew for sure that something was moving there, even though they had never seen anything like it before. It was an unusual phenomenon that was impossible to take your eyes off, although some people were frightened by it. The people sitting in the helicopter noticed that something seemed to rush past them, something very powerful. Minato Kusagani, realizing that everything had to look as realistic as possible, also raised his head, pretending that he did not know what was happening. But in a moment, the bright light seemed to shatter, turning into a small, greenish crumb. The young man said nothing, even though he could see clouds of dust rising around him. Something strange was also happening to the police officers at that moment, because they seemed to be being carried away from the arena. Suddenly, the leader of the organization, the magician in black, appeared on the field in his black suit. The surprised journalists immediately began to shout that the one they had been waiting for had arrived, although many doubted that the magician in black would dare to come to a place where there were so many police officers. Shidu Shego did not believe until the very last moment that this magician would come, and therefore declared aloud that their elusive criminal had finally appeared, which meant that they had been mistaken all this time in mistaking Kusanagi for the wrong person. Scratching his head, our hero quietly said that he didn't like this kind of farce, but he had no other choice. He had to get out of this situation. At that moment, the magician in black was already gathering momentum. It was clear that he knew exactly what his task was and was therefore going to proceed strictly according to plan. The young man also understood everything and, for the sake of propriety, asked if his opponent had anything to say, although he then added that, if not, it would be best to start the battle. Unexpectedly, the rivals stood facing each other, clearly ready to begin. The female fans watched their hero with bated breath, hoping that he would still manage to win. Kusanagi Minato's followers also held their breath, as they now did not understand who the magician in black really was. The same was true of the aristocracy. They were also curious to see how strong these young people were and which of them would prove to be more resilient. Our hero immediately began to use anti-magic and an inorganic cannon, which belonged to the 6th rank. However, his opponent was going to go even further, as he called upon dark magic and the chaos of the Raven to help him. Kusanagi was as focused as possible on what was happening on the field, as if he were facing a real enemy. This also applied to the Black Magician, who created the real appearance that his power was greater than that of the guy standing opposite him. At that moment, the reporter said that if things continued like this, they would fall, so it would be best to continue filming, but further away from all this. Indeed, what was happening in the arena could not be described in words. However, a moment later, the Black Magician jumped away from where he was standing and ran away. Our hero was not going to fall behind, because everything had to look as natural and realistic as possible. And again, the guys clashed in battle, but this time only their fists touched. However, the energy was so powerful and strong that everyone understood how difficult it was for young people. The magician in black, who had proven himself in the best possible way, could not now appear weak or submissive. And so the teenager watched his imaginary opponent closely, realizing that where magic was involved, there was no room for jokes. But in a moment, it seemed to our hero that his opponent had pushed him aside. After that, the young man called upon the magic of lightning, which belonged to the 9th rank. The stakes were high, so the hero did everything possible to appear as strong as people said he was. Kusanagi Minato realized that this was too much, so he ordered the mage to be more careful and precise, adding that at this rate, the costume would have to be sent to the dry cleaners. The fake black mage couldn't respond, but he knew what he had been told earlier, so he immediately activated the stone comet, which was terrifying but belonged to the lower 7th rank. The teenager stood motionless for a while, knowing the outcome of this fight, but in no hurry to end it. And in a moment, the young man decided that he should use the 9th rank. After that, everyone present noticed a huge explosion, which sent huge chunks of rock flying in their direction. And in a moment, something incredible happened, because something resembling a bird appeared from this light. It was a magical fairy, and the young man quietly said that it was quite good for a first spell. The people sitting in the stands opened their eyes wide at what they saw, because they had never seen anything like it before. The townspeople did not know how such a thing was even possible, and so they were amazed as never before. Some of the spectators claimed that the magical aristocrats would never be able to match Kusanagi Minato's skills because he was a true professional in his field. The girls were delighted, chanting the name of their hero, realizing that with each passing moment, he looked more and more cool and unreal. Only Homura Hinata was annoyed, saying that these people couldn't cast spells, yet they were saying something. At that moment, Kaichi Riku said that both guys used rank 9, and the girl noted that they both had high-level magic, but despite this, their energy did not decrease at all. Mizuha explained that this was because their magic worked in passive mode, meaning it had its own will and consciousness. The aristocrat thought that instant activation, quick reaction, and long-lasting effect seemed to be passive mode, and that right now they were using the same thing, but at a basic level. She said aloud that it was surprising that the guys could use it for so long, having heard that in Japan there were only a few masters who could control magic so masterfully. But what surprised the man most was their physical power. Magic envelops their bodies, and they use it not only for attack, but also for defense. The girl immediately added that it was something like a magical barrier, and Mizuha noted that perhaps that was the case. Homarai Hinata wanted to know more, but her colleague noted that the magical abilities of these guys were so incomprehensible that even magical aristocrats couldn't say for sure how their magic worked. One thing was clear, this was a fight between two monsters, each of whom wanted to win. The show had to go on, so in a moment, the young people began fighting again. The magician in black wanted to show off his speed, so he suddenly jumped up and found himself at the top. But our hero immediately did the same, and even told his shadow that it was slow. So he struck the magician in black sharply and climbed even higher himself. But this situation did not undermine the enemy, who, although sharply, landed on the ground. Kusanagi Minato continued to hover in the air, thinking about how best to proceed. Our hero's subordinates watched it all as if it were the final battle, and therefore something very important was being decided. At that moment, Yuika said that they had always known that the captain was strong, but had never seen his full power, so it was no wonder that the audience couldn't take their eyes off what was happening. The police said that the broadcast had gone global because it was truly something fantastic. In New York, despite the time difference, people stood on the street and watched this amazing battle on a big screen. Everyone was curious to see which of the young men would prevail, as it seemed that their strength was roughly equal. Sitting in a cafe, one girl complained that her boyfriend couldn't take his eyes off his phone, even though they were on a date, but he said that missing something like this was simply unforgivable. However, the beauty still couldn't understand why anyone would want to watch someone else's fight, since it doesn't affect anything. Other guys also claimed that their idol must win, but each of them had their own idol. Standing on the field, our hero told the fictional wizard in black that the battle had turned out perfectly, although not entirely fairly. He realized that it was the best his comrades had ever seen, but he also realized that it was time to end the fight. The magician in black knew exactly what to do, so he called on shadow magic to help him. It seemed that it was in this magic that a person felt most free and powerful. Pushing his power to the limit, Minato Kusanagi declared that this would be the final blow that would strike down absolutely everyone. And to make it look truly spectacular, the young man called upon the 10th rank to help him. He understood that the mage in black, who was programmed for something specific, would not be able to withstand such power. The guys who were far enough away from the epicenter realized that they were barely able to stand, but what surprised them was not that, but the fact that their mentor had enough strength to activate the 10th rank. Watching their mentor's movements, the young people said that the guy was doing something superhuman. The reporters, realizing that they would not be able to capture the guy's movements on camera, asked the pilot to hurry up, but he only said that the young man was running faster than he was flying. However, a moment later, this was no longer necessary because apparently our hero's strength had disabled the working camera. Realizing what the effect should be, the guy slowly made his way toward his opponent. The latter sat motionless near the rocks, seemingly unconscious. Kusanagi Minato had thought everything through, so it had to look natural, and therefore he was in no hurry. Unexpectedly, the mage in black was able to raise his head to look at the captain. The young man saw him raise his hand and was about to start using magic, even though he knew that this should no longer be possible. So the boy commanded the hero, who was playing the role of a mage, that it was enough, their fight was beautiful, but that was the end of it. Despite this, Kusanagi Minato continued to stand for a while, knowing that there must be something else to come. Suddenly, a bright light illuminated the magician in black. It looked so unusual that it was simply breathtaking. In a moment, this elusive man disappeared, and our hero pretended that this was something unexpected for him. Looking at his bracelet, the teenager thought to himself that Takigami's anti-magic armor had barely held up, even though it was designed to withstand attacks of up to rank 8 to 9, but not rank 10. Clones are convenient, of course, but they are difficult to work with. They are much weaker than the original and have a limited vocabulary. Takigami, who was watching her friend closely, stood silently, realizing that this guy had succeeded. The woman was worried, but she was glad that this long battle was finally over. She thought to herself that when she found out that Kusagani was Ichigami, she was very surprised, but she could not have imagined that he was also a mage in black. However, she knew for sure that he was an amazing young man. Meanwhile, our hero continued to argue that the downside of a clone is that you can't use two types of magic. You have to use the same type that you used to create your double, otherwise the clone will disappear. That is why the guy asked Takigami to make an anti-magic weapon that can activate magic in passive mode with which you can use other types of magic. But for this, the puppeteer must have a huge reserve of magical energy. Kusanagi had to manipulate his opponent and fend off his attacks. If the young man had relaxed for even a second, the clone would have attacked the audience. Ichigami had to expend a lot of energy to put on such an incredible performance. Only Ichigami Minato, who is the best of the best, could pull off such an amazing trick. After contacting Leona, the young man said he was interested in how things were going, but she first asked him if the show was over. The young man said that it was all over. Thanks to this battle, the magician in black would no longer be pursued. The girl smiled and then addressed her comrade as Captain Kusanagi. The young man was surprised that the detective knew about this, but she noted that he had greatly underestimated her, adding that she had known about it from the very beginning, but there had been no time to discuss it. Our hero smiled, saying that now this man had appeared. The girl said that, of course, he had appeared because today was the last time she would be communicating with the magician in black. Kusanagi Minato was amazed at how perceptive Leona was, so he asked her how she had figured it out. Looking at the city in the evening, the girl sincerely thanked her acquaintance, saying that he had saved not only their team, but also her family, and therefore she was very glad to have met him. The number of illegal magicians was decreasing every day, as was the crime rate. The world no longer needed them, so Japan would be able to cope on its own from now on. Leona said that if Kusanagi ever needed her help, she would definitely help, and even give a discount on her services. The young man, in order to lighten the mood a little, decided to joke and said that she was going to take advantage of him, but then added in a gentle tone that he would always keep her in mind. For a moment, the beauty thought for a moment, a slight melancholy frozen in her eyes. The same thing happened to the young man, who understood that they would not be working together in the near future. And a moment later, she said that it was time for them to say goodbye to the wizard in black. The young man thought for a moment, realizing that he needed to say something too. Then, with gentleness in his voice, he said that he wanted to wish Leon good luck. The teenager ended the conversation just in time, because his friends immediately began to approach him, asking him how he was feeling and what had happened to the wizard in black. As usual, Minato Kusagani spread his arms and said that the man seemed to have escaped, but despite this, he had been badly beaten, so they would definitely not be seeing him for a while. At that moment, Shido Shigo approached the young man, bowed, and said that he wanted to apologize to his colleague. The blond man said that instead of believing his friend, he had come up with the wrong idea, and therefore he was very ashamed. The two girls did the same, admitting that they also thought our hero was a magician in black. The young man was silent, but he thought to himself that now he felt like a real villain, that he had deceived everyone, so he needed to apologize, but not the other way around. Grimacing, the young man said that it was okay. The most important thing was that everything had been resolved. After the fight, Homarai Hinata shouted in a dissatisfied tone about how this could have happened, how these guys could be so strong. She added that she needed to train even harder and adjust her schedule. Mizuha Toshichiro looked closely at the winner and said that even after this battle, the young man still had strength left. However, what was interesting was how much strength this guy had. The teenager thought to himself that with this battle, he had proven that he was not a black mage, that there were no more black rulers, so there was no point in dark mages. However, our hero couldn't get Kuroi's words out of his head, although now the young man decided not to think about it anymore, realizing that problems must be solved as they arise. A few days later, our hero was already filming a tea commercial, which he had been invited to participate in. The young man looked quite harmonious in his new image, winning over more and more residents. In one interview, the guy said that as long as you have the strength, you need to train. Even if you have to fall, you can't give up. Moreover, our hero explained that he awakened his powers when he found himself on the brink of life and death, and then it was simple: persistent training every day. Standing in the store, the girl complained that all the products advertised by Kusagani had already been sold out. However, all those trials were not the end of it. The rest were waiting for the guy when he returned to the academy. The guys surrounded their classmate on all sides, eagerly asking if they could hold his hand, hug him, or just stand next to him. Our hero's friends could see that their buddy was uncomfortable in this situation, but they didn't know how to help him. Covering his head with his hands and closing his eyes tightly, the young man thought about how he couldn't take it anymore. And so, a moment later, the teenager got up from his desk and walked away. The guys saw that their classmate was standing on the window and was about to jump, but they were unhappy with his decision. However, they didn't have time to say anything because in a moment, Kusanagi Minato landed on the ground and quickly ran away. Sitting alone, the boy remembered the blonde boy's words that if they increased Minato's popularity, there was a chance that talented kids would join their ranks, although he understood that he would not fall for this trick again. But the silence was short-lived because the other guys, seeing their idol, chased after him, but he shouted for them to just leave him alone. After a while, the guy was sitting in his friend's apartment, who asked him how he was feeling. The girls were happy that the move to their new home was complete, and they said that while the guy was running away from his fans, they and their sister had cleaned up. Ruka unexpectedly praised Yuika for doing most of the work, and only Minato Kusagani apologized for having to do most of the work. But that didn't matter. The sisters talked about how they now lived in a large and spacious apartment. Each of them had their own room where they could be alone and train. In addition, no one would disturb anyone else, and they could feel completely free. At that moment, Ruka thought wistfully about how their previous apartment had been small, but it had been fun there. Moreover, she would no longer see Minato's cute face when he was asleep. However, a moment later, Yuika, who also had some unpleasant thoughts, turned away abruptly and began to scold herself. But it didn't last long, as the silence was broken by a phone call. Going out onto the balcony, the young man heard that Takigami was calling him, asking how everything was going after the fight and whether the young man had any problems after it. The teenager honestly said that everything had gone well, but there was one unpleasant situation, which the woman immediately guessed, noting that his popularity had made itself felt there too. The elderly lady continued to say that if the young man needed anything, he could always turn to her because she was the only one who knew his secret. The young man said the same thing to the woman, realizing that they had known each other very well for many years. Wishing her friend all the best, Takigami sat down abruptly on the floor and pressed the phone to her chest. After that, the woman approached the photo she had been looking at closely earlier. Looking at it, our hero's acquaintance said aloud that she didn't know what to do. In a few days, the young man was supposed to conduct another training session at the police department's training ground. The new recruits were excited, saying they couldn't believe they would get to see the legends of the Magic Squad in person. The guys said that there were actually a lot of new recruits, and it was all thanks to Minato Kusagani. Everyone wanted to help, but even more than that, they wanted to meet the young man. Only the girls said that they wanted to see how long these people, who had come to hell of their own free will, would last. At that moment, the one whom everyone had been waiting for so long appeared on the stage. The crowd suddenly began to shout that this young man seemed even more courageous and handsome in person than on television. Looking at the crowd, the young man decided that words alone would not be enough to calm these people down. The next moment, something amazing happened, because our hero immediately summoned magical powers to help him. The newcomers immediately began asking each other why their bodies suddenly couldn't move and why the teenager had decided to use such power. Unexpectedly, Minato Kusanagi greeted the gathering with joy in his voice. He said that since everyone had calmed down, he was happy to welcome new faces to their squad. Usually, he conducts light training for newbies, but since everyone was so motivated, he decided not to go easy on them. He immediately shouted that those who wanted to join the squad would have to run and aim at targets. Realizing that this was not the case at all, the captain shouted that the boys would not be able to defeat the demons with such an attack. At the end of the training, the newbies were lying on the ground, saying that Minato Kusanagi was actually nice but strict, although maybe that was just how he wanted to test their strength and endurance. However, many were unhappy that the young man was constantly picking on them, and therefore it was not easy to endure. At that moment, Yuika shouted that she wasn't done yet. It was difficult to tell who she was addressing, but the teenager was spinning energy and seemed to be trying to hold back several powerful streams. And all this was in order to continue the fight with the girls standing opposite him. Sanada Karin, who had always considered herself weak, was now defending herself perfectly. Only the newbies thought something incredible was happening on the field. After a while, when even our heroes were tired, Kusanagi informed everyone that the training session was over. He immediately added that in 5 minutes he would ask everyone to gather in the measuring room to check their magic levels. The newbies, who continued to sit on the grass, did not understand how their mentor could feel so good after such a strenuous training session. Only the guys who knew him said that they were quite weak compared to him, as it was necessary to attack faster and react faster to these attacks. The guys who overheard the conversation said that these young people were the same, even though they had imagined the Mizu sisters to be completely different. Wei was the first to measure her magical power, and she was amazed when she saw the mark of 120,000, which was something incredible. Next, Ruka took part in the measurements. Despite the fact that she had previously been ahead of her sister, now her score lagged slightly behind, showing 118,000. Ryuji's power was even lower, at 105,000, but this did not bother the young man at all because he knew that everything was developing and improving. But Sanada was the most surprised when she saw that her strength was now 100,000. As for Shido, he had also improved significantly, as his strength had reached 112,000. Our hero had expected a lot, but not such a breakthrough. He said that now the guys could compete even with the magical aristocrats because they had become incredibly strong. The young man was most impressed by Yuka, who came to class with a score of 2,000, and now her strength is 120,000, which means that she managed to improve her stats tenfold thanks to daily training. The newbies looked at their mentor in fear and nervously asked if the others had succeeded. Then they would too, hearing that it all depended on themselves. The newcomer who heard this clenched his fist, which meant that he was actually ready for something very grand. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi thought that Yui and the others could now easily deal with any demon. Moreover, the young people would be able to withstand even the leader if they acted together. It was gratifying that all of his charges had become incredibly strong, which made them happy as well. But the guy knew that this was not enough, because the devil had not yet been defeated. At that moment, a blond man approached our hero and asked if they could talk for a moment. The young man grimaced and said that he had a very bad feeling about something. And it did not fail him, because a few days later the team had to attend a banquet dedicated to the successful cooperation between the Magic Squad and the aristocracy. Standing in the middle of the hall, the young man had no intention of expressing his true emotions. But it was difficult to do so, and therefore Kusanagi Minato noted to himself that he felt that Shido Shego would come up with something bad. Upon entering the room, the person the young man had thought about just a second ago addressed him, asking the captain to forgive him if something was wrong. The guy said discontentedly that he didn't understand the purpose of this banquet since they had been working well without it, but the policeman explained that after the showdown with the black magician, the police wanted everyone to get to know each other better and improve their relationships with each other. Hearing his friend's excuses, our hero thought about the fact that he was the captain, but he couldn't refuse the invitation. He immediately said aloud that at least the police officer looked good in a suit, although the young man explained that he was used to dressing formally. But Ryuji didn't like something about his outfit, even though Minato cheered his friend up, saying that he looked good, he was tall, and the suit perfectly emphasized his figure. And while the guys were discussing whether it was a compliment or sarcasm, the blonde guy happily shouted that the girls had also arrived. Yui was the first to arrive. Embarrassed, she apologized for keeping everyone waiting. Ruka, who came in next, said that they were late because they had spent too long deciding what to wear. Sanada Karan followed, noting that there were a lot of people at the event, which she hadn't expected. Yui wanted to draw attention to herself, so she timidly said that she looked different in this outfit, hearing Kusanagi Minato remark that it was perfectly natural. The guy immediately added that the girl looked great and that the soft and delicate design of the dress perfectly conveyed her character. He also said that the color of Rukia's dress reflected her calm disposition and the style emphasized her figure, making her look older. As for Sanda's outfit, everything was harmonious, from the calm green color to the light style with decorations. Hearing this, the girls immediately began to feel embarrassed, knowing how their mentor loved to give compliments, and quite detailed ones at that. Ryuji, putting his arm around his friend's shoulder, thought that the same thing that had happened on the beach in Hawaii was happening again. This guy doesn't even understand how his praise affects everyone. At that moment, someone's angry voice announced that the teenager had arrived at the event just in time. Turning his head, our hero saw some of his acquaintances, as well as the rest of the aristocracy with whom they often crossed paths. Approaching the girl, Kusagani said that he didn't think he would see her in a dress, which was a little unusual, but the style definitely emphasized her exuberant nature. Running away, the beauty shouted after him that he shouldn't praise her, that it sounded disgusting, and that she didn't want to see him anymore, although the young man didn't hear this because he was talking to Mizuha Toshichiro, telling him that he didn't expect to see him. The man replied that it was natural, since they now worked together, and he did not throw words to the wind. As he left, he added that he asked for his forgiveness. The girls, realizing what had happened, immediately began to apologize for their father, saying that it was always difficult to talk to him. Suddenly, our hero fell silent because a pretty stranger had entered the room. The young man forgot that the girls were standing next to him and began to study the brunette. The girl didn't say anything, nor did she greet anyone, but she attracted the attention of many. At that moment, the organizers said that they were grateful to everyone who had come to the celebration, but now they were going to invite all the heroes for whom they had organized this party. And while the host continued to talk about the special unit, the teenager couldn't take his eyes off the stranger. After that, the organizers introduced the magical aristocracy. Then they asked the founder of the magical aristocracy and head of the Mages Association, Mumei Hifumi, to come up on stage with his daughter, Kuroe Mumei. At that moment, Minato Kusanagi remembered the man he had met in an alley in Dontobori during the disaster, and he was also confused by his surname. The young man couldn't take his eyes off the stage, but that wasn't what interested him. The young man watched the girl closely, who now seemed familiar to him for some reason. At that moment, the man said again that his name was Mumei Hifumi. He said that their country was currently being ravaged by disasters and monsters. But if they worked together with a special magical squad, they would be able to overcome all these obstacles. The man said that they were magical aristocrats who had always fought for the preservation of this country, so they should continue to make every effort to protect and prosper their society. Everyone gathered was happy to hear such warm words and began to applaud. Our hero noted to himself that it was a good speech, concise and to the point, as representatives of the upper class usually speak in a very confusing and grotesque manner. However, the young man suddenly stopped his mental dialogue because Mume Kuroi looked at him. The girl stood silently, but she smiled slightly at the young man. Seeing that the guys had appeared behind him, the man now told them that he wanted to continue working with the Magic Squad in order to protect the citizens of Japan from any threats that might arise. Smiling, the head of the association said that he had complete faith in Captain Kusanagi. The young man honestly said that he would be delighted to work with such a great person. Shaking Mumi Hifumi's hand, our hero thought about how he had a huge reserve of magical energy, and it was clear that he was still training. Closing his eyes, the teenager thought that this man had not changed at all, and that it was no wonder he had recognized him in the alley back then. Memories took the teenager back 50 years to the training camp for magicians. At that time, Ichigami Minato told the men to attack him from any distance, even combining their efforts, although he believed that it would not help them much. Cadet Mume Hifumi angrily told the coach not to dare mock them, calling the guy a upstart. Another trainee, Takagami Shizuku, teased Mume, telling him to watch his language because they were in the presence of a living legend and therefore needed to show proper respect. But the young man shouted that he didn't care who was in front of him because he was still going to wipe that smug smile off his face. The cadet, focusing his magic on his mentor, yelled for him to die. Our hero saw that his opponent was really serious, but that didn't scare him. He said that it was just a mediocre attack that would be easy to deal with. The cadet, seeing his instructor use first-level magic, continued to shout that it would definitely not be enough to defeat him. Ichigami wasn't going to prove anything, he just threw the wooden spear, knowing its true power. However, the effect was not at all what the guys expected. They thought they would be able to withstand it, but instead they were hit with an unpleasant blow. Lying on the ground, Takigami Shizuku said that the 4th rank was no match for the 1st rank spell, and moreover, they couldn't even get close to their mentor, let alone something greater than... Looking at the students, the young man thought that he was still holding back. Usually, after the first training session, many of the cadets refused to continue their training. Would there be no one left this time either? However, Mume Kuroi, continuing to shout, announced to everyone present that he had only just begun. The cadet held his injured arm, but did not want to show his weakness in front of his mentor. With joy in his voice, our hero noted that the guy in front of him was stronger than he thought, adding that such a weak spell would not knock him off his feet. Getting up, the mentor's acquaintance also noted in a quiet voice that she could still fight. Smiling, the sage thought to himself that these two weren't so bad, which meant that he had caught a rare prize. The cadet shouted loudly that he had only just begun, and therefore they would see who was who, while the girl also declared that she was now going to fight with all her strength. A few minutes later, the cadets lay on the ground, exhausted, realizing that the guy in front of them was a real monster. And while the guys were discussing this man, he himself was thinking that everyone else had run away and he would most likely never see them again, although they had managed to hold out long enough, which could be considered a good result for the first training session. As he left, Ichigami proudly announced that the training was over and that everyone could go home. The great master was not going to give anyone any leniency. Suddenly, the young man sensed some kind of magic behind him. He saw that the cadet had stood up and wanted to attack the teacher again, not realizing that it was a mistake. However, the teacher assured him that he could still fight, adding that the training would not end until he fell to the ground. But within a few minutes, Mumei Hifumi was lying on the ground again. Ichigami thought to himself that this guy really had a great attitude, and he believed that this man would become one of the best and strongest magicians of their time. And this girl decided to seize the moment while the instructor was distracted by another cadet and decided to attack, but to do so very cunningly. Looking at the young people, the young man was glad that interesting talents had finally appeared in the Mage Association. Clenching his fist, the cadet said fiercely that the sage would still dance for him, that he would make him fall before him. Smiling, the mentor said that he would wait for this moment with great impatience. Many years later, in the body of Minato Kusanagi, the young man was delighted because his assumptions had proven correct. This man had become the strongest mage of modern times. The young man wanted to reveal his identity, but there was a problem. Our hero remembered a recent conversation with Takigami, who had sternly said that the truth about Ichigami must not be revealed because it would attract even more attention. Therefore, the young man decided that it would be better to focus on the present day and new communication. At that moment, the host said that the welcome part was coming to an end, and he hoped that everyone would have a good time. Realizing that the official part was over, Minato Kusanagi decided that he could now go home. However, at that moment, a brunette approached the young man and immediately said that her name was Mumei Kuroe. The beauty admitted that the young man had caught her interest, and so she would like to talk to him. Our hero immediately said that he was flattered by her interest and suggested that she was also a magician. The girl confirmed this, but noted that she was still far from his level. The teenager thought to himself that she really didn't have much magical energy. Perhaps she had limited ability to control the elements. But the young man was more interested in the fact that this lady somehow made him feel strangely wary. Mumekuro continued to say that fate had brought them together and that her intuition rarely failed her. And while the guy was thinking that these were words from some play, his friends were wondering what Kusanagi could be talking about with this girl. After a while, the guys politely said goodbye, telling each other that they might meet again. And in the next moment, the new acquaintances exchanged a firm handshake. The brunette gasped and thought to herself that everything was just as she had expected. After that, she complimented Kusagani once more, noting that he was truly an incredible person. Wanting to be mysterious, Mumikuroi turned abruptly and walked away, noting once again that they would meet again soon. The young man did not respond, instead looking at his hand with some apprehension. The next day, sitting at his desk, the young man was once again surrounded by crowds of fans, even though he was sure that his life had settled down and everyone had started to treat him more calmly. Suddenly, the teacher entered the classroom and immediately asked the students to take their seats so that she could introduce a new student to the class before the lesson began. After that, Mume Kuroi entered the classroom and timidly told everyone present that she was happy to be studying at such a wonderful academy. And while the girl was still talking, our hero watched her in amazement. When they saw the student, the boys in the class began to talk excitedly about how this brunette had been on TV yesterday, attending a meeting of magical aristocrats with a special task force. At that moment, the teacher noted that there was a free desk next to Kusagani in their group, so she could sit there. A moment later, Mume Kuroi was already sitting down in her chair, and our hero watched her closely. The young man remarked coldly that she had planned this from the beginning, to which the brunette replied that she had said she would be happy to meet again. The guy saw the new student smiling, but he didn't like it at all. For the first time ever during recess, all attention was focused not on Minato Kusanagi, but on a member of an aristocratic family who was literally bombarded with all sorts of questions. Standing near the desk, Yuika cautiously told her friend that she had no idea that Mume Kuroi would steal the spotlight. The boys' friends also came into the classroom, talking about how the mysterious brunette would now actually be studying in their group. The team members thought it was really strange that our heroes had only met this girl the day before, and now, the very next day, she was transferring to their academy. Only the boy stood there thinking. He himself did not understand why the brunette was in their group, but he knew for sure that he would find out the truth. Only his classmates didn't care. They liked the fact that such a popular girl would now be studying in their class. But that wasn't all the surprises that awaited the Magic Squad. Our heroes asked Shido Shigo how they could understand what he had just told them. But the blonde added that he wanted to repeat to everyone once again that from that day on, Mume Kuroi was a member of their squad. Many of the guys were puzzled as to why the daughter of the greatest magician would join their squad, since she already had everything she needed. But the policeman explained that in order to smooth relations between the squad and the aristocracy, it had been decided to enroll this girl, and her joining should strengthen their relationship of trust. At least, that was the original idea. A minute later, the beauty herself spoke. She first gave her name and then said that although she was just an ordinary student, she was grateful for the opportunity to join the squad. The sisters and Ryuji looked at each other attentively and at the same time with dissatisfaction. Yai realized that it was better to maintain good relations, so she was the first to approach the newcomer to greet her. Shido Shigo immediately approached the captain and began to apologize for not warning him, but the guy calmly said that it was to be expected, so there was nothing wrong with it. The blonde was pleased to hear this, so he said that he didn't expect anything else from the leader of their team. A moment later, Minato Kusagani stated that it was much more important how this new member would perform during the joint training. Starting with running, the young man, as always, shouted at the group members to run as fast as if their lives depended on it, as if it were the most important thing they had to do in their lives. The guys were already used to this pace, but despite this, they wanted to show their best results every time. But the young man, who flew like the wind, kept saying that today's training would be special, so everyone needed to push themselves harder. Ryuji, who knew that the training was actually intense, said that he would not give up and would run as much as necessary. Many of the guys, crawling on the grass, said they couldn't do it anymore, but at the same time noted that the Mizuki sisters and Ryuji always showed their best side and almost never fell behind the captain. Mume Kuroi didn't want to look weak, so she ran without complaining. But in a moment, the leaders of the race were surprised to see that somehow the brunette had even started to pull ahead. Leaving the others behind, the girl smiled and said that she liked to run ahead, so she apologized in advance to everyone who was left behind. An angry Yuika told her friends, pointing to the newcomer who had set an incredible pace, that she was not going to give up so easily. After a while, the captain moved on to magic training, shouting that he wanted to see the limits of the guys. The guy wanted everyone to give their all, which the kids tried to do. This also applied to Mume Kuroi, who did all the exercises with great pleasure. Putting wheels on the boys' backs, the young man made them do push-ups, saying that they had to train as hard as they could. The hero himself had many times more wheels, but it seemed that this did not bother him at all. When everyone was completely exhausted, Minato Kusagani loudly announced that it was time for a short break. Sitting on the ground, Yuika timidly said that someday she would get used to such training, hearing her sister say that she was doing well anyway, and Ryuji noting that at this rate his muscles would simply give out. Suddenly, Mume Kuroi coquettishly asked if it was true that they were taking a break. Despite the fact that everyone was lying exhausted on the ground, the beauty said that she didn't need a break at all because she was full of energy. Yui, looking at the blonde, thought with horror about how this girl could stand on her feet, even though they still weren't used to such exertion. And while the newcomer said that she didn't think the training was bad, the guy asked if she didn't think it was too much. Smiling, the brunette noted that she thought it was a fairly balanced workout. She added that physical exercise helps keep the body in shape. and the release of magic forces soldiers to push beyond their limits, so they increase the rank of their spells. Only by tempering one's own body can one become much stronger. After that, the girl noted in a calmer tone that cheering also motivates in some ways. After all, in a real battle, the enemy will not wait for you to get ready. They will take your life without a shadow of a doubt. The young man said he believed her because she was a quick learner, and the beauty simply replied that it was natural, since she was the daughter of Mume Hifumi himself. A couple of minutes later, while lining up, the guys praised the new student, saying that she had really shown herself in the best light, and therefore they had something to strive for. But the girl replied that each of them was strong in their own way, and that in a special unit it was important to rely on others, so she would gladly do so in battle. Approaching the young man, the brunette said coquettishly that she had a few questions for him. Yai looked sadly at the captain and the brunette, thinking that people of all ages were crazy about the girl because she was really very attractive. Ruka turned away so that no one could see the expression on her face. She also thought about how Mume Kuroe was much stronger than them, and therefore Minato could rely on her. Ryuji saw that something was wrong with his acquaintances, who were already dividing the young man in their minds, but decided to remain silent. The girls saw that the conversation was continuing, but they didn't seem to be in a hurry to leave the field. Even after peace was established between the Special Magic Squad and the magic aristocracy, the number of disasters did not decrease, but fortunately the aristocracy responded quickly to their appearance. As a result, branches of the special units appeared in all major cities, which significantly reduced the damage caused by disasters. Nevertheless, disasters continue to occur, and therefore it is necessary to always be on guard. The aristocrats did what was required of them, some even performing better than ever before. For example, after one of the battles, Homurai Hinata was proud that she was able to get to the scene so quickly. Her acquaintances praised the girl, saying that demons could tremble when such a strong and powerful personality entered the arena. Checking the situation, Yuika said that everything was clear because their colleague had destroyed the last monster. Minato Kusagani smiled, praising his acquaintance and saying that he thought she'd become even stronger. Homura Hinata overheard the conversation, but despite this, she said that the day would come when she would defeat the great magician anyway. Kaichi Riku immediately began to apologize for the girl, saying that she had always been like that and was used to behaving only in this way. The young man said that it didn't matter to him, the most important thing was their shared task. After that, the guys got deep into their conversations, and only the red-haired beauty stood alone, as if she didn't need anyone. A moment later, our hero mentioned that Kuro didn't seem to be very close to the other aristocrats, having heard that everyone was afraid to get involved with the Mume family. At that moment, the girl approached the guy again and volunteered to ask him a couple of questions. The Mizuha sisters stood aside, but they watched everything that was happening closely. Suddenly, Mume Kuroe invited the captain to go on a date with her without hesitation. The next day, at the appointed time, the young man was standing at Shinjuku Station. Kusanagi Minato heard some guys passing by discussing the brunette they had just seen, noting that she was a real beauty. Suddenly, the guys' eyes widened as they saw Mume Kuroe walking ahead, unable to believe their eyes. Only our hero remained indifferent, perhaps because he had long been accustomed to girls of different levels throughout his long life. And while the young people crowded around, wanting to get as close as possible, the young man walked forward with confident steps. The teenager wanted to be polite, so he asked his colleague if she had been waiting for him for a long time, but she replied that she had just arrived, although he already knew that. Once again, the guys started discussing the young people, but this time they realized that the commander of the magic squad himself was standing next to the brunette. The upset guys told each other that this was not their level, so it would be best for them to go home. The teenager didn't understand why they were meeting, so he decided to ask her directly. The girl coyly noted that she didn't need a date, she just didn't know the area well, so she wanted someone to show her around. Our hero didn't understand why the girl wanted to meet with him, since it would have been more logical to ask her teammates, although Mume Kuroe said that she wanted to talk to a young man specifically. The guy didn't like it because he remembered how his colleagues looked at him askance when they heard about the date. Closing her eyes, the brunette said sadly that she was the daughter of an influential magician, and therefore, wherever she went, people looked at her strangely, and many even shunned her. However, Minato Kusagani was completely different, unlike anyone else. She immediately added that this was the first time she had met someone who didn't care about her status. The young man also wanted to be honest, so he replied that what was important to him was what was inside a person. Hearing this, the girl smiled, although she did not want to show her embarrassment, so she simply turned away. After a short pause, she added that she was standing in front of a truly unique person. The young people were walking down the road, but they had no idea that they were being followed the whole time. Peeking around the corner, Yuika thought about how she had to follow her acquaintance again, adding that she considered herself foolish but continued to do what she was doing. For a moment, the beauty hesitated, not knowing whether to continue or return home, but on the other hand, she didn't want to leave the guys alone. Hiding behind a sign, Ruka, who had also dressed up specifically for surveillance, couldn't believe she was seeing her sister ahead of her. A moment later, Yuika noticed her and was shocked. She couldn't even imagine that her older sister Mizuha would decide to do something like this. Seeing that the girl was eating something, Yuika decided that she wasn't just following the trail, she had thought everything through carefully and prepared in advance. Be that as it may, the girl decided that her goal was Minato, so she continued to follow him, trying not to fall behind. In a moment, Ruka, who had already eaten everything, caught up with her younger sister, although both were silent. But after a short pause, the girls suddenly began to ask each other why they were following him. At that moment, our hero stopped, his face becoming quite serious and even tense. His companion immediately asked what was wrong, but the guy said he thought he heard something. Hiding behind the bear, the girls talked about how they had just been almost discovered, despite using force suppression, but Minato Kusanagi still somehow sensed their presence. After that, Yuika told her sister that no matter what, they were in the same boat. After that, the girls looked at each other intently, realizing that in such a situation they had to act together. Responding to the young man's question, Mume Kuroe said that she would like to visit places that are popular with couples. The young man followed his companion, but he realized that he didn't particularly like this meeting. After a while, the couple entered a cafe where the brunette began to carefully select something. Sitting at the bar, Minato Kusagani slowly sipped his juice, although his thoughts were far away. Once again, the girl asked what couples do after their walk, to which the guy replied that it varies. Some go to a cafe, some go to play slot machines, and others just stroll around the city in the evening. At that moment, the sisters sitting at another table complained that they couldn't hear anything. Sipping her tea, Mume Kuroi said mysteriously that this was what it meant to be on a date. And then she carefully placed her cup on the saucer, although she remained silent. A minute later, the beauty proudly declared that she didn't understand why she was wasting her precious time. The brunette couldn't understand why they had to go somewhere, look at something, sit and have dinner together. The young man tried to explain that these things did not make sense on their own, but the girl again began to wonder why people did all these things. The young man noted that it is not what you do that is important, but who is with you. Even the most mundane things can take on a different meaning when you are with someone special, which is why people do them together. After that, the girl asked again if that was the point of the date, but the guy replied that he had said what he thought. A moment later, he asked if their walk together was worth the time spent. With a certain indifference in her voice, Mume Kuroe noted that it was more yes than no, which made our hero happy. He then added that his words and actions often baffled those around him, but the brunette did not perceive them as strange. She smiled again, noting that Minato was a wonderful person. The sisters, who were lying in wait, heard these words and were outraged. They did not understand how this girl could compliment their commander when they had only recently met. At that moment, Minato Kusagani said that he was very pleased with the compliment. At that moment, the people sitting in the cafe noticed the famous commander of the magic squad and immediately began to discuss him. Realizing that the visitors might start bothering them, the teenager got up from his seat and said that it was probably time for them to leave. Standing at the station, Mume Kuroi thanked her companion for such a wonderful day off, and he simply replied that he was glad everything had turned out so well. Then the girl asked if they could maybe find some time to go for another walk. The young man honestly said that he had no objection. He then added that he would like to get to know her better. The surprised sisters heard these words very clearly and were amazed at what was happening. Mume Kuroi said that such words sounded very bold coming from the young man, adding that they were lucky that their desires coincided. The brunette left, and the guy continued to shout after her that everything had actually gone very well. Wika looked after the beautiful girl, sadness frozen in her eyes, because she understood that they had never gone out with a guy like that. Ruka did the same. Before, she had no idea what kind of girls Minato was attracted to, but now she felt sure she knew for certain. Despite the pleasant meeting, the young man was troubled by something. It seemed he couldn't understand something. The next day, patting our hero on the shoulder, Ryuji asked him how the date went. Minato Kusagani didn't understand why he was so interested, but the young man pointed out that they were friends, so it was only natural to ask. But the guy calmly replied that it wasn't a date. They just walked around the neighborhood, ate something, and then went their separate ways, although his colleague thought to himself that it was indeed a date. The upset sisters stood by the table, not wanting to get closer, but listening carefully to what the guys were talking about. At that moment, the new girl and Sanada Karin were chatting amiably about something. Ryuji thought that meeting the brunette would not cause discord in their group. He quickly said aloud that Minato should man up, even though Minato didn't understand why he needed to do that. However, the friends did not have time to finish their conversation because Shidu Shego asked everyone to take their seats to discuss the current situation. The blond man reported that thanks to the prompt work of their squad, the number of disasters caused by monsters had significantly decreased, and after the collapse of the Black Rebellion, the number of illegal magicians had also decreased. And while the young man was explaining that the shadow mages had also disappeared, his colleague noted that there was practically no news about them on the internet either. Our hero thought to himself that now the police would be responsible for illegal mages, since there were no more shadow mages. But out loud, he said that it was too early to relax, and that they must remember that the security of Japan rested on their shoulders. Those gathered understood that this was true, and therefore shouted that they agreed completely. Lying in his bedroom, Minato Kusagani reflected that although the effectiveness of the special unit had increased, their relationship with the aristocrats left much to be desired. Something had to be done about it, but the young man did not have time to think about what exactly because his phone rang. The young man realized that it could be an important message, so he decided to answer. It was Leona, who immediately said that she had obtained information about Mume Kuroi and Takigami Shizuku and asked if the young man could talk so she could tell him everything. The guy was alone, so he told her she could start. The detective immediately noted that she wanted to start with the girl who was not Mume Hifumi's biological daughter, but whom he had adopted several years ago. Her parents had died in a car accident, so the man had taken the girl in. The guy didn't understand how she could have studied at a school with a magical focus, but Leona pointed out that she had transferred immediately after her candidacy for membership in a special magical unit had been approved. Moreover, according to the data, her abilities are above average. The detective went on to say that the brunette gives the impression of being a very calm girl, but that's only at first glance. For a while, she was very popular. The girl paused for a moment to put down the phone and speak. After that, she called Kay, telling him that he should help her set the table. The cheerful boy quickly opened the door with his foot and proudly announced that he had already arrived. The girl was worried that her brother had just been discharged from the hospital and was already running around, but the boy insisted that he was actually fine and could do whatever he wanted. Remembering what she had said on the phone, Leona immediately retreated, saying that she had been a little distracted. A minute later, the detective began to talk about Takigami, who had a daughter and grandchildren, but it seemed that they had not been in contact for a long time. The young man did not understand the reason for this, but his colleague replied that her relatives lived abroad. At that moment, our hero heard footsteps in the hallway, so he asked Leona to wait a moment. It was his neighbors, the Mizuki sisters, who said they had already returned. Returning to the conversation, the young man heard that there was almost no information about the old woman's family. Everything was very superficial. Minato Kusagani didn't know if it was done on purpose or not, but the girl said she would try to find something else, if possible. The teenager immediately thanked his acquaintance, who in turn thanked him, and then they wished each other luck and hung up. Kai, who overheard the conversation, asked his sister if it was true that she had been talking to the wizard in black, although the detective didn't understand why he was asking these questions. But the boy quickly said that after that conversation, his older sister began to look very happy. The girl didn't think it was that noticeable, so she decided to ask again. At the same time, the police department chief said that he needed to get more information about Minato Kusagani, so he decided to turn to the person who knew him. Shizuku Takigami looked closely at this man, although she did not rush to say anything to him. But the chief continued to say that they needed to uncover the secret of his powers, that they couldn't keep losing to this special unit. The woman tried to say something, but the man said that it seemed to him that the woman and the guy were on good terms. That is why the boss thought that despite the age difference, the two had become friends. The elderly lady immediately began to smile, saying that the young man probably saw her as his grandmother, which was why he treated her with such warmth. Standing up from his seat, the man said that he understood everything. But then he shouted that the woman had no way out anyway, because they were bound by the same fate. Closing her eyes, a frightened Shizuku Takigami noted that she understood everything perfectly well. The next day, our hero, as usual, assembled his squad on the training ground. The guy said it was time to start, but Shido Shigo, who was standing behind the commander, asked him not to. Coming closer, the blonde guy announced that the U.S. Army's magical division had arrived in Japan for negotiations, and their superiors wanted to see their training for themselves. The guys standing in formation immediately began to think that this was the real elite of the magical world, considered to be among the most powerful magicians. Our hero remained silent, but thought to himself that 50 years ago, the level of magical training in the U.S. was significantly lower, so how could they have advanced so much in such a short period of time? Shido Shigo continued to explain that their popularity had long since spread beyond the borders of their country, especially after the battle against the magician in black. Mume Kuroi, who was standing aside, suggested that they were interested in a specific person. For a moment, everyone fell silent, realizing that this matter did not concern them. However, our hero also remained silent, seriously thinking about something. Meanwhile, the blonde man continued to say that there might be other reasons why they decided to come. Nowadays, disasters are happening not only in Japan but all over the world, so perhaps they want to share their experience and offer countermeasures to fight monsters. Suddenly, a menacing voice sounded behind the guys, saying that they had not come for that. A powerful shoulder appeared in front of them, although everyone already understood who it was. After that, the guys noticed a squad that looked quite solid and resembled the military. The energy of these people was so powerful that flames followed them. Looking at each other in fear, the young people exchanged glances and asked why they felt such power and who these men were. In a moment, the leader of the entire brigade was standing in front of our hero. Against the backdrop of this huge man, Kusanagi Minato looked like an ordinary child, but not a squad commander. The Mizuki sisters were also frightened. They thought that the air was saturated with magic down to the smallest particles, and that it was so powerful that they could barely stand on their feet. The boss's gaze was stern, but there was something else in it. Suddenly, the man moved closer to the young man, and everyone present felt that something bad was about to happen. The girls, who had never worried about their friend before, now became alarmed, not understanding what awaited the young man. Hugging our hero, the man smiled and said happily that they had finally met. After that, the manager's eyes widened as if something had caught his interest. The man walked around the teenager, then paused for a moment. A minute later, the mage noted that Kusanagi Minato's body did not stand out in any way, and therefore he did not understand how he had survived so many dangerous battles. Freeing himself from the man's embrace, the boy asked him to step back a little so he could answer all his questions. After that, the man said that he had completely forgotten to introduce himself, although he was a major in the 1st Magic Division of the U.S. Army, and his name was Aaron Anderson. Moreover, he was the director of the U.S. Magic Research Institute. Hearing about this man, our hero thought for a moment and remembered that this was the place where they studied the occurrence of disasters and the nature of magic. However, the young man understood that this was not the place to talk about it, so he decided to introduce himself and then pointed to his people. Raising his hand, the major shouted that their squad did not need to be introduced because the fame of these soldiers had spread far beyond Japan, and therefore he already knew everything. Hearing this, the guys immediately perked up, pleased that their work had been so highly praised. Kusanagi Minato thought that due to the conflict with the magical aristocracy, research into magic had ceased, and his knowledge had also become outdated 50 years ago, so this meeting was a great opportunity to learn something new. Our hero asked Anderson aloud if he was an expert on monsters and disasters, and if so, could he answer a few questions. At that moment, the soldiers were watching their leader closely. For a moment, it seemed to everyone present that the energy on the field was stronger than ever before. Kusanagi Minato looked intently at the major and waited for his answer, realizing that it was very important to him. Falling to the grass, the girls said that it was simply a deadly force, but they did not understand why it needed to be used. Suddenly, Aaron Anderson shouted loudly for someone to stop it all. The soldiers standing behind their commander remained motionless and silent, but it was clear that they all understood. After that, the man apologized to our hero, saying that these people did not think about the consequences at all, that they were very cautious by nature. The guy smiled and said that it was no big deal, as he had simply felt a pleasant breeze coming from the members of the U.S. team. With a smile, Mr. Anderson said that the young man had compared the magical pressure from his soldiers to a breeze, adding that Kusagani was a very interesting person. After that, the man asked what interested the young man, and he calmly replied that the question might seem silly, but he was curious about what monsters were and why disasters shook their world. It seemed that Aaron Anderson had no intention of hiding anything, so he said that there were many theories about this, but he believed that monsters were a magical form of life. A catastrophe is a phenomenon that transports them to this world, and the magical power of monsters is different from that of humans and nature, as recent studies have proven this theory. Initially, their appearance could be determined by changes in the environment when it was affected by their magic. It was a fairly plausible theory, but it remained unproven. However, the magic in the atmosphere during a catastrophe coincides with that which fills the bodies of monsters, although it is still unclear why monsters attack people. Perhaps it is a reaction to the magic inside their bodies. 50 years ago, America was not so badly affected by disasters, so there is almost no information about them. But after the disasters, there were many cases where survivors acquired magical abilities. This continues to happen to this day. Recently, thanks to advanced research technologies, we have made great strides forward. After a disaster, the magic that remains in the atmosphere is absorbed into their ecosystem. The same thing happens when a person defeats a monster. Then their magical power not only dissolves into the atmosphere, but also penetrates their bodies. Upon hearing this, Yuka remembered that Kusanagi had once mentioned it, but she did not understand how he knew about it. Suddenly, the young man shouted that there was a case when the monster itself provoked the disaster. The man said that he had received a report about this incident in Japan, but that such a case was 1 in a million, and it was probably some kind of anomaly. Recalling that incident, our hero decided that it was not a coincidence at all. Aaron Anderson added that such a phenomenon could exist when a whole group of monsters tried to strengthen a single entity. The guy was curious if this had happened before, but the major explained that they had conducted similar experiments in which the leader was not killed immediately but left under observation. New individuals appeared for some time, but then their growth stopped when the military tried to destroy them. The influx increased again and reached the same level as before, meaning that the magical energy in the air had not changed. On the other hand, with each new catastrophe, the monsters become stronger and more dangerous, although even a minor catastrophe cannot be ignored. The young man decided that his theory was correct. Experiments on monsters and disasters sound interesting, but in the end, they do not provide any concrete results. Unexpectedly, Aaron Anderson said that he could not ignore Kusanagi's power. Few magicians could boast of such power. After that, the man headed towards the teenager, asking to examine the young man's body. On the one hand, the young man was happy to meet this person, but on the other hand, he was alarmed by his insistence. A few minutes later, Kusagami Minato asked the major about the magical aristocracy, but he only said that his knowledge was superficial. 50 years ago, their country was not as powerful as it is now, and they requested support from the Japanese consulate but never received a response. The boy thought to himself that Japan was afraid to reveal its knowledge to neighboring countries because it did not want to lose to them on the world stage, but in the end, America still surpassed them in magical innovation. After a while, the teenager began to thank the major for the information, but the latter noted that it did not matter, as they owed everything to the great Ichigami Minato, who had once saved the whole world. Our hero understood that something else must follow this conversation, so he said directly that he was sure that the military had come here not only for this. After that, the men looked closely at the young man. Their commander stated that he wanted to personally experience the power of the great magician. Shidu Shigo, who was standing nearby, was sure that Aaron Anderson had come to talk to the officials, but he said that he wasn't even going to waste his time on those bigwigs. He immediately added that no one had told them there would be sparring, so he would like to ask Captain Kusagani what he thought about it. Smiling, the guy said that if no one told anyone about what had happened, he saw no reason to refuse. Clenching his fist, the major said that he always liked such determination, adding that then it was necessary to take full advantage of this opportunity. In turn, the young man added that coming to the training ground wanting to spar without informing anyone in advance was presumptuous, but he liked that too. The next second, the man shouted loudly that the great captain would be able to see for himself what Americans were capable of. The teenager thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to test the strength of the magicians from the United States, to see if they were as strong as everyone said they were. Shidu Shigo heard the major announce his desire to send his soldiers into battle, so he said that in that case, they were also going to fight. Raising his hand, Aaron Anderson kindly asked the boys not to interfere in the battle. He immediately added that he was only interested in strong mages, and if the boys' strength was not equal to that of Kusanagi, then they were of no interest to him. Yui looked intently ahead, wanting to respond to this remark, but not knowing what to say. The guy didn't want anyone to feel offended, so he said that they teach the kids to fight monsters, not real magicians, so they will be able to learn how it is. The surprised squad looked at their mentor, wanting to see what would happen next. At that moment, the man thought that he had previously believed that Kusanagi treated his squad as friends, but now he realized that he taught them at every opportunity. Unexpectedly, the teenager said that he was ready, so they could begin. The soldiers were ready, and they immediately looked closely at their opponent. The major also told his team that they could attack the enemy. Some time passed, and the soldiers continued to stand still, giving the impression that they were waiting for something. And that was true. These people were used to the element of surprise, so they were going to catch the teenager off guard. But our hero was not afraid of this. He understood that monsters often act in the same way, and so he was ready. The boy saw the fighters running towards him, but he was ready to easily repel their attack. Moreover, the young man was so calm as if it were not a crowd of men flying at him, but simply leaves. The guys immediately said that the soldiers had managed to close the distance so quickly, even without using magic, and in an instant they were right in front of their friend. Realizing that something unusual was happening, Minato Kusagani smiled and said that it was truly amazing. However, there was no time to watch this because suddenly an opponent appeared from the other side. Our hero did not intend to engage in combat immediately, so he decided to run a little. The soldier, who was not far from the teenager, realized that it was time to use magic. That's why, when he saw that the squad commander was very close to him, he immediately began to attack. But before Kusanagi Minato could parry one attack, something more powerful and serious was already rolling in from the other side. However, this was not a problem for the young man, so he reacted to this threat with lightning speed. All of the young man's movements were so consistent that it seemed as if he had planned it all in advance. At that very moment, the teenager noticed a soldier who had not been there a moment ago. The man realized that he was strong, so he immediately struck our hero. But before the young man could deal with one, a whole group of guys lined up in front of him, using magic. Watching everything from the sidelines, the guy's friends understood that it looked amazing, but it was also very dangerous. Kusanagi was not afraid of these people because he quickly put up a fourth-level anti-magic barrier. Yui, who was standing closest to him, shouted discontentedly that their captain had to defend himself all the time and hadn't even made a single proper attack. Ruka added that their magic rank might not be high, but their physical training and spell activation speed made up for it. Looking closely at the soldiers, she thought that now she understood what the U.S. Army's magical division was all about. Our hero said that such training was to be expected from soldiers and therefore praised them for their excellent training. He immediately added that in magical duels, mages rarely use spells of mass destruction. Unless, of course, the mage has incredible talent, so in normal cases, they choose simpler spells that hit a single target. Since it takes time to prepare, the area of damage must also be taken into account, and mages themselves are very vulnerable in open combat. Therefore, even talented fighters prefer to use single-target spells to avoid unnecessary risks. At that moment, the young man was attacked again, so he had to quickly block the blows. The young man managed to skillfully dodge and escape from the most unpleasant situations. The major, watching this, thought that this teenager was managing to fight and lecture his subordinates at the same time, and such an attitude towards his soldiers disappointed him. The man understood that the battle had lasted long enough, his fighters had shown a lot, but you can't play such games endlessly. Watching one of his guys, the major didn't understand what he was doing when he could just take a swing. But instead, our hero began to dodge again, realizing that this greatly confused his opponents. Aaron Anderson did not understand such a strange strategy, but he was in no hurry to engage in combat. It seemed that the foreigner wanted to see what would happen next, because surely the teenager must have some kind of strategy. But in a moment, the man's eyes widened as he realized that this was not what he had expected at all. The reason was that the young man had outplayed everyone because now the soldiers couldn't even hit him. The major understood that the men were exhausted, but despite this, no effect had been achieved. Realizing this, Aaron Anderson praised the young man for his incredibly precise movements and excellent speed of activation of the Zaklanani. The young man had indeed put on an incredible show, although he said that it was time for the two of them to fight. However, the team was not going to retreat, and it seemed that the man, as before, was in no hurry to show himself. But that wasn't necessary. Minato Kusanagi was determined. He knew he could defeat all these soldiers. It didn't matter to him whether the major decided to fight or not. The most important thing was that all the members of the squad saw how to fight. Despite the fact that the young man was capable of amazing things, there were also some unpleasant moments. But that didn't matter. The teenager was determined. He knew that victory would be his, so he acted like someone who had already achieved it. The soldiers saw what was happening and decided to act together. However, Kusagani was much stronger and quicker, so he immediately blocked every attack. The team members, who watched in amazement, realized that they had never seen a fight like this before. The same was true for Aaron Anderson, who stood silently but realized that the young man's strength was truly unreal. A few minutes later, the captain proved that he deserved his position and was one of the strongest mages. Fixing his hair, the major talked about how an ordinary student was able to defeat an entire elite unit, saying he never thought he would see anything like it. Despite this, our hero honestly said that American soldiers were well trained, although the man immediately said that he was flattered by the compliment, but the guy had done something incredible, and therefore he would like to know who had taught him such tactics. With a smile on his face and simplicity in his voice, Minato Kusagani said directly that he was self-taught. Hearing this, the foreign commander began to rejoice, hugging the guy with all his might and saying that he was an incredible person. After that, the man declared that now it was his turn to demonstrate his strength. The soldier was serious, so he immediately took off his jacket to make it easier for himself. However, Aaron Anderson then began showing off his biceps to everyone present, saying that he was a big fan of fighting. The young man thought to himself that this man probably just liked to show off in front of everyone. But a moment later, the man declared that it was time for the two of them to start the long-awaited fight. The young man looked closely at his new opponent, but decided to remain silent.